Chapter 1. 16 years in the rabbit's den, lazing every day. Zhu was awakened by hunger. As she opened her eyes, she found herself beneath a haphazardly bundled pile of hay, with a faint scent reminiscent of dandelion fluff lingering in the air. "Are you awake?" A gentle voice, soft and delicate like that of a rabbit, reached her ears. "Get up and wash up. Today is a significant day." Zhu blinked and sluggishly turned her neck. Beside her sat a woman clad in a gray fur skirt, the edges of which still bore the coarse remnants of unrefined hide, glimmering with an antiquated match sheen under the flickering glow of the campfire. The woman was deftly manipulating a slender bone needle, its tail threaded with a gray-brown sinew, her fingers skillfully weaving through a piece of fur that was soon to be sewn into a skirt. Motherly Zhu instinctively spoke, her voice soft as a glutinous rice dumpling, a stark contrast to her modern self, who was accustomed to a hoarse tone from incessantly exclaiming received. And all right, it had been 16 years. From the days when she was a corporate worker relentlessly pursued by KPIs, only to be struck by a red light running truck on her way home from overtime, to awakening in the womb of her mother, it had indeed been a full 16 years. Initially, she found it bearable, spending her days drinking milk and sleeping. However, as she grew older, the situation began to crumble around her. The food was foul and unpalatable. There was no mobile phone, no Wi-Fi, no novels, no television, not even a decent toilet. Communication among the tribe relied on shouting. Meat was cooked over an open flame, and their dwelling was merely a rabbit's den converted from cave. Yet, perhaps the sole advantage was no need to work. She could no longer endure the life of toil and strife. The nitpicking boss, the treacherous colleagues, endless overtime, and unceasing labor. Oh, that wretched life. Even now, Zhu felt a pang of sympathy for her former self for a brief moment. Thus, adhering to her life motto of when in Rome, "Do as the Romans do. If I can lie down, I shall never stand," Zhu embarked on a 16-year-long journey of leisure. Especially with the assistance of her brilliant mind, the tribe had acquired new culinary techniques and diverse food sources, and she was quite content with her current existence. Every day, she hardly had to lift a finger, merely staying at home to explore this, and that it was utterly delightful. "What are you daydreaming about?" Her mother gently patted her back, her fingers brushing through Zhu's silky long hair. "Today is your comminglage ceremony. You must be alert. This is a new fur skirt I made for you. See if you like it." Zhu received the pristine white fur skirt from her mother, feeling a surge of emotion. "Mother, I love everything you make. You are the best." Oh, indeed, she was her beloved mother. In her previous life, Zhu was an orphan, arriving alone and leaving alone. But in this life, she had a loving father and mother, as well as an elder brother. And most importantly, she did not have to work. However, the thought of the comminglage ceremony brought a sudden chill to her heart. The rites of passage in the Beast era differed significantly from the modern-day 18th birthday celebration. In the Beast era, female rabbits reached adulthood at the age of 16. For female beast men, this day entailed a visit to the tribal altar, where the shaman would utilize pregnancy grass to test their fertility. In a continent where females were rare and fertility levels were low, a female's reproductive capability directly influenced her status and even the fate of the tribe. As a modern woman reborn into this world, Zhu retained the cognitive understanding and knowledge of her former life, while inheriting the legacy of the beast gods from the Beast era. She held no aversion to the concept of polyandry. In fact, she felt a tinge of excitement, giggling to herself. "Where's my brother?" Zhu adjusted the new white fur skirt she wore. The skirt's edges were adorned with crooked flowers dyed in red plant dye, a result of her mother's labor over the past fortnight. "Your brother went to the back mountain. He said he would pick moonlight fruit for you, wishing you a smooth comminglage ceremony," her mother replied with a smile, her eyes filled with affection. Zhu's brother, Li Heng, was an exceptional, robust rabbit beast man. Though his ears remained short in his human form, his strength far surpassed that of the average male rabbit beast man. He was the only 60-year beast man in their tribe, possessing both fire and water abilities. The continent of beast men was divided into low, medium, and high-level tribes, with the lower tribes predominantly located in the northern continent, while the higher tribes resided mainly in the southern continent. Their rabbit tribe was classified as a low-level tribe in the northern continent, and her brother was the tribe's sole 60-year member. While 60-year beastmen were common in medium-level tribes, Li Heng was the only one in their rabbit tribe, with many other low-level tribes lacking even a single 60-year beastman. The high-level tribes, on the other hand, boasted formidable 8- and 9-year warriors. In the world of beastmen, societal tiers formed insurmountable chasms, and crossing them was akin to climbing a mountain. Li Zhu had heard her father mention that there was only one 10-year beastman across the entire continent, immensely powerful yet elusive. There were several 90-year beastmen, however. At that time, she mused that if they could bring this mysterious 10-tier powerhouse to their rabbit tribe, they would be able to command respect across the entire beastman continent. That would be like having a golden thigh to lean on. Mother, has my brother mentioned when he will return? He should be back soon. Come on, let's hurry. Your father and the shaman are waiting at the altar. Her mother helped her to her feet. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhu followed her mother towards the tribal altar at the center of the tribe. The rabbit tribe was nestled in a low valley, surrounded by sturdy tree trunks forming a protective fence. The tribe was small, comprising only about 100 individuals, all rabbit beastmen sharp-eared, timid, quick on their feet, yet possessing minimal combat prowess. Among them, there were only 7 or 8 females. Aside from the elderly beastmen and the younglings, nearly every female had 8 or 9 beast husbands, with some having as many as 10. Today, only 3 females were attending the Kamingafage ceremony. However, it was worth noting that their tribe was remarkably united. Throughout the past 16 years, Li Zhu had utilized her modern knowledge to teach the tribe many things. Yet, due to their low combat capabilities and fears of calamity, none of this knowledge had leaked out of the tribe. Thus, while their tribe appeared impoverished, they enjoyed good food and restful sleep, which was one reason Li Zhu could comfortably embrace her laid-back lifestyle. As a low-level tribe, the rabbit tribe had always adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile for safety. They generally lived their lives behind closed doors and rarely ventured outside the tribe. Li Zhu was an exception. She sought treasures and longed for powerful allies. Allies would not come knocking on her door. As she passed by the kitchen of her home, Li Zhu couldn't help but glance a bit longer. It was a place she had spent 3 years renovating 3 stone pots carved from solid blocks of green stone, set atop a stone hearth, alongside a collection of treasures she had discovered over the years. Dried red chilies, ginger chunks, garlic cloves, and dried meat. Now, these items were common in almost every household in their rabbit tribe, and each family had cultivated 2 plots of land specifically for growing these ingredients. One must say that in the primal environment of the Beastman continent, the plants were larger and tastier. When she first proposed the idea of cooking in pots, she faced a wave of opposition from the tribe. The elders insisted that only fire-roasted meat bears the blessing of the beast gods. Yet, she managed to win them over with a pot of mushroom stew, whose rich flavors and tender meat were 100 times better than the dry, charred meat. Later, she discovered chilies during her first hot pot experience. The entire tribe of rabbits was left jumping and weeping from the spice, yet unable to resist indulging in the feast. Now, within the tribe, it is commonly believed that meat cooked without a hint of chili lacks flavor. Why are you lost in thought? I'm coming. Li Zhu retracted her gaze and hastily followed suit. The altar lay in the deepest part of the valley, a flat, enormous stone adorned with crooked totem stone, depicting a rabbit cradling the moon. The shaman awaited there, an elderly rabbit beastman with grizzled hair. Her father was present as well, the leader of the rabbit clan, bearing a scar on his ear, a remnant from his youth when he was captured by wolf beastmen while defending the tribe. Upon seeing Li Zhu, a trace of gentleness broke through his stern demeanor. Do not be anxious regardless of the outcome. You will always be my beloved daughter. Li Zhu nodded, and alongside 2 other females who had just turned 16, stepped to the center of the altar. The shaman, trembling, raised the pregnancy grass, murmuring prayers for the blessing of the beast deity. Then, she gently placed the leaves of the pregnancy grass against the wrists of the 3 females. Time seemed to freeze. Li Zhu could hear the rhythm of her heartbeat, as well as the breaths of the surrounding tribespeople. The fertility of the rabbit clan had always been decent, yet their tribe suffered from a scarcity of females. She estimated her own fertility to be average, not too poor, yet not particularly remarkable. However, at that moment, the faint pink pregnancy grass on her wrist began to emit a radiant glow. Initially, it was a subtle pink aura, but gradually, It intensified, becoming more brilliant until it enveloped her like a blazing pink flame. The leaves of the pregnancy grass unfurled at a visible pace, even blossoming into delicate white flowers. This is, the shaman widened her eyes, nearly dropping the pregnancy grass. A miracle. The surrounding tribespeople erupted in excitement. By the heavens, the pregnancy grass has flowered. In my 50 years, I have never witnessed such radiant light. As is fertility. Li Zhu was bewildered. She looked down at the dazzling light on her wrist, her mind a blank slate. Could this be malfunctioning? How could a mere layabout like her, who spent her days eating and sleeping, possess such remarkable fertility? Li Cheng gazed at his daughter's results, equally astonished. A glance exchanged with his partner revealed mutual shock and a hint of unease. The rabbit clan was a low-tier tribe, and a female with such extraordinary fertility was akin to a 3-year-old child carrying a gold bar down the street. Whether it would bring fortune or calamity remained uncertain. The shaman trembled with excitement, bowing deeply to Li Zhu. Holy Maiden, as must be the Holy Maiden sent by the beast deity. The title Holy Maiden felt like a heavy stone, pressing down upon Li Zhu's heart. She suddenly recalled her greatest wish upon arriving here, to lie flat, enjoy a life of ease, and avoid all troubles. Yet now, this spectacle seemed entirely contrary to the notion of lying flat. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the back mountain. Li Heng, cradling a large bundle of round, moonlight fruits, froze upon witnessing the scene at the altar, causing the fruits to tumble to the ground with a clatter. Big brother. Li Zhu looked at him, suddenly at a loss. However, she quickly reconsidered perhaps this was an opportunity for their rabbit clan. As the daughter of the tribe's leader, she bore the responsibility of protecting and developing the tribe, aided by the blessings of her people. Chapter 2. The Pact. At that moment, Li Cheng abruptly raised his hand, pressing down with his broad palm. The sound resonated through the discussions of the beastmen, akin to a stone dropped into boiling water, bringing instant silence to the bustling altar. His gaze swept across the faces filled with excitement or agitation, finally resting on the lingering pink glow surrounding Li Zhu's wrist, his throat tightening. Silence. His voice was not loud, yet it carried the unique authority of a leader. This matter ends here. The beastmen were taken aback. Even the shaman halted her bowing, casting a puzzled look at him. The shaman, the eldest in the tribe, was named Ziln. The younger generations often referred to her as Granny Ln. Li Cheng took a deep breath and stepped to the altar's center, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Zhu. His stature, though not tall, served as a barrier shielding his daughter. As his fertility is a blessing for the tribe, yet also a potential peril. He began slowly, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of beastmen surrounding them. Have you forgotten how the Wolf clan seized our winter supplies last year? Do you not recall the glances from the Stone Bear tribe, as if they were eyeing a piece of meat ripe for the taking? His words fell like a bucket of cold water, awakening the crowd to the reality. The Rabbit clan was already vulnerable among the low-tier tribes of the northern continent. Their ability to live peacefully these past years hinged on their discretion. If other tribes were to learn of a female with such exceptional fertility, the consequences would be dire. The leader speaks wisely. An elder rabbit beastman voiced tremulously. His ear bore a notch, a reminder of a youthful encounter with the Eagle clan. Just 2 years prior, the neighboring White Mouse tribe was annihilated for having a female with superior fertility, and that female was taken away. Now, as his fertility surpasses even that should other tribes discover this. In this unforgiving land of survival of the fittest, even the slightest misstep could lead to annihilation. Indeed, we must not speak of it. We must keep it concealed. The murmurs resumed, yet the earlier excitement had given way to apprehension. Li Cheng nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening. Aunt Ln proposed that as could be the turning point for our tribe, but we must prioritize survival before we can seize any opportunity. From this day forth, no one is permitted to disclose Az's fertility, not even to relatives in neighboring tribes. Those who disobey will face punishment according to tribal law. Though the laws were not harsh, violators would be temporarily expelled from the tribe, forced to survive alone in the valley for half a month, and exceedingly severe punishment for the timid rabbit beastmen. Understood, leader. The beastmen responded in unison, their gazes towards Li Zhu tinged with cautious reverence. Only then did Li Cheng turn to Li Zhu, and then to the other two females, a TNG and a NNG, who had just completed their fertility tests. Both had registered average fertility, which was already a rarity among their rabbit clan. Every female held vital importance for the tribe. According to tradition, during the Kamingafage ceremony, females must select their beast husbands. Li Cheng's gaze fell upon a TNG and a NNG, his tone softening. Do either of you have a favored beast husband in mind? A NNG flushed, stealing a glance at a young male in the crowd, equipped with a Bao AM, the second strongest in the tribe. A TNG bit her lip, her gaze flitting among several robust males, her fingers nervously twisting the leather of her skirt. Yet Li Cheng shifted his focus to the males fixated on Li Zhu, as will not select a partner for the time being. His declaration stirred a small uproar. Leader, that is against tradition. An elder murmured softly. Tradition is rigid, but the tribe is alive. Li Cheng interrupted, his tone resolute. You all understand that as is inherently different, she has taught us to use stone pots, to cultivate crops, ensuring that we can eat and wear warmly. Now, with her exceptional fertility, as the shaman suggested, she may indeed be the turning point for our rabbit clan. Thus, her first beast husband must be chosen with utmost care. But he paused for a moment, casting a glance over all the rabbit beastmen present, his eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible regret. It is not that I look down upon the children of our tribe, but Azu's abilities are beyond our protection. Even her elder brother has only reached the 6th tier, which is woefully insufficient when compared to other tribes. Zhu deserves a guardian more capable of protecting her and the tribe. Though his words were candid, none dared to refute him. The males of the rabbit tribe were predominantly timid and frail, barely able to safeguard themselves, let alone a female who might attract the envy of other tribes. Li Zhu stood behind her father, her heart stirred. She understood his intent, did not disdain their kin, but sought a more secure path for her and the tribe. Tang, Aining, it is your turn to choose, the shamaness interjected, breaking the silence. Once you have made your selections, I shall bind your contracts. Aining bit her lip, swiftly approaching AMU. AMU, would you be willing to be my first beast husband? AMU stared blankly at the diminutive female before him, who barely reached his shoulder, her cuteness shining through in this moment. Of course I would. The two exchanged smiles. Li Zhu observed this scene, exchanging a knowing glance with Tang beside her. She had suspected as much during their previous outing to gather herbs. Aining had incessantly mentioned AMU, revealing her affections. When asked, Aining had adamantly denied it. Haha, good children, come here and let the old woman bind your contracts. Jilon beamed at the couple, fully understanding the unspoken connection between them. She cherished witnessing the unions of the tribe's females and the birth of their young, for such moments filled her with hope. Tang hesitated before selecting two males, one skilled in digging traps, named Ming Zhu, and the other, a strong one capable of carrying heavy loads, named Sui Yin. As Li Zhu watched her two close friends find their beloved beast husbands, her heart swelled with happiness. Aining was gentle and attentive, while AMU, though reticent, always saved the finest prey, for her Tang was lively and capable, and her chosen males were dependable, suited for a stable life. The shamaness performed the binding ceremony for them. After a quarter of an hour, she declared, the contracts are complete, the Kamingafage ceremony has concluded. With a smile, she gathered the pregnancy grass. Now disperse, allowing the newly bonded children to rest. The beastmen gradually departed, treading softly, no longer discussing Li Zhu's situation. Tang and Aining approached, clasping Li Zhu's hands. Zhu, do not fret, you will surely find the finest beast husband, Aining said softly, sincerity flooding her gaze. Tang nodded vigorously. Indeed, perhaps a powerful warrior from the southern continent, like those in the tales who can fend off stone bears with a single punch. Li Zhu chuckled, her unease easing somewhat. May your words bring me fortune. By the way, isn't the hunting team heading to the southern forest tomorrow? We had promised to gather together. It was the modern spring season, a prime time for foraging. The southern forest lay a bit distant from the tribe. Although the game was still small during this season, wild vegetables flourished, and they occasionally encountered minor exotic beasts, necessitating the presence of a hunting team. The three of them had long ago agreed that after the Kamingafage ceremony, they would venture there to seek a wild fruit called Tianjiangua, said to be sweet and juicy, perfect for making jam. Absolutely. Let's go. Atang clapped her hands with glee. They'll have my new beast husband weave me a large basket. Aining nodded in agreement. They'll inform AMU to keep a closer watch over us. The three friends chatted a while longer before reluctantly parting ways. As Li Zhu followed her family home, the setting sun cast elongated shadows behind them. Li Heng walked silently at the back, clutching a few remaining moonlight fruits, glancing at her from time to time, his eyes brimming with concern. Upon returning to the rabbit-nested cave Li Zhu had renovated, with heavy animal skin drapes at the entrance to shield against the wind, 3 layers of dry grass lining the floor, and corners piled with her cured jerky and dried herbs. The cave was also warmed and tidied by her elder brother's fire abilities, making it cozier than the average rabbit dwelling. Her mother busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Li Heng washed the moonlight fruits and placed them on the stone table, discreetly exiting and ensuring the drape was properly closed behind him. Only Li Cheng and his daughter Li Zhu remained in the cave. After a prolonged silence, Li Cheng picked up a moonlight fruit and offered it to his daughter. Would you like a try? Your elder brother traveled far to gather these, claiming they're the sweetest. Li Zhu accepted it, biting into the fruit, the sweet juice bursting on her tongue. Zhu, Li Cheng looked at her, his gaze layered with complexity. What are your thoughts regarding a beast husband? Li Zhu swallowed the pulp and pondered before honestly replying, I do not know. In her previous life as an orphan, she had never contemplated matters of the heart. In this life, she had lived a laid-back existence within the tribe for 16 years, interacting only with her kin, and had never considered the notion of choosing a beast husband. Who would have thought the Kamingafage ceremony would arrive so suddenly? When her father spoke of finding someone who could protect her and the tribe, she understood. Yet, I do not wish to be seen merely as a treasure to be fought over due to my fertility. She murmured softly, her fingers unconsciously peeling at the skin of the moonlight fruit. I want to find someone who desires to be my partner, not solely for offspring. Although she was well aware that this was a challenging aspiration in the beast world. Li Cheng was taken aback, then sighed, ruffling his daughter's hair gently. It seems I have misjudged the situation. He paused, his tone softening. There is no rush. Take your time to find the right one. Until then, your father, your elder brother, and the entire tribe will protect you. He was willing to give his life to safeguard his daughter. Li Zhu lifted her gaze to meet her father's scarred ear, her heart warming as she nodded firmly in agreement. During dinner, her mother prepared Li Zhu's favorite dish, mushroom stew with meat, adding a touch of spice that filled the cave with an enticing aroma. Li Heng, though few of words, always made sure to serve her the tenderest cuts. As Li Zhu gazed at her family's smiling faces, she suddenly felt that even if she could no longer live in pure tranquility, it was not as daunting as she had feared. At least, she was not alone. For her family, she was willing to stretch herself beyond her comfort zone. Chapter 3. Foraging. The following day, as dawn approached, Li Zhu was roused by the commotion at the cave entrance. Her mother was preparing wild vegetable porridge in a stone pot, the bubbling sound mingling with the enticing aroma of food wafting in, making her stomach growl. She turned over, sat up from the pile of hay, and rubbed her eyes. Awake? Hurry and get up for breakfast. The hunting party is about to set off. Her mother entered with a steaming bowl of porridge, her bee-skin skirt dusted with a bit of ash. Aheng has already gathered the team. He said not to worry. He will wait for you at the tribal entrance. Li Zhu had often accompanied the hunting team into the forest over the years, and they had grown accustomed to her presence. Otherwise, how would they have discovered those new food sources? Li Zhu responded and quickly donned the white bee-skin skirt her mother had made, braiding her hair into 2 plaits. There was no mirror, but she leaned over the basin of water to catch a glimpse of her reflection, observing the wisps of hair framing her forehead and her round eyes. She couldn't help but smile at her face, which looked far more vibrant than her previous life, marred by late nights and exhaustion. After finishing the porridge and stowing away 2 pieces of dried meat her mother had roasted, Li Zhu hurried towards the tribal entrance. In the distance, she spotted Atang and Aining already waiting there. Standing beside Atang were 2 males. Sui Yin was assisting her in carrying a large bamboo basket, while Ming Zhu was inspecting a stone spear. Aining stood with Amu, holding a small woven basket containing a water jug and some hemostatic herbs. Zhu, over here. Aining waved, her face still flushed with the shyness of newly formed bonds. Li Zhu rushed over and patted their baskets. Looks like you're well prepared. Of course. A Tang proudly lifted her chin. I had my beast husband weave me the largest basket. Today it must be filled to the brim with sweet berries. Ah, where's your beast husband? Li Zhu te sa playfully. Only to find that the usually carefree A Tang blushed. Indeed, love is a magic that can transform everything about a person. Just then, the hunting team arrived. Around 20 male rabbit beastmen, most carrying bows or stone spears, were led by Li Hong. He wore a brown beeskin armor made from the hide of a wild buffalo hunted last year, sturdier than ordinary skins. Upon seeing Li Zhu, he frowned slightly. Put this on. He handed her a small beast bone whistle, engraved with simple patterns. This is a signal whistle. Blow it if you encounter danger. And I will hear it. Li Zhu took the whistle and tucked it into her clothes. I know, big brother. We've gone out with you so many times. There has never been danger. Rest assured, we will stay close and not wander off. Li Hong remained unconvinced and reiterated his instructions to A Mu to watch over the 3 females before signaling for the team to set off. The forest to the south was about half an hour's journey from the tribe. As they walked, the morning dew dampened the grass leaves, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and foliage. Li Zhu walked in the middle, listening to A Tang chattering about how her new beast husband helped her weave the basket, while A Ning quietly discussed with A Mu how to add more ginger to last night's stew. Her spirits lifting. Half an hour later, the group finally reached their destination. Li Zhu gazed at the lush forest, unable to resist taking a deep breath. How she adored this feeling. It felt as though her entire being was enveloped in a natural spring infused with the fragrance of plants. A deep inhalation brought her immense comfort, especially in the post-rain forest, where there were countless mushrooms to gather and wild vegetables to pick. Big brother, we're off to forage. Don't worry, we'll stay in this area. Go ahead, but be careful, he replied. As before, the 3 of them ventured into the thicket to search for wild vegetables and fruits, the only difference being that A Tang and A Ning each had a beast husband accompanying them. At that moment, the 2 were busily chattering with their husbands, and Li Zhu called out a couple of times, only to find that no one paid her any mind. These 2 have forgotten their friends in the presence of love. Newlyweds, how fickle the world can be. Siging, Li Zhu quietly bulka asida. Not wishing to be a third wheel. The 5 of them focused intently on foraging, completely unaware that a pair of ink-black eyes were curiously observing them from a distance. After more than half an hour, the sun gradually rose higher. A Tang, A Ning, how is your gathering going? I haven't found any sweet berries, but I've collected 2 baskets of mushrooms and some greens. A Zhu, we haven't found any sweet berries either. We only gathered a small basket of mushrooms. Li Zhu looked at the mushrooms in their hands, which amounted to more than half of what she had gathered, feeling speechless. So, they came here to flirt instead? She was the only single one, transforming into a foraging machine. Is that all you've picked? I see you 2 are more like mushroom admirers. The quantity doesn't matter as long as you've exchanged enough sweet words. Thankfully, I gather more, so I can share some with you. Lest you return home unable to make mushroom soup. Li Zhu gesta. The 4 of them blushed, and A Tang and A Ning quickly linked their arms with hers. A Zhu, you are the best. Praise us a bit more. Li Zhu acknowledged that she relished the flattery. A Zhu is the most beautiful. A Zhu is the cutest. A Zhu is the kindest, most generous, and gentlest being on the entire continent. Who understands? At that moment, Li Zhu was already overjoyed, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. Well then, I shall reluctantly forgive you for your neglect today. Here, take half of this basket of mushrooms. Li Zhu offered the basket in her hands. Thank you, A Zhu. Now, let us go find Big Brother and the others. The 3 said as they began walking towards the gathering spot. A Zhu, I want to hear that story you told last time. The 2 beast husbands quietly followed behind, their faces beaming with happiness. Oh, are you referring to Chang'e? Where did we leave off? Oh, we were at the part where Peng Meng barged into Chang'e's dwelling, forcing her to hand over the elixir of immortality. Yes. What happened next? Later, to prevent the elixir from falling into Peng Meng's hands, she had no choice but to swallow it. Suddenly, she felt as light as a swallow. Her body began to float uncontrollably, and eventually, she drifted to the moon. Zeyu listened to the female's words, puzzled, wondering how the body could be uncontrollable. What kind of potion was that? And what was the moon? Zhu, what is the moon? The moon? The moon is that large, bright, glowing object in the sky after dark. Zhu sometimes truly wondered why the people of the beast world knew of the sun, but not the moon, let alone the stars. Zeyu pondered thoughtfully. So, that is what the moon is. What happened afterward? Did He never see Chang'e again? That's right, never again. Just like her, she will never see PPT again, nor the project proposals. Unbeknownst to them, the three had already returned to the gathering point. At this time, Li Heng and the other tribe members were already waiting, each holding various items. Big brother, have you been waiting long? We lost track of time while foraging. We just finished up a little while ago. Let us head back. All right. The group began their journey back along the same path. However, just a few steps out, A Tang suddenly pointed ahead. Look, isn't that a sweet berry? Her eyes sparkled like stars as she gestured toward a thicket. The others followed her gaze and saw the bushes laden with clusters of purplish-red fruits, plump and looking juicy. Indeed, it really is sweet berries, A Ning exclaimed, pulling A Mu to rush over. Wait, Li Heng abruptly raised his hand to stop her, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. This part of the forest was unusually quiet. Something felt amiss. Rabbit beastmen were inherently cautious, their instincts keenly attuned to danger. Li Zhu also halted, listening intently. Normally at this time, there would be birds chirping and insects buzzing in the forest, but now, apart from the rustling of leaves in the wind, there was no sound at all. Big brother, what's wrong? Li Zhu felt a chill running down her spine, instinctively reaching for the signal whistle nestled in her arms. Li Heng remained silent, merely withdrawing the stone spear from his back, signaling the others to retreat. At that moment, a heavy thudding echoed from the depths of the dense forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chapter 4, Crisis. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, accompanied by labored breathing, reminiscent of a colossal beast approaching. It's a Liedi Xiong. A young male rabbit beastman suddenly shrieked, his face drained of color. The books had warned that the Liedi Xiong had tough skin and flesh, with a penchant for sweet berries. Liedi Xiong? Li Zhu's heart sank. She had encountered illustrations of this fearsome creature in the tribe's ancient beast skin tome, its massive form entirely gray-black, with claws capable of tearing the earth apart. Before her stood a Liedi Xiong, its forehead adorned with a blue crystal, the mark of a seventh-tier beast. The ranking of beasts paralleled that of beastmen, both classified into 10 tiers. Each tier was denoted by a distinct crystal color ranging from white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gray to black. The higher the tier, the greater the energy contained within the crystal. To elevate their own tier, beastmen depended solely on these beast crystals. The more formidable the beast, the more energy its crystal would yield. A 7th-tier beast was considered elite in the northern continent. The rabbit tribe's hunting party had only ever confronted 5th-tier wind wolves. They stood no chance against the 7th-tier Liedi Xiong. Run! Li Keng billowed, shoving Li Zhu toward the Amu. Take them away. I will hold it off. No sooner had he spoken than the 3-meter-tall Liedi Xiong burst forth from the thicket, its blood-red eyes locked onto the crowd, unleashing a deafening roar as it swung its massive paw toward the nearest rabbit beastman. Be careful! Li Heng leaped forward, blocking the strike with his stone spear. The sound of shattering echoed as the spear was obliterated, and Li Heng was sent staggering back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. A brother! Li Zhu cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be yanked back by a Mu. Don't go! You'll only be throwing your life away. A Mu, flushed with urgency, pulled her and a Ning in the opposite direction. The other rabbit beastmen were paralyzed with fear. They wished to save their young lord but felt utterly powerless. Their meager strength was no match for the Liedi Xiong. Yet, not a single male beastman fled. They all charged at the Liedi Xiong, hoping to divert its attention with their paltry attacks. However, the Liedi Xiong ignored them, its bloodshot eyes fixating solely on Li Heng. As if it had chosen this defiant prey, it charged forward with another roar. Gritting his teeth, Li Heng summoned his fire-based abilities. An orange-red flame ignited in his palm, and he thrust it toward the Liedi Xiong. Unfortunately, the beast's thick fur merely singed a few strands and failed to inflict any damage. Roaring in rage, the Liedi Xiong struck Li Hang squarely in the chest. He flew like a rag doll, crashing against a tree before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The Liedi Xiong advanced slowly, eyeing the diminutive male before it, its raised paw poised to strike. A brother. Li Zhu's eyes widened in horror as she broke free from a Mu's grasp and rushed forward, shielding Li Hang with her body. Just as the Liedi Xiong's paw was about to descend, a beam of cool white light shot in from the side, landing precisely between the beast and Li Zhu. As the white light faded, a tall man clad in snow-white robes emerged. His silver hair was secured atop his head with a white jade hairpin, and a faint golden mark graced his forehead, resembling a simplified character for knowledge. What captivated attention most was his composure, standing before the ferocious Liedi Xiong as if he were merely strolling in a garden. The Liedi Xiong, evidently taken aback by the sudden appearance of a human, hesitated momentarily before roaring in fury and lunging forward. Yet, the man did not flinch. He simply raised a hand and waved it gently. Li Zhu felt a fleeting sensation, as if an invisible force enveloped the Liedi Xiong. The beast's movements halted abruptly, as if bound by unseen ropes, and in an instant, it collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, the forest fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Li Zhu stared blankly at the white-clad figure, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. What just transpired? He had not laid a hand on the beast, nor was there a single wound on its body, yet it had fallen. What kind of ability was that? The man's power was unfathomable. Zeyu turned, his gaze settling on Li Zhu. His eyes were calm, yet seemed to penetrate the very soul. Are you unharmed? Li Zhu snapped back to reality, suddenly recalling Li Hang lying on the ground. She hurried to help him up. A brother, how are you? She checked for his breath. Thankfully, the beast god had blessed him. He was still alive. Amu and the other beastmen rushed over, frantically attempting to lift Li Hang. Let me assist. Zeyu approached, placing a gentle hand on Li Hang's chest. A wave of soothing energy flowed into him, and Li Hang groaned softly, gradually opening his eyes. A brother, Li Zhu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Li Hang, upon seeing the man before him and glancing at the surrounding tribe members, furrowed his brow in confusion. Where is the Liedi Xiong? Dead. Zeyu replied nonchalantly. Only then did Li Hang realize that the person before him had saved them. He struggled to rise, intending to express his gratitude. But the man pressed him back down. You are still injured. Do not move. Take this Liedi Xiong with you. I must depart. With that, he turned to leave. Zeyu had not intended to intervene, yet the thought of that small female being torn apart by the beast had stirred an unexpected compassion within him. He hailed from the Bai Zhe tribe, an ancient race residing at the far western edge of the Beast World continent. The beastmen of Bai Zhe were renowned for their formidable combat prowess, yet they faced immense challenges in procreation. His father had spoken of their tribe as cursed, endowed with strength by the beast god, yet deprived of the right to reproduce. For a century, he was the only beastman born into the entire Bai Zhe tribe. Now, he was the last of his kind on the continent, having traveled great distances to ensure the continuation of the Bai Zhe bloodline. Li Zhu observed the man's retreating figure, sensing his immense strength, powerful enough to protect her entire rabbit tribe. Though she could not decipher his true nature, an inner voice urged her to keep him close. Wait. Finally, unable to restrain herself any longer, Li Zhu spoke up. She understood that this might bring peril to the tribe, yet she pondered what they possessed that would attract such a powerful being. It was akin to a billionaire spotting $1 on the ground. Would he bother to pick it up? History proved that absolute power often disregards the weak as unworthy of attention. Yet precisely because of his strength, she saw an opportunity. In the realm of the beast world, the stronger the male, the more challenging it became to reproduce. Therefore, if she offered her fertility in exchange, would he refuse? Cough, 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 although he was undeniably handsome. Strikingly so. But yes, this was crucial. Indeed, she was quite enamored with his looks, having been granted a second chance at life. She intended to make it a good one. Zeyu turned, his expression clouded with curiosity. You. Truth be told, Zeyu found himself intrigued by the story she had just recounted. For reasons unknown, vivid images of that spirited, delightful female filled his mind. She stood before him now, and if he wished, he could undoubtedly become her beastly partner. Surely, no female would turn down the courtship of a 10th-tier powerhouse, would they? After all, he is the sole Tier 10 powerhouse of the Beast World continent. It is no exaggeration to say that with his presence, a low-level tribe can swiftly evolve into a high-level tribe. The strength of a Tier 10 Beastman is such that even 3 Tier 9 Beastmen may struggle to contend with him. As one ascends in rank, the path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous, and naturally, combat prowess is also contingent upon each Beastman's unique abilities. Chapter 5. Will you become my beast husband? Zhu entrustedly hanged to the tribe members and rose to approach the man in white. He was not clad in the coarse beast skin garments typical of the beast world, but rather in an exquisite outfit, the white hem fluttering gracefully with each step. Father had once remarked that only Tier 9 and Tier 10 male powerhouses possessed the ability to change their attire at will when transformed into human form. And this seemingly refined garment was, in truth, the result of their meticulously refined fur. Zhu took a deep breath and, meeting Zeyu's gaze, stepped before him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a delicate glow upon his silvery hair, which shimmered with flecks of gold. His figure was slender yet upright, exuding a warm yet aloof divine aura. His hair was a pure silver, elegantly secured with a jade-hued hairpin, with a few stray wisps cascading down. His features were strikingly handsome, with eyes as dark as ink and a golden pattern resembling the character Xi faintly visible on his forehead in the shifting light. Though it was their first encounter, she inexplicably felt her heart flutter. What a sin, what a sin! He was undeniably divine in beauty. Yet she could not help but feel a twinge of desire. No matter, the bold shall seize enjoyment first. Please hold on, she called, pausing her steps and striving to steady her voice. Thank you for saving us earlier, as well as my brother. Zeyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that she had called out to him. Just a small act of kindness, he replied coolly, yet he did not turn away. Zhu bit her lip, quickly contemplating her words. To directly say, "You are exceedingly handsome. I wish for you to be my beast husband," seemed to tarnish her image. To mention her tribe's need for protection would imply she was merely seeking to exploit him. Her gaze fell upon the corpse of the split earth bear, its blue crystal shimmering under the sunlight. The Tier 7 energy it contained was sufficient to greatly enhance the strength of the tribe's beastmen. Yet compared to the power of the man before her, this energy felt utterly trivial. You do not appear to be a beast man from the northern continent. Zhu decided to probe further. Our rabbit clan has resided in this valley for decades, yet we have never encountered you. Zeyu remained silent for a moment, weighing whether to respond. I am Zeyu, hailing from the west, he stated simply, omitting any mention of his race or specific tribe. Zeyu. Zhu committed the name to memory and continued, what brings you so far to this place? Perhaps we can assist you, as a means of repaying your life-saving grace. Zhu spoke lightly, making an effort to appear devoid of ulterior motives. Assist me? What do you think I came here for? Zeyu arched an eyebrow. Zhu thought to herself, how would I know what you came for? I am not a worm in your stomach. However, she dare not voice this. Shall I venture a guess? To enjoy the scenery? If not, it must be for offspring. Zeyu shook his head, evidently taken aback by her response. Though he had never heard the phrase enjoy the scenery, he could surmise its meaning. In the beast world, beastmen traveled solely for hunting, and male beastmen typically spent their days devoted to their mates. Observing his reaction, Zhu had already made her decision. Although she did not know why he had come here, it was of little consequence, for she wished to proclaim, will you become my beast husband? In the dichotomy between superficiality and exploitation, Zhu chose the former. Indeed, she was superficial. So what? She retracted her previous words, dismissing any notions of seeking a mate solely for the sake of progeny. Love may not always be reliable, but strength and beauty certainly were. The thought of such a man lying beside her would bring her joy even in sleep. Indeed, one's horizons should not be too limited. Having spent much time in the rabbit den, the most handsome male she had seen was her brother. Yet the figure before her could not merely be described as handsome. My goodness, not only was he incredibly strong, but he stood at nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Li Zhu thought, I truly cannot afford to let such a gem slip away. Would you? Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed an eerie silence surrounding her. Turning around, she found 7 or 8 round eyes fixed intently upon her, faces painted with disbelief. Heavens, is it Zhu this bold? What are you all staring at? Li Zhu castionat, touching her face in confusion. Had she spoken incorrectly? She observed that the other females in the tribe expressed their affections for male beastmen quite directly. In truth, such behavior was not uncommon in the beast world. Yet in this moment, the contrast between the divinely elevated Zeyu and the beast skin-clad Zhu seemed peculiar. Though Zhu was undeniably beautiful, it appeared that there was no issue after all. The onlookers were merely surprised by her words. Yet no beastman deemed her actions to be foolish. Zhu had always been the cleverest beast in the tribe. Her decisions must surely have their reasons. Even Li Heng, upon hearing his sister's words, chose to remain silent. Not only they, but even Zeyu's face was etched with astonishment. I wish to know why you desire me to be your beast husband, he inquired. Because you are handsome, Li Zhu replied with utmost sincerity. This reason was refreshingly straightforward and candid. Hektarov, Zeyu chuckled softly. This was the first time anyone had spoken so plainly and earnestly about his appearance. He could not deny that from the moment he first laid eyes on her, this female seemed truly unique. If her fertility proved satisfactory, becoming her beast husband could indeed be quite intriguing. Zeyu scrutinized the petite female before him. She was a whole head shorter than he, standing beside him like a delicate white reed glistening with morning dew, exuding a gentle softness. Her ears were pointed, tinged with a hint of pink. Most captivating were her eyes, the irises a pale amber, with slightly upturned corners, and the whites as pristine as washed porcelain, often reflecting a naive roundness, reminiscent of a startled young rabbit, yet harboring an undeniable charm. Do you possess fertility? Though he knew this question was somewhat impolite, the responsibilities resting on his shoulders left no room for leniency. Many petite and delicate females in the beast world lacked the ability to bear offspring, having lived their entire lives without producing a single cub. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire. Upon hearing this question, Li Zhu's expression shifted to one of understanding, instantly bolstering her confidence. Indeed, he was here for offspring. Observing the change in her demeanor, Zeyu mistakenly believed she was upset and grew tense. Please, do not take offense. I merely meant to inquire. I am quite fertile, and I currently do not have a beast husband. If you are willing, you could be my first beast husband, and I would gladly bear your offspring. Li Zhu hurriedly interjected. It seemed he had misinterpreted her. She understood why he had posed such a query. In the beast world, males typically sought partners primarily for the sake of progeny. This was the tradition and rule of their kind. To reproduce and continue their bloodline was both responsibility and duty. As for their partners, they would remain eternally loyal, obedient, and protective. Once bonded, unless the partner initiated the severance, the bond could not be dissolved, although there were ways to forcibly terminate it, albeit at great cost. Chapter 6. Bonding. Very well, Zeyu replied indifferently. You seem more interesting than the other females. Huh? Li Zhu was taken aback, as were the rabbit beastmen behind her. She anticipated that he would agree, but she did not expect his response to come so swiftly. What? Are you having second thoughts? Zeyu raised an eyebrow. No. I have no intentions of retracting my words. So, shall we return home first? You silly goose. Why are you faltering at such a critical moment? Returning home? Zeyu pondered. Would he finally have a home of his own? It seemed he had unwittingly wandered for 5 years. Zeyu replied softly. Soon, the group reorganized themselves, gathered all the sweet berries, and began their journey back. At the Zhu Zhu tribe, Chung, why haven't the little ones returned yet? It's time for their meal. They usually come back by now. Ming Yuan paced anxiously in her cave. For some reason, her heart was filled with unease. Yuan, do not fret. Perhaps the children were delayed on their way. The southern forest is home to many small beasts, but with Ah Hung around, they will be fine. Listening to her beast husband, Ming Yuan felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps the little ones were already on their way back. Just as she thought this, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Mother, mother, we're back. The two exchanged a glance and hurried towards the door. Upon stepping outside, they saw Li Hong being carried by the crowd, with a strange man standing beside Li Zhu. Oh dear, what has happened to Ah Zhu and Ah Hong? They rushed forward to investigate. Mother, please summon Granny Lan to check on Big Brother. Li Zhu recalled the scene with a shiver of fear. They had come perilously close to disaster. Yes, yes. Quickly, go get Aunt Lan. Soon, other rabbit beastmen rushed over with Granny Lan. Seeing the situation, Ji Lan quickly approached. The onlookers witnessed streams of green light flowing into Li Hong's body like a spring. In no time, his wounds began to heal. Fortunately, the internal injuries are quite severe. He needs to rest adequately. I have already healed him. You just need to take good care of him. Ji Lan slowly stood up, feeling her strength waning after this brief effort. Quickly, Amu helped Granny Lan back to rest. Amu complied and hurriedly assisted Granny Lan away. Li Hong was laid on a mound of hay in the innermost part of the cave, cushioned with the thickest hides, and had already fallen asleep. Ming Yuan stayed by his side, repeatedly stroking her son's cheek, her eyes reddened with worry. The tribe members busied themselves hauling the corpse of the split earth bear to the processing area and distributing the sweet berries among the families, creating quite a ruckus before gradually dispersing. Silence finally enveloped the cave. The crackling of the bonfire cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. Zhu, tell your father what transpired today. Li Cheng spoke first, his voice tinged with unmistakable fatigue. Li Zhu recounted the day's events to them. What? A seventh-tier beast? How could it come here? Li Cheng was incredulous. He could hardly fathom what might have happened if the children had not encountered that white-haired beastman today. I did not know why I came here. However, Father, let us keep the tribe members indoors for now and refrain from hunting. With one seventh-tier beast, there could easily be another. Everyone must remain vigilant. Li Zhu spoke earnestly. The lives of the tribe members were at stake, and there could be no negligence. Very well. I shall inform them at once. Li Cheng was about to leave when his daughter called for him. Wait a moment. Father, there's one more thing. Confused, Li Cheng turned back. This is Zeyu. I intend to bond with him. Bond? Ming Yuan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Li Cheng. His brows furrowed. He fell silent for a moment. Ah Zhu, have you truly contemplated this? Li Zhu was well aware of her father's concerns, but was resolute. Father, I have made up my mind. Well, if you're certain, then go find Granny Lan tomorrow to officiate your bond. Today, she has already expended too much energy on your brother. He trusted his daughter, who had always been independent, for 16 years. It was her decisions that had led their tribe to prosperity. There is no need, Zeyu interjected, his voice calm, yet resolute, in the Bai Zhe tribe. We do not require a shaman to officiate our bond. You are from the Bai Zhe tribe? Indeed. Both Li Cheng and Ming Yuan were taken aback. They had only heard tales of this tribe from the elders. Li Zhu's eyes widened. My goodness, is it possible you are from the Bai Zhe tribe mentioned in the Shanhai Jing? She exclaimed before realizing she had spoken aloud. Shanhai Jing? What is that? Zeyu asked, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing, just an ancient book made of beast skins. Li Zhu quickly changed the subject. If there is no bonding ceremony, how then do you bond? Zeyu's gaze turned serious as he focused on Li Zhu. In our tribe, we bond through the merging of bloodlines. As long as... He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. As long as we consummate, we can directly establish our bond. Li Zhu's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively lowered her gaze, her fingers twisting the edge of her beast skin skirt. She had anticipated this since she expressed her desire to bond with him. Yet, in her 16 years, and the additional 25 years in the modern world, she had never been with a man in that manner. Is it to happen today? What if I feel scared? What if I feel exhilarated? Before she could ponder further, Zeyu's cool voice interrupted her thoughts. Furthermore, he continued, his tone growing more serious. Once this bond is formed, it is for life. The beastmen of the Bai Zhe tribe have but one opportunity to choose from birth. Once chosen, it cannot be changed. He looked at her earnestly. Li Zhu, have you truly thought this through? Once we bond, regardless of what happens in the future, I will only ever be your beast husband. Silence fell once more in the cave. Only the crackling of the fire echoed through the stillness. Ming Yuan was anxious to speak, but Li Cheng restrained her. He studied Zeyu, whose solemnity was genuine, and realized that the Bai Zhe tribe was an ancient and powerful lineage. It was unexpected to encounter one today. Li Zhu lifted her head and met his deep gaze, her heart skipping a beat. I have long considered this. A handsome and capable man. She felt she had nothing to lose. Hearing his daughter's words, Li Cheng sighed. Daughters are not meant to remain. He glanced around their modest cave. Well, in that case, I shall summon a few tribe members to prepare the larger cave nearby for you to move into tonight. Tonight? Li Zhu's expression was one of shock. Is it that urgent? Have my parents already decided this? She discreetly glanced at Zeyu, noticing he too was looking at her, his previously cool demeanor replaced by a hint of warmth. Clearing her throat, she turned back only to find her father had already stepped outside, and her mother was beginning to pack things up. Truthfully, she felt delighted that her family was willing to help with these arrangements, yet a tinge of melancholy crept in. Were her parents so eager to send her off? Azul, you should rest for a bit. I will handle the cave preparations. No need to worry. Zeyu observed the myriad of expressions on her face, finding it utterly fascinating. To ease her concerns about the cave arrangements, he spoke reassuringly. Li Zhu replied, Actually, I'm not concerned at all. All right, then I shall take care of it. I will rest for a while. The difference between commanding him today and tomorrow seemed negligible. He would eventually be at her service. She decided to lie down for a brief rest after a long day. Li Zhu slowly made her way to her rabbit nest, and within moments, she began to emit the faintest sounds of snoring. Zeyu cast a glance, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he gradually made his way toward the cave entrance. Chapter 7. The Formal Bonding. Li Zhu was awakened by a faint aroma of roasted meat. As she opened her eyes, she found herself still lying on the familiar haystack, wrapped in the rabbit fur blanket woven by her mother. The scent of sizzling fat and the earthy aroma of ash lingered at the tip of her nose. The light outside the cave had transformed from a blinding brightness to a warm orange red, reminiscent of a toppled rouge box, casting a warm hue upon the stone walls. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, still somewhat dazed, and took some time to recollect the events of the day, the attack by the Latch, the appearance of Zeyu, and tonight she would be bonding with him. The thought of uniting with that handsome man, who had incited both admiration and resentment, made Li Zhu's cheeks flush. She patted her face, trying to suppress the inexplicable restlessness within. Throwing off the blanket, she stepped out of bed, only to see her mother approaching with a stone bowl filled with golden brown roasted meat, sprinkled with the chili powder she had ground. Awake? Hurry and eat while it's hot. Your father just roasted it, especially for you, Ming Yuan said with a smile as she handed the bowl over. The neighboring cave has been tidied up. Your father said you should head over soon. Li Zhu accepted the stone bowl, her fingertips warming against its surface. Mama, she mumbled softly, why are you teasing me along with Baba? Silly girl, this isn't teasing at all, Ming Yuan said, pinching her cheek affectionately. Bonding is a significant event, especially since he is your first beast husband. Can your father and I not take it seriously? You both are the best. Li Zhu bit into the roasted meat, feeling warmth spread through her heart. Just then, Liqing and Zeyu entered from outside. It's good that you're awake. Eat quickly, and once you're done, you can head over, Liqing said, looking at his child with an odd tone, one that seemed both reluctant yet relieved. I had Amu and the others smoke the neighboring cave to drive away the insects, and I made some new pots and bowls for you. If you need anything, just tell us at home. Zeyu nodded in agreement, his gaze gentle as he looked at Li Zhu. Inside, I've laid down soft grass and animal skins. You should find it to your liking. Li Zhu felt a stirring in her heart. Who likes it? She didn't like it at all. Lowering her head, she quickly finished the roasted meat in her bowl and took a few sips of the berry juice her mother offered before standing up. Shall we go? Yes. Let us go. Ming Yuan urged her gently toward the exit. Don't be nervous. The first time might be a bit painful, but you'll get used to it afterward. Liqing added, if anything happens, just call out. We'll be right next door. Zeyu gave a slight nod to Liqing and Ming Yuan as a form of greeting before turning to follow Li Zhu's footsteps. The sky outside the cave was indeed breathtaking. The setting sun painted the clouds in layers of crimson, transitioning from orange to scarlet and then to deep violet, resembling a tapestry unfurling across the horizon, with the air imbued with a warm, sweet fragrance. Following their father's instructions from the afternoon, the members of the tribe had already returned to their caves to rest. Zhu walked ahead, unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her ears drooping slightly like willow leaves softened by the wind. Zeyu followed closely behind, his gaze resting upon her swaying braid, his expression gentle. The neighboring cave was just a few steps away, marked by a new, white hide curtain. Taking a deep breath, Zhu reached out to lift the hide. To her surprise, the cave was much more spacious than she had imagined, with a smooth, even floor. At the back of the cave stood a massive wooden bed, which was essentially a large wooden stump. In the beastly world, towering ancient trees were abundant. The bed was covered with thick hay and layered with soft animal skins, appearing exceedingly comfortable at first glance. In the corner, a collection of pristine pots and bowls lay stacked. What astonished her most was the sight of several glowing grasses embedded in the cave walls, emitting a gentle blue-green light that illuminated the interior and dispelled the dampness. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Zeyu's voice resonated from behind her. Zhu turned to find herself gazing into his profound eyes. The red glow of the sunset streamed in through the cave entrance, casting a golden hue upon his silver hair, while the golden pattern on his forehead shimmered in the light, appearing even more radiant than the colorful clouds at dusk. "Yes, it's wonderful. I really like it." She nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. This place would henceforth be their home. Zeyu stepped inside, raising his hand to lower the hide curtain. The light within the cave dimmed slightly, leaving only the soft glow of the glowing grasses, casting elongated shadows of the two against the stone walls. The air seemed to thicken, filled solely with their breaths and the rustling of leaves outside as the wind passed through. Zhu felt somewhat bewildered. It was her first time, and she lacked experience. Having never encountered such a situation before, she found herself at a loss. Would it be too late to learn on the spot? Zeyu approached, taking her hand and guiding her to sit on the laid animal skins. Then from his pocket, he retrieved a small jade vial and poured out 2 pearly pills, offering one to her. "This is a heart-binding pill from our Zeyu tribe. It will help us merge more harmoniously and alleviate the pain." Zhu observed the pill, resembling a round pearl and exuding a faint herbal fragrance. Without hesitation, she took it and placed it in her mouth. The pill melted instantly, transforming into a warm flow that slid down her throat, spreading warmth throughout her body, gradually easing her previously tense muscles. Zeyu also swallowed the other pill, then gently grasped her shoulders with a tender touch, as if handling a rare treasure, his eyes filled with affection. "Do not fear," he whispered, his warm breath brushing against her ear, carrying a hint of fresh herbal scent. Zhu nodded, instinctively closing her eyes. She felt his hand gently caressing her hair, his fingertips cool against her scalp, then slowly gliding down to her cheek, his movements exceptionally tender. The glow of the glowing grasses became increasingly vivid in the darkness, outlining their figures in gentle contours. Zeyu's kiss lightly grazed her forehead, imbued with sincere reverence, then touched her nose, her cheek, and finally landed on her lips. His kiss was soft, tinged with a hint of awkwardness yet profoundly earnest. Initially, Zhu felt somewhat stiff, but she gradually relaxed, raising her hands to gently wrap around his neck. Amidst their intertwined breaths, Zhu felt the warm flow within her surge, intertwining with the essence emanating from Zeyu. Like 2 vines growing together, inseparable, Zeyu's silver hair cascaded down, brushing against her cheek with a slightly ticklish sensation. The golden pattern on his forehead glowed more brightly, radiating a soft golden light that enveloped them both. As night deepened, the cave was filled with the mingling of their breaths and the increasingly brilliant golden light. The female's soft moans and the male's low gasps forming a harmonious symphony. The crimson hues of dusk had long faded, replaced by a sky full of stars, as if the beast god had bestowed his blessings, witnessing this miraculous ceremony. Chapter 8. Am I already pregnant? When Zhu slowly opened her eyes, the cave was awash in a deep crimson hue. My goodness, is it already afternoon? She lamented. She had to admit, she truly could not withstand the events of the previous night. Even until the early hours, he had coaxed her again and again. But at that moment, when he whispered in a deep, seductive tone by her ear, Zhu, let us do it again, shall we? She found it impossible to resist such temptation. It wasn't until dawn broke that she pleaded for mercy repeatedly before finally falling asleep. At that moment, Zeyu was still asleep, his arms wrapped around her. His silver hair spread out over the hay, and the golden pattern on his forehead had regained its soft glow. In slumber, he appeared less cold and more gentle, resembling an innocuous large cat. Zhu stirred slightly, discovering a faint golden mark on her chest, resembling a lion, yet not quite. To her astonishment, Zeyu bore a small rabbit emblem on his heart as well. How adorable! From this moment on, he would be her beastly husband. They were now companions. Zhu scrutinized the delicate features of the person before her, feeling a wave of contentment wash over her. Indeed, the internet had not deceived her. Finding an attractive man was of utmost importance. Who could understand the joy of waking up to such handsomeness? The more she gazed, the more enchanting he became, igniting a desire to steal a kiss. Lost in her thoughts, she instinctively leaned closer, only to have him suddenly open his eyes. When did you wake up? Startled, Zhu quickly lowered her head, embarrassed at being caught in the act of attempting a kiss. Are you trying to steal a kiss from me? Zeyu's voice was calm, his lips curving into a subtle smile, his tone carrying the husky allure of someone recently awakened. Oh, indeed. Captivating individuals possess an irresistible charm in every circumstance. Is that not permissible? I shall kiss you, Zhu declared boldly. After all, he was already hers. Was she not entitled to such affection? Feel free to kiss me as long as you desire, he replied, causing Zhu to blush and shy away, avoiding his gaze. Ha! Timid one, Zeyu chuckled softly, suddenly lifting her effortlessly into his arms and kissing her directly. Zhu thought, how'd I end up on him? The kiss gradually deepened, reminiscent of a meandering stream, intertwining their essences and flowing through the softest corners of their hearts. When Zhu's cheeks flushed and her breath grew uneven, Zeyu finally pulled back slightly, their noses brushing against each other, the golden light in his eyes dazzling, reflecting her image as it danced within his pupils. Zhu's ears turned completely crimson as she nestled against his neck, her heartbeat resonating against his chest, intertwining with his own rhythm in a steady thump. After a while, she timidly suggested, Zey, should we not get up now? Unsure how to address him, she pondered the customs of the beastly realm where females typically called their partners by name. However, that felt somewhat distant. Perhaps husband? Oh, how embarrassing. What to do? Perhaps just a few more moments of rest. Zeyu buried his face in her neck, his voice muffled. In the Bai Zey clan, a bond required 12 hours of closeness with a partner to complete the ceremony. Zhu was taken aback. Such a custom existed? She suspected he was merely too exhausted to rise. Although he had indeed been quite active the night before, she felt the toll as well. Yes. Zeyu nuzzled her hair, resembling a large cat seeking affection. This is a tradition passed down from our ancestors, said to stabilize the bond. Zhu thought, I believe your nonsense. Nevertheless, she had no desire to rise just yet. She nestled closer to Zeyu, listening to the steady beat of his heart, suddenly feeling quite comfortable in his embrace. As she prepared to close her eyes for a few more moments, a large hand unexpectedly pressed against her abdomen, causing her to open her eyes in shock. No way, no way. My back aches and my legs feel weak. Zhu gazed at the handsome face before her, hesitating to speak, her hands firmly pressing down on the large hand. We already have our offspring here. Handsome, do you wish to listen to what you are saying? It has only been one night. Zeyu, though aware of her urgency, insisted, I can feel our bloodline. His expression was serious, and the tenderness in his gaze was utterly captivating. Zhu stared at Zeyu's earnest face, stunned for 3 full seconds before regaining her voice. Really? She reached down to touch her still flat abdomen, feeling nothing unusual aside from a slight softness. But why do the males in our tribe take 10 days to sense their bloodline power? It has only been a matter of hours. Zeyu grasped her hand and placed it over the small rabbit mark on his chest. Our Bai Zhe clan is different. We face challenges in procreation, and often since the moment our partner conceives. Moreover, rabbit beastmen have a short gestation period, male since the bloodline on the 10th day. Identify the offspring's gender on the 20th, and give birth around the 30th. In contrast, our Bai Zhe clan requires 9 months of gestation before detecting the offspring's gender by the 3rd month. Zhu, I sense too. Li Zhu was utterly flabbergasted. She knew about rabbit beastmen, but the Bai Zhe clan's offspring required 9 months? Compared to the rabbit beastmen's 1 month, it was monumental. And she was having twins? How would she manage when she already felt a bit fatigued? Her heart raced uncontrollably. In her previous life, she had been an orphan, never imagining she would have a family. Yet now, not only did she have parents and brothers, but she also had a partner and, astonishingly, 2 children. She touched her abdomen, feeling her eyes welling with tears. Why are you crying? Zeyu panicked, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Are you unwell? Rest assured, I will take care of you. No. Li Zhu shook her head, burrowing deeper into his embrace, her voice slightly nasal. I'm just a bit happy. Zeyu tightened his hold, resting his chin atop her head, his voice deep and solemn. I will protect you and our offspring, as well as the entire tribe. Right? He asked, what tier are you? Li Zhu inquired curiously. 10th tier. So you're the elusive, mysterious 10th tier powerhouse. Li Zhu exclaimed, astonished. She had suspected he was above the 9th tier, given his refined appearance. A 10th tier, what immense talent. Yes, our Bai Zhe clan typically possesses high aptitudes. What is your special ability? It is a combination of mental and spatial powers. Spatial? Is it the kind where objects placed inside remain unchanged when removed? What an impressive ability. Such a remarkable, beastly husband, who could comprehend the fortune she had stumbled upon. Zeyu gently caressed the hair of the small person nestled in his arms, his expression filled with warmth. Indeed, married men were different. He exuded a strong sense of husbandly charm. Li Zhu suddenly realized how little she knew about her beastly husband. Initially, she had been captivated by his looks, focusing solely on finding a strong partner for the tribe. However, she knew there was ample time for them to learn about each other. The two remained nestled together for quite some time until the voice of Ming Yuan called from outside the cave, prompting them to reluctantly rise. A full day had passed, and while she hadn't felt hungry before, now a wave of hunger hit her. Hand in hand, they walked to the neighboring cave, where Ming Yuan was serving the last bowl of stew onto the table. Upon their entrance, her eyes sparkled. Finally awake. Sit down. I prepared the meat of a crackling bear to nourish you. Li Cheng sat by the campfire, meticulously polishing a piece of beast bone. He nodded at Zeyu. You're awake? Come, join us for a meal. The stone table was laden with tender, stewed beast meat, spicy grilled meat sprinkled with chili powder, and a bowl of juice made from sweet berries. Zeyu pulled out a seat for Li Zhu, seamlessly serving her a bowl of soup. Drink more. It will replenish your strength. See, how thoughtful. After just a couple of sips, Ming Yuan began to inquire. Did you sleep well last night? Was it cold in the cave? Do you need more straw? Mother, it was fine. Not cold at all, Li Zhu replied, her cheeks flushing as she hastily changed the topic. Mother, I have something to tell you. Taking a deep breath, she touched her abdomen. I am expecting children. 2 of them. A smile lit up her face. What did you say? Expecting children? You're already pregnant? Both Li Cheng and Ming Yuan were astonished. It is true. Mother, Li Zhu affirmed, as Zeyu began to explain. The genesis of the Bai Zhe clan is distinct from that of other races. The moment one conceives, the power of the bloodline can be sensed. He cast a respectful glance towards Li Cheng, his tone imbued with the deference of a junior. Currently, Zhu has only me as her beast husband, and in the days to come, I must venture out more frequently to hunt. So I must trouble my father and mother to look after Zhu. Rest assured, Zhu is our child, and we shall care for her diligently. Li Cheng was elated. Time indeed flies. In the blink of an eye, his child is already on the verge of becoming a mother. Chapter 9. The Black Forest dinner was lively, with Ming Yuan eager to pile all the delicious food into Li Zhu's bowl. Li Cheng, meanwhile, engaged Zeyu with numerous questions, and upon learning that he was a 10th tier beast man, he was taken aback. By the way, what about my elder brother? Is he feeling better? Li Zhu inquired between bites. You only just remembered you have an elder brother? Ming Yuan rolled her eyes, noting that it was only now, at the end of the meal, that such a thought occurred to her. Mother, I simply got caught up in things. I'll go check on my brother now, she said, heading towards the small cave where Li Hang was resting. Though only a day had passed, Li Hang appeared much healthier, his complexion notably rosy as he slept. Li Zhu approached quietly, placing the cracked earth bear's crystal stone carefully by her brother's bedside, then silently withdrew. This crystal had been unearthed during the tribe's processing of the cracked earth bear, initially given to her father, who insisted on passing it to Zeyu, who in turn had handed it back to her just moments ago. As Li Zhu stepped out, she overheard her beast husband conversing with her father. Father, I didn't manage to accomplish anything today. I still have some animal skins and meat in my space. With Zhu now pregnant, her need for sustenance will only grow. Tomorrow, I shall retrieve the food from my space and venture into the eastern Black Forest to stock up further. I am uneasy leaving Zhu alone at home, as she may require your care during the day. In the beast world, it is customary for females to move away from their original families after their coming-of-age ceremony and establish a new household with their husbands. Zeyu felt a sense of uncertainty. Currently, Zhu has only him as her beast husband, and the thought of leaving her alone at home while he hunts fills him with dread. Even if he could take Zhu with him, the potential for danger looms large. Furthermore, once the 3rd month of her pregnancy arrives, and he senses the gender of their child, the infant's rapid development will demand a significant amount of maternal energy. Thus, for nearly all females, the latter part of their pregnancy is characterized by a cycle of eating and sleeping. If the mother's nutrition falters, it could lead to a tragic outcome for both mother and child. The offspring of the Baizhe clan require even more energy. However, the strength of the two tribe remains alarmingly inadequate, leaving him deeply unsettled. The Black Forest? Lishin Fronath. The Black Forest is arguably the most perilous forest in the entire northern continent, without exception. It is perpetually shrouded in an impenetrable fog that even sunlight hesitates to penetrate. It is said that at the center of the Black Forest lies a marsh from which no beastman has ever returned alive. The forest is teeming with high-tier wild beasts and is rich in resources, boasting an abundance of rare flora. It is rumored to be fraught with danger due to the multitude of high-tier beasts. Father, you need not worry about my safety. There are likely no beasts of higher rank than I in the northern continent. Li Cheng interjected, apologizing for the interruption. However, I must ask for your assistance in temporarily caring for Zhu for a while. I intend to gather enough supplies for a month, which should not pose a problem. If it absolutely comes to it, I may have to find another beast husband for Zhu. Zeyu understood clearly that relying solely on himself as a beast husband would be utterly insufficient to care for his partner. Even at this early stage of her pregnancy, he felt stretched thin, let alone when the time for her delivery arrives. Li Zhu recognized his concerns and refrained from pressing him further, simply offering a gentle admonition. But do exercise caution while hunting. I cannot bear the thought of my incredibly handsome beast husband getting hurt, understand? Li Zhu approached him, tilting her head upwards, her face betraying a deep-seated concern. Zeyu suddenly felt his heart swell with warmth, a sensation of happiness enveloping him. He felt fortunate that it was she who stood before him. Perhaps his long journey to this place was destined for their meeting. Indeed, Zeyu responded as he reached out, tenderly ruffling her hair. As dusk began to settle outside, Li Zhu pondered that her beast husband would be hunting the following day and decided they should retire early, leading them back to their cave. Upon returning, Li Zhu eagerly climbed into their nest. She couldn't help but admire the comfort of the space Zeyu had created. It felt as if he excelled at everything, allowing her to worry about nothing, as he anticipated every need. Zay, come here. Li Zhu beckoned to the man standing at the edge of the nest, patting the space beside her. After becoming partners, they had yet to truly learn about one another, despite having shared the most intimate of moments. Zeyu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he bent down to bring his face closer to Li Zhu's. In that fleeting moment, their breaths intertwined. Zhu, are you inviting me? Zeyu asked, his hand rising to caress the back of Li Zhu's head. Li Zhu instinctively licked her lips, swallowing nervously, her head leaning back slightly. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture was irresistibly alluring to Zeyu. Li Zhu's heart raced at the sight of his amused gaze. And, just as she opened her mouth to speak, Zeyu gently grasped her nape, descending to capture her lips in a kiss imbued with the fresh scent of grass and wood. His kisses always began with a restrained tenderness, as if afraid to disturb something precious, his tongue lightly brushing her lips with patient exploration. Li Zhu's breath hitched, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers tangling in his soft silver hair. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the animal skin curtain, cascading over his silvery locks, while the faint golden patterns on his forehead shimmered with each breath, causing his eyes to twinkle like scattered stars. As their kiss deepened, their breaths mingled, and his hand glided down her back, exuding a comforting warmth that drew her closer into his embrace. It was only when Li Zhu's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, her breath becoming slightly uneven, that she gently pushed him away. Zeyu retreated slightly, their noses brushing against one another, his voice low and husky, as if steeped in honey. "Zhu, I thought you desired this." Li Zhu buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice muffled. Who desires this?" Zeyu chuckled softly, the vibrations from his chest resonating through their closeness, instilling a sense of reassurance. He reclined, pulling her into his arms, allowing her head to rest upon his arm while his other hand tenderly stroked her hair. After a considerable time of calm, Li Zhu finally spoke softly. "Ze, are you happy to be my beast husband?" Zeyu was taken aback, as he had never anticipated her would pose such a question. In this land, where males outnumber females, the challenge of finding a partner is evident. Many females regard the opportunity to have a beast husband as an honor. Yet Zhu appears to genuinely care about whether he is willing and happy. It seemed that since his arrival here, he had encountered many things he had never seen before. The pots, bowls, and dishes, the foods that no beast man had ever tried, were readily available. And even their methods of cooking were unique to this place, resulting in flavors far superior to those found elsewhere. Yet, despite having traversed the entire continent and wandered for countless years, he felt a strong intuition that the existence of these things here was solely due to Zhu. "I am happy. Meeting Zhu is the greatest joy of my life." If, at first, his union with Zhu was solely for the purpose of offspring now, he found himself genuinely fond of her, desiring to be with her for eternity. Chapter 10. Night Talk. Zeyu's response was as sincere as a clear spring in the mountains. Li Zhu listened, feeling as if her heart had been steeped in warm water, enveloped in a comforting warmth. She nestled closer to him, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the small rabbit mark on his chest. In truth, the knowledge of those things within the tribe was imparted by her to the tribespeople. Li Zhu did not wish to boast. Rather, she believed that since he was now her beast husband, destined to be so for a lifetime, there were certain truths she wished to share with him. Zeyu glanced down at her, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Oh, how did you come to know all this?" Li Zhu hesitated momentarily. The notion of reincarnation was too extraordinary, and revealing it would likely invite disbelief. After a moment's thought, she settled on a more prudent explanation. "When I was a child, I fell gravely ill, slipping into a coma for 3 days and nights. During that time, I had an exceedingly long dream, and upon awakening, my mind was filled with knowledge I had never possessed before." At the age of 5, she had indeed suffered a serious illness after an accident in the water. "What was in the dream?" Zeyu's voice softened as his fingers gently combed through her hair. Li Zhu gazed at the bioluminescent grass on the cave ceiling, her expression distant. In the dream, there were foods that could be preserved without fire, a stone pot capable of producing a myriad of flavors, numerous wooden utensils, and towering plants that bore abundant grains. When I awoke, the images of those things were etched into my mind. She paused, a faint smile gracing her lips. At first, I was reluctant to speak of it, fearing that my father and mother would think I'd lost my mind. Eventually, I attempted to craft a simple pot from stone to make mushroom soup. After testing it for toxicity and hearing everyone praise its flavor, I slowly began to teach them. From the initial stone pot soup to later endeavors of drying meat and cultivating various spices discovered in the forest. Each endeavor she undertook over the years was imbued with memories of her past life, meticulously disguised as revelations from a dream. When I foraged with the hunting team, I could always spot things others overlooked, Zhu noted with a hint of pride. For instance, the wild fruit resembling little lanterns that others believed to be poisonous. I tasted it and found it to be exceptionally sweet when cooked. We later named it Nan Gua, and now everyone enjoys it. There are also round plants that grow underground, which can be roasted or boiled. We call them Hong Shu, and the white part of the beast's flesh can be rendered into oil, which is delightful for cooking. The bones of the beast can be used to make soup. The flavor is both fragrant and nourishing. She chattered on, as if showcasing her treasured discoveries. Zeyu listened quietly, his eyes filled with tender amusement. He could envision this little rabbit, basket in tow, bounding through the grass in search of food, earnest and adorable. He had never realized that the beasts were so full of treasures. The meat in his space was always pre-processed. Seeing everyone no longer starving in winter, wearing warmer furs, fills me with immense joy, Zhu said, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling. In the past, I was constantly protected by my family and the tribe, feeling as though I could do nothing. But now, I can help them. I can make their lives better. This sense of being needed and relied upon was something she had never experienced in her previous life. In her 16 years with the tribe, she was no longer the lonely orphan. She had truly become a part of this community, with people and things she wished to protect. Zeyu leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. My Zhu, you are remarkable. Everything you've shared is new to me. But I will learn slowly. I will take excellent care of you. At that moment, the light in her eyes, a resilience and wisdom that even the weak to tribe could not extinguish, captivated him. Actually, I was not always alone as a child. Zeyu's voice grew low, tinged with distant memories. When my father was still alive, he taught me many things. He said that the Bai Zhe tribe's understanding of all things did not stem from innate power, but from observation and memory. He recalled the desolate lands to the west, where his father had guided him, pointing out the tracks left by sand lizards and revealing where water sources lay hidden beneath the dunes. He remembered the tribe's remaining ancient texts, which documented the habits of various beasts and the uses of plants, treasures left by their ancestors. After my father passed, I began to wander. Zeyu's fingers brushed through Zhu's hair. I ventured into the rainforests of the southern continent, where the vines could devour a person. It also bore the miraculous awakening flower that could cure all poisons. I traversed the icy plains to the east, where the ice encased the bones of colossal beasts from millennia past, harboring immense energy. He recounted encounters with a hydra in the marshes, the gathering of moonlight grass on cliffs, and the occasion when he stumbled upon a tribe that had been annihilated, discovering only a lone, surviving cub. He had taken the cub to a neighboring tribe, but as he turned to leave, he heard the cub cry out for its father. At that moment, I felt how vast this continent was. Yet there was no place for me. Zeyu's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something delicate. Until I met you. Fortunately, I met you. Zhu's heart tightened, and she reached out to embrace him tightly. From now on, I will always be by your side. Zeyu wrapped his arms around her, burying his face in her hair, inhaling deeply the scent of grass and wood, the warmth of sunlight, and the essence of home. They remained nestled together, exchanging more words. Zhu mentioned that the chili peppers she planted were thriving and that she planned to make many chili sauces once they ripened. Zeyu promised to venture into the He Senlin the following day to find berries capable of dyeing fabric red, to craft her a beautiful garment. They discussed names for their future offspring, whether to cultivate a circle of sweet berries outside the cave, and if they should explore other continents in the future. Outside the cave, the moonlight gradually tilted westward, and the glow of the bioluminescent grass softened. Zhu yawned widely, her eyelids growing heavy, her speech beginning to slur. Aze, when you go to the He Senlin tomorrow, you must return early. Yes, I will be back soon. Zeyu pressed a kiss to the corner of her eye. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. Let your mother make you some meat. Zhu nestled closer into his embrace, seeking the most comfortable position. I will miss you. Before she could finish her sentence, she had already drifted into a deep slumber, her breathing steady, like a contented little rabbit. Zeyu gazed down at her tranquil, sleeping face, noting the length of her eyelashes casting a soft shadow beneath her eyelids. the golden mark on her chest faintly glowing, resonating with the rabbit mark over his own heart. He raised his hand, using his psychic abilities to establish an invisible barrier at the cave's entrance, a protective boundary of the Bai Zhe tribe that would alert them to the approach of any high-level beasts. After ensuring their safety, he held her close once more and closed his eyes. The upcoming hunt in the Hasten Lean was crucial, as he sought to procure the finest food for her and their future offspring, and to gather more crystals for the tribes to beastmen. In that moment, enveloped by her warmth and the synchronized rhythm of their heartbeats, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. As the night deepened, the cave was filled with the sound of their steady breathing, intertwining with the chirping of insects and the whispering of the wind, creating a gentle lullaby. Chapter 11. Mahjong. As dawn broke, the morning dew still clung to the grass blades, and Zeyu had already awakened. Li Zhu remained in slumber, her small face nestled against his neck, breathing evenly, her long eyelashes gently fluttering with each breath. He gazed down for a moment, then carefully shifted his arm, softly adjusting the blanket around her, his fingertips brushing against the faint golden mark on her chest. As he rose, he enveloped both of them in a thin layer of warmth using his psychic energy, ensuring she would not be disturbed by the morning chill. Once he completed this, he turned and quietly exited the cave. The stone lantern in the neighboring cave was already glowing softly. Li Cheng was crouched by the campfire, sharpening a stone spear, while Ming Yuan was tidying up the leftover beast meat from the previous day. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the two individuals simultaneously lifted their heads, surprised to see Zeyu. "Xiao Zhe, is it so early?" Li Cheng placed down his stone spear and stood up. "A father, a mother." Zeyu's voice was crisp with the freshness of the morning, yet imbued with warmth. "I am heading to the highland, and here's some beast meat and pelts stored in my space for you to keep." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand in the air, and a faint golden light flickered, instantly revealing a dozen neatly processed pieces of beast meat on the ground, including snow-patterned beef, glistening silver wolf leg meat, and several thick black bear pelts. Both Li Cheng and Ming Yuan were taken aback. Although they knew Zeyu possessed formidable strength, they did not expect him to have such significant reserves in his space. The meat was sufficient to last over half a month, and the pelts were of excellent quality. Li Cheng stepped forward and patted Zeyu's shoulder. "Rest assured, we will take good care of Zhu." "Thank you, father and mother." Zeyu nodded slightly before turning to walk towards the center of the tribe. The rabbit tribe was not large. Dozens of caves were scattered along the valley, most of which were still quiet at this hour, with only a few early-rising beastmen tidying up their hunting tools. Zeyu stood beside the altar on a large stone, closed his eyes, and the golden symbol on his forehead suddenly glowed, radiating a soft golden light that flowed along the contours of the valley, gently enveloping the entire tribe. This was the protective barrier of the Bai Zhe tribe, seemingly formless, yet capable of sensing any energy fluctuations, whether from beast attacks or the approach of unfamiliar beastmen. As soon as the barrier was touched, he would be aware of it immediately. After completing this, he took one last glance in the direction of Li Zhu's cave, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips before transforming into his beast form and dashing towards the eastern highland. The wind rushed past his ears, carrying the scent of the forest, and his figure cast a long shadow in the morning light, moving so swiftly that he nearly became a streak of light. He was well aware of the dangers of the highland, but thoughts of Li Zhu and the life she was nurturing within her filled him with determination. He aimed to hunt the finest beast meat and obtain the purest crystal cores to construct the most formidable barrier for her, ensuring that she could forever live as a carefree little rabbit in this brutal land. Li Zhu was awakened by a familiar fragrance. Blinking her eyes open, she found the cave empty, save for the softly glowing luminous grass. After a moment of confusion, she remembered Zeyu was heading to the highland today, and her heart felt a sudden emptiness, as though something was amiss. "Zhu, are you awake? Come out for breakfast." Her mother's voice called from outside, cheerful and light-hearted. Rubbing her eyes, she sluggishly got up. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Ming Yuan stood outside with a stone bowl in hand, filled with steaming meat porridge garnished with chopped wild vegetables. "Hurry up and eat. Your father just made this, and it's the fine beef Zeyu brought from his space." Ming Yuan handed her the bowl, her gaze resting on Li Zhu with a hint of playful mischief. Zeyu set up a barrier in the tribe early this morning, so he can feel assured about you moving around. Li Zhu accepted the stone bowl and took small sips of the porridge, feeling warmth spread from her stomach to her heart. He was always like this, considering everything meticulously, even anticipating her unspoken worries. Mother, when did Aze leave? He left at dawn, bringing over a lot of beast meat beforehand, saying it was for your father to distribute among the tribe members. Now that your brother is injured, the hunting yield at home has decreased. As the leader, your father needs to allocate the prey, so it works out well, Ming Yuan explained as she sat beside her. Your father is currently distributing to each household and mentioned that once Ahung recovers, he should learn hunting from Zeyu to enhance his skills. Hearing this, Li Zhu couldn't help but smile. She could picture her father's proud and content expression, as well as the surprise on the faces of the tribe members when they received the meat. Zeyu's arrival was like a ray of light, illuminating this small tribe and ensuring the safety of its people. Li Zhu continued to sip her meat porridge, which was tender and warm, comforting her from her stomach to her heart. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, falling upon her hair tips and the string of dried chili peppers swaying in the breeze, casting glimmers of golden light. Soon, the bottom of the bowl was revealed, and Li Zhu handed the empty bowl back to her mother. Mother, is there anything to do today? I'm feeling quite bored. She missed Zeyu a bit. When she was with him, she never felt bored regardless of what they did. If you're bored, you can go find A Tang and A Ning to play mahjong. With your brother joining, that makes 4 of you. I see your brother is also feeling quite uncomfortable lying there, Ming Yuan suggested while tidying up the dishes. All right, we haven't played mahjong in ages. I'll go call them now, Li Zhu replied, heading towards A Tang's home. Life in the beast world could indeed be dull, especially for females. There were no tasks to do, no streets to stroll, and certainly no mobile phones to entertain. Thankfully, she had taught everyone to play mahjong, a small source of amusement. For this purpose, they had spent considerable time crafting a set of mahjong from wood. A Tang and A Ning had moved away from their original homes after choosing their beast husbands during their coming-of-age ceremony. Li Cheng had found each of them a cave that was neither too big nor too small, deliberately considering the good relationship they had with his daughter, thus choosing 2 caves not far from their own. Before long, Ming Yuan saw the 3 of them returning hand in hand. The weather was splendid. The sky as blue as freshly washed glass, without a single cloud, only a few vividly feathered birds soaring through the air, their wings slicing through the atmosphere with a sound as crisp as silver bells. About 10 meters from the cave entrance stood a large tree, ample enough for several people to seek shade beneath it. A square wooden stump was placed there, accompanied by several small wooden stools. Ever since mahjong was introduced, the tribe's beastmen often gathered under this tree, sometimes playing mahjong together, at other times chatting to pass the time. Chapter 12. Winning while lying down, the 3 of them arrived at the large tree, with A Tang and A Ning's husbands following closely behind, each carrying a basket filled with wild fruits and jerky. Stop talking, hurry, and bring A Hing out. He has been lying down all day. He must be bored to death, A Tang exclaimed, her impatient nature shining through as she pulled Ming Zhu and Sui Yin towards Li Hung's cave. Li Zhu hurriedly followed. Indeed, Li Hung was awake, leaning against a pile of beast pelts, fiddling with a cracked earth bear crystal. As soon as he saw them enter, he was lifted without a word. A Hung, let us go play mahjong. If anyone in the tribe loved mahjong the most, it was certainly A Tang. Upon hearing this, Li Hung instantly became excited. He had longed to stretch his limbs. Lying down was becoming unbearable. The group bantered and made their way to the large tree. Ming Yuan had already set the wooden mahjong on the large stump. The tiles were drawn with charcoal, their edges smooth from use. On a nearby wooden stool were bowls filled with bright red sweet berries, shiny jerky, and honey water brought by A Ning. Hurry, everything is ready. Today, I will ensure you all lose. A Tang was the first to take a seat on the stool. Sui Yin, get a low stool for A Hung to sit on. The one who loses today must eat sour fruits. Who is afraid of whom? Li Hung adjusted himself into a comfortable position, cracking his knuckles. With my luck today, I guarantee you all will be left in the dust. Although he was the only male among them, he wouldn't show any mercy at the mahjong table. The others silently rolled their eyes at him. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Zhu sat opposite him, smiling as she shuffled the tiles. Don't boast. Who was it that lost so badly last time they even had to pawn their jerky? As the game commenced, a crowd of tribe members began to gather around them. The rabbit clan has always cherished lively gatherings, especially during such leisurely pastimes. Even the orcs, typically preoccupied with tanning animal hides, have pulled up stools to join in. Ming Yuan sits at the front, diligently working the animal skins in her hands while her eyes remain fixated on the mahjong table, occasionally offering her commentary. Zhu played that tile incorrectly. Ning is about to win. Just look at how her eyes sparkled when she drew that tile. And Hung is impressive. He can win even while reclining. Hearing his mother's praise, Li Heng's face radiates with joy. He is usually busy, either leading his kin on hunting expeditions or learning from his father how to be a good beast husband. Today, however, due to his injury, he finally has the chance to play mahjong. Most of the time, it's the females of the clan who gather here for the game. He plans that when he finds a partner, he will teach them to play, and when they have cubs, he will teach them as well. The laughter and the crisp sounds of tiles clashing intertwine, resembling a melody that dances on the breeze and drifts far away. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. Zhu, while touching her tiles, occasionally glances at Tang, who is laughing uncontrollably, then at Ning, despite her poor luck, remains spirited, and finally at Hung, who is full of vitality even while seated on the wooden plank. She muses that this might just be the happiness she has always yearned for: family, loved ones, and friends. The gentle breeze and the bright sunshine create a perfect atmosphere. Yet, as her fingers brush against the texture of the tiles, she involuntarily thinks of Zeyu. If he were here, would he quietly watch like a moo and the others, waiting to replace her sour fruit if she lost? No, that is not right. Zay is so clever that he must be quite adept at mahjong. When he returns tomorrow, she will teach him how to play. Lost in thought, she is nudged by Tang's elbow. It's your turn to draw. Zhu snaps back to reality and hastily draws a tile. As the game progresses, the sun gradually sets. The shadows of the trees stretch long. The berry snacks on the table are nearly finished, and the honey water has been consumed. A few small beastlings have dozed off on the grass pile nearby, softly snoring. I can't take it any longer. My legs are going numb. Ning is the first to give in, rubbing her waist as she stands. Zhu, who is pregnant, also feels it's time to rest. Li Heng nods in agreement. Let us call it a day. Once I've recovered, we can battle it out for another 300 rounds. The group laughs as they begin to pack up the game pieces, while Ming Zhu and Sui Yin carefully carry Li Heng back to the cave. Ming Yuan bats Li Zhu esa shude. You must be tired. Your father has already begun stewing meat. Let us head back for dinner. The evening meal is lavish, featuring not only the beef left by Zeyu, but also a pot of mushroom soup seasoned with the chili peppers Zhu planted, filling the cave with a delightful aroma. Yet, as Zhu pokes at the meat in her bowl, her appetite wanes. Outside, the sky gradually darkens, and the glow of the luminescent grass begins to flicker in the crevices of the stones, but Zeyu has not yet returned. Is something wrong with Zay? Why is he so late? She can't help but ask, her voice betraying her concern. Don't worry, little Zay is quite capable. The beast in the black forest cannot harm him. Li Cheng reassures her with confidence. Perhaps he is hunting more to spend extra time with you. Ming Yuan chimes in. Exactly. Look at the beast meat he left behind. He always returns with a bountiful catch. He might even bring back something special for you. Li Zhu nods, striving to suppress her unease, but her chopsticks refuse to lift any meat. After dinner, she sits on the stone bench at the cave entrance, gazing towards the dark forest in the east. The night envelopes the trees like thick ink, obscuring their outlines. And even the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves seems eerily quiet. The barrier near the altar remains, its faint golden glow flickering, yet no warnings have sounded, indicating no dangers lurk near the tribe, but also signifying that Zeyu has not returned. Another hour passes, and even the patrolling orcs have changed shifts, leaving the mountain path still desolate. Ming Yuan approaches, gently wrapping her arm around Li Zhu's shoulders. Zhu, don't wait any longer. It's getting too late. But you must listen to what Mother says. Ming Yuan interrupts, her gaze gentle yet resolute. You are not alone now. You are carrying 2 little ones and mustn't overexert yourself. Your old nest is still there, so when Xiao Zhe goes hunting, you can rest here. She understands Li Zhu's worry for Zeyu, but it is too concerning for a pregnant female to stay alone in the cave. The consequences of any unforeseen events could be dire. Li Zhu touches her belly, biting her lip before finally nodding. All right, returning to her original nest. The familiar scent of dried grass envelopes her, yet without Zeyu's warmth, it feels strangely empty. Ming Yuan tucks her in with the animal skin blanket and places a stone lamp at the cave entrance before quietly leaving. Li Zhu lies awake, staring at the cave's ceiling. Memories of Zeyu's tender gaze as he departed flash through her mind, interspersed with images of the ferocious beasts of the Black Forest. Her heart clenched tightly, unable to relax. The surroundings are silent, save for her own breathing and the occasional chirping of insects from outside. In her drowsiness, she seems to drift off, only to awaken abruptly, thinking she hears Zeyu's footsteps, but all she hears is the wind. This cycle repeats several times until, finally succumbing to fatigue, she falls into a deep sleep, though her brow remains furrowed, whispering his name even in her dreams. Zhe. Chapter 13. Learning to cook. Li Zhu is awakened by the warmth in her arms. Her eyelids feel heavy, and she struggles to crack them open. The patterns on the cave ceiling both familiar and foreign. This is not the small nest at her mother's home. It is her cave with Zeyu. The crisp scent of pine fills her nose, a fragrance uniquely his. As she moves her fingers, they touch warm skin, jolting her awake. The person beside her slowly opens his eyes, his dark pupils shimmering softly in the morning light. Seeing her awake, he tightens his embrace, pressing her closer, nuzzling his chin against her head. You're awake? Azeh. Li Zhu's voice is still thick with sleep as she props herself up slightly. When did you return? Zeyu lowers his head to kiss her forehead. I arrived in the early hours of yesterday, but seeing you in such deep slumber, I couldn't bear to wake you. How'd I end up here? Li Zhu recalls falling asleep in her old nest, wondering if that movement last night was real. I carried you back. I used my mental strength to shield us, so your father and mother didn't notice. Zeyu's voice is slightly hoarse with fatigue, dark circles lingering beneath his eyes. He is indeed exhausted. The dangers deep within the Black Forest were more challenging than anticipated, and he nearly depleted his strength in his haste to return before dawn. Yet, upon touching her warm cheek, the tension in his body eases, and he feels that all his efforts were worthwhile. Li Zhu gazes at the darkness beneath his eyes, her heart swelling with both sweetness and sorrow, instinctively snuggling closer to him. Then let us sleep a little longer? Zeyu chuckles softly, the vibrations resonating through their connected bodies like gentle thunder in spring. All right, he agrees, rolling over to let her rest against his chest. Li Zhu listens to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, akin to the most reassuring drumbeat. As her eyelids grow heavy once more, mumbling sleepily, just another 15 minutes. When Li Zhu awakens again, the stones outside are already warmed by the sun, and the light spilling into the cave is bright and blinding. How can it look as if the sun is already high in the sky? Oh no! She only intended to sleep for another 15 minutes. Awake? Are you hungry? A deep, melodious voice sounds near her. Li Zhu looks up, her gaze colliding with his fathomless eyes, filled with a light even more intense than the sunlight outside. Her cheeks flush, and, just as she attempts to avert her gaze, he captures the back of her neck and kisses her. The kiss was imbued with the weariness of a long journey and concealed the preciousness of a reunion, only breaking apart when both could hardly breathe. Zeyu pressed his forehead against hers, his voice hoarse. Once they had tidied themselves and emerged from the cave, they overheard Liqing and Ming Yuan conversing at the entrance of a neighboring cave. Upon their appearance, Ming Yuan cheerfully waved the wooden bowl in her hand. Finally decided to wake up? Come over for a meal. The wooden table was adorned with glossy roasted beast meat and the beast bone soup that Li Zhu adored, the aroma wafting tantalizingly through the air. Zeyu guided her to sit down and naturally serve her a bowl of soup, his fingertips brushing inadvertently against the back of her hand, sending a jolt through her. "We hunted a snow-horned deer yesterday. I'll make you a soft cushion from its hide." As he spoke, he placed pieces of meat into her bowl. "All right." The two quickly finished their meal. Afterward, Zeyu expressed his desire to learn cooking from them. After all, he had become Azu's beast husband and was dining daily at Azu's parents' home, which felt rather inappropriate. Upon hearing this, Zhu insisted on teaching him personally. She then took Zeyu back to her home. When her father organized the cave, he had prepared all the necessary cooking utensils for her, including wooden water buckets, a dining table, and stools. Zeyu initially intended to spare her the effort and sought to learn from her father instead, but seeing her enthusiastic demeanor, he decided to accompany her. As long as she guided him from the side, that would suffice. Once they returned to the cave, Zhu directed Zeyu to wash the stone pot thoroughly and place it on the stove, which was essentially a triangular formation of 3 stones of similar height. She then retrieved a stone mortar, preparing to teach Zeyu how to make meat soup. Watching him clumsily wield the mortar, vigorously pounding the beast meat into a paste, she felt a sudden urge to laugh. It was akin to a celestial being, unaccustomed to earthly toil, descending into the mundane world to prepare a meal for her beloved, evoking a sense of both joy and tenderness. Perhaps Zeyu had not controlled his strength well, for flecks of meat scattered everywhere. Zhu suppressed her laughter and held his hand. "You must pound along the edge of the mortar so that it doesn't tea splatter." He looked down at her hand, clasping his, the warmth of their palms igniting a blush that crept to his ears. "I understand," he responded vaguely, his gaze lingering on their intertwined hands for an extended moment. "Silly. You can add a little water, you know." Zhu tapped the back of his hand, only to have him grasp it in return. Zeyu's voice was deep, laced with amusement. "Thankfully, I have you to teach me." As the sun began to set, they busied themselves for over 2 hours. The cave filled with the delectable scent of meat paste. Sunlight streaming through the entrance, casting warmth upon their clasped hands as if it sought to seep into their very bones. Finally, success. On the wooden table lay a bowl of beast meat soup, a serving of fried meat, and a portion of roasted sweet potatoes. Zhu had even thoughtfully prepared a juice made from sweet berries. "Would you like to taste it? See if you enjoy it." This was his first attempt at cooking. Previously, he had consumed his food primarily in beast form, devouring it raw, the strong scent of beast meat being overwhelming. Occasionally, in human form, he would merely roast it over the fire. Zhu carefully scooped up a spoonful of the meat soup, eagerly tasting it. Quite good, though a bit of salt would enhance it. Their tribe was indeed lagging behind. Obtaining something as scarce as salt was akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, whenever they managed to acquire salt, it would be rationed for a long time. Salt? Zeyu suddenly recalled that when his parents were still around, they would sprinkle some salt on the roasted meat. After they departed, he had stored the unused salt in his space. With a gentle wave of his hand, a mound of salt appeared on the ground, resting atop beast skins, some chunks being quite substantial. Zhu was taken aback. Where did he get so much salt? This amount could last the entire tribe for a month, or even 2, if used sparingly. In our western continent, there are many salt lakes, so we are not short on salt. "So, you simply collected it directly from the salt lake for consumption?" "Yes, though it does have a slightly bitter taste. This is quite normal. Currently, the salt throughout the beast world tends to have a bitter flavor, although sea salt is somewhat better." She considered processing it, but their tribe was impoverished and could not afford much salt. Any further processing would render it inedible for the tribe's people. The salt harvested from the salt lake often contains numerous impurities, and excessive consumption can be harmful. Our tribe procures sea salt, which has relatively fewer impurities. At this moment, Zhu began to suspect that the reason for their, by Zeyu tribe's difficulties in reproduction, with only A's remaining in their lineage, could be attributed to the excessive consumption of lake salt. Although this continent is entirely natural and unpolluted, containing minimal heavy metal elements, lake salt is lower in iodine and higher in impurities. In this regard, lake salt poses a greater risk than sea salt. Impurities? Harmful substances? Zeyu appeared bewildered. "Yes, therefore, we need to process this lake salt, so it won't taste so bitter when consumed. Although lake salt is inferior to sea salt, it is better than nothing. When we visit the seaside in the future, We can gather more sea salt. Does Azu wish to visit the seaside in the future? He had never contemplated such a possibility. In the beast world, unless absolutely necessary, individuals like him would rarely wander. Most preferred a stable life. And he assumed she felt the same. Certainly, I have spent the last 16 years in the tribe, never having experienced the outside world. The world is vast, and we must see it. The truth is, in my previous life, I was impoverished and unfortunate, lacking both money and time to travel the world. In this life, without the burden of work and with a formidable beast husband to rely on, how could I squander my existence in this small forest? Once our child is born, we will explore the outside world together. A's, being well-traveled, will surely guide us. Zhu spoke with a light-hearted tone, genuinely anticipating such a life. They need not worry about insufficient funds or time. They could take their time to explore and enjoy. Zeyu watched her animated expression, a joyful smile gracing his face. Yet a flicker of concern lingered within him. In this perilous beast world, a female with no combat capability faces dangers not only from wild beasts, but also from wandering beastmen, necessitating constant vigilance. It was nearly impossible for him, a mere beast husband, to lead his partner and children on a distant journey. All right. Yet he still smiled and agreed, internally resolving to make a significant decision. All right, let us gather the salt first. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to make better salt for cooking. With that, Zhu sampled the fried meat again and immediately praised it. Wow, this is delicious. A's, you are truly remarkable. In just one day, you have learned to cook and done so excellently. Listening to his partner's praise filled Zeyu with immense delight. If his previous pursuit was offspring, now he must add another, to protect Azu and ensure her happiness. The two swiftly consumed all the food. Afterwards, Zhu moved a small wooden stool to the cave entrance, gazing at the radiant evening glow. A cup of sweet berry juice in hand, occasionally sipping while stealing glances at her beast husband washing the dishes at the entrance. So satisfying, although she relished working alongside family and friends, feeling fulfilled and happy. Now that she was full, laziness overtook her, and she simply wished to relax. Chapter 14. Salt production. Zeyu finished washing the last wooden bowl and turned around, only to find Zhu sitting on a wooden stump at the cave entrance, gazing at him with eyes sparkling like two hidden stars. He approached her, bending down to lift her effortlessly, eliciting a soft gasp from Zhu as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. The night had fallen, signaling their return to their nest. His voice resonated in the darkness with an undeniable tenderness. Inside the cave, a small bioluminescent grass lamp flickered, casting a gentle glow. Zeyu placed her on a thick pile of animal skins, leaning down to kiss the corner of her lips, his fingertips gliding softly down her spine, radiating warmth. Zhu felt her breath hitch as she sensed the changes within him, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "Zay," she murmured. Zeyu's kiss found her neck, accompanied by a husky sigh. His breath enveloped her like mist in the forest, both tender and irresistibly invasive. Zhu bit her lip, placing her hand against his chest, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm still carrying the little one. Is it safe?" Zhu felt a flicker of worry. The first 3 months of pregnancy were crucial in the modern world, and any vigorous activity could lead to unforeseen complications. Although the physical constitution in the beast realm might differ, she dared not take that risk. Zeyu's movements didn't cease. They merely became more gentle. "It will be fine, as long as we are careful. Then please be cautious." Before she could finish her sentence, he captured her lips. This kiss was the softest yet, like a feather brushing against her heart, imbued with a careful reverence. His hand cradled her neck as if he were afraid to shatter a precious treasure. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the animal skin curtain, illuminating his silvery hair, which glimmered with delicate light. Zhu felt his growing desire, his body radiating heat as if it were about to ignite, and her own body began to respond, a soft moan escaping her lips. As the night deepened, the cave was filled only with their mingled breaths and the suppressed murmurs from within. Zeyu lived up to his word, embodying a tenderness beyond compare, each motion imbued with exquisite restraint, as if he were cherishing an extraordinary gem. It was not until Li Zhu was too weary to keep her eyes open that he finally paused, holding her closely, resting his chin atop her head. Listening to her gradually steadying breath, his gaze filled with a warm contentment. Sleep now. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, his fingertips brushing over the golden mark on her chest. Li Zhu nestled closer, swiftly succumbing to slumber, enveloped in tranquility even within her dreams. The following morning, when Li Zhu awoke, the space beside her was empty, yet the enticing aroma of meat lingered in the air. She propped herself up and saw Zeyu squatting by the stove, stirring the meat soup in a stone pot, the morning light streaming in through the cave entrance, wrapping him in a warm, golden hue that evoked an indescribable homely warmth. Awake? He turned to her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The soup is ready. I added some of your favorite sweet berry bits. And there is also some grilled beast meat on the table. Li Zhu approached, gently wrapping her arms around his waist, her cheek pressed against his warm back. What time did you rise? I just got up not long ago. Zeyu ruffled her hair affectionately. Hurry and serve the soup before it cools. Breakfast was a delightful and fulfilling affair. Zeyu's soup was rich and creamy with a hint of sweetness, and Li Zhu eagerly consumed 2 large bowls. After savoring 3 pieces of grilled meat, once everything was tidied away, Zeyu recalled her mention of salt production for the previous day and inquired, "Shall we make fine salt today?" "Yes." Li Zhu's eyes sparkled. "Zay, go inform Ba and Mama, and have my father notify the clansmen. Then, let everyone bring wooden basins to the watering hole. This salt is to be shared with our clan. Zay, would you mind if I distributed the salt to the clan members? After all, salt is indeed precious." "I would not. If you wish to share, there must be your reasons. Moreover, I am now part of the clan, why would I mind?" Zeyu replied with a gentle smile. "Indeed, I wish to share it not solely because my father is the clan leader, but also because they have treated me exceptionally well." She had always been a restless spirit, often running about the tribe with a tang and aining during her childhood, frequently mooching meals from others. To be born into such a tribe, she felt fortunate. Although they were weak in strength, the tribe members were united and filled with affection. "All right, I will go inform Ba and Mama now." As Zeyu spoke, he made his way outside. The tribe obtained water from a nearby hidden stream, where a natural pool lay, its water calm and crystal clear. By the time they arrived, a considerable number of people had gathered, including Liqing and Ming Yuan, who waved at them with smiles. "Azu, Xiao Zhe, you finally made it. Aching said you were going to produce salt that isn't bitter. Everyone is quite curious." Li Zhu approached the pool, pointing to the wooden basins and several thick animal skins they had brought. After greeting everyone, she began explaining. "The first step is to dissolve the coarse salt in water. Zay, please help me break the salt blocks." "All right," Zeyu replied, effortlessly waving his hand as the salt blocks crumbled into fine grains. "There is too much salt. I will take a portion for demonstration, and the remaining coarse salt will be distributed by my father to each household for them to produce their own. The processed fine salt will taste better and be healthier." As Li Zhu spoke, she poured a portion of coarse salt into her wooden basin. "Now, add clean water to the basin and stir until all the salt dissolves." As she stirred with a wooden spoon, the basin quickly rippled with murky waves. The impurities in the coarse salt settled at the bottom, but it's still not enough. We need to add alkaline water. She instructed Zeyu to bring a bundle of dried reeds and to burn them to ashes. She then filled another basin with water, mixing in the wood ash. "Now, let us filter it, and the alkaline water will be ready." Li Zhu took the prepared animal skin and filtered out the alkaline water. "Now, add the alkaline water into the salt water and stir for a while. The alkaline water will absorb the impurities in the water. Let's sit for a moment." Everyone squatted beside the wooden basin, watching as murky substances gradually appeared at the bottom, while the surface of the water became clearer. Liqing couldn't help but reach out, only to be gently stopped by Ming Yuan. "Don't interfere. Let Azu work." After about half an hour, Li Zhu picked up a piece of specially processed soft animal skin, the kind Zay had tanned to be extremely thin, tying the edges with vines to create a square filter. "Now I need to filter it. Slowly pour the settled salt water into the filter, being careful not to disturb the sediment at the bottom." Zeyu stepped forward to assist, carefully holding the basin and gently pouring the clear salt water into the animal skin filter. The salt water seeped through the fine pores of the animal skin, dripping into the stone pot below, appearing several times clearer than before, with no impurities in sight. With the step completed, only the boiling remained. Zhu pointed to the makeshift stove by the stream. Place the pot on the stove, light a fire, and allow the water to evaporate. Several beastmen hurriedly added firewood, flames licking at the bottom of the pot as fine bubbles quickly formed in the stone pot. Zhu occasionally stirred with a wooden spatula to prevent sticking, and as the moisture gradually reduced, a thin layer of white frost began to crystallize on the pot's walls. "It's almost done," Aining exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement as she leaned in closer. Once the water in the pot was nearly evaporated, a layer of snow-white crystals formed at the bottom, significantly finer than the original coarse salt, glistening with a luminous sheen. Zhu used fire tongs to lift the stone pot, placing it on a nearby stone slab to cool. She then scooped a small amount with a wooden spatula, blowing on it to cool before offering it to Mingyuan. "Mama, would you like to taste?" Mingyuan cautiously licked it, her eyes widening in surprise. "It's not bitter, truly not bitter. Delicious." The crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly gathering around, eager to sample the salt. Zhu, however, did not pause. She continued, "The last step requires further frying." She poured the crystallized salt grains into a clean stone pot, placing it over a gentle flame to slowly stir-fry, simultaneously using a wooden spatula to crush the clumped salt. The high temperature would eliminate the final traces of moisture and enhance the purity of the salt's flavor. Soon, a faint salty aroma wafted through the cave, enticing several small beastmen, who swallowed hard. "It's done." Zhu transferred the finely fried salt into a ceramic jar, where the snow-white grains sparkled under the sunlight, bringing joy to the onlookers. "This is the fine salt. Now, let my father distribute the coarse salt for everyone to try." Zhu made way for her tribesmen to queue for the salt. Li Cheng picked up a piece of fine salt, gazing at it against the setting sun, unable to contain his grin. "Zhu, you truly are our tribe's lucky star." Flattered by the praise, Zhu moved closer to Zeyu. He wrapped his arm around her waist, his eyes gleaming with a warmth that seemed to overflow. "Indeed, she is our lucky star. Father and mother, you distribute the salt here. Zay and I will return to prepare dinner. You have yet to witness Zay's culinary skills. With this fine salt, tonight's dinner will surely be delectable." "Go ahead," Li Cheng urged, already busy with the task, while Ming Yuan casually responded and joined in. The evening breeze carried the coolness of the stream, washing away the fatigue of the day. Zhu looked at the smiles on her tribesmen's faces, then at Zeyu beside her, her heart swelling with sweetness like it was filled with honey, as the two walked hand in hand towards home. Chapter 15. Spring bamboo shoots on the way back to the cave. Zhu was contemplating what to prepare for dinner, her steps light and buoyant. Shall we make grilled tusk boar ribs tonight? With the freshly made chili powder and the fine salt we just prepared, it will surely be fragrant." "All right," Zeyu replied indulgently, unable to resist ruffling her hair as he admired the sparkle in her eyes. "Shall we also stew a pheasant soup? We could add those wild mushrooms you dried last time." The tusk boar is akin to today's wild boar, while the pheasant resembles the wild chicken. Yes. We should also roast sweet potatoes. The batch we planted last time is ripened, sweet and starchy. Zhu counted off on her fingers, eager to prepare every delicious dish possible. Upon arriving at the cave, Zeyu went to handle the tusk boar he had previously hunted, while Zhu took a small stool and settled by Li Hang's bed. "Brother, how are you feeling today? Would you like me to fetch you some water?" Li Hang was leaning on a pile of animal skins, polishing a stone spear, and smiled upon hearing her. "I'm feeling much better now. It's just that Father 1T let me help by the creek, saying I need to recuperate." He flexed his arm, the muscle definition stronger than before. "But the crystal of the earth-shattering bear is indeed effective. I feel energized all over. In a couple of days, I will join the hunting team for a trial. You must be cautious. Don't overexert yourself," Zhu advised. "Understood, little manager," Li Hang teased. "Hurry and check on your beast husband. You don't want to burn the meat." Blushing, Zhu shot him a glare before stepping out of the cave. Indeed, Zeyu was grilling the ribs. The flames danced around the meat on the stone stove, grease dripping and sizzling. filling the air with a rich meaty aroma intermingled with the scent of chili and fine salt, making one salivate. "Watch the fire. Don't actually burn it," she said, approaching him and retrieving several sweet potatoes from a nearby bamboo basket to bury in the embers. "Rest assured, it won't burn." Zeyu freed a hand to pop a freshly grilled piece of meat into her mouth. "Try it?" The ribs were crispy on the outside, yet tender within, savory with a hint of spice, and the fine salt brought out the meat's flavor like never before. Li Zhu's eyes lit up as she mumbled, "Delicious. It's even better than what I make." Zeyu chuckled softly, his gaze warmer than the flames in the stove. The two worked seamlessly, one grilling meat and the other preparing wild vegetables, sharing casual banter as the warmth of the cave grew. As the sun began to set, the stone table was laden with dishes, glossy grilled ribs, bubbling mushroom meat soup, fluffy roasted sweet potatoes, and a plate of cold wild vegetables sprinkled with fine salt. Refreshing and delightful. Father and mother should be back soon. Li Zhu peered outside the cave. No sooner had she spoken than Ming Yuan's voice echoed. "We can smell the aroma. We're back." Li Cheng and Ming Yuan entered, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the feast. "Wow, this is truly lavish," Ming Yuan exclaimed, setting down the ceramic jar and leaning closer to the table to inhale the scent. "These ribs smell incredible. Xiao Zhe's skills are impressive. Please, take a seat. Everything is freshly prepared and still warm," Li Zhu urged, pulling Ming Yuan down and handing Li Cheng a pair of wooden chopsticks. The family gathered around the stone table, chatting and laughing as they began to eat. Li Cheng, savoring a piece of rib, couldn't help but exclaim, "This fine salt truly makes a difference. The meat has become so flavorful." Ming Yuan relished the mushroom soup, finishing 2 large bowls and insistently encouraging Li Zhu to eat more vegetables for her health. Li Hang, holding a roasted sweet potato in one hand and tearing into a rib with the other, was surprised that the cooking was even better than his own. After all, he had been cooking for over a decade, while she had only been at it for a few days. Laughter resonated throughout the cave, the glow of the sunset reflecting on each joyful face, creating a warmth that enveloped their hearts. Li Zhu gazed at Zeyu beside her, at her chatterbox of a mother, and at her father and brother, who were laughing heartily, and suddenly felt that this was the greatest fortune she had encountered since crossing into the beast world, having such a complete and warm family. After dinner, Li Zhu and Zeyu tidied the dishes and returned to their own cave side by side. A gentle breeze rustled through, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, their shadows elongated by the setting sun as they nestled close together. Time flowed like a stream, and before they knew it, a month had passed. During this month, Li Zhu and Zeyu had made their cave increasingly cozy. Li Hang's injury had completely healed, and after absorbing the energy from the earth-shattering bear's crystal, his strength had significantly increased. He had successfully joined the hunting team several times, each outing yielding substantial rewards, with their food stores doubling compared to previous years. One morning, while Zeyu was inspecting the hunting tools, Li Zhu suddenly approached him, saying, "Zhe, may I accompany you on this hunting trip?" Yu paused, frowning slightly. "It's unsafe outside. You should stay near the southern forest, close to the tribe where we first met." Li Zhu tugged at his arm, shaking it. "I want to take advantage of my mobility while I can. Perhaps I'll discover something new. When the moon is full, I might not be able to move at all." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing her hopeful gaze, Zeyu's heart softened. "All right, but you must stick close to me and not wander off." "I promise to behave." Li Zhu beamed, her eyes curving joyfully. Early the next morning, the two set off. Zeyu transformed into his beast form, and Li Zhu cautiously climbed onto his back. The southern forest was not far from the tribe. The trees were less dense than in the dark forest, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, illuminating the ground covered in soft grass and unfamiliar wildflowers. As Li Zhu looked at the familiar surroundings, she couldn't help but recall the moment of their first encounter, her cheeks warming slightly. "What are you thinking about?" Zeyu inquired, leaning closer. "Nothing," Li Zhu shook her head, gently pulling him along. Truth be told, the feeling of a date in the forest was entirely different from that at home. At home, her thoughts were consumed by other matters. The spring forest was particularly lively, with many small birds singing in the branches. As they walked, Li Zhu paid close attention to the plants along the path, occasionally bending down to dig up a few familiar wild vegetables. When they reached a patch of bamboo, she suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Zeyu whispered, thinking she might be feeling unwell. Zay looked quickly. Zeyu followed the direction of Li Zhu's pointing finger. At the edge of the bamboo grove, the earth revealed slender, pointed objects draped in a brownish-green sheath, resembling a cadre of guardians of the land. "What is this?" Zeyu inquired, perplexed. "Spring bamboo shoots." Li Zhu's eyes sparkled instantaneously. This was a delightful find. Whether sautéed or stewed, they were exceptionally delicious. Li Zhu had not anticipated encountering such treasures in the beast era. "Quick, Asha, let's gather these." Observing her excitement, Zeyu's curiosity was piqued regarding the flavor of these spring shoots. With a gentle twist, Li Zhu extracted a plump shoot from the ground. "Splendid," she exclaimed, holding the shoot aloft, her mind brimming with various culinary ideas. Braised meat with bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoot broth with beast bones. Li Zhu instructed Zeyu to place the shoots into their space and resumed her foraging. Before long, Zeyu's space was filled with a bounty of tender spring shoots. As the sun ascended higher, the two began their journey homeward. On the path back to the tribe, Li Zhu noted Zeyu's estimation of around 200 spring shoots in their space, her brow furrowing slightly. Although it seemed plentiful, with over 100 individuals in their tribe, each household would receive only a few, insufficient for all. Zeyu, glancing down at her, reassured her no worries. "There are many more we have yet to gather, and we are not far from the tribe. Shall we send the villagers to collect them tomorrow?" "Indeed," Li Zhu nodded, her eyes gleaming with inspiration. "In the morning, let them come and harvest, and in the afternoon, I shall teach everyone how to prepare bamboo shoots." "Perfect. Since we did not catch much today, I shall venture into the Black Forest again tomorrow to hunt a tusked beast for the bamboo shoots. If only we could catch a moo beast or a bleat beast, then we could enjoy a hot pot feast." The mere thought of hot pot made Li Zhu's mouth water. The moo beast was akin to modern cattle, and the bleat beast resembled sheep. Strangely, despite having lived here for 16 years, she had never encountered either. The villagers primarily hunted tusked beasts and pheasants, with the occasional odd wild creature. Conversely, they had discovered numerous edible plants and seasonings. "Hot pot, what is that?" Zeyu queried, somewhat bewildered. "It is absolutely delightful. You will surely love it once you taste it. But even without moo beasts, we can use tusked beasts for hot pot, though they are not as delectable." "All right," Zeyu replied softly, yet the notion lingered in his thoughts. "This afternoon, let's take a break. I shall teach you how to play mahjong." Zeyu raised an eyebrow. "Is it that wooden game you played last time?" "Yes. It is incredibly fun." Li Zhu urged him to quicken his pace. "I will teach you right away. You are so clever. You will learn in no time and defeat the three of them." As they approached the cave of her parents, they spotted Li Hang returning with a hunting team. Several plump pheasants and 2 tusked beasts speared on his stone spear, the hunters' faces beaming with joy. "Ashu, Asha," Li Hang called from a distance, soon reaching them. "Where have you two been? We were just discussing searching for you." "Ashiong, we ventured into the southern forest and discovered a new food source." Li Zhu exclaimed, extending her hand to Zeyu, who retrieved several spring bamboo shoots from their space and handed them to Li Hang. "Ashiong, these are spring bamboo shoots, incredibly delicious. There are many more over there. You should take the villagers to gather them tomorrow morning, and in the afternoon, I shall teach everyone how to prepare them." Li Hang held the shoots in his hands, responding with an enthusiastic acknowledgement. Discovering new food was indeed exhilarating, yet after so many years of finding new sources, the villagers had grown accustomed to it. Nonetheless, the excitement and anticipation of new food remained palpable. Li Zhu recalled her plan to teach Zeyu mahjong and turned to Amu and Sui Yen. "Amu, Sui Yen, after dinner, please invite a Ning and a Tang to join us for mahjong." The two responded affirmatively and joined the other hunters returning home, all eager to satiate their hunger after a long morning. Entering the cave, they found Li Chung busy at the stove, immediately serving the freshly prepared beast bone soup. "Drink this while it's hot." The midday meal was simple yet lively, with Li Hang animatedly recounting amusing tales from the hunt. including how he pierced the tusked beast's throat with a spear, eliciting gasps of amazement from Li Zhu. Clearly, the earth-shattering crystal had greatly benefited Xiong. And perhaps in the future, Zeyu could assist him in hunting higher-tier beasts to enhance his strength. Ming Yuan, with a smile, reminded them to stay safe. Though Zeyu spoke little, he subtly ensured that Li Zhu received all the meat from his bowl as she savored her soup. After the meal, Li Zhu was eager to teach Zeyu mahjong, pulling him towards the great tree where she would rapidly impart her accumulated knowledge of the game. Meanwhile, Li Hang was tasked with washing the dishes, expressing his silent frustration yet recognizing the authority of his parents. He hoped that Li Zhu, being pregnant, and Zeyu, who was no match for him, would assist him in hunting higher-tier beasts. By the time Tang and Ning arrived, Li Zhu had thoroughly equipped Zeyu with all her mahjong strategies, eagerly anticipating his performance. Come, quickly sit down, we are about to begin. Li Zhu could hardly contain her excitement to witness the fruits of her teaching. Zhe, quickly bring out some of the spring bamboo shoots from your space. Zeyu complied, waving his hand to reveal a small pile of spring shoots on the ground. Tang, Ning, and Xiong, come take 20 each. These are spring bamboo shoots, absolutely delicious. Tang and Ning approached, somewhat skeptical that the slender sticks were indeed edible, yet they each took 20. Once everyone was ready, Li Zhu sat beside Zeyu, prepared for battle. Tomorrow, I shall teach everyone how to cook spring bamboo shoots. For now, this will be our wager for today. Also, this is a loan from us to you. We expect to return with more tomorrow. My Sui-yin is so capable. He will surely bring back many spring bamboo shoots. Tang boasted. Sui-yin, standing beside her, smiled slightly. All right then, but do not lose too much, my defeated opponents. With Zhe on my side today, we must triumph over you. Tang scoffed. You only have one partner. I have two. Who should be afraid? Let us go. Ning shyly glanced at a Mu beside her. I have a Mu. I trust him. Li Hang interjected. I dislike you all. Thus, he was the only one without a partner. Father, mother, come quickly. Let us three defeat them together. Li Hang called into the cave. All he received was a cold get lost from Li Cheng. Oh, Ming Yuan, emerging from the cave, noticed her eldest son's aggrieved expression and felt a twinge of sympathy, walking over to him. Li Hang's eyes lit up. Mother, I knew you loved me. You think too highly of yourself. I merely feel a bit sorry for you. Could Li Hang still enjoy the game? Ming Yuan took a seat beside Li Hang and called into the cave, bring some wild fruits for the children. The wooden stump beneath the great tree was filled to capacity as the group officially commenced their game of mahjong. Initially, Zeyu was still unfamiliar with the game, losing 2 consecutive rounds. Watching as a portion of the spring bamboo shoots made their way into Tang's pocket, while the 2 war-smug expressions made Li Zhu appear unfazed on the surface. Although internally, she felt a growing sense of frustration. This shouldn't be happening. What was going wrong? How could Zhe, so intelligent, be outplayed by Xiong? As they reached the 3rd round, with the other 3 players dwindling in their cards, Li Zhu was anxious, intending to say something when she suddenly observed Zeyu overturning his hand. Self-draw all one suit. Li Hang's hand, poised to draw a tile, froze in midair as he glared at Zeyu. Have you become this formidable so quickly after just learning? Zeyu smiled silently, while beside him, Li Zhu puffed out her chest. Of course, my Zhe is the smartest. Hurry, give me money no, give me bamboo shoots. The group played energetically, and as Li Zhu gazed at the increasing number of spring bamboo shoots before her, her smile grew ever wider. Tang, frustrated, slammed the table. Again, I refuse to believe I cannot win. Yet, the more they played, the more they lost. By the time the sun began to set, Li Hang had no spring bamboo shoots left before him. Ming Yuan watched from the side, shaking her head. You're hopeless. Don't ever claim to be my child when you go out. Li Han Wimbo. Tang also had only a few bamboo shoots left. At this moment, Ming Zhu, seeing her partner's distressed expression, hurried to comfort her, promising to bring back many spring bamboo shoots the next day. Tang's spirits lifted, and she proudly raised her head. Li Zhu, when my beast husband brings back more bamboo shoots tomorrow, we will battle another 300 rounds. I refuse to believe I will lose every day. Li Zhu, looking at the pile of bamboo shoots before her, smiled with her eyes squinting with delight. All right. I have Aze. Just remember to return the bamboo shoots you gather tomorrow. One less, and it won't do. Got it. Li Hang rubbed his aching wrist. Your beast husband wasn't a gambler in his past life, was he? So impressive. Why doesn't he have such a brilliant mind? Zeyu held Li Zhu's hand, his fingertips gently scratching her palm. It's because Li Zhu taught him well. Li Zhu blushed and swatted his hand away. Let us all have dinner together tonight, using these spring bamboo shoots to make braised meat and beast bone soup. At the cave entrance, 10 people were crammed together. Li Cheng and Atang's 2 beast husbands were responsible for handling the beast meat, while Atang and Aning peeled the bamboo shoots, and Amu prepared bowls and chopsticks. Zeyu took charge of making the braised meat with spring bamboo shoots, while Li Hang and Ming Yuan prepared the relatively simple beast bone soup, with Li Zhu directing. She closely monitored when to add what, whether to increase or decrease the heat. Everyone received their respective tasks and immediately became busy. Ming Yuan watched this scene with great satisfaction. In the past, the females of the rabbit tribe seldom contributed. It was always the male beast husbands who worked. However, with the arrival of Li Zhu, the females were influenced by her and began to assist their husbands with small tasks. Eventually, they discovered that leading a monotonous life of eating and sleeping was quite tedious, and occasionally helping their husbands brought unexpected joy. The afternoon heat lingered, but the evening glow crept in softly, with light pink blending into orange, painting the sky like an unfinished watercolor. Even a passing breeze slowed its pace. The fragrant aroma of meat mingled with the fresh scent of bamboo shoots wafted throughout the rabbit tribe. So fragrant, Atang leaned closer to the stove, watching the bubbling beast bone soup. Aunt Yuan, your cooking skills are improving. Make sure to eat more later. Ming Yuan smiled, ruffling her hair. At dinner time, the stone table was laden with dishes. A large pot of braised beast meat with spring bamboo shoots, the bamboo slices soaked in meat juices, tender and fragrant. A creamy beast bone soup with vibrant wild greens, and glistening roasted pheasant legs, sprinkled with freshly made fine salt and chili powder. So delicious one could almost swallow their tongue. The 10 gathered around, chatting and laughing as they ate. Li Cheng sipped sweet berry juice from a wooden jar, marveling. Life is becoming more flavorful. Ming Yuan served Li Zhu a bowl of soup. Drink more to nourish your body. After the meal, the 4 females moved wooden stools to the cave entrance, enjoying the sunset while idly chatting. Atang poked Li Zhu's arm. Your beast husband is not only skilled in hunting, but also in playing mahjong. He should challenge the beast men from other tribes and win their food for us. Li Zhu couldn't help but laugh at this idea. That's quite innovative. It could actually happen. Who knows? Maybe one day mahjong will become popular across the entire beast world. On the other side of the cave entrance, 6 males were busy tidying up, washing dishes, wiping tables, and cleaning the floor. Xiao Zhe, go to the Black Forest tomorrow? Li Cheng asked while drying a wooden bowl. Yes, the southern forest has fewer prey. The Black Forest has more. We should prepare accordingly, Zeyu replied. Be careful. Li Cheng said no more, knowing that Zeyu was quite formidable and not needing to worry excessively. As night descended, everyone gradually took their leave to return home. Li Zhu and Zeyu walked side by side back to their cave, the evening breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and wood as the stars above twinkled to life. Did you have a good day? Zeyu asked, looking down at her. Yes. Li Zhu gazed up at him, her eyes brighter than the stars. My Aze is truly amazing. He won so many bamboo shoots. I found the bamboo shoots incredibly delicious at dinner. Zeyu paused, bending down to lift her up. Li Zhu is also very capable. Let's go. It's time to get a good night's sleep. He adored hearing her say my Aze, as it warmed his heart like a bundle of sun-dried cotton, soft and sweetening his breath. Li Zhu wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on the chin. Come back early tomorrow. All right. Upon returning to the cave, Zeyu gently placed Li Zhu on the soft bed of grass, leaning down to kiss the smile at the corner of her lips. The moonlight quietly seeped in through the window, casting a gentle glow on their entwined figures, tender as a dream from which one does not wish to awaken. Li Zhu, I feel as though I am liking you more and more. Chapter 17. The Nine-Tailed Crimson Flame Spirit Fox the next day. As dawn broke and the mountain mist had yet to dissipate, Zeyu was already prepared to set off. He glanced at the slumbering Li Zhu. Nestled in the animal skins, her brow furrowed, as if she were dreaming. He gently smoothed her brow and left a soft kiss on her forehead before quietly slipping out of the cave. The morning mist in the black forest carried a biting chill, the shadows of towering ancient trees obscuring the path, punctuated only by the occasional roar of beasts. Zeyu concealed his presence, transforming into his beast form, and swiftly dashed deeper into the forest. As he passed through a thicket of thorns, a peculiar scent suddenly reached his nostrils. A 9th-tier beastman and an 8th-tier ironclad bear? Intriguing. Zeyu's eyes sharpened, transforming into human form as he melded into the trees. Not far away, in a clearing, a giant fox of crimson hue faced off against a massive ironclad bear. The fox's 9 bushy tails blazed with golden-red flames, each swipe sending waves of heat through the air, leaving behind smoking scorch marks on the ground. The ironclad bear roared, striking its massive paw against the rocks, sending debris flying. As the ironclad bear howled in pain after being struck by the fox's claws, it attempted to flee, only to be pursued instantly by the giant fox. Its 9 tails flared simultaneously, flames cascading down like a waterfall, encircling the ironclad bear in a ring of fire. Just as the giant fox prepared to deliver the final blow, a cold male voice suddenly rang out. "That beast is mine." Fengmian paused, turning sharply, his golden vertical pupils locking onto Zeyu in the trees. The flames of his 9 tails surged several feet higher, the surrounding temperature rising abruptly. He cannot discern the tier of the person before him. What beastman dares to steal my prey? Before the words faded, Fengmian's form flickered and transformed into human shape. His golden red hair curled slightly, his narrow eyes captivating, and a tuft of deep red fox fur at the tips of his ears swayed gently. Leaning against a rock, Fengmian toyed with a flicker of flame at his fingertips, his tone dripping with unabashed provocation. "Those who are wise should leave. I am not in the mood to play today." Zeyu stepped out from the shadows of the trees, his silver-white hair gleaming coldly in the morning mist, his obsidian eyes betraying no emotion. "It obstructed my path. If it obstructs your path, should it belong to you?" Fengmian scoffed, his form suddenly vanishing from sight. Although this 8th-tier beast did not hold much regard for it, the matter pertained to his dignity. Should other beastmen become aware, would he not be left utterly humiliated? In the next moment, Fengmian appeared behind Zeyu, his hand, imbued with the warmth of flames, aimed directly at Zeyu's back. "Let us see if you possess the capability to take it." Zeyu did not even turn around. He merely sidestepped slightly, the energy concentrated at his fingertips, slicing through the air like an invisible blade, accurately striking Fengmian's wrist. Fengmian felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, the force dissipating instantaneously, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, his gaze towards Zeyu now tinged with a sense of gravity. He could sense that the silver-haired beastman before him possessed greater strength, and he had not even utilized his powers yet. Fengmian raised an eyebrow, the golden hue of his eyes igniting with intensified combat fervor. "This is intriguing. Let us continue." He formed seals with his hands, flames surging around him, transforming into a blazing fox apparition that lunged at Zeyu. The temperature in the air soared to a level that nearly ignited the surrounding flora. Even the rocks became scalding to the touch. Yet, Zeyu remained steadfast. The pressure of a 10th-tier beastman unfurling like a tsunami, the invisible wave of energy instantaneously shattering the fiery fox illusion. He advanced step by step toward Fengmian, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if a colossal beast were awakening. "Do you still wish to continue?" Fengmian found himself overwhelmed by that oppressive force, his blood surging, his legs trembling slightly. He had always believed his 9th-tier strength was the pinnacle among the younger generation, never considering that someone could render him immobile merely through pressure. "Are you a 10th tier?" His voice tightened, disbelief etched across his golden pupils. Were those rumors true? He had always thought that the so-called 10th-tier beastmen were merely exaggerated tales spun by others. After all, no beastman had ever truly encountered one. Yet today, he found himself face to face with such an entity. Zeyu did not respond, merely casting a glance at the nearly lifeless iron-armored bear on the ground. It belongs to me now. Do you have any objections? Fengmian, you are surprisingly polite. I have no objections. Did he dare to have any? Between face and life. Life held precedence. Now, go assist me in the hunt. Fengmian, are you not a person at all? Not only do you take my prey, but you also want me to help you hunt. Hearing this, Zeyu cast a light glance at Fengmian. Fengmian felt the oppressive aura surge once more, gritting his teeth. Proud as he was, he had never experienced such coercion. Yet he understood clearly that he was no match for the man before him. Resistance would only lead to humiliation. With a snort, he turned to leave. You are quite ruthless. If we are to hunt, then I shall go. Only then did Zeyu retract his pressure. For the next half-day, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the Black Forest. 10th tier Zeyu sat upon a stone, savoring a bowl of fried meat taken from his spatial storage. A meal prepared at home for convenience during hunts. 9th tier Fengmian busied himself, utilizing his fire-based powers to attack fleeing birds and chasing after bounding Mye beasts. All while chattering away. Hey, silver-haired one, is this enough? If not, I shall fetch a larger one. Zeyu watched Fengmian adeptly capture his prey. The golden-red figure weaving through the forest like a flickering flame. He suddenly recalled Li Zhu. Zhu has only him as a mate. Perhaps he should help her find another. This way, he could leave with a greater sense of reassurance. Although Fengmian was flamboyant, his strength was undeniable. A 9th tier on the Beast World continent was at the apex, and his abilities were quite practical, making him an excellent hunter. Most importantly, given his solitary appearance, he likely lacked a partner. Zeyu's gaze shifted as he spoke casually when Fengmian returned, dragging a fully grown, rock-armored beast. Do you have a mate? Fengmian, busy wiping the blood from his claws, paused in surprise, then regarded Zeyu warily. What do you want? Just curious, Zeyu replied nonchalantly. Do I need a mate? What female would be worthy of me? Fengmian arrogantly stroked his golden red mane. Zeyu felt a wave of exasperation. Had it not been for this fool being a 9th tier, he certainly would not have considered him. Yet, the thought of Zhu being pregnant for over a month weighed on him. With just over a month remaining, it would pass in the blink of an eye. After the 3rd month, Zhu's demands for food and rest would surge dramatically. To find her a mate at that time would be inappropriate, and it was uncertain if he could find someone of this fool's caliber. Thus, it would be better to facilitate their acquaintance now. If Zhu were to take a liking to him, then he would. He had a strong intuition that Zhu would indeed take a liking to him. He knew well that Zhu favored handsome male beastmen. He truly did not want to admit that this fool was, indeed, rather presentable. Zeyu had never even considered Fengmian's feelings. Would you like to eat? With that thought, Zeyu found himself harboring an odd sense of familial belonging, and he retrieved a bowl of warm fried meat from his spatial storage and offered it to Fengmian. What is this? Fengmian inquired, eyeing the peculiar wooden bowl in Zeyu's hand, the meat inside exuding a delightful aroma that had him swallowing involuntarily. Having just seen Zeyu eat, this is fried meat, our tribe's food. You may try it. It is quite delicious. Upon hearing the word delicious, Fengmian eagerly accepted the bowl and took a bite. As soon as the morsel touched his tongue, his eyes widened in astonishment. Why had he, in 20 years, never tasted such exquisite food? It was so flavorful, so enticing. In just a few bites, the bowl in Fengmian's hands was emptied. He then looked at Zeyu with sparkling eyes, the implication unmistakably clear. You could allow me to have a bit more, considering my excellent performance just now, right? Fengmian's pride? I have none. Zeyu's lips twitched, although he had also been greatly astonished the first time he tasted it. He had never reacted in such a manner. Is it really that serious? My apologies. Just as Zeyu began to speak, Fengmian's expression of expectation vanished at a visible pace. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. Fengmian turned to depart, wishing to escape this place that caused beasts to feel sorrow. Wait a moment. Although I have none left, I can invite you to my home for a meal. I have plenty of other delicious food. If Li Zhu were present, she would certainly roll her eyes, for she had packed plenty of fried meat for him to eat on the way. He had merely consumed half of it. Really? Is that really okay? What? Of course. All right, I will go hunt more beasts right now. When Zeyu lifted his head, he only caught a glimpse of Fengmian Zhu's fading silhouette. He said nothing. Chapter 18. A visit the following day. During midday, the sun shone perfectly, filtering through the treetops to illuminate the clearing of the rabbit tribe, creating a warm ambience. Once again, beneath that great tree, Zhu was engaged in a spirited game with Tang and Ning and Li Hong. The wooden mahjong tiles on the stone table clattering excitedly. Beside them lay a small pile of spring bamboo shoots, the wager for the day. Who? All one suit. Tang triumphantly knocked over his tiles, gleefully sliding a shoot toward himself. Zhu, your luck seems poor today. You've lost nearly 10 shoots already. Zhu pouted as she fiddled with her tiles, her mind wandering. She had waited all day for Zeyu yesterday, yet he had not returned until nightfall. Despite knowing his strength, she could not help but worry for him. Her fingers grazed the slick mahjong tiles, feeling as though the game lacked its usual excitement. Without a Zeyu present, there was no one to offer her advice. She muttered to herself, just as she was about to play a tile. Her peripheral vision caught sight of 2 figures approaching. The one in front was none other than Zeyu, the one she had been longing for. But who was the golden red-haired stranger following behind him? At this moment, Fengmian was busy looking around, his face filled with curiosity. Zhe! Zhu's eyes brightened. Abandoning her tiles, she rushed toward him. You're back. Slow down. Zeyu extended his hand to catch the person leaping towards him. His fingertips brushed against her slightly cool hand as he murmured, "There was an unexpected incident yesterday that caused you concern. It is sufficient that you have returned." Zhu shook his hand with a hint of grievance in her tone. "Without you, I could not compete against them and lost many chunsen." In truth, it was her own distraction that led to her frequent mistakes, but before Zeyu, she could not help but want to display a touch of affection. Zeyu lowered his head and smiled gently. "No worries. I shall win them back alongside you another day. You are the best, Zhe." Suddenly, Zhu noticed the figure of Fengmian behind him and tilted her head in curiosity. "But Zhe, who is this?" Fengmian had long been captivated by the wooden mahjong tiles on the table, only returning to awareness upon hearing the question. He appraised Zhu from head to toe. The female before him was not particularly tall, with narrow shoulders and a slender waist. What stood out most were her eyes, large and resembling 2 pools of clear spring water, with slightly upturned outer corners that exuded an unintentional charm. Her pupils were a translucent amber hue, often appearing misty when she looked at others, and her long, thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her eyelids, like butterfly wings resting there. Her skin was fair, untouched by the harsh sun, with a hint of pink, a petite nose, and naturally pink lips that moved gently when she spoke, as if she were savoring a piece of candy yet to dissolve. Fengmian suddenly felt a warmth creeping to his cheeks. What on earth am I doing? He was utterly transfixed by the sight of this petite female, and he wondered if the 10-rank fierce beast would not take his life. Stealing a glance at Zeyu, he found no signs of displeasure on his face, which relieved him greatly. "I am Fengmian, a 9-tailed fiery fox." "Hello, I am Zhu," she replied with a smile, then turned her gaze back to Zeyu. "Have you eaten? My father has just made some soup." "Not yet," Zeyu replied. Perfect timing. Hearing the commotion, Licheng emerged from the house, and, upon seeing Fengmian behind Zeyu, did not inquire further but called out, "Li Hong, go heat up the bamboo shoot soup on stove and grill a few pieces of meat." Li Hong, still sulking from his recent loss at cards, responded reluctantly and trudged towards the stove. As he passed by Fengmian, he could not help but steal a couple of glances. This beast man was rather flamboyant, with golden red hair that dazzled the eyes. Fengmian's attention had already been captured by the mahjong laid out on the stone table, and he squatted beside it, pointing at the intricately carved wooden tiles and asking Sin, "What is this? What are you all doing?" "Mahjong, a form of entertainment," Tang replied proudly, raising the tiles in his hand. "Winning can earn you chunsen." "Chunsen?" Fengmian paused, puzzled, having never heard of such a thing. It was no surprise he had not. This continent did not even have pandas. Zhu had been equally astonished at first, once imagining how cool it would be to find a national treasure beast husband. Yet, there were none to be found. Just then, Mingyan emerged with a large basin of steaming soup, the rich aroma wafting through the air. The milky white broth was dotted with tender yellow bamboo shoot slices and several pieces of soft, stewed beast bones, instantly whetting the appetite. Come over and have some soup. Ming Yuan cheerfully beckoned. Little Zay, please have a seat. Unsure of how to address Fengmian, Ming Yuan had been assisting leeching until now. The tantalizing scent held Fengmian in place, and he followed Zeyu to the wooden table. Soon, the table was filled with an array of dishes: bamboo shoot and beast bone soup, crispy grilled tusk beast meat, steamed sweet potatoes, and a plate of cold wild vegetables sprinkled with fine salt and chili powder, all vibrant and colorful. Leeching handed Fengmian a pair of wooden chopsticks. Try it. It's all home-cooked food. Eagerly, Fengmian picked up a piece of bamboo shoot and placed it in his mouth. The crisp and tender texture mingled with the rich flavor of the meat broth, making his tail twitch with delight. Suddenly, he remembered he was in his human form, but the exhilaration was impossible to conceal. He took another bite of the sweet potato, its sweetness surpassing anything he had ever tasted. What kind of divine food is this? Fengmian's eyes widened in astonishment. You all eat this every day. You call this home cooking? In his 20 years in the tribe, every meal had been either raw meat or charred beast meat. He had never encountered such exquisite cuisine. Zeyu leisurely filled a bowl with soup and remarked, "It's about that level." Fengmian had already become engrossed in the food, devouring 2 bowls of soup, 3 pieces of grilled meat, and a large sweet potato in rapid succession. Only when he felt his belly round and full did he slump on the wooden bench with a contented sigh. This is absolutely the best food I have ever eaten in my life. This is just the beginning. There are many other delicious dishes, Zhu observed, finding his satisfied demeanor somewhat endearing, accompanied by a sense of joy at being acknowledged. To have her offerings recognized and appreciated by everyone was indeed a delightful experience. What could be even better? Fengmian continued to gaze at Zhu with wide, sparkling eyes. Who knows? Eating good food truly brings joy to beasts. For instance, hot pot or barbecue, but currently we lack the Momo beast and Mimi beast. Their meat is the best for such dishes. Just hearing Zhu mention them made Fengmian eager to try. Could I stay in your tribe for a while? I won't eat for free. I will go hunting. He looked at Zhu, his eyes sparkling like a little beast seeking adoption. He realized that this female had some influence here. He understood clearly that by joining this tribe, he would not only enjoy delicious food, but also uncover the mystery of mahjong, 100 times better than his experience in the fox tribe. At home, he had to endure his parents' incessant nagging, be criticized, and eat unpalatable food. Life was unbearable, especially his father, who was always scheming to find him a female and marry him off early. Zeyu glanced at Zhu, noticing her silence and apparent hesitation, and said softly, "You may stay. The tribe has spare caves, and food is merely a matter of adding a few more pairs of chopsticks. He can hunt for himself." In truth, he sensed that Zhu had not rejected the idea and seemed to have a soft spot for this fellow. Upon hearing this, Fengmian instantly burst into joy. 9 ethereal fox tails fluttered behind him in excitement, nearly knocking over a nearby wooden water bucket. Fantastic! From now on, I shall be a member of your tribe. Zhu, rest assured, anyone who dares to bully our tribe, I shall burn them to ashes. Zhu, Zeyu, and the others, is this truly our tribe? Only Lihong, who was tending to the firewood by the stove, rolled his eyes and muttered, "Who do you think you are in our tribe? Cooking is already hard work, and now we have someone here to steal our food." The sunlight spilled over the bustling cave, mingling with the enticing aroma of food and Fengmian's boisterous chatter, creating an inexplicable warmth and liveliness. Zhu looked at Zeyu, who smiled beside her, then at the animated Fengmian across the table. Suddenly, she felt that something was amiss. Chapter 19. Exploitation. The post-meal sun cast a lazy warmth on the ground. Zhu held Zeyu's hand. "Zay, you must be exhausted after working hard all day yesterday. Come, let us return to the cave and catch up on some sleep." She had not slept well the previous night either. Zeyu nodded in agreement, and the two of them strolled hand in hand towards the neighboring cave. Meanwhile, Lihong had just finished washing the dishes and stacking them neatly when his gaze drifted towards Fengmian, who was clutching his stomach and burping. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Hey, it seems we're running low on firewood at home. Fengmian, would you accompany me to gather some from the mountains?" Fengmian was momentarily lost in thought, watching Zhu and Zeyu depart. Just now, Li Zhu's concern for Zeyu had stirred a slight envy within him. After all, he had also toiled all day. In fact, he felt even more fatigued than Zeyu. Why had no one shown concern for him? There was no point in arguing. And now Li Hang actually wanted him to gather firewood. Absolutely not. After a long day, he needed a rest. Yesterday, he had been coerced by Zeyu to hunt. And today he had been trekking along, already yearning to collapse in exhaustion. Li Hang approached and draped his arm over his shoulder. The tribe does not support idlers. If one wishes to stay, one must work. The implication could not have been clearer. Refuse? Then you might as well leave. Fengmian gritted his teeth and shot a furious glare at Li Hang. This fellow was downright cruel. Did he intend to work him to death? If it weren't for the delicious food and the prospect of playing mahjong, he would have knocked this insufferable six-tiered, nearly seven-tiered rabbit beastman flat with a single punch. Fine, he would go. Fengmian stood up defiantly, his golden red hair bristling in indignation. However, let it be clear that he would only engage in physical labor, not mental exertion. Li Hang grinned like a sly fox, patting his shoulder. Fear not, gathering firewood requires no intellect. Furthermore, as if you possess any intelligence at all. Fengmian felt utterly insulted. It was not just a minor offense, but a profound humiliation. He swore that one day he would deliver a thorough beating to this detestable rabbit beast man. However, little did he expect that in the days to follow, he would find himself eagerly trying to curry favor with the very rabbit beast man he had just insulted. The two of them walked into the forest, with Li Hang skipping ahead, humming a tuneless melody, while Fengmian sluggishly trailed behind, cursing Li Hang in his heart 1,000 times over. Upon entering the forest, Li Hang found a large, leafy tree and effortlessly climbed up, reclining on a branch. Look over there, the dead branches are abundant. Go collect them, and call me when you have enough. Fengmian glared at him, infuriated, his tail almost igniting with rage. Why should he be resting while he toiled? Li Hang lay on the tree, not moving an inch. There is no rationale behind this. After all, are you the master or am I? Please do not question the master's decisions. Besides, you just arrived. Shouldn't you demonstrate your worth? Don't you wish to partake in the hot pot barbecue that Zhu mentioned? If you cannot even do this little task, then you may as well eat grass. These words struck at Fengmian's vulnerability. The thought of the fragrant food instantly quelled his fury, and he begrudgingly turned to gather firewood. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of golden light upon the carpet of fallen leaves. As he collected the branches, he mentally plotted his revenge. Once he mastered mahjong, he would ensure that he won all of Li Hang's spring bamboo shoots. The game looked incredibly entertaining, and that hot pot barbecue, he would definitely have Zhu prepare it for him. He worked swiftly, soon accumulating a large pile, binding it with vines into 2 hefty bundles, which weighed heavily on his arms. He looked up at Li Hang in the tree and called out, "Hey, is this enough? I'm about to collapse." Li Hang peered down through the foliage, assessing the 2 large bundles of firewood, and leisurely shook his head. "Gather more. We will need quite a bit for dinner tonight. We cannot have you running out of firewood halfway through cooking, can we?" Fengmian realized then that this insufferable rabbit was simply bossing him around. But thinking of Zhu's bright eyes and the delightful aroma of grilled meat, he held his tongue and continued to gather. It must be said that he truly understood the situation. Li Hang thought this was a straightforward task. He could not exploit Zeyu, the clever 10-tiered brother-in-law. But this one, well, although he was also 9-tiered, Fengmian was simple-minded. Just a little food was enough to make him obedient. By the time Fengmian tied the 3rd bundle, the sun had begun to set, painting the horizon with hues of orange and red. He was drenched in sweat, his golden red hair sticking to his forehead, looking utterly disheveled. "Can we go now?" he called out weakly. Only then did Li Hang leap down from the tree, brushing off the bits of grass from his clothes. "All right, that should suffice. Let's go." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and began to walk back the way they came. "Wait, aren't you taking any of this?" Fengmian exclaimed in surprise. Did he expect him to carry all the firewood alone? "Oh, right, let us do it this way. You transform into your beast form, and I'll help you load the firewood onto your back," Li Hang suggested, turning back to offer assistance. Fengmian felt utterly exasperated. Thank you very much. How cruel can you be? Do you want to make the beast suffer? Fengmian felt a sense of despair creeping in. Enough with the chit-chat. Hurry up. Thus, Fengmian reluctantly transformed into his beast form, hoisting a large pile of firewood onto his back, trudging along in misery. At that moment, he couldn't help but envy Zeyu, who had space to spare. Meanwhile, Li Heng bounced along beside him, carefree, entirely unbothered by the labor at hand. As they neared the tribe, Li Heng glanced at the 3 hefty bundles Fengmian carried, suddenly breaking into a warm smile. Thank you for your hard work, Fengmian. Look at you. You're exhausted. I feel a bit sorry for you. But as the master, I cannot let a guest suffer. Allow me to carry the rest of the way. Without waiting for Fengmian to respond, he transformed into his beast form and effortlessly lifted the 3 bundles of firewood, shaking his arms to appear as if it were a light load. Fengmian stood in shock. This fellow? Had he suddenly found his conscience? Watching Li Heng gallantly stride ahead, Fengmian's ire diminished slightly. Perhaps this guy wasn't entirely bad? However, he still felt a vague sense of unease. Fengmian didn't dwell on it and followed Li Heng slowly. Upon their return to the tribe, Ming Yuan and Li Zhu were seated at the cave entrance, sorting wild vegetables. Upon seeing them, they rushed over. Finally, you're back. It's nearly dark, Ming Yuan exclaimed, astonished by the amount of firewood Li Heng carried. So much? Li Heng tossed the firewood to the ground, immediately shifting back to human form, adopting an exaggeratedly weary demeanor as he rubbed his arms and sighed dramatically. Indeed, after collecting all afternoon, my arms feel as if they might break. Truly, you've worked hard, Li Heng. Be sure to eat more at dinner, Ming Yuan said with concern. Zhu, hurry and give me a bowl of water. I'm parched. Li Heng continued to push his luck, glancing up only to meet Zeyu's warning gaze, causing him to quickly lower his head, tempering his demeanor. Just as Li Zhu rose to fetch water, Zeyu approached with a cup in hand, offering it to Li Heng. Fengmian observed the scene, finally realizing what was amiss. This guy was eager to take credit for gathering firewood, all to gain favor. The firewood had been his labor. He was the one who had carried it back, the one who had truly toiled. Just as Fengmian was about to expose this despicable rabbit beast man, he noticed Li Zhu handing him a clean piece of beast skin. You should wipe your sweat. You've worked hard. Fengmian was about to refuse, claiming he wasn't tired, when he caught Li Heng giving him a knowing wink, the smugness in his eyes nearly sending him into a fit of rage. Watching Li Heng accept the water from Zeyu and drink it heartily, he did not forget to say, "It's nice to know you care about me, unlike some people who only know how to slack off." Fengmian trembled with fury, his golden red hair almost standing on end. You're talking nonsense. I gathered all the firewood. You were napping in the tree. Oh, really? Li Heng raised an eyebrow innocently. I don't recall that. I distinctly remember you napping in the tree. Ming Yuan, witnessing the unfolding drama, was well aware of her son's temperament. She knew him all too well. He likely thought Fengmian had his eyes on Zhu, hence his disdain for Fengmian. However, Ming Yuan raised her hand and delivered a sharp reprimand to Li Heng. If you continue this nonsense, you will be responsible for washing all the dishes at home from now on. Li Heng was utterly taken aback. Although he usually washed the dishes, there were times when his father would assign him to do so as a punishment when he upset his mother. Thus, he still had the occasional chance to slack off. A mother, I have erred, and I shall never dare again. Li Heng covered his head and leaped far away. The bowl was indeed a troublesome one to wash. Fengmian, witnessing Li Heng's demeanor, felt a sense of relief wash over him. The sun gradually sank in the west, and wisps of smoke began to rise from every household in the tribe. Li Heng and Fengmian took a bath by the stream, and upon their return, dinner was just being prepared. The two beheld yet another sumptuous and delightful meal. The family gathered around the table, each face radiating with joy and satisfaction. Chapter 20. The hunting party. The night enveloped the rabbit tribe like a velvet cloth dipped in ink, tenderly shrouding the entire community. The flames in each cave gradually extinguished, leaving only the gentle rustling of the evening breeze through the treetops. Li Cheng carried a glowing grass lamp, leading Fengmian toward a cave at the edge of the tribe. This cave, previously used for storing animal skins, had been tidied up by the tribesmen in the afternoon, with fresh soft grass laid down for temporary lodging. He pushed aside the animal skin curtain at the entrance. The space was not large, but well kept, with neatly stacked animal skins in one corner and a wooden bucket beside a stone table. There was water in the bucket, and if it ran low, one could fetch more from the stream. Fengmian nodded, watching as Li Cheng's figure disappeared into the night before turning to enter the cave. The moment the animal skin curtain fell, a chilling silence enveloped him, with only his own breath echoing in the empty cave. Fengmian lay upon the soft grass, gazing at the rough rock ceiling, suddenly feeling an emptiness within. Previously, in the fox tribe, he had grown weary of his father's incessant chatter. Yet now, in the absence of that familiar voice, the surrounding silence felt unnerving, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Unconsciously, Fengmian's fingertips brushed against the edge of his clothing, and the fragrance of the spring bamboo shoot soup lingered at the tip of his nose. Unexpectedly, the image of Li Zhu surfaced in his mind. Her eyes curved like crescent moons when she smiled, her fingertips lightly brushing against the back of his hand when she passed him the animal skin, carrying a cool warmth. She was indeed the most enchanting female he had ever encountered, perpetually radiating sunshine and joy, treating those around her with thoughtfulness and care. What was I thinking? Fengmian slapped his forehead, feeling a slight flush on his cheeks. She was the mate of Zeyu, a 10th-tier ferocious beast. Should Zeyu discover these thoughts of his, he would surely be turned into a fool. If Zeyu were aware of his current musings, he would undoubtedly scold him for being foolish. Yet, she was truly adorable, akin to the rare moonflower in the dark forest, gentle and pure, evoking an irresistible desire to gaze upon her longer. He turned over, burying his face in the soft grass, the fresh scent of the leaves brushing against his nose, yet slumber eluded him. The solitude of the cave was far less lively than Li Cheng's home, even inducing a sense of oppression. Meanwhile, the warmth within Li Zhu's cave was thick enough to melt away the chill. The soft glow of the glowing grass illuminated the stone walls. Zeyu's kiss graced Li Zhu's crown, trailing along her brow down to her nose, infused with the restraint he had held for 2 days. Li Zhu's fingertips rested against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, echoing like a drum within her own heart. Azay, her voice trembled slightly, only to be captured by his gentle bite at the corner of her lips, turning her remaining words into fragmented breaths. The pile of animal skins was soft like clouds, and his palm glided over her back with a tenderness as if cradling a fragile treasure. Moonlight seeped through the gaps outside, casting shimmering spots of light upon their entwined forms, resembling scattered silver. I am here. Zeyu's voice was deep and husky, kissing away the moisture from the corner of her eyes. It will be all right soon. As night deepened, all that remained in the cave were their mingled breaths. Eventually, Li Zhu succumbed to slumber. The next day, just as dawn broke, Fengmian abruptly opened his eyes. The cave was still shrouded in darkness, yet he could no longer find rest. A sense of loneliness wrapped around him like vines, constricting his heart. Fengmian hastily climbed out, washed up briefly, and eagerly headed toward Li Cheng's home. He was unsure of his intentions, perhaps merely yearning to catch the scent of breakfast early, or perhaps to see what the rabbit tribe looked like at dawn. He assumed that at this hour, no beastmen would be awake. He had even contemplated waking that pesky rabbit on his way. To his surprise, as he neared Li Cheng's cave, he saw Li Hang directing several young beastmen to tie stone spears and animal skin bags to their backs, evidently preparing to embark on a hunting expedition. Be spirited. Today we head to the edge of the Black Forest. Let us aim to bring back as many tusked beasts as possible. Li Hang called out with a booming voice. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly caught sight of Fengmian crouched behind a tree, and his eyes brightened. Hey, Fengmian, you've come at just the right time. Fengmian's heart sank, and he turned to flee. He always felt that whenever this fellow called him, it signified trouble. Why are you running? Li Hang quickly caught up, grabbing his arm with surprising strength. Perfect. You said you wouldn't take advantage of free food and lodging, right? Now that you're part of the tribe, come hunting with us. In truth, had Fengmian not shown up, Li Hang would not have even thought of him. Yet here he was. Free labor should not be passed up. Moreover, with him around, the safety of the tribe would be further ensured. I want to go. I want to sleep. Fengmian struggled, his golden red hair standing on end. Sleep? What are you sleeping for? Li Hang raised an eyebrow, deliberately lowering his voice. Do you want to eat hot pot? Do you want to learn how to play mahjong? If you don't come hunting, I'll kick you out of the tribe. Li Hang, feet then. This remark struck Fengmian's soft spot. He begrudgingly ceased his struggles, glaring at Li Hang. You promise you'll teach me how to play mahjong when we return? I promise. Li Hang thumped his chest, secretly amused. How easy it was to deceive him. However, teaching him mahjong wouldn't hurt. Besides, all three of them had partners, while he was alone. If he taught Fengmian, perhaps he would have someone to accompany him afterward. No wonder he always lost. It had to be because he lacked a brain. His mother would only scold him for being foolish. However, Li Hang never anticipated that when the day finally arrived, he would witness another person beside Li Zhu, while he remained utterly alone. Fengmian, reluctantly dragged into the group by Li Hang, observed the other beastmen as cheerful demeanor, cursing Li Hang inwardly several times. Yet, the thought of the delicious food and Li Zhu's charming smile straightened his posture. Let us go hunting. I am a 9th-tier Qi Yin Ling who soon. You shall witness my prowess. Li Hang rolled his eyes at him. All right. You're the most formidable. Just be sure to catch plenty. Of course. The group set forth toward the Black Forest, the morning light filtering through the treetops, casting a serene and beautiful aura upon them. Before long, they reached the edge of the Black Forest. With a command from Li Hang, the hunting party dispersed, each beastman engaging in their respective small areas of activity. Upon encountering small low-tier wild beasts or edible wild vegetables, they acted individually to gather food. Should they discover large high-tier beasts, they would signal for a coordinated team effort. By noon, everyone roasted some beast meat, far from the charred state of previous days. Coupled with salt and chili, easily portable seasonings, the lunch, while not comparable to home-cooked meals, was still enjoyed heartily by all. As afternoon approached, each member bore an abundance of game, wild fruits, and vegetables, before they finally began their return. This was the routine of their hunting party, whenever they ventured out, regardless of whether it was wild beasts or wild vegetables. Anything edible would be brought back. Occasionally, they would encounter peculiar, unfamiliar plants, gathering some to ask Li Zhu whether they were edible. If deemed consumable, they would dig them up to plant back in the tribe, unless it was impossible to do so. Chapter 21. Be her beast husband as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue across the fringes of the Black Forest. The silhouettes of the hunting party emerged along the woodland path. Fengmian trailed behind, dragging a rock-armored beast larger than himself, its rugged hide glimmering in the fading light, while the fiery fur of the Lihua Linghu shimmered with a golden-red sheen, despite being slightly dusted. Go on, Fengmian, Li Hang clapped him on the shoulder, his tone laced with genuine admiration. That 6th-tier rock-armored beast is tough, and I can hardly manage 3 of them. Yet you dispatched it with a mere wave of your hand. Today, I am truly astonished by your 9th-tier prowess. Though the last time, the 10th-tier Zeyu had effortlessly dealt with the Rift Bear, Li Hang had fainted and thus missed the spectacle. Hearing about it was not the same as witnessing it firsthand. Fengmian raised his chin, his tail flicking with pride. Of course, when this young master takes action, what can possibly elude me? A mere 6th-tier beast? I hardly regard it. Li Hang felt a twinge of being subtly insulted. Indeed impressive. Beside them, a Tang's beast husband, Sui Yin, joined the conversation. Mingzhu was more attentive, usually tending to a Tang at home. That Lihua net was phenomenal. I was left speechless when it ensnared that pattern tiger. Naturally, Fengmian basked in the praise, quickening his pace. I'll teach you a couple of tricks when I have the time. I assure you, your hunting efficiency will double. Li Hang chuckled and shook his head. This fellow blossomed with a little praise. Yet, it must be said, with Fengmian around, their haul today surpassed the usual by nearly half. And their kin hardly exerted much effort, while Fengmian resolved matters with ease. It seemed wise to have brought him along, as the group bantered merrily towards the tribe. The wooden fences of the village came into view, along with wisps of smoke curling into the evening sky. The air was rich with the familiar aroma of roasted meat. Mingling with the freshness of foliage, awakening the orc's appetites after a long day. Father must be cooking. Li Hong sniffed the air, quickening his steps. He yearned for the spring bamboo, beast bone soup. Fengmian's ears perked, and he instinctively matched his pace, recalling the taste of the spring bamboo braised meat from yesterday. Already anticipating dinner, turning past a cluster of low shrubs, the village unfolded before them. The orcs headed towards their respective caves. In front of the cave belonging to the Li family, beneath the familiar grand tree, two figures sat on a wooden bench. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them, as if draped in a delicate veil. Li Zhu lowered her head, deftly weaving her fingers through Ming Yuan's long, lustrous hair. Ming Yuan's hair, dark and thick, was divided into sections, each adorned with delicate pink and white wildflowers. Li Zhu was wrapping the final strand around a pale yellow flower, securing it gently. "Mother, come look. How does it look?" Li Zhu exclaimed, eagerly pulling Ming Yuan to the water bucket, lifting the wooden lid. The stone mirror reflected Ming Yuan's image. Her casually tied hair had been transformed into an intricate braid, interspersed with wildflowers, hues like dawn and honey softening her features. Ming Yuan gazed at her reflection, astonished. Covered her mouth in surprise. "Is this really me?" "Of course it is." Li Zhu laughed, tidying the loose strands around her forehead. "These flowers are too beautiful not to adorn yourself with. Look, this braided style is both cool and lovely. The flowers 1T fall while you walk. And with you dressed this way, you look absolutely stunning. Father 1T be able to take his eyes off you." Li Zhu gleefully tugged Ming Yuan's hand. In truth, her mother was merely 35 or 36 in modern times. Were there contemporary cosmetics, she would undoubtedly have a legion of admirers. Ming Yuan shot her a playful glance, fine lines forming at the corners of her eyes. "I'm not doing this for him." "Yes, you're right, mother. We should dress to please ourselves. From now on, I'll style your hair differently every day." Ming Yuan responded with a smile, her gaze never leaving the water bucket, occasionally brushing her fingers through her hair. Li Zhu assessed her own hairstyle with satisfaction. She had gathered a portion of her hair into a fluffy bun adorned with a pink flower, with two small braids trailing behind, while the remaining hair cascaded over her shoulders, the tips entwined with delicate lilac tendrils. When the wind blew, the petals swayed gently, resembling butterflies at rest. As Li Hong and Fengmian rounded the corner, they beheld this enchanting scene. Li Hong paused, taken aback. He had never witnessed his mother smile like this, nor had he ever imagined that the woman who often chastised him could appear so gentle when adorned. Fengmian, too, found himself rooted in place. The evening light danced upon Li Zhu's hair, the flowers accentuating her alabaster skin, her amber eyes curving into crescent moons. He could even see the slender shadows cast by her long lashes, and her soft, melodious voice felt like feathers brushing against his heart. With a sudden rush, Fengmian felt his cheeks heat, his ears burning. He hastily averted his gaze, his heart racing as chaotic thoughts consumed him, leaving only the notion of how endearing she was. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" Li Hong noticed his unusual demeanor, giving him a nudge. "While I know my mother and sister are beautiful, there is no need to be so flustered, right?" "I am not." Fengmian snapped back to reality, reminiscent of a wolf startled from its slumber. "Best not to be." Li Hong shot him a glare before turning towards the grand tree. "Let us go find my mother." "Stupid rabbit. I hate you," Fengmian muttered, watching Li Hong's departing figure, unable to resist another glance at the ethereal female. Then, with sudden resolve, he spun around and dashed towards the creek, his golden red hair slicing through the sunset like a hurried arc, leaving the rock-armored beast unperturbed on the ground. Li Hong turned back, intending to urge him to hurry, only to see his comrade's hasty retreat, scratching his head in confusion. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to wash up, be back soon." "Wash after eating," Fengmian called back without looking. He wasn't too sure why a vision of her, radiant and clean, juxtaposed with his own dusty, sweaty self at the dining table, made him feel bashful. What if she found him repulsive? What if she came to despise him? Under the tree, Li Zhu and Ming Yuan looked up at the commotion. "Brother, you're back." Li Zhu vave chedidi, herbide flujur siang genti. "How was the hunt?" "Wait, where's Fengmian?" Li Hong snapped back to reality. Hoisting the rock-armored beast and striding forward, puffing out his chest with pride. We had a bountiful haul. Look, we even hunted a rock-armored beast. Impressive, right? As for Fengmian, he had abruptly decided to wash up for no apparent reason. Li Zhu understood. After a long day, he must have sweated profusely. A quick wash before dinner would surely be more comfortable. Brother, do you want to wash up too? I'll go check on what father is cooking. Just as Li Zhu was about to head towards the cooking area, Ming Yuan stopped her. I'll go. You should rest more with the little one. With that, Ming Yuan touched her hair and pretended to nonchalantly stroll towards the cooking area. Li Heng thought it odd that their mother had barely glanced at them, and yet she was eager to show off her new hairstyle to their father. Indeed, it seemed they were the unexpected ones. Oh, what a disappointment. I'll go wash up too. I'll be back shortly. With that, he transformed into his beast form and dashed toward the stream. Regardless of whether dinner is prepared or not, one must wait for Fengmian, and waiting for one Fengmian is akin to waiting for another. Remember to hurry, and be cautious that your father does not leave you without dinner. Li Zhu called out towards the gradually fading silhouette. This was largely due to her father's penchant for such antics. After a considerable while, the smoke from the cave thickened, and the aroma of meat mingled with the scent of rice wafted throughout the entire tribe. Having finished his bath, Fengmian took a deep breath and resolutely approached the cave. He had made a decision. He would confess to her his desire to be her beast husband, even if it meant facing Zeyu's wrath. He would utter the words. Chapter 22. From now on, I will wash all the bowls. Fengmian arrived at the entrance of the cave, but paused once more. No, he truly felt anxious. The evening breeze carried whiffs of delicious food, yet it did nothing to dissipate the heat surging within him. He inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself, and suddenly pushed aside the animal hide curtain to enter. The cave was bright, with a stone table laden with steaming dishes. The golden-brown meat of the rock-armored beast glistened with oil. The braised spring bamboo shoots looked tantalizing. And a large bowl of milky beast bone soup emitted a fog that blurred the features of those present. Fengmian has arrived. Come, take a seat, Ming Yuan called out cheerfully, raising her head from ladling soup into a bowl. Where's Heng? Didn't he go to bathe with you? He right behind me and will be here shortly. Fengmian replied, his voice somewhat tense, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Li Zhu, who was sitting beside Zeyu. At that moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and the wildflowers in her hair remained unpicked, appearing particularly vibrant under the light. He hastily averted his gaze and sat down on the wooden bench next to Zeyu, his palms slick with sweat. As soon as Fengmian spoke, Li Heng strode in looking refreshed. We were just waiting for you. Come eat. It's fresh from the pot. Li Cheng placed a piece of tender, stewed beast meat into Fengmian's bowl and personally served Li Heng a bowl of milky beast bone soup. You have both worked hard today, bringing back such a large rock-armored beast. Come eat more. Li Heng was taken aback. Was his father in a good mood today? He was actually waiting for him to eat and serving him soup? Unbelievable. No, it wasn't hard at all, Fengmian said cautiously, accepting the meat from Li Cheng's hands. In his mind, he was rehearsing the words he longed to say. Li Zhu, I wish to be your beast husband. Though it was merely 9 simple words, he had practiced them countless times in his mind. Yet when it came to his lips, they remained unuttered. The moment he caught sight of Li Zhu's clear amber eyes and felt Zeyu's subtle gaze upon him, he felt as though he were ensnared by a spell, unable to speak. The dinner table buzzed with excitement, but that merriment did not include Fengmian. Ming Yuan recounted amusing tales from the afternoon spent braiding hair, and Li Cheng chimed in with laughter. Indeed, I was startled when your mother entered today. I wonder which family's female was so beautiful. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be my own. Li Zhu felt the pride and boastfulness in her father's tone, which he could barely conceal. Come, Yuan, eat more. And Zhu, you must teach your father how to braid hair. I wish to braid your mother's hair myself. Father, can you actually do it well? I hope you won't get beaten by mother later, Li Heng teased. He wasn't belittling his father. It was just that such intricate work clearly was not suited for someone like him. Li Zhu smiled at Zeyu as he continued to serve her meat, and that radiant smile made Fengmian's heart skip a beat, stirring feelings of both longing and jealousy within him. Several times, he felt the moment was right. For instance, when Li Zhu lowered her head to sip soup, or during her moments of laughter with Mingyuan. Yet every time he opened his mouth, the words were swallowed back down. He feared scaring her, and even more, he dreaded the thought of hearing her rejection or seeing disdain in her eyes. Zeyu observed all of this keenly. Fengmian's hesitance and his frequent glances towards Li Zhu were evident even to a fool. Yet, Li Zhu and Li Heng remained blissfully unaware, one engrossed in her meal while the other was infatuated with Zeyu. Unfazed, Zeyu quietly added another piece of meat to Li Zhu's bowl, his dark eyes revealing no emotions. Fengmian endured the meal, feeling restless, barely touching the meat while he consumed most of the soup, ultimately unaware of what he had eaten. It was only when Li Heng began to clear the dishes that he sighed in relief, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon, and slumped back on the bench. Zhu, it will soon be dark. Let us return to rest, Zeyu said, naturally taking Li Zhu's hand. Li Zu nodded, smiling at Fengmian as she stood. You work hard today as well. Make sure to rest early. That smile, as light as a feather, gently landed upon Fengmian's heart, only heightening his anxiety. Watching the two depart the cave hand in hand, their silhouettes elongated in the light, he suddenly sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the wooden bench behind him. Liang. Oh, how useless he was, still unable to summon the courage. Are you calling for a soul? Can't you see I'm washing dishes? After a long day of hunting, Li Heng was already weary, and now he had to endure his father's orders to wash dishes, not to mention shouting. Fengmian, already burdened with his own feelings, felt a twinge of grievance at Li Heng's shout, yet he dared not say much. He even worried that if Li Zhu disapproved of Li Heng because of his treatment, she might refuse his proposal to be her beast husband. Then I'll help you wash, Fengmian murmured softly as he walked towards the basin. Are you out of your mind? Acting so suddenly. One might think I'm bullying you, Li Heng remarked, looking at Fengmian's timid and cautious demeanor with a shiver of discomfort. He was far too familiar with this behavior. It was the same tactic he had once employed to persuade his mother to help him take revenge on his father. No, I just genuinely enjoy washing dishes. Yes, look, I washed them so clean, Fengmian exclaimed, holding up a gleaming bowl he had polished. Li Heng narrowed his eyes. He sensed something was amiss with Fengmian's current behavior. Speak. What have you done that weighs on your conscience? What scheme are you concocting? I haven't done anything, Fengmian stammered. While he did have a scheme, he dared not disclose it. Do you wish to be Zhu's beast husband? Li Heng had little faith that Fengmian would suddenly show goodwill by helping him wash dishes. Aside from Zhu, he could think of no other motivation. Initially, Fengmian stubbornly denied it, but then a thought struck him. Perhaps Li Heng could become a powerful ally. Thus, he decided to embrace the situation. Indeed, I wish to be Zhu's beast husband. I knew it. And Zhu is someone you dare to address. As soon as Li Heng heard this, he felt the urge to stand and give him a few slaps, but Fengmian stopped him. Wait, hear me out. If you assist me in becoming Zhu's beast husband, from now on, not only will I wash my own family's bowls, but I will also wash those here. Fengmian was aware that sometimes Li Zhu and Zeyu would cook with Li Heng here, and occasionally they would prepare meals in their own cave. After all, there were times when schedules did not align. Upon hearing this, Li Heng's mind began to race. He had always known that his sister was a complete beauty enthusiast, and Fengmian's looks were undeniably exceptional. It was likely that Zhu was currently uninterested in him because she sensed Fengmian's lack of interest. Thus, this deal was quite advantageous. You also must help me hunt a 7th-tier beast every 15 days. Li Heng seized the moment to add more terms. Previously, Zeyu had been the one to hunt high-tier beasts for him, so now he needed to negotiate something in his favor. 7th-tier beasts were not a challenge for Fengmian. Just as he was about to agree, he heard Li Heng continue. Furthermore, you must ensure to listen to Zeyu's every command, whatever he asks of you. You must comply, and you must treat his offspring with utmost kindness. The status of Zeyu as the first brother-in-law in his heart is unshakable. After all, he had saved his life and provided him with high-grade crystal stones. He is on the verge of advancing to the 7th tier, all thanks to Zeyu. Fengmian pondered for a moment and clenched his teeth in agreement. In any case, he could not compete with Zeyu, and indeed, Zeyu was exceptionally formidable. The two quickly reached a consensus. At this moment, the dishes had been tidily put away by both of them. Li Hang circled around Fengmian 2 or 3 times, sizing him up while shaking his head and sighing. TSK, I must tell you, Azu has a penchant for handsome beast men, and I feel you are slightly lacking. Upon hearing this, Fengmian was utterly taken aback. What am I lacking? Lacking in charm. You appear somewhat foolish, Li Hang stated seriously, completely oblivious to the darkening expression of the person beside him. Li Hang, you are the one who is foolish. Li Hang burst into laughter, finding it exceedingly amusing to see him infuriated yet unable to retaliate. Then what should I say? I feel a bit hesitant. His voice dropped, tinged with an almost imperceptible nervousness. In truth, it was more than just a little hesitant. He was very apprehensive. What is there to be apprehensive about? Just resolve things with Azu. As Zeyu listens to her entirely. I will help you create an opportunity tomorrow. The two made their plans, and, as the moon rose higher, they each returned to their caves to sleep. Chapter 23. I like you. Moonlight filtered through the crevices of the cave entrance, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Fengmian lay on the soft grass, unable to fall asleep, his mind consumed by Li Hang's words. Azu likes handsome ones. He raised his hand to touch his face, his golden red hair shimmering under the moonlight. I am undeniably handsome. Lacking charm, he frowned at the cave wall, striving to maintain a composed demeanor, but found it awkward. Ultimately, he gave up, turned over, and fell into a deep slumber. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the clearing of the tribe. Fengmian sat beneath the familiar large tree, mulling over how to broach the subject indirectly. During breakfast, he constantly cast glances at Li Hang. Yet that fellow didn't even spare him a glance, as if he had completely forgotten about helping him. After much anticipation, lunch finally arrived. The wooden table was adorned with fragrant beast meat porridge and grilled meat. The steam wafting up was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Fengmian held his bowl, his gaze darting over to Li Zhu's face several times, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. Alas, he sighed heavily, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone at the table to hear. Li Zhu, who was adding wild vegetables to her porridge, looked up, her amber eyes filled with curiosity. What is wrong? Fengmian, is the porridge not to your liking? No. Fengmian quickly waved his hand, feigning nonchalance as he rubbed his eyes. I just didn't sleep well last night. Didn't sleep well? Ming Yuan inquired with concern. Was the nest too hard? Or too cold? Neither. Fengmian scratched his head, his gaze drifting towards the direction of his cave, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. It's just that the cave is too large and empty. Living alone feels a bit lonely. He deliberately emphasized the word lonely, stealing a glance at Li Zhu, his heart racing like a stone dropped into water. Seated opposite, Li Hang nearly spat out his porridge. Oh no. After waking up from a nap, he had completely forgotten about the promise he made to Fengmian yesterday. Yet, this fellow was quite adept at acting. He cleared his throat and continued the conversation. Lonely? Then where do you want to live? We can't have you sleeping outdoors. Can we? A sudden realization struck Fengmian, yet his face remained an innocent mask. I'm not sure. He hesitated, as if he had no choice but to say it. How about I come live with you? No way. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Li Hang glared at Fengmian in indignation. He had originally intended to help him, but now he wanted to encroach upon his space. It was one thing to eat and drink at his place daily, but now he wanted to live there too. Absolutely not. You're a male, and we still have a Yuan at home. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to stay with us. You're better off in your cave. Li Cheng was somewhat irritated. It was already generous of him to offer Fengmian a place in the tribe, and now he wanted to move into his home? No way. It must be said that on this point, both father and son were surprisingly united. Actually, I too find it somewhat inappropriate. Sigh. Fengmian sighed, then lowered his head, feigning a sorrowful expression while casting an unintentional glance at Li Hang. Li Hang paused, his gaze casually sweeping over the direction of Li Zhu and Zeyu's cave, before casually saying, I see that the cave where Zhu and the others live seems quite spacious, and there are only Zhu and Zeyu there. Upon hearing this, Fengmian's eyes lit up instantly, and he turned to Li Zhu with eager anticipation. Oh yes, Li Zhu, is that all right? Can I live in the same cave as you? The moment he spoke, he suddenly noticed the atmosphere at the wooden table turning peculiar. Ming Yuan's wooden spoon clattered back into her bowl as she stared at Fengmian in astonishment, her mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. Li Qing also set down his chopsticks, his brow slightly furrowed. This young man, did he genuinely not understand, or was he pretending not to? Li Zhu was even more bewildered, forgetting to chew the grilled meat in her hand, her large eyes filled with surprise. In the beast world, a female's cave is the most private space. The only ones allowed to enter, aside from her beast husband, are family. Fengmian's words sounded as though he was declaring, "I wish to be your beast husband." Yet, her expression reflected nothing but a genuine sense of loneliness. Looking far from intentional, Li Zhu's heart raced with confusion. Did he truly not know this convention? After all, he was from another tribe, and perhaps their customs were rather peculiar. Fengmian, Li Zhu was about to explain when Zeyu gently pressed down on her hand. Zeyu had hardly spoken throughout, merely savoring his porridge at a leisurely pace. Yet, the understanding in his eyes was undeniable. This fellow had been itching to say something since last night's dinner. And today, he finally found the opportunity, employing a roundabout strategy. He raised his gaze to Fengmian, his dark pupils devoid of emotion, but emanating an invisible pressure. "You are not a Zhu's beast husband. Do you think it appropriate to live with us?" His words, light as a feather, felt like a stone crashing onto Fengmian's heart. Fengmian was acutely aware of the inappropriateness, yet upon thoughtful reflection, he realized this was an opportune moment. It may be inappropriate, but if I were to become a Zhu's beast husband, would it not then be suitable? As he spoke, he carefully observed Li Zhu's reaction. Upon hearing his words, Li Zhu was thoroughly astonished, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Fengmian. Undeniably, Fengmian was exceptionally handsome. His allure was entirely distinct from Zeyu's. If Zeyu was a piece of jade, refined and substantial through the passage of time, then Fengmian was a vibrant and flamboyant red rose blooming under the sun. She could not deny that upon first seeing him, her heart had indeed fluttered. Before having a beast husband, she prioritized strength over personal preference. However, now that she had Zeyu, a powerful beast husband, what mattered most was the mutual affection they shared. Thus, even should she seek another beast husband in the future, she hoped for a bond rooted in mutual feelings, and naturally, she would consult Zeyu's opinion. After all, what if there were discord among the beast husbands later? She disdained familial conflicts. Fengmian, choosing a partner is not a trivial matter. I wish to know, why do you desire to become my beast husband? If your affection for our tribe's cuisine is the only reason you wish to stay, I can have A's teach you. So you need not reside alone in our tribe's cave, said Li Zhu, causing Fengmian's heart to grow heavier. It seemed as though she was reluctant to embrace him as her beast husband. No, that's not it. I want to be your beast husband because I like you. Fengmian exclaimed, his eyes tightly shut, unable to bear the dread of opening them again. Upon hearing this declaration, Li Zhu was taken aback. Yet her heart fluttered with an unexpected thrill. Undeniably, this revelation brought her joy, as it confirmed his desire to be with her was born solely from his affection. Chapter 24. A perfect day for bonding. The air around the wooden table seemed to solidify, with even the sound of the wind brushing through the cave's entrance resonating sharply. With eyes closed, Fengmian felt his cheeks burn as if they could sear beast meat, while his heart pounded violently against his chest, threatening to leap out. Li Zhu gazed at his tense profile, his golden red hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring his typically vibrant eyes, now emanating an air of stubbornness. The initial surprise in her heart gradually faded, replaced by a complex mix of emotions, astonishment, anxiety, and an indescribable warmth. Ahem, Li Hang coughed twice, shattering the silence. Observing Li Zhu's prolonged silence, and Fengmian's face nearly buried in his bowl, he hurriedly attempted to ease the tension. "Ah Zhu, look at Fengmian. Although he can be a bit foolish at times, he is genuinely kind and possesses great strength. He seems like he would make a commendable beast husband." He discreetly signaled to Fengmian, continuing, "Moreover, his feelings for you are sincere." "How about Li Hang?" Li Cheng's voice cut sharply, casting a stern glare at his son. Li Zhu was well aware of the situation. There was no need for additional commentary. I haven't said too much, Li Hang muttered. If Zhu isn't interested, she can simply refuse. They cannot remain in this awkward standoff forever. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhu lifted her gaze to Fengmian, her voice soft yet clear. Fengmian, please open your eyes. Fengmian hesitated briefly before slowly opening his eyes, akin to a small beast caught in wrongdoing, nervously fixating on Li Zhu's lips. Fearful of hearing a rejection. I understand your feelings, Li Zhu stated, her gaze sincere. Bonding is indeed a significant matter, and I require time to contemplate. Let us reconvene tomorrow, and I shall provide you with my answer, all right? Fengmian was momentarily stunned. He had envisioned numerous outcomes, but never anticipated a response would come the following day. He opened his mouth, wishing to inquire further, yet felt that any words spoken at that moment would be superfluous. Ultimately nodding vigorously, all right, I shall await your answer. With her response, a massive weight lifted from his heart. Although trepidation lingered, a glimmer of hope emerged. The remaining duration of lunch saw a slight easing of the atmosphere, though no one dared to broach the previous topic again. Li Zhu occasionally glanced at Fengmian. Noting his focus on his meal, his ears persistently flushed, and she couldn't help but smile softly. The days swiftly passed, but for Fengmian, it felt interminable. By evening, Li Zhu and A's walked back to their cave together. The setting sun elongated their shadows while the evening breeze carried the fragrance of the surrounding flora. Brushing against Li Zhu's hair, A's, she finally spoke, settling in her nest. What are your thoughts on Fengmian's words today? A's lowered his gaze to her, his dark pupils appearing particularly profound in the twilight. He had been anticipating her inquiry, knowing that her decision to tell Fengmian she would respond tomorrow was likely to gauge his opinion. Gently, he ruffled Li Zhu's hair, his voice low and soothing. Choose as your heart desires. Litzu blinkt in Surprise. Would you be upset if I sought another beast husband? Why would I be upset? Ace chuckled softly, his fingertips grazing her cheek. If another person cherishes you, I would only be delighted. Pausing, he fixed his gaze on her still unchanged abdomen, his tone growing serious. Zhu, you are nearly 2 months along. Soon, your need for rest will increase, and I may struggle to manage alone. With Fengmian around, it would be beneficial to share the burden. His concern had never been about acquiring another beast husband, but rather whether she was content and would be well cared for. As long as she was willing and happy, he had no objections. Li Zhu met his earnest and tender gaze, her heart warming and softening as if enveloped in warm water. She lifted her head, leaning in to kiss A's, the gesture infused with gratitude and reliance, gentle yet profound, akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples. A's body tensed momentarily before he reciprocated, deepening the kiss with restrained passion and reverence. Enveloping her tightly in his embrace, his fingertips delicately tracing her spine, treating her as if she were the most fragile treasure. A's? Li Zhu's voice trembled slightly as she wrapped her arms around his neck. His lips brushed against her hair, trailing down her neck to her collarbone, his voice gravelly. Do not fear, I shall be gentle. Moonlight seeped through the cave's crevices, casting flickering patterns upon their intertwined forms. His movements were tender and measured, each touch imbued with care, as if he were safeguarding the world's most precious treasure. Li Zhu closed her eyes, absorbing his warmth and heartbeat, her heart brimming with tranquility and affection. She thought, regardless of how many beast husbands she might have in the future, A's place in her heart would remain irreplaceable. As night deepened, the cave was filled solely with their mingled breaths and controlled, yet fervent, sighs. Meanwhile, Fengmian lay in his empty cave, feeling less lonely than before. He repeatedly replayed Li Zhu's expression when she mentioned providing an answer the next day, his heart a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Unable to sleep as he tossed and turned. It must be a favorable outcome tomorrow, he murmured to the cave ceiling, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the soft grass beneath him. The moonlight illuminated the yearning in his eyes and the burgeoning feelings within the tribe. The following day arrived swiftly. At the dining table, an undercurrent of tension lingered. Fengmian scooped up beast meat porridge, his eyes occasionally darting towards Li Zhu, even ignoring Li Hang's deliberate nudging. Li Zhu set down her wooden spoon, glancing at the restless Fengmian before softly speaking. Fengmian, I have made my decision. Fengmian's head shot up, his golden-red eyes brimming with expectation, his breath caught in his throat. I am willing to have you as my beast husband. Though her voice was gentle, it resonated clearly in every ear present. However, bonding is a significant matter. Would you not first return to the Hu tribe to inform your parents? What if they disapprove? No. Fengmian waved his hands dismissively, his excitement impossible to conceal. My parents have long wished for me to find a female partner. If they knew I found someone as wonderful as you, they would be overjoyed. He leaned forward eagerly. Can we bond today? Fengmian was ecstatic, filled with joy. To his surprise, as soon as he voiced his eagerness, Ace cast a dispassionate glance at him. Today is not suitable. Let be tomorrow. Why? What makes today unsuitable? I have calculated everything. Today is perfect for bonding. He protested. Tomorrow feels so far away. I do not wish to wait another day. When did you start calculating dates? I was unaware of this. Li Hang interjected, puzzled. Yet, as Fengmian observed A's increasingly darkening expression, he immediately wilted. Oh, tomorrow it is then, he conceded, casting a pitiful glance at Li Zhu. Ah, Zhu, he is being mean to me. Chapter 25. A clarification. Li Zhu met Fengmian's golden eyes, filled with a sense of grievance, her fingertips subtly curling. Today is indeed not suitable to bond with Fengmian, as she had a late quarrel with Zeyu last night, leaving her in considerable pain and her waist feeling weak and fatigued. She plans to have a meal and return to catch up on her sleep. Had it not been for her promise to Fengmian to provide him with an answer today, she would have likely spent her breakfast in the cave with Zeyu. Although the two caves are not far apart, it is certainly more laborious than being at home. She avoided Fengmian's gaze and softly remarked, Let's listen to Zeyu. We can bond tomorrow. There's no rush. Bonding is not a complicated matter. After mating, the shaman merely needs to imprint the contract for the two, with Zeyu being the only exception. Fengmian, upon witnessing this, felt somewhat dissatisfied but dared not retort further, only drooping his head like a small dog drenched in rain. Even his movements in consuming his meal slowed down. After breakfast, Li Zhu stood up. I will return to the cave to catch up on sleep. Seeing this, Zeyu quickly stood up, as he had matters to attend to and could not accompany her for a midday nap. I will escort you back. The two then made their way toward their cave. Fengmian watched their departing figures with longing, wishing to join her in sleep. Upon reaching their nest, Zeyu gently embraced Li Zhu as they lay down, planting a kiss on her cheek. Zhu, sleep peacefully. I will be outside. Call me if needed. Li Zhu pressed down on his hand, which was about to withdraw. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, Aren't you going to sleep with me? She had grown accustomed to his embrace, feeling more secure in his arms. Zhu, I have matters to attend to today, but I will return to accompany you once I am done. Zeyu tenderly stroked her hair, patiently soothing her. All right then. Good. Close your eyes. I will wait until you fall asleep before stepping out. Okay. Before long, Li Zhu's breathing became steady. Zeyu leaned down to kiss her once more before carefully exiting the cave. Meanwhile, after Fengmian finished his meal and washed his bowl, he noticed Zeyu approaching him. Come with me. Fengmian was taken aback. Where to? Zeyu did not answer, striding directly into the dense woods at the edge of the tribe. After a moment's hesitation, Fengmian hurriedly followed, pondering whether Zeyu intended to find a secluded spot to confront him. Li Hang, observing the two departing figures, chuckled to himself, wondering if Zeyu was about to set some ground rules for Fengmian, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. In the dense forest, Zeyu stopped under a giant tree, turning to gaze at Fengmian with a serious expression. Since he wished to be Zhu's beast husband, Fengmian's heart raced upon hearing Zeyu's words. Zeyu's tone was devoid of emotion, yet carried an undeniable authority. Therefore, there are certain matters you must remember clearly. I will not repeat them. Fengmian stood up straight, a chill running down his spine. You may speak. Zhu must gargle with willow branches every morning upon waking and before sleeping. I have plenty of my space, so when I am present, you may request them from me. When I am not, do your best to gather fresh ones for Zhu. They're not far from home, by the small stream where we fetch water. When you're not around, where do you go? Zeyu often felt the urge to roll his eyes, but restrained himself. He began to doubt whether bringing Fengmian home had been a wise decision. Hanten, I have space. It is more convenient. Have you remembered everything I just mentioned? Fengmian nodded vigorously. I remember. Furthermore, Zhu has been pregnant for nearly 2 months now. Zeyu's tone became graver. She must not tire herself, yet she is inherently restless, so you need to remind her frequently. She should avoid anything cold, but Zhu particularly enjoys wild fruits. So keep an eye on her. Ensure that any water she drinks is boiled and cooled. The meat you prepare daily should be stewed until tender, and the wild vegetables must be thoroughly cleaned. She tends to feel hungry at night, so prepare food in advance. Soon Zhu will be 3 months along, and after that, her sleep and appetite will increase significantly. During this month, you must learn to cook as quickly as possible. He meticulously outlined everything from diet to routine, even discussing potential pregnancy nausea, leaving Fengmian astounded. However, upon hearing the words pregnant, Fengmian froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Zhu is pregnant? He had been completely unaware of this, and no one had mentioned it to him. Zeyu raised an eyebrow. Surprised? Of course I am surprised. Fengmian exclaimed. Why did no one tell me before? Zeyu regarded him with an expression that was almost indifferent. Have you forgotten? Initially, you merely intended to come to my home for a meal. Fengmian was rendered speechless by this remark. Indeed, he had originally lingered in the tribe for the sake of free meals. Who would have thought that he would later develop feelings? Consumed by thoughts of how to win Zhu's acceptance, completely oblivious to her pregnancy, it was not entirely unexpected, as Zhu herself had felt pregnant for over a month without any significant changes. Zhu is a wonderful companion. Zeyu's voice took on a darker tone. If you dare let her suffer in any way. He left the sentence hanging, but the cold glint in his eyes made Fengmian shiver. I will not. Fengmian quickly assured him, feeling both alarmed and guilty. I will take good care of Zhu from now on, and I will cherish the little one. How could he dare to question such a magnificent male? Zeyu observed the sincerity in his eyes and nodded slightly. Remember your words. Additionally, Zhu enjoys lively environments, but must avoid crowded and noisy places. When she braids her hair, her neck may ache, so you should remember to massage it for her. Also, she has a low threshold for humor. You may make her laugh, but do not let her laugh too hard, as it could be uncomfortable for her. Zeyu continued to impart his knowledge, for Zhu was his most cherished treasure, and he feared Fengmian would not care for her adequately. Hence his meticulousness in repeating every detail. If he had initially bonded with her for the sake of offspring, now he loved her for her own sake. He wished to protect her, and the thought of finding her a second beast husband filled him with sorrow. Yet above all, he desired for her to live a carefree and joyful life each day. He was willing to bring everything she loved, even people, right to her. Fengmian listened intently, afraid to miss a single word, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement, his golden eyes gradually losing their earlier restlessness, replaced by a sense of earnestness. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the two, one patiently advising, the other earnestly listening, resembling not rivals, but rather two guardians of the same treasure. Exchanging heartfelt sentiments. Chapter 26. The second beast husband in the blink of an eye. The following day arrived as anticipated. The thought of bonding with Zhu filled Fengmian with excitement, which gradually morphed into anxiety as the afternoon progressed. The night enveloped the entire tribe like a piece of warm jade, the aroma of dinner lingering in the air. Zhu leaned against a soft grassy mat beneath a large tree, fiddling with a blade of grass, while listening to Li Hang chatter about how the hunting team had caught a rare silver-horned deer today. The antlers are so shiny. Zhu, what do you think about making hairpins out of them? Li Hang exclaimed animatedly, gesturing with his hands. I will make one for Mother and one for you. Li Zhu nodded with a smile. They will surely look beautiful. I will also style Mother's hair with the silver-horned pin. It will surely astonish the entire tribe. As they spoke, the sound of splashing water reached them. Fengmian was crouched on the ground washing dishes, his movements much more agile than when he first arrived. Though he occasionally glanced up at Li Zhu, his ears still reddening. Zeyu approached, glancing at the neatly stacked dishes, and remarked casually, "After washing the dishes, I headed to the creek for a refreshing bath." Suddenly, Fengmian paused mid-motion, nearly dropping the wooden spoon he held into the water. He lifted his gaze, and his golden eyes sparkled with a sudden brightness, akin to flames igniting. "Now? Right now?" he inquired. "Yes," Zeyu nodded, his eyes scanning the damp corners of Fengmian's clothing. "Make sure you clean up well." "All right," Fengmian replied eagerly, hastening his dishwashing, splattering water all over his face without a care to wipe it off. Li Hang watched nearby, amused by the boy's frantic energy. "He is in quite a rush," she remarked, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she gently nudged him. "Brother, don't say such things." She then made her way to her cave, feeling an inexplicable wave of nervousness. Although she had long since prepared for this moment, her fingertips trembled slightly as it approached. Inside her cave, Li Zhu reclined on a wooden bed covered with thick animal hides, gazing at the glowing grass lamps swaying from the ceiling, unable to resist counting the days. It had been exactly 2 months since she and Zeyu became partners, and in 7 more months, they would welcome their little one. Today marked the day she and Fengmian would bond. Time truly flies. She felt immense joy in her days with A's. Just then, the animal hide curtain at the cave entrance was gently lifted, and Fengmian stepped in. He had bathed, his golden red hair damp and falling over his forehead, carrying a faint scent of grass and wood. "Ah, a Zhu," he stammered, standing awkwardly at the entrance, his eyes glued to the ground, unable to meet her gaze. Li Zhu smiled and patted the fur beside her. "Comme c'est?" Only then did Fengmian slowly shuffle over, taking a seat at a distance of half an arm's length, his entire body tense, as if strung like a bow. The cave was enveloped in silence, with only the gentle glow of the grass lamps flickering. Zeyu had specifically instructed him before entering that there was fresh water in the wooden bucket at the entrance, and he should use his powers to heat it for Li Zhu's cleansing afterward. "I." His voice was as soft as a whisper, his cheeks flushed crimson. Observing his nervousness, Li Zhu felt her own tension dissipate, replaced by amusement. She stood up and took his hand, guiding him to sit closer by the nest. Fengmian stared intently at her, his gaze a mix of anxiety, anticipation, and a touch of clumsy tenderness, reminiscent of a child cradling a precious treasure, cautiously holding onto his feelings. "Zhu, I'm not very experienced, but I will be careful. Please don't be afraid." His voice trembled slightly, sincerity shining through his golden eyes. During his time in the fox tribe, he had heard the elders speak of bonding, yet he had never truly experienced it. Now, facing the female he cherished, he felt more nervous than during his very first hunt. Seeing the seriousness in his eyes softened Li Zhu's heart. "It's all right. Take your time." Her cool fingertips flowed like a clear spring across his palm, soothing much of Fengmian's anxiety. He took a deep breath and gradually leaned in, cautiously kissing her forehead as if handling fragile glass. The kiss was gentle, tinged with shyness, yet it caused Li Zhu's heart to skip a beat. She closed her eyes, savoring his gradually relaxing demeanor. His kisses traveled from her forehead to the tip of her nose, then to the corners of her lips, imbued with a tentative tenderness, like the delicate spring rain gently soaking the earth. Fengmian awkwardly encircled her waist, his palms pressed against her back, distinctly feeling her warmth and slight tremors. He dared not hold her too tightly, merely cradling her, as if afraid that loosening his grip would cause her to vanish. "Zhu," he murmured into her neck, his voice hoarse. "I really like you." Li Zhu raised her hand, gently stroking his golden red hair, her fingertips gliding through the soft strands, her voice tender. "I know." Perhaps her response emboldened Fengmian, as he gradually relaxed, their kiss deepening with a fervor and sincerity unique to youth. He carefully laid her down on the pile of furs, positioning himself above her, gazing at her with an intensity that seemed to encompass the entire world. "I will be gentle. Zhu is expecting," he repeated, as if reassuring her, or perhaps encouraging himself. Li Zhu nodded, reaching up to wrap her arms around his neck, willingly meeting his kiss. Moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting flickering shadows upon their intertwined figures. Fengmian's movements remained somewhat awkward, yet extraordinarily cautious, each touch imbued with reverence, as if he were cherishing a rare gem. The tension in his gaze gradually replaced by tenderness. As Li Zhu felt his carefulness, warmth surged within her. She lightly patted his back, silently assuring him that she was all right. Time seemed to slow in that moment, leaving only their mingled breaths and heartbeats. The soft glow of the grass lamp enveloped them, melting away all tension and unease in the warmth of the night. After an unknown duration, Fengmian finally collapsed onto her, his chest heaving, his golden red hair damp and clinging to his forehead, yet he still held her tightly, as if fearing she might slip away. "Zhu," he panted, satisfaction and apprehension lacing his voice. I didn't hurt you, did I?" Li Zhu shook her head, lifting her hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Not at all." Only then did Fengmian breathe a sigh of relief. Cautiously shifting beside her, enveloping her in his arms, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the faint scent of grass and wood that lingered around her. "This is wonderful," he murmured, akin to a child who had just received a beloved toy. "From now on, I will also be your beast husband." Li Zhu shukulat sufli, snuggling closer into his embrace, her eyes fluttering shut. After a considerable time, Fengmian carefully retrieved water from the entrance, having heated it with his powers, and gently helped Li Zhu clean up. As night deepened, the cave fell into tranquility, the only sounds being their steady breathing. Li Zhu enjoyed a restful night. Chapter 27. Fengmian learns to cook. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, softly illuminating the rabbit tribe. Li Zhu stirat, her nose filled with the familiar scent of Fengmian, imbued with warmth. As she slowly opened her eyes, she noticed Fengmian beside her, soundly asleep. His golden red hair tousled across the pillow, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his cheeks, a childlike innocence replacing his usual boldness. By the entrance, Zeyu sat on a stone bench, stirring the pot of beast meat porridge, the wooden spoon clinking against the ceramic pot, creating a crisp sound. Morning light illuminated his silver hair, softening his typically sharp features. The moment Li Zhu moved, he noticed. "Awake?" Zeyu turned to her, his eyes reflecting gentle warmth. "You can rest a bit longer. The porridge will be ready soon." Li Zhu stretched, sitting up, the animal hide slipping off her shoulder, revealing faint red marks. She touched her flushed cheeks, glancing at the still sleeping Fengmian, unable to suppress a smile. She quietly descended from the bed and sat beside Zeyu by the fire. The porridge in the pot bubbled invitingly, releasing a delightful aroma, enriched with chopped beast meat and wild vegetables, promising warmth to the stomach. "Ace, when did you wake up?" "Not long ago," Zeyu replied, handing her a fresh willow branch while holding a soft animal hide cloth in his other hand. "Ready to wash up?" "Sure." After washing up at the entrance, they returned to find Fengmian suddenly sitting up, bleary-eyed and scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Li Zhu, his eyes brightened, only to realize something, causing his ears to flush crimson as he stammered. Zhu, you're awake?" "Yes, I've been awake for a little while." Li Zhu smiled and waved him over. "Hurry over. Ace has made porridge, and it will be ready soon." Only then did Fengmian slowly make his way over, his hair in disarray, his gaze still a bit dazed, resembling a sleepy little fox. Zeyu handed him a piece of bee skin towel and said with irritation, "Go wash up. What are you dawdling for?" "Oh." Fengmian obediently took it and went to the cave entrance to freshen up. Upon returning, his gaze was fixated on Li Zhu, unable to shift away. Indeed, Li Zhu was now truly his partner. The three of them sat around the campfire, and Zeyu served 3 bowls of porridge, handing one to Li Zhu and pushing another towards Fengmian. The beast meat porridge was stewed to a soft and glutinous texture, with the delicious flavor of the meat mingling with the fragrance of wild vegetables, warming the heart. "Today we will invite the shaman, Lan Popo, to carve the contract," Zeyu announced. "I'll go." Fengmian immediately raised his hand, his eyes sparkling. "I'll go right now." Fengmian joyfully ran outside, leaving more than half of his porridge uneaten. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he suddenly remembered he had no idea where the shaman of the rabbit tribe lived. Thus, He turned and dashed towards the cave where Li Qing and the others resided. Li Hong, what are you shouting for so early in the morning? Li Hong emerged from the cave with a resentful expression, holding a bowl of beast meat porridge. Hurry, take me to invite the tribe as shaman. I want to bond with Li Zhu. Fengmian was incredibly excited. This was probably the second happiest day of his 20 years. Yesterday was the happiest. Are you crazy? You're the one bonding, not me. Why are you calling me? Can't you go by yourself? You're delaying my meal. I don't know where the shaman lives. Fengmian said cautiously, suddenly realizing that the person in front of him was Li Zhu's elder brother, who would be his elder brother in the future. Oh, I forgot. Li Hong, considering that this was Li Zhu's mate, turned around and went back into the cave. After placing down his bowl, he walked out again. Let us go quickly. My meal will get cold. Fengmian suddenly remembered that he hadn't finished his meal either. Before he could think further, Li Hong pulled him hurriedly towards Shaman Jilan's home. Inside the cave, Zeyu helped Li Zhu sit down on a soft grass mat, reaching out to feel her forehead and checking her wrist. You didn't feel unwell last night, did you? Li Zhu understood his concern and shook her head, smiling. I'm fine. Fengmian was very careful and didn't hurt me. Only then did Zeyu breathe a sigh of relief, his fingertips lightly brushing over the inner side of her wrist. Before long, footsteps sounded from outside, and Fengmian and Li Hong led Shaman Jilan inside. Good morning, Lan Popo. Li Zhu quickly stood up and stepped forward. Good morning, my dear Li Zhu and young Zeyu. Jilan greeted them with a smile, her gaze sweeping across Li Zhu's face. You look well. The little one is adapting, right? I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern. Li Zhu replied with a smile. Haha, how time flies. Our Li Zhu is about to have a second mate. Lan Popo will now bond you two. Come, both of you extend your hands. Fengmian immediately nervously extended his left hand, and Li Zhu did the same, their wrists gently touching. Jilan held their hands together, beginning to chant incantations. The ceremony appeared simple, yet it held profound significance. Before long, two entwined vines appeared in the air above their joined hands, blossoming into a small flower, symbolizing the bond of unity within the tribe. Simultaneously, a small fox mark emerged just above Li Zhu's collarbone, while Fengmian bore the same rabbit mark as Zeyu on his chest. All right, the ceremony is complete. Congratulations, little Li Zhu. Jilan released their hands, a look of satisfaction on her face. Thank you, Lan Popo. Fengmian looked down at the rabbit mark on his chest, and then at the fox mark above Li Zhu's collarbone, grinning broadly. What are you thanking for? It's only right. Jilan tidied up her belongings and reminded Li Zhu of a few precautions during her pregnancy before Li Hong escorted her back. The cave was left with only the three of them, and Fengmian was still grinning at the mark on his chest. Unable to bear it any longer, Zeyu kicked him. What are you grinning about? Come here, I'll teach you to cook. Cook? Fengmian was taken aback. Why should I learn to cook? Zeyu raised an eyebrow. Who will cook when I'm not here if you don't? What? Do you want Li Zhu to cook? Absolutely not. Fengmian immediately shook his head and hurriedly leaned closer. I'll learn right now. I'm sure I can master it. Zeyu didn't waste time and took out a small processed beast and some wild vegetables from his space. Let us start with beast meat porridge. It's simple. Fengmian watched attentively, following Zeyu's instructions step by step. He was clumsy while cutting the meat, almost cutting himself. When starting the fire, he didn't control the intensity well, causing the flames to leap up high, nearly singeing his hair. He was careless with the seasonings, either adding too much salt or too little water. Li Zhu sat nearby, laughing so hard she could hardly keep her composure. Zeyu, usually steady and reliable, was methodical in his cooking. In contrast, Fengmian, who was typically loud and chaotic, appeared earnest yet clumsy. The contrast between the two was amusing. Too much salt. Zeyu frowned. Add more water. Oh, okay. Fengmian hurriedly went to scoop water, but his hand slipped, dropping the ladle on the ground. Zeyu face-bombed, picked up the ladle, washed it, and scooped more water into the pot. Fengmian cautiously stood to the side, not daring to speak. He felt as if Zeyu might be driven to madness by him. What if Zeyu really lost his temper and hit him? What are you standing there for? Come over and watch the fire. It needs to simmer on low heat, or the meat will be tough. Oh. After a whole morning of effort, using up an entire small beast. Fengmian finally managed to stew a pot of decent beast meat stew. Though its appearance was average, the taste was quite good, the meat was tender, and the wild vegetables were flavorful. How is it? Fengmian held out a wooden bowl to Li Zhu, his eyes filled with anticipation. Li Zhu took a bite and nodded with a smile. It's delicious, much better than I expected. Fengmian instantly beamed with joy and eagerly offered a bowl to Zeyu. You try. Zeyu, with an expressionless face, took a bite and said lightly, This is not a waste of my time teaching you all morning. Although he feigned disdain, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Li Zhu leaned back on the soft grass mat, sipping her porridge while watching the two tall and strong beastmen discussing culinary skills around the stone pot. One was earnestly instructing, while the other was diligently learning. With sunlight streaming through the cave entrance, casting a warm golden hue upon them. Once again, she felt that such days were truly wonderful. With a beloved person by her side, steaming meals, and an infinite future to look forward to. The two-partner marks on her body radiated warmth, as if affirming this stable happiness. Chapter 28. Morning sickness days flowed like a mountain stream, neither hurried nor slow. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhu's pregnancy had reached 3 months. During this month, significant changes occurred within the entire rabbit tribe. Zeyu and Fengmian alternated accompanying the hunting team on outings. One steady and experienced, the other swift and agile. They not only imparted their hunting skills, but frequently demonstrated how to set traps and track trails. The tribe's catches began to multiply, and the energy crystal tiers were visibly elevated, significantly enhancing the hunting team's overall strength. Li Hong benefited immensely and had now reached the 7th tier as a beastman. The energy crystals provided by Zeyu and Fengmian had solidified his foundation, and with their practical training during hunts, his 7th tier prowess was no mere facade built on crystals, but rather a tangible power evident in his every movement. In the open area at the edge of the rabbit tribe, plants owned by the rabbit beastmen could be seen everywhere. Lajiao, Hongshu, Dajuan, Heshengjiang, a myriad of edibles, all bearing seeds, were cultivated by the clan members. Li Zhu would always take her mother's hand, calling upon Atang and Aining, and together they would venture out daily with small buckets to water the plants. As they observed the tender green shoots breaking through the soil, Ming Yuan would smile, proclaiming that once these crops matured, their dishes would be all the more fragrant. Atang nodded enthusiastically, attributing their culinary discovery to Azu, exclaiming that without her, they might never have realized how delectable food could truly be. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Azu, Fengmian chimed in, his heart swelling with joy at having such an extraordinary partner. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably until the morning of the 91st day, when Li Zhu was jolted awake by a sudden wave of nausea. She sat up abruptly, rushing to the entrance without time to put on her shoes, and began to retch violently. Her stomach churned as if a tempest raged within, and though she fought to expel the beast meat porridge she had consumed the previous night, only bitter bile emerged, leaving her throat scorched with pain. Azu, Fengmian, who had been by her side, was instantly awakened. The pallor of her face and her evident distress made his heart constrict painfully. He hurriedly rose, grabbing a piece of clean beast hide to wipe her mouth, his voice trembling with concern. What is wrong? Where do you feel discomfort? Did something you ate disagree with you? His first instinct was to consider food poisoning, for he had not kept track of the days since Li Zhu's pregnancy, and she herself had forgotten the significance of this moment. Li Zhu shook her head, leaning against the wall for support as she gasped for air, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She attempted to speak, but another wave of nausea overcame her, forcing her to bend over and retch once more. Fengmian was beside himself with worry, his golden eyes filled with helplessness. Realizing the signs of pregnancy, he recalled Zeyu's previous warnings, but he had not anticipated such severity. To make matters worse, Zeyu had left at dawn with the hunting team, hoping to venture into the Black Forest for a chance at capturing a 9th-tier snowstripe leopard. The higher the tier of the beast, the more energy it contained, making it particularly suitable for pregnant females. Azu, hold on. I will fetch Popo. Fengmian decided swiftly, but hesitated as he did not want to leave Li Zhu alone. Carefully, he scooped her up in his arms. She felt remarkably light, yet burned with fever. Her cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, and her eyes misty from retching. He hurried towards the cave of Leaching's family, moving swiftly yet cautiously. On the way, they encountered several early rising clan members who expressed concern upon seeing Li Zhu's condition. Fengmian could only shout, "Zhu is unwell," as he rushed past like a gust of wind. "Ba, ma, open the door," he called out urgently, even from a distance. Mingyuan and Liqing, just rousing from slumber, quickly lifted the curtain upon hearing the commotion, and were taken aback by the sight of Li Zhu in Fengmian's arms, her face ashen. "What happened?" Mingyuan asked, hastening to check Li Zhu's forehead. "Why is she so hot? She has been vomiting since morning and cannot stop." Fengmian placed Li Zhu gently on the bed, made of beast hide, anxiety coursing through him. "Zeyu has gone hunting. Please, can you watch over Zhu for me? I need to go find Lan Popo. Quick!" Mingyuan, covering Li Zhu with the hide, urged him. "I will stay here with her." Fengmian nodded and dashed towards the healer Zhilan's abode. He ran with great speed, his russet form weaving through the forest path, stirring a breeze. The route, usually perceived as a mere distance, felt interminable at that moment, each step like treading on fire. He feared for Li Zhu's well-being and dreaded the thought of inadequately caring for her. Upon arriving at Zhilan's home, he found her just rising and washing up. Noticing Fengmian, drenched in sweat and breathless, she set down her beast hide towel immediately. "Oh dear, Fengmian, what is the matter?" "Lan Popo, Zhu, she is unwell." Fengmian gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "Stay calm. Tell me what is happening," she urged. "She is vomiting severely. Her face is pale, and she has a fever," he stammered, pulling Zhilan towards the door. "Please come quickly." Seeing his distress, Zhilan wasted no time, grabbing her medical kit and following him back to Liqing's cave. Inside, Mingyuan was gently patting Li Zhu's back, offering her warm water. After a few sips, Li Zhu felt nauseous again, resting against Mingyuan's embrace, her brows furrowed tightly, her lips devoid of color. "Zhu, just hold on. Lan Popo will be here soon." Mingyuan comforted, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, her heart aching. When she was pregnant with Li Hong and Li Zhu, she too had experienced morning sickness, but nothing as severe as this. "Anyang, I feel so unwell," Li Zhu murmured, vulnerable in her mother's arms. "Do not be afraid. Anyang is here." Mingyuan cooed softly, gently stroking Li Zhu's hair. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance as Fengmian and Zhilan burst in. "Lan Popo, please take a look at her," Fengmian urged, setting Li Zhu down on the bed. Zhilan approached the bedside, placing her hand on Li Zhu's wrist and checking her eyelids, her brow furrowing slightly. "It is a pregnancy reaction, most common around 3 months. And given her unique constitution, the symptoms may be more pronounced," she explained. From her kit, she retrieved a small wooden jar, pouring out several dark brown pills. "Have her take these. They will alleviate some of the nausea. Also, prepare a light broth, feeding her small amounts frequently to prevent dehydration." Mingyuan quickly took the pills, mixing them with warm water to give to Li Zhu. Zhilan continued, "Increased drowsiness and appetite are normal. Keep a close watch. If she feels hungry, offer her easily digestible food, and ensure she does not overexert herself. When Zeyu returns, have him fetch some herbs for maintaining the pregnancy." "Understood. Thank you, Lan Popo," Fengmian replied, his anxious heart finally easing a little. After seeing Zhilan off, he turned to Li Zhu, who still bore a pale complexion, feeling a mix of guilt and concern. He remained by her side, awkwardly mimicking Mingyuan's actions to wipe her sweat, softly murmuring, "Zhu, I'm sorry for not taking better care of you." After taking the medication provided by Lan Popo, Li Zhu felt a marked improvement. Upon hearing Fengmian's self-reproach, she slowly opened her eyes, seeing his expression of remorse. She managed a weak smile, raising her hand to gently touch his cheek. "It's not your fault. I simply forgot. I am fine." No sooner had she spoken than her stomach emitted a loud growl. Despite having just vomited, an unexpected hunger surfaced. Fengmian's eyes brightened at the sound. "You're hungry? I will make you sweet soup." He turned and hurried towards their cave, his movements still somewhat frantic, yet now tinged with less trepidation. Ming Yuan watched him retreat, then glanced at Li Zhu, who was slowly recovering in her embrace, letting out a gentle sigh, her eyes sparkling with warmth. These two beast men, one steadfast as a mountain, the other fiery as the sun, both held Azu in their hearts with tender affection. Sunlight streamed through the small opening above, casting a warm glow upon Li Zhu's pale, yet gradually relaxing face. She closed her eyes, soaking in the love of her family surrounding her. Chapter 29. What to do when the beastmen are too attentive. As the warm orange hues of sunset painted the edges of the black forest, Zeyu returned with the hunting team, bringing with him the twilight. Li Hong and several clan members carried a massive snow-striped leopard, its silver-white fur adorned with inky spots shimmering in the fading light, a fearsome ninth-tier beast. Zeyu, it's all thanks to you today. We can actually hunt ninth-tier beasts now, exclaimed a young beast man, excitement radiating from his face. The crystal from this snow-striped leopard will sustain us for quite some time. Zeyu nodded faintly, his gaze sweeping over the members of the hunting team. Now that Azu is with child, I shall take this beast meat back to nourish her, and you may keep the crystal stones for communal use. The ninth-tier crystals would be beneficial for Fengmian as well, but he can procure them later. As the group entered the tribe, they were suddenly struck by an eerie silence, prompting Zeyu to hasten his steps. Upon reaching the cave near the leeching family, he spotted Fengmian crouched by the stone pot at the entrance, carefully stirring the contents with a wooden spoon, his golden red hair standing out vividly in the twilight. Zeyu, you have returned, Fengmian exclaimed, immediately rising with a clear expression of anxiety. Azu, wait a moment. I shall first check inside, Zeyu interrupted, treading lightly as he lifted the animal skin curtain. He needed to see her with his own eyes to feel at ease. The cave was bathed in soft light. Li Zhu was curled up on the pile of animal skins where she had slept for 16 years, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her breathing steady, and her brow relaxed, appearing significantly more at peace. Ming Yuan sat beside her, diligently cleaning the animal skins. Upon seeing Zeyu enter, she promptly gestured for silence. Zeyu quietly approached the bedside, gently brushing his hand against Li Zhu's forehead, finding no abnormalities. A sigh of relief escaped him as his fingertips brushed against her loose strands of hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Has she awakened a few times? Has she eaten anything? He asked Ming Yuan in a low voice. She has stirred twice. Fengmian prepared berry sweet soup and a mash of beast bones and wild vegetables, which she consumed nearly half a bowl of, Ming Yuan replied with a smile. Aunt Lan has visited, stating that it is a normal symptom of pregnancy and advised her to rest more. Zeyu nodded, casting another glance at the slumbering Li Zhu before exiting the cave. Fengmian awaited him outside, still clutching an unfinished roasted sweet potato, and quickly recounted the day's events in detail. From a moment, Li Zhu had suddenly experienced morning sickness to his frantic embrace of her while seeking Ming Yuan's assistance, and then summoning Aunt Lan, administering medicine, and preparing sweet soup. His words tumbled out in a jumble, yet conveyed a profound sense of urgency and dread. I was nearly terrified. She was vomiting so severely she could barely stand, and her forehead burned with fever. Fengmian scratched his head, his voice dropping. Fortunately, Aunt Lan assured us there was nothing to worry about. Otherwise, I truly would not have known what to do. Zeyu fell silent for a moment, aware that the symptoms of pregnancy would arrive, but not anticipating their intensity, leading to a tinge of self-reproach in his heart. Had he not gone hunting today, perhaps he could have noticed sooner, sparing her some suffering. I wonder if she is hungry now? Zeyu inquired. She just fell asleep not long ago and drank some soup before resting, Fengmian contemplated. However, Aunt Lan mentioned that her appetite may increase, so she might awaken feeling hungry. Zeyu nodded in acknowledgement and turned towards his cave. You stay here. I will return shortly with some of the ninth-tier beast meat I just hunted. Before long, Zeyu emerged holding a wooden jar filled with tenderly stewed, snow-patterned leopard meat, enhanced with finely chopped bamboo shoots, its aroma delicate yet rich. Now, let us rouse Azu and have her eat a bit. As Zeyu re-entered the cave, Li Zhu had just turned over, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Zeyu and Fengmian, She paused momentarily before breaking into a soft smile. A's, you're back. You're all here. Yes, I have returned, Zeyu replied gently, settling beside her. Are you hungry? I have prepared some meat paste. Shall we eat a little before you sleep again? Liju indeed felt a bit hungry and nodded. Zeyu carefully lifted her, allowing her to rest against his chest, while Fengmian used a wooden spoon to scoop some meat paste, blowing on it to cool before offering it to her. Wow, how kind you two are. I'm feeling much better now. I can manage on my own, Liju chuckled. What a thoughtful beast husband. No, I shall do it. I enjoy taking care of Azu. Fengmian insisted, clutching the bowl tightly, determined to take charge. Seeing Fengmian's enthusiasm, Liju smiled without protest, happy to oblige. The meat paste melted in her mouth, complemented by the freshness of the bamboo shoots, not greasy at all. Liju took small bites, occasionally glancing up at Fengmian, whose gaze was focused and gentle, as if cradling a rare treasure. Behind her, Zeyu watched with a soft expression. You have worked hard today, Liju murmured after swallowing a mouthful. It was no trouble, Zeyu replied, wiping the corner of her mouth. It is you who has endured discomfort. Liju shook her head, continuing to lean into his embrace. After consuming a small portion, she lost her appetite and yawned. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Shall I carry you back? At that moment, the three remained in the cave of her parents, where it was inconvenient for them to care for her at night. All right, Zeyu gently lifted Liju, draping a fur over her before exiting the cave and making their way home, with Fengmian carefully trailing behind. Upon returning to their cave, Zeyu set Liju down gently in her nest and covered her with the fur. Once she was deeply asleep again, Zeyu and Fengmian stepped outside. The night had deepened, and the bonfire in the tribe flickered, with distant laughter echoing from their kin. Azu has entered her state of deep sleep, Zeyu observed as he gazed into the dancing flames, his voice steady. In the days to come, she may sleep for most of the day, and even when awake, she is likely to tire easily. Fengmian nodded, listening intently. Starting tomorrow, we will take turns watching over her. Zeyu turned his gaze to Fengmian. Why go hunting? You shall remain at home. When you accompany the team, I will stay behind. Regardless of who goes out, we must not venture too far, ensuring we can return at any moment. I understand, Fengmian promptly replied. I will inform the team whenever I head out and strive to return early. He had no desire to leave Li Jue's side, even for a brief moment. She must be fed promptly when she awakens. For now, let's keep her meals light, offering small portions frequently. Once her condition stabilizes, we can proceed as usual, Zeyu cautioned. If there are any repeat episodes of severe vomiting or other discomforts, we must immediately summon Aunt Lan, as she is more reliable in such matters. Yes, I will remember everything. Fengmian nodded vigorously, etching each word into his heart. Observing his earnest and serious demeanor, Zeyu felt a warmth in his heart. This impulsive little fox had indeed matured considerably during this period, particularly in caring for Liju, exhibiting a clumsy yet sincere attentiveness. I have given the crystals from the snow-patterned leopard to the hunting team. The beast meat I brought back is for Azu's nourishment. I will find hers next time, Zeyu stated. Li Hong's strength still requires refinement. Starting tomorrow, let him practice more with the team, and he must not slack off. You two must not neglect your training. All right, I will keep a close watch on him. I will work hard as well. Fengmian vowed, thumping his chest. They both understood how much Azu cared for her kin, and they had long regarded the Zhu Zhu tribe as their true home, with Liqing and the others as their family. They could not be there to protect them at all times. Thus, enhancing Li Hong's strength was of utmost importance, especially considering the dangers he faced during hunts. As the night deepened and the bonfire flickered lower, only embers sparkled in the darkness. The two beastmen stood at the cave entrance, conversing in hushed tones, their topic consistently revolving around the sleeping female. Noticing the sky growing darker, Fengmian removed the pot from the fire and urged Zeyu to stow it away. Go inside and keep Azu company while she sleeps. I will rest here. If anything arises during the night, call for me. With that, he briefly washed up at the entrance and made his way to a smaller cave beside the main one. This space had originally been used for storing miscellaneous items by Li Zhu and her family, but upon Fengmian's arrival, it had been tidied and transformed into a cozy nest. However, Both he and Zeyu seldom slept there, usually opting to shift into beast form and rest at the cave entrance, beside the cooking fire. Zeyu cast a glance at Fengmian without uttering a word, then turned and went out to freshen up before heading towards the main cave, carefully climbing into bed. Zhu sensed the change beside her, nuzzled into Zeyu's embrace, adjusted to a comfortable position, and drifted back into a deep slumber. Chapter 30. Heartache for you. Zhu's morning sickness felt like a prolonged rain, drizzling incessantly for over half a month. During this period, Zeyu and Fengmian scarcely enjoyed a full night's sleep. Often, just as they had lulled Zhu to sleep, she would wake in hunger, prompting them to hastily fetch the prepared light broth of lean beast meat. After managing to feed her a few bites, she would promptly vomit it all up. This cycle repeated for more than half a month, until Zhu's pregnancy symptoms finally stabilized. However, unbeknownst to them, while her vomiting had ceased, her emotions began to fluctuate again in recent days, leaving the two men in a state of anxious concern. They sought out Mingyuan and Atang Aining, hoping that having more family around would lift her spirits. Fengmian was genuinely exhausted from the ordeal. Watching Zhu in distress pained him deeply, yet he felt utterly powerless. He even contemplated whether they should forego having children altogether to spare Zhu from further suffering. However, Zeyu explained that the reactions during pregnancy could vary significantly across different species. Upon hearing this, Fengmian felt that the offspring of the Bai Zhe clan were indeed quite a handful, and once they were born, he would have to give them a good thrashing for the trouble they caused their mother. The tribe members observed all this, noting that the dark circles under Zeyu's eyes grew more pronounced by the day. The usually steadfast figure would occasionally doze off by the campfire. Fengmian, too, had visibly lost weight, yet he remained steadfastly by Zhu's side daily, tirelessly concocting dishes that she might find palatable. From sweet berry soups to beast bone and wild vegetable porridge, even attempting to emulate Mingyuan by mashing root vegetables, constantly replacing the wooden jars in the kitchen. One morning, Zhu opened her eyes to the warm sunlight streaming through the crevice at the cave entrance. Zeyu was still sound asleep beside her, his dark lashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyes, a hint of stubble on his chin lending him a slightly haggard appearance. She gently shifted her body, intending to tuck him in with the animal hide, but accidentally brushed against his hand. Zeyu instantly awoke, the sleepiness vanishing from his eyes as he turned to her. "What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell again?" "I'm fine," Zhu replied, shaking her head, her voice hoarse from sleep. "Azay, I want some water." Zeyu breathed a sigh of relief, rose to pour her a glass of warm water, and as his fingers brushed against hers, he felt her forehead, confirming she was indeed all right before he relaxed. As she drank, her gaze fell upon the dark circles under his eyes, and her heart tightened with a pang of sorrow. She set the cup down and reached out to caress his cheek. "Zay, you've lost so much weight, and you're not sleeping well." Zeyu took her hand and gently kissed it, reassuring her, "It's nothing. I'm an orc. I can endure." Yet, his words failed to comfort Zhu. Instead, they elicited an outpouring of tears. Zeyu immediately grew anxious, wrapping her in his embrace and softly asking, "Zhu, don't cry, don't cry. What's wrong? Are you unwell? The little ones don't understand. When they're born, I'll give them a good beating for making you and Fengmian suffer." Upon hearing this, Zhu cried even harder. She didn't understand her own emotions, but could not stop the tears. "No, it's not that. I'm not in pain. I just feel heartbroken for you and Fengmian. Woo, it's all because of me that you're both so worn out." Zeyu was utterly at a loss. No one had ever prepared him for this aspect of parenthood. "Zhu, we're not suffering. Look how strong Fengmian and I are, you know that. Besides, you're our partner, and it's only right for us to care for you. Just be happy every day, and that makes us happy too. Please, Zhu, don't cry." As he spoke, he gently stroked her back, fearing she might cry herself into a state. The moment Fengmian entered, he was taken aback by the sight, his heart tightening. "What is going on?" "Zhu, don't cry. We're all here." He hurriedly set down the bowl, feeling at a loss, and reached out to wipe her tears. "Is it my cooking that's not to your liking? I'll make something else, something you love." "No." Zhu grasped his hand, her voice choked with emotion. "I just feel that you both are working too hard. I've been such a burden over the past half month. She glanced down at her noticeably larger belly, which had begun to swell slightly, resembling a small round ball. She hadn't anticipated her pregnancy symptoms would be so intense, causing Zeyu and Fengmian to become so worn out. Zeyu approached from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin on the top of her head. Zhu, it's our duty to take care of you. Exactly. Fengmian chimed in eagerly, his eyes sparkling. I'm happy just to care for Zhu. Besides, look how your belly is growing. Our little ones are developing. You need to eat well for them to grow strong. At the mention of the little ones, Zhu's mood brightened somewhat as she rubbed her belly, a smile creeping on her lips. Despite the severe sickness, her belly was indeed growing, and she could occasionally feel faint movements within, like tiny fish swimming. All right. I'll go prepare breakfast. I promise you won't be able to resist me after you eat. Fengmian, not wanting to see Zhu sad, playfully boasted before heading to the cave entrance to cook. Zhu watched him leave, her spirits inexplicably lifted, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. After breakfast, Zhu sat on a soft grass mat basking in the sun, weaving little trinkets with slender strands of grass. The warmth of the sun enveloped her, but suddenly she furrowed her brow, feeling that she had forgotten something important. What could it be? She pondered for a while until Zeyu brought in some sliced wild fruits, and she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I just remembered. Zeyu and Fengmian, who had just approached, were startled. What is the matter? Zhe. Zhu looked at Zeyu with a hint of confusion in her eyes. I've been pregnant for 3.5 months now. Didn't you say that in the Bai Zhe clan, you could sense the gender of the child after 3 months? Why haven't you told me yet? Zeyu was momentarily taken aback before he too slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. I completely forgot to mention that. With the tension from Zhu's morning sickness over the past half-month, my mind was solely focused on making her comfortable, and I completely overlooked this matter. Fengmian chimed in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Can we sense the gender? Zeyu, what is it? Are they adorable females like Zhu, or strong males like us? Zeyu looked at their eager expressions, cleared his throat, and spoke in a calm tone. They are 2 male cubs. Lizuganti struket harbedi. No wonder they're so rowdy. Fengmian was overjoyed, spinning around the cave in delight. That's wonderful. I'll teach them to hunt, and they will surely grow into the most formidable orcs. Zhu smiled at his excitement before turning to Zeyu. You seem rather unfazed by this news. Zeyu sat beside her, his fingers softly gliding through her hair. In our Bai Zhe clan, it is indeed quite difficult to have female offspring. So, when you first became pregnant, I suspected they would be 2 males. When we sensed it that day, I was not surprised at all, even forgetting to mention it. He paused, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Now that we have 2 male cubs, I am content. For me, gender has never been the most important thing. What matters is that these are our children, vibrant lives, and our hopes. Now I understand. Zhu nodded, her earlier confusion dissipating. She lowered her head and spoke softly to her belly. 2 little ones, grow up quickly, for both your father and mother eagerly anticipate meeting you. It seemed as if the little ones sensed her presence, gently stirring twice, as if responding to her. Fengmian leaned closer, cautiously placing his ear against her belly. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. I heard them. They are moving. Observing his childlike demeanor, Zhu and Zeyu both smiled. Sunlight poured through the cave entrance, enveloping the trio in warmth and tranquility. Once they are born, I shall craft the most beautiful animal skin skirts for them. Fengmian exclaimed with enthusiasm. I will also hunt the most charming prey for them to play with. Zhu listened with a warm heart. Whether they were 2 male cubs, or perhaps a female baby in the future, as long as they had this family, protected by this loving tribe, they would surely grow up healthy and happy. She suddenly felt that all the hardships of morning sickness had been worthwhile. The crackling of the campfire at the cave entrance and the distant laughter of the tribe filled the air with vitality and hope. Their little home was infused with the aroma of happiness. Chapter 31. Welcoming Father and Mother. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Zhu awoke. Lying on her side, she gazed at the still sleeping Zeyu, a sweet smile gracing her lips. She had dreamt a wonderful dream the night before, where the entire family gathered around the campfire, including her father and mother, her brothers, Zeyu, Fengmian, and two little ones babbling joyfully. Even Fengmian's parents were present, and everyone shared laughter and warmth that melted hearts. Zhu, sensing her gaze, slowly opened his eyes. "Aze, I had a wonderful dream." Zhu gently took Zeyu's hand, her voice brimming with excitement. Zeyu rubbed his eyes and sat up, smoothing her disheveled hair. "What dream could make you this happy?" "I dreamt that Fengmian's parents came too, and our whole family had a meal together." Zhu leaned closer into his embrace, her eyes sparkling. "Don't you think it would be wonderful if they could stay in our tribe for a while? It would be so lively." Zeyu paused for a moment, then smiled. "You want them to come?" "Yes." Zhu nodded vigorously. "It has been a long time since Fengmian returned home, hasn't he? He must miss his father and mother. Besides, such a significant event as forming a partnership should be shared with his family." Just then, Fengmian entered with breakfast, momentarily halting in his tracks upon hearing their conversation. "What did Zhu say?" "Fengmian." Zhu turned to him, her expression earnest. "Please go home for a visit and bring your parents to stay with us for a while. All right? Let us all live together as one big family." The wooden bowl in Fengmian's hands nearly slipped from his grasp as he stared at her in disbelief. "Are my parents here?" "Now." He glanced between Zhu's round belly and Zeyu, gesturing frantically. No. How can I leave now?" "You can't be without someone by your side. If I go, who will take care of you?" Zeyu certainly cannot manage alone. With Zhu's morning sickness finally easing, he could not dare to leave at this time. What if he left and Zhu felt unwell again? "Zeyu, you must tell Zhu that I can't leave now." Zeyu hesitated as well. It was indeed inconvenient for him to manage alone. Zhu's, however, Zhu's expression dimmed as she whispered, "I just think it would be livelier with more people around. Your parents could keep me company, and since you have formed a partnership, they would surely want to meet your partner. Our family would be so happy together. I just want us to be together." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, looking pitiful. Fengmian could not bear to see her like this, and he found himself torn between concern for Zhu and her hopeful gaze. He had not returned home for 2 months, and having not shared such a significant matter with his family, his parents must have been worried. "Zhu's, please don't be upset," Zeyu said, placing a hand on Fengmian's shoulder. "I believe Zhu's is right. It is time to bring them to see us." "Fengmian, where do you stand?" "Zeyu, nowhere." He turned to Fengmian, his tone steady. "Rest assured, you can return home. I will be here, along with your father and mother, to look after things. Moreover, the journey to the Hu tribe is only about 10 days round trip at most. I can manage." Li Cheng and Ming Yuan happened to arrive with the newly sewn animal skin skirts, and upon hearing this, Ming Yuan immediately added, "Yes, Fengmian, you should return. We will take good care of Zhu's." Li Cheng nodded in agreement. "It is indeed time for your parents to visit. Our tribe is thriving now, and more people would bring more joy." Everyone chimed in, urging Fengmian to return. Looking into Zhu's expectant eyes and reflecting on his own parents at home, he finally gritted his teeth. "Then I shall return for a visit, but I will make haste and return quickly." He looked at Zhu, his gaze serious as if making a vow. "Zhu's, I will return within 10 days at most. You must be obedient and eat well while I am gone. If you feel unwell, call Zeyu immediately, understand?" "Yes, I know." Zhu beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Be careful on your journey. The sooner you return, the better. We will wait for you at home." The once carefree youth had transformed over 2 months into a considerate and responsible beast husband. Seeing her smile eased Fengmian's anxiety. Yet he could not help but fuss. "And Zeyu, you must keep a close watch on her while I'm gone. If she craves something sour, fetch her berries. And if she desires something sweet, prepare sweet soup. Do not let her have anything cold." I know, stop fussing," Zeyu replied tersely. Yet he committed Fengmian's words to memory. At dawn the next day, Fengmian rose early to prepare for his departure. Before leaving, he crouched in front of Zhu, carefully embracing her and gently touching her belly, his voice filled with reluctance. "Zhu's, I am leaving. The little ones must behave and not trouble your mother." Zhu playfully pushed him away with a smile. "Off you go. Take care on the way." Fengmian kissed Zhu once more before reluctantly standing up. At the cave entrance, he took a deep breath and turned, sprinting toward the direction of the Hu tribe, his golden-red figure quickly vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Inside the cave, Zhu watched Fengmian's departing figure, feeling a bit empty yet filled with anticipation. Zeyu approached and gently wrapped his arms around her. Do not worry, Fengmian will return soon. Yes. Zhu leaned against him, caressing her belly. Once Fengmian brings his parents here, our home will be even livelier. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, illuminating her smiling face with warmth and brightness. Little did she know, while Fengmian left with hope, eagerly chattering about what delicious food they would prepare once his parents arrived, by the afternoon, after waking from a nap, she began to worry about Fengmian, lamenting that he should not have gone alone, nearly to the point of tears. Zeyu found himself in a bind. Hours had passed, and Fengmian had long since lost track of time, leaving him unsure of where to search. He understood that during pregnancy, female emotions could be unstable. So he patiently comforted her, repeating that Fengmian would certainly be fine, which gradually eased some of Zhu's anxiety, lulling her into a gentle slumber. For the first time, Zeyu felt that the cubs of their Zeyu tribe were indeed quite a handful. It was also the first time he realized how much he missed Fengmian. Over the course of 2 months, he had thoroughly grown accustomed to their presence. Many times while hunting outside, he would be grateful that he had brought Fengmian home. Perhaps this is what fate truly is. Just as fate would have it, he appeared there. Just as fate would have it, he encountered him. Just as fate would have it. Fengmian had an insatiable appetite. Perhaps it was destined that they were meant to be a family? Chapter 32. The Fox clan tribe. The breeze in the forest carried the fragrant scent of grass and wood as Fengmian hurried along, his golden red figure darting through the thickets like a flowing flame. His pace was swift, driven by the dual desire to reunite with his parents and to keep his thoughts on the family Zhu. He did not slow down, quenching his thirst with creek water and gnawing on raw meat when hunger struck, completing the journey in 5 days that typically took 7. On the evening of the 6th day, Fengmian finally arrived at the Fox clan tribe. The tribe was not merely a collection of caves, but a valley shrouded in a delicate mist. The valley was filled with waist-high evening primroses, their petals a pale pink by day, glowing with a silvery light at night, as if scattered with fragments of stars. In the heart of the valley lay a mirror-like lake, its waters maintaining a constant temperature, reflecting the crimson maples and silver ginkgos on either side. It was said that on a full moon night, phantoms leading to the spirit realm would appear on the lake, and the elders of the clan often spoke of it as the ancestors looking back at their descendants. Fengmian slowed his pace, gazing at the familiar home, an inexplicable nervousness swelling within him. He took a deep breath and walked towards his family's cave. Meanwhile, inside Fengmian's cave, his father, Fengshan, was fuming. That rascal has been gone for over 2 months and still hasn't returned. What a waste of my efforts. When he gets back, I'll make sure to break his legs. He was deeply frustrated, having worried incessantly about his son. Why isn't he back? Doesn't he have any sense? It's all because you talk too much. Qinglan rolled her eyes, her tone laced with grievance. I'm his father. Am I not allowed to scold him a bit? Besides, I'm only looking out for him. Let us see if he dares to stay away for a lifetime. If he has the guts, he can stay out forever. The more Fengshan thought about it, the angrier he became, branding his son as the epitome of filial ingratitude. Just then, lost in his thoughts, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the cave by Qinglan. If he is not coming back, then you can get out too. Alan. Fengshan's face contorted in disbelief. Alan, how could you be so cruel? Back in the day, I treated you so well, giving you everything you desired. Now you're treating me like this. Woe is me. He dared not re-enter the cave and instead stood at the entrance, wailing, only to discover that Qinglan was ignoring him entirely. Alan, I am truly at my wit's end. No one responded. I really am at my wit's end. Suddenly, Fengshan noticed the curtain of the cave being lifted, and a smile blossomed on his face. Alan, I knew you cared. Fengshan was then stuffed with a bundle of animal skins. Keep shouting, and you'll never set foot in here again. You'll be sleeping outside tonight. With that, Qinglan turned her back and strode into the cave. Fengshan observed his partner's demeanor and realized she was genuinely angry with him. Oh no, Alan, I was wrong. I promise I won't shout anymore. I swear I'll never nag again. Alan, I beg you, please don't be angry anymore. He desperately wanted to curl up beside Qinglan to sleep. He absolutely did not want to sleep alone. As Fengmian approached his family's cave, he beheld his usually fearless father, now pitifully pleading for his mother's forgiveness at the entrance. Goodness, is this what retribution looks like? Has it finally befallen his father? His mother could no longer endure it. He knew that his mother had been suffering for 20 years, and he couldn't fathom how she had managed for over 40. Soon, he indeed heard his father Fengmian's voice, tinged with a mix of grievance and defiance. Alan, you know it's for his own good. What male in our Fox clan doesn't settle down early and start a family? And yet, he just runs around all day. You still dare to say that? Came his mother's voice. All right. I won't say it anymore. I promise I won't rush him. I'll support him even if he never finds a partner. I truly understand my mistake. Alan, please let me in. Qinglan, listening from within the cave, was equally infuriated. How could her son, so outstanding, not find a female? Alas, she was anxious too. Fengmian stood at the cave entrance, nearly bursting into laughter. His father had resorted to retreating to advance. Oh, so you got kicked out by Alan? Serves you right. Fengmian stepped forward, observing Fengshan with a look of schadenfreude. Upon hearing the voice, Fengshan turned around, only to be stunned as he saw Fengmian standing behind him, his eyes wide with surprise. Mian, when did you come back? No way. You little rascal. You actually thought to return? Fengshan instantly wanted to grab something to hit Fengmian, but suddenly recalled he was standing at the cave entrance with nothing nearby. Seizing the opportunity while his father searched for something, Fengmian began to wail, racing towards the cave. Mother, help. Father wants to kill me. You little rascal. How dare you report me? I'll make sure you regret it. Upon hearing the commotion, Qinglan's heart leaped with joy as she hurried to the cave entrance. As she approached, she saw Fengshan brandishing a large wooden stick, chasing after Fengmian. Fengmian, spotting his mother, dashed over to hide behind her. Fengshan, seeing Qinglan's furious expression, quickly realized. Alan, let me explain, get out. We'll let you in here. Qinglan was not in the mood for his excuses. Alan, I truly understand my mistake, Fengshan said, cautiously lowering the stick. Mother, I see he clearly doesn't realize his mistakes. He was just about to hit me. Fengmian chimed in, fanning the flames. Unexpectedly, he received a sharp glare from Qinglan. How dare you speak of your father? You've been gone for 2 months, and now you return? I thought you'd never come back. Now tell me, where have you been for the past 2 months? Qinglan turned, interrogating Fengmian. Fengmian? Weren't they just discussing his father? Indeed, one must not revel too much in others' misfortunes. Fengshan shot Fengmian a provocative glance. You little rascal. I've been waiting for you to say that. Mother, I didn't intend to leave. Father is so annoying. How could I endure it? I only left to take a break. Besides, I've been gone for 2 months. Did you not worry about me? In response, Fengmian was met with 2 exasperated eye rolls. You're aware you've been gone for 2 months? We thought you'd vanish for good. As for worrying, pray tell, what is there to worry about with a 9th order like you? We should be more concerned about those wild beasts. Fengshan thought bitterly. And then, Qinglan pressed on. And then, as I was walking, Fengmian's voice trailed off, hesitant to admit that he had wandered into another family's home for a meal. What happened? Qinglan felt it was high time to give him a stern beating. He had clearly grown too bold, daring to stay away for over 2 months. Fengmian, noticing his mother's increasingly stern expression, felt a twinge of fear. What if she truly wanted to punish him? All right, I was just walking and found a partner, and then I stayed in her tribe. Claiming he had found a partner would surely spare him from punishment. As expected, upon hearing that he had found a partner, both Fengshan and Qinglan erupted in excitement. What? Mian, you found a partner? Which tribe is she from? Where is she now? Fengshan could hardly contain his eagerness, having awaited the arrival of his grandson for decades, and now, at last, there seemed to be hope. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with a glare from Qinglan, whose expression seemed to convey, do you really think it's your turn to speak? Sullenly, Fengshan closed his lips, casting a few pleading glances at his partner before turning his hopeful gaze upon Fengmian. The moment Fengmian mentioned Zhu, he became entirely animated, disregarding his father's inquiries entirely. Mother, let me tell you, my partner is simply wonderful. She is undoubtedly the most formidable, most beautiful, and most considerate female I have ever encountered. Fengshan found it hard to believe that such an exceptional female would take a liking to his child. His offspring, although strong and handsome, was rather lazy, clumsy, and incapable of cooking. If Fengmian were to learn of his father's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be furious. Now, upon hearing his father's remarks, he was still incensed. "Mother, look at father. He is talking about me again." Qinglan shot a glance at Fengshan. "Speak again, and you shall be sent out." "Oh," Fengshan lamented, feeling quite wronged. "Mian, please continue." Qinglan urged Fengmian to sit down. "Which tribe does your partner belong to? Does she treat you well? Are you happy living there?" Upon hearing these questions, Fengmian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Indeed, only Li Zhu and his mother truly cared about his happiness. "Mother, Li Zhu is from the Tu tribe, and she treats me exceedingly well. I returned this time because she invited me to bring you both to stay there for a few days. Furthermore, you have no idea." Fengmian rambled on about everything, from the delicacies of the Tu tribe to the kindness and unity of its inhabitants, which starkly contrasted with the Fox tribe. The Fox tribe, being a mid-level tribe, had been plagued by internal strife for years, and Fengmian's family had only joined 20 years prior, making them the only Qian Linghu clan. Initially, due to his father's strength, he had become the tribe's leader. Thus, apart from their family, the tribe consisted solely of gray foxes and large-eared foxes who had been in constant conflict with one another. Over the years, his father, the tribe leader, had become a mere figurehead. At first, he had hoped to unite his people, but as the gray foxes and large-eared foxes continuously opposed him, he lost interest in leading. Even the tribe's inhabitants frequently spoke of replacing their leader. But since both factions vied for the position, his father remained unharmed for the time being. "Father, mother, this is what I think. Since our family is not well regarded in the tribe, and they do not respect you as their leader, it might be better for you to move to the Tu tribe with me. They can have their leader, and you will still get to see me and Li Zhu often. When Li Zhu has her cubs in 5 months, you can help us take care of them." "What? You mean Li Zhu is expecting?" Fengshan was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly the most delightful news he had heard all day. "Yes, she is nearly 4 months along, and in just over 5 months, we will finally meet the cubs." As Fengmian envisioned the warm environment and the people there, happiness radiated from his face. However, Fengshan was taken aback by this revelation. "So, Li Zhu was not carrying your biological cubs? The Qian Linghu clan bears offspring in 3 months, while a 9-month gestation period clearly indicated otherwise. Father, how do you know that Li Zhu is not carrying my cubs?" Fengshan wondered why he was deemed foolish. Li Zhu was expecting the cubs of Zeyu, her first beast husband, who was exceptionally capable. I am Li Zhu's second beast husband." Fengmian expressed great satisfaction with his current status and continued, "Even though Li Zhu is not carrying my biological cubs, so what? As long as they are Li Zhu's, they are mine. I love Li Zhu and everything about her. Even if I do not have biological cubs of my own, my love for Li Zhu will never wane." Fengshan reflected that his child had a point. After all, they were family, and he had watched them grow. "So, what do you think of my proposal, father and mother? If it is agreeable, we can depart tomorrow. Li Zhu is still at home, and I am worried." "Well," Qinglan sighed, accepting that her child was growing up. Although it pained her that he seemed to forget her now that he had a partner, she was still curious about the Tu tribe he spoke of. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Fengshan. Receiving the looks from his partner and child, a sense of seriousness washed over Fengshan. "Let me consider it. This is not a trivial matter, and they may not easily allow us to leave." It was true that foxes were cunning. Fengshan did not believe the gray foxes and large-eared foxes would let them depart without some form of compensation. However, his child also had a valid point. There was little worth clinging to in such a tribe. As night descended like a heavy black pelt, it slowly enveloped the valley of the tribe. The petals of the moonflower emitted a faint white glow, casting a hazy light upon the forest path. Fengshan sat beside the fire, clutching a piece of unappetizing beast meat, lacking any desire to eat. Fengmian, observing his father's demeanor, felt anxious. "Father, have you made a decision?" Fengshan lifted his gaze to the flickering shadows outside the cave and nodded. "Yes, we will go." These 2 words, spoken with resolve, carried the weight of 20 years of entanglement and determination. The moment Fengmian heard go, he burst into laughter. I knew you would agree, father. Do not rejoice too soon. Fengshan admonished, rapping his knuckles against Fengmian's head. Leaving the tribe is not as simple as you think. Qinglan sighed as well. The gray foxes and large-eared foxes will not easily let us go. Their family was one of the few Qian Linghu in the tribe, and Fengshan's 9th-level strength was a significant asset. If they were to leave, the tribe's deterrent power would undoubtedly diminish. What is there to fear? We could just fight if need be, Fengmian replied nonchalantly. After all, they had spent 20 years in the tribe. Leaving in this manner seemed inappropriate, especially since your father is the leader. Qinglan sighed again, noting that some matters could not be resolved through mere force. I will pay a visit to Qiuyan. Fengshan stood, brushing off the grass from his clothing. Among the large-eared foxes, he was the only one who was somewhat reasonable. Fengmian paused. Will Qiuyan help us? How can we know unless we try? A flicker of sharpness crossed Fengshan's eyes. Lian is ruthless and has committed many wrongs over the years. If he learns of our departure, he might resort to underhanded tactics. While Qiuyan has his own interests, he understands the balance of power better and is easier to negotiate with than Lian. Most importantly, even though he has no affection for the tribe, he would not want to leave behind a beast like Lian as their leader. As they were about to leave, there was no need to push the innocent beasts into the flames. Fengshan turned and walked outside, the sound of his leather boots lightly rustling against the grass. The night mist in the tribe thickened, carrying the moisture of the Mirror Lake, and distant fox calls echoed through the valley. Qiuyan's cave was on the eastern side of the valley, its entrance adorned with strings of dried foxtails that rustled in the wind. Just as Fengshan reached the cave entrance, a gray figure darted out. It was Qiuyan's son, a 7th-level large-eared fox beast man named Qiu Bei. Is that the leader, Fengshan? Qibai asked, surprised. Is your father in? I need to speak with him. He is. I will inform him. Before long, Qiuyan emerged, slightly shorter than Fengshan, with large, pointed ears and calm eyes. Upon seeing Fengshan, he raised an eyebrow. It is rare for the leader to come seek me at this hour. Let us get straight to the point. Fengshan entered the cave, and the door opened to reveal the mountains. Our family was preparing to leave the tribe. Qiuyan paused momentarily while carrying water, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, before he regained his composure. Have you forgotten? You are the leader. Huh. Am I still considered a leader? Fengshan stated frankly. You are well aware of the matters within the tribe. I have long ceased to hold any significance here, and I have no desire to remain a leader. Qiuyan fell silent for a moment, and then spoke slowly. If you leave, what will happen to the tribe? That fellow Lian will surely seize the opportunity to corner the Zeyu clan. That is precisely why I came to find you. Fengshan pulled a bee-skin bag from his robe and placed it on the stone table. As the bag opened, a rich wave of energy emanated from it. Inside lay a crystal the size of a pigeon egg, its deep azure hue indicating it was an 8th-tier beast crystal. This is... Qiuyan's expression shifted. An 8th-tier crystal is considered a top-tier resource in a mid-level tribe, sufficient to allow a 7th-tier beastman to break through their bottleneck. If you help us leave smoothly, this crystal will be yours. You must know how much Qiu Bei needs this crystal. Fengshan gazed at him. Moreover, once I depart, the position of leader may very well be yours. Qiuyan's breath hitched slightly. After years of open and covert rivalry with Lian, he had always lacked a sense of assurance. If Fengshan left, he could leverage the goodwill from assisting their departure to enhance his reputation. Coupled with this 8th-tier crystal to bolster Qiu Bei's strength, he might have a chance to surpass Lian. Yet, he still harbored concerns. If your family leaves, the tribe's strength will significantly diminish. If other tribes set their sights on us, we both know that the tribe's defenses have never relied solely on you and Fengmian. Fengshan interrupted him, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Over the years, I have turned a blind eye to the tribe's affairs. Yet you have managed to survive well enough. Besides, he leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a knife. You know that if my family wishes to leave, no beastman in the tribe can stop us. I am merely speaking to you now because, having stayed in the tribe for 20 years, I do not wish to leave in a manner that causes too much discord. This struck a nerve. With Fengshan's 8th-tier strength, combined with Fengmian's 9th-tier prowess, If they forced their departure, no one in the tribe could oppose them, and it might even lead to considerable losses. Rather than tearing their relationships apart, it would be wiser to exchange a favor, gain an 8th-tier crystal, and pave a path for himself. What if he refused? Would Fengshan turn to Lian? Xiaoyan stared at the crystal for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, I will assist you. How will you help? Tomorrow morning, you will publicly announce at the center of the tribe's altar that I am to be the next leader. There exists a custom in the tribe that allows for the recommendation of a successor when the current leader steps down. Xiaoyan pondered. Lian and his faction will certainly oppose this, but you need not worry. The beastmen of the Zeyu clan will support me. Once I become the leader, I will agree to your departure. With me in this position, no one will dare to object. In the beast world, all tribes have never restricted beastmen from leaving, but it is exceptionally difficult for a leader to depart. How straightforward. Fengshan smiled, pushing the beast skin bag toward him. You may take the crystal for now. Once this matter is settled, we will part ways. Fengshan was unafraid of him reneging. He wouldn't dare. Xiaoyan accepted the bag, feeling the crystals chill beneath his fingertips, and nodded. Rest assured, I, Xiaoyan, am a man of my word. As Fengshan exited Xiaoyan's cave, the night mist thickened. He looked up at the crescent moon, the light of the moonflower casting a gentle glow on his face, evoking a sense of relief. After 20 years, he could finally take his family away from this valley of constant strife to a place where Qinglan could find peace and Fengmian could find joy. As for the intrigues and superficial gains, let them remain shrouded in the valley's mist, scattered by the winds. He quickened his pace toward home, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his heart. Chapter 34. Departure. As dawn broke, the mist in the valley had yet to dissipate. The ethereal glow of the moonflowers intertwining with the morning light, enveloping the entire valley in a warm, hazy ambience. The tribe's altar, located at the valley center, was a massive slab of green stone, adorned with ancient Fox clan totems, typically only used for rituals or significant meetings. When Fengshan's family arrived, a number of beastmen had already gathered around the altar. The beastmen of the Zeyu clan arrived earliest, with Xiaoyan standing at the forefront. His gaze calm as he observed Fengshan's approach, subtly nodding. The Gray Fox clan's beastmen clustered around Lian, who leaned against a giant tree, a faint, enigmatic smile on his lips, clearly skeptical about this sudden assembly. It seems nearly everyone is here. Fengshan stepped onto the green stone slab, his aura as an 8th-tier beastman radiating outward, instantly silencing the previously raucous discussions. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze passing over familiar and unfamiliar faces. These visages having accompanied him for 2 decades, now reduced to mere distance. Today, I have called you all here to announce 2 matters. Fengshan's voice resonated clearly across the altar. First, I have decided to resign from my position as the leader of the tribe. The moment the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in chaos. Why has the leader suddenly chosen to step down? Has something happened? Our tribe cannot exist without a leader. Lian suddenly straightened up, stepping forward, his crimson eyes glinting with shrewdness. Leader Fengshan, this is not a matter to jest. You are the tribe's only 8th-tier beastman. If you leave, who will manage the tribe? His tone feigned urgency, yet his eyes betrayed an insatiable greed. Fengshan ignored his probing and continued. Second, I recommend Xiaoyan as the next leader. This declaration landed like a boulder in a still lake, creating ripples of greater magnitude than before. The beastmen of the Zeyu clan immediately became animated, with Xiaobei clenching his fists in excitement, while the Gray Fox clan's beastmen displayed evident dissatisfaction, their eyes eagerly darting toward Lian. I oppose this. As expected, Lian spoke up, his voice laced with unabashed hostility. Xiaoyan is merely a 6th-tier beastman. On what ground should he become leader? By experience and strength. That position should rightfully belong to me. The Gray Fox beastmen behind him immediately echoed his sentiments. Yes, Lian should be the leader. Xiaoyan is unworthy. Whether he is worthy is not for you to decide. Your strength is merely on par with my Xiaobei, perhaps even inferior. Xiaoyan stepped forward, confronting Lian. The tribal rules state that when a leader steps down, a successor can be recommended, ultimately decided by the tribe's members. Leader Fengshan's endorsement of me is surely for a reason. Reason? I suspect collusion between you two. Lai Yin scoffed, his gaze shifting to Fengshan. Speak plainly. What scheme are you concocting? Are you planning to abscond with the tribe's resources? Lai Yin, mind your words. Fengshan's eyes turned cold. I have spent 20 years in this tribe and have never wronged anyone. If I truly wish to seize resources with the strength of both myself and Fengmian, will I need to engage in discussion with you? His words struck a nerve with Lai Yin, causing his complexion to pale, yet he stubbornly persisted. Who knows what your intentions are? I see you merely wish to leave the tribe and leave us to clean up the mess. You are correct, Fengshan admitted candidly. After announcing the leadership matter, our family will depart the tribe. What? This revelation left even Xiao Yin stunned. He knew Fengshan intended to leave, but he anticipated it would be so soon or articulated so plainly. The crowd fell into chaos once more, their expressions filled with shock and confusion as they regarded Fengshan. In the beast world, the tribe represents the most fundamental sense of belonging to beastmen. It is rare for anyone to take the initiative to leave the place they have inhabited for years, especially not a high-tier beastman like Fengshan. Leader, you cannot leave. An elderly beastman from the Daeru clan anxiously stamped his foot. If you go, the Grey Fox clan will surely bully us. Yes, Leader Fengshan, please reconsider. Fengshan felt a complex mix of emotions as he perceived the pleading gazes around him. Yet what predominated was a resolute determination. He shook his head. My mind is made up. Over the years, my reputation as a leader has all but vanished. Both your clans are set in your ways. Whether we are present or absent makes no difference to you. He paused, directing his gaze towards Xiao Yin. The next steps are up to you. Xiao Yin took a deep breath, understanding that retreat was not an option at this moment. He turned to the crowd and proclaimed, Everyone, please be silent. Although Fengshan, the leader, is departing, he has endorsed me, Xiao Yin, as a trusted candidate. Here, I promise that if elected as your leader, I shall treat all clans of beastmen fairly, unlike some who only seek power and profit. His gaze subtly indicated Lai Yin. You speak nonsense, Lai Yin exclaimed, unable to contain his fury, unleashing the oppressive aura of a seventh-tier beastman. Stop pretending. Today, I shall claim the position of leader. As the two seemed poised to clash, Fengshan snorted, unleashing an eighth-tier pressure that enveloped the entire altar like an invisible net. The oppressive force immediately subdued both Lai Yin and Xiao Yin, causing even the beastmen nearby to bend at the waist. Is resorting to violence on the altar a violation of tribal customs? Fengshan's voice carried a chilling undertone. In tribal elections, mere brute force is insufficient. The hearts of the people must be won as well. Lai Yan's face flushed with anger, yet he dared not act recklessly. He knew that as long as Fengshan sided with Xiao Yin, his chances of winning were slim. Then let us decide through voting. Xiao Yin seized the opportunity, speaking loudly. Those who support me as leader, please stand by my side. Those who favor Lai Yin, go to his side. No sooner had he finished speaking than the members of the Daer, who clan immediately aligned themselves behind Xiao Yin, numbering over 40. The Huihu clan's beastmen hesitated briefly, but a small portion also joined Xiao Yan's side. Lai Yin stood on the opposite side, with barely 30 supporters behind him. The remaining few neutral beastmen glanced at Fengshan, then at the seemingly inevitable Xiao Yin, and ultimately, most joined Xiao Yan's ranks. I have more supporters. You have lost. Xiao Yin looked at Lai Yin, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The actions of Lai Yin over the years were evident to all. Compared to him, Xiao Yin was indeed more suitable. Lai Yin glared intensely at Xiao Yin, then at the indifferent Fengshan, and finally gritted his teeth, turning to leave. A group of fools. I shall see how long you can maintain this. The Huihu beastmen behind him also followed suit, departing. Thus, the storm subsided. Xiao Yin ascended the stone platform and accepted the wooden token symbolizing the authority of a leader, adorned with a unique totem of the Fox clan. Bowing solemnly to his kin, thank you all for your trust. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Congratulations, leader. Fengshan nodded slightly. It is time for us to set out. Qinglan and Fengmian had long since prepared their belongings, waiting at the edge of the altar. Fengmian surveyed the scene before him. feeling not a shred of reluctance, but rather an eager anticipation for the future. He waved farewell to Qiubei, who paused for a moment before smiling and waving back. Take care on your journey. Qiu Yin stepped forward, standing face to face with Fengshan. If you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. No need for that. Fengshan replied indifferently. We will not return. With that, he turned and took Qinglan's hand, with Fengmian trailing behind them. The family of three walked toward the valley's exit. As they gradually distanced themselves from the bustling altar, they ventured into a woodland path shrouded in morning mist. A route leading towards happiness. The beastmen remained on the altar, watching their figures vanish into the fog, lingering in silence. Some expressed regret, others relief, and some bewilderment. But more than anything, there was a profound sense of tranquility, as if the dust had finally settled. The moment they exited the Qingqiu Valley, Fengmian glanced back at their mist-covered homeland and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. He leaned closer to Qinglan, smiling as he said, Mother, once you reach the Tu clan, you will surely love it. At that time, we can have a Zeus teach you how to play mahjong, and you can join Uncle Li Cheng and Aunt Mingyuan for a game. It will be just right. You can also water the plants with a Zeus and enjoy yourselves daily. You will never be bored again and will no longer have to face your nagging father. Just the thought of such days filled Fengmian with immense satisfaction. Qinglan patted his hand, her eyes sparkling with amusement. What is mahjong, and what does it mean to water plants? But you are correct. I will finally be free from facing your father every day. Although she did not fully grasp her son's words, she felt a surge of anticipation. You little rascal. What are you saying? Are you speaking ill of me? Fengshan, walking at the front, turned to glare at Fengmian upon hearing this. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight smile. The morning mist dampened the tips of his hair, but could not obscure the lightness in his gaze. After 20 years, the shackles had finally been released, and ahead lay a sunlit path, a road to happiness. The wind in the forest carried new scents, lifting the edges of their garments as they journeyed towards the two clans' territory. Chapter 35. Arrival. The warm breeze rustled the leaves, and Fengmian walked ahead, his golden-red fur gleaming under the sunlight, his steps light as if he might take flight. In half an hour, they would behold the outline of the two clan settlement. Father, Mother, we are almost there, he called back to the two behind him, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Qinglan sat upon Fengshan's beastly form, in caring for her. Both Fengmian and Fengshan had traveled at a leisurely pace, transforming what was originally a 5-day journey into a 10-day odyssey. It will be good once we arrive. Fengshan exhaled, his gaze fixed ahead. Not far off, at the entrance, stood several wooden pillars engraved with rabbit motifs, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a warm glow upon them, evoking a sense of familiarity. As they approached the valley's mouth, two patrolling two clan beastmen approached them and, upon seeing Fengmian, immediately greeted him with smiles. Fengmian, you are back. Who are these two? These are my father and mother. They will be living in our clan from now on. Fengmian introduced, then turned to his parents. These are the members of our clan's patrol team, Ashur and Sui Yin. Uncle and aunt, greetings. Ashur and Sui Yin quickly bowed, their smiles as warm as the spring sun. Please come in. Zeyu mentioned you would arrive today. Everyone in the tribe is waiting for you. Fengshan and Qinglan exchanged glances, each discerning surprise in the other's eyes. They had not yet entered the clan, but were already receiving such hospitality, a treatment unheard of in the Fox clan. Following the patrol team deeper into the settlement, the sight before them left both in awe. The two-clan settlement was not shrouded in mist like the Fox clan, but instead unfolded into an expansive valley. In front of the well-structured caves, colorful animal skins and spicy wild mushrooms were laid out to dry. Several females sat in a circle, accompanied by their respective mates, joyously engaged in a game of mahjong, laughter ringing out like cheerful chimes. Not far away in the fields, some beastmen were bent over weeding, while nearby, the females carried wooden water containers to offer them water. Their camaraderie painted a picture of warmth. Were they playing? Qinglan inquired, pointing at the mahjong in the female's hands, her eyes filled with curiosity. Having lived for most of her life, she had never witnessed females so freely gathered together in merriment. That is mahjong, Azuz taught everyone how to play. Fengmian replied proudly. The females in our clan are joyful each day. No one bullies anyone. As they spoke, the passing clansmen noticed them and greeted warmly. Fengmian is back. Is this your father and mother? They look so spirited. Uncle and aunt, hello. You must be tired from your journey. Please take a rest. Come to my home for barbecue tonight. My partner has hunted a tusked beast today. The enthusiastic greetings flowed in waves, leaving Qinglan somewhat flustered. Yet she could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. In the Fox clan, the females always remained within their respective caves, seldom venturing outside. How could they have witnessed such unrestrained freedom? Should we first visit Zhu's home? After greeting everyone, Fengshan quietly inquired, as he could discern that his son was most concerned about the female named Zhu. No, Zhu is currently in a deep slumber. It is likely she is still asleep. With too many people around, we might disturb her. Fengmian pondered for a moment. Let's first visit Li Cheng's father and Mingyuan's mother. Mingyuan will surely have arranged for water for us. He led his parents toward the cave of Li Cheng, and along the way, Qinglan's gaze was ceaselessly captivated. She would glance at the flourishing roots in the fields, then gaze at the dried mushrooms and bamboo shoots hanging at the cave's entrance, and even found the blooming wildflowers by the roadside to be a novelty. This is the home of Li Cheng's father and Mingyuan's mother. Fengmian pointed to a cave adorned with wisteria. Just as he finished speaking, the cave curtain was lifted, and Mingyuan emerged carrying a wooden basin. Upon seeing them, her eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, you have finally arrived. Coming quickly. Li Cheng followed suit, holding a small stone knife used for repairing animal skins, and upon spotting Fengshan, he broke into a hearty laugh. Fengshan, my brother, you have journeyed far. Li Cheng, you are too kind. Fengshan returned the gesture with a fist salute, feeling an inexplicable sense of closeness toward this gentle rabbit clan beastman. Please sit down. Mingyuan pulled them into the cave and presented a freshly made sweet berry soup. You must be exhausted from your travels. Drink this. It's our own brew and incredibly sweet. Qinglan accepted the wooden bowl, took a sip, and her eyes instantly brightened. This flavor is refreshing and delightful, even surpassing the spring water of the Fox clan. Fengmian exclaimed that it was marvelous that they intended to settle in the tribe. Mingyuan's eyes curved into a smile. It turns out that the cave Fengmian used to reside in is currently vacant, not far away, and with a little tidying, they could move in right away. That would be too much trouble for you. Qinglan felt somewhat embarrassed. Trouble? We are all family. Li Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Besides, since you plan to stay in the tribe, we can look out for each other, making life more vibrant. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the cave. Li Heng and Sui Yin, Tang's beast husband, returned with their catch. Upon seeing Fengmian, they immediately called out, Fengmian, you are finally back. Zhu was just mentioning you yesterday. Where is Zhu? Fengmian instinctively inquired. Still asleep. Granny Lan said that carrying twins is more exhausting and leads to deeper slumber, so she advised us not to wake her. Currently, Zeyu is still guarding the cave. Li Heng scratched his head and, noticing Fengshan and Qinglan, hurriedly greeted them. Uncle and aunt, greetings. Fengshan regarded the young lad before him, recalling that Fengmian had mentioned he was Li Zhu's elder brother, and nodded in acknowledgement. A good-looking boy, he appears quite spirited. Mingyuan, seeing everyone had gathered, clapped her hands. Just in time, the meal is almost ready. Let us make merry today. When lunch was laid out on the table, Fengshan and Qinglan were once again astonished. The wooden table was filled with large wooden bowls. Inside the bowls was tender beast bone soup with dry bamboo shoots, roasted boar meat sprinkled with herbs, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, sautéed wild vegetables, and perfectly steamed sweet potatoes. There was even a bowl of glistening sweet soup topped with a few red berries, a sight to behold that opened their appetites. Did you all make this yourselves? Fengshan picked up a pair of wooden chopsticks, somewhat incredulous and uncertain where to begin, until Fengmian instructed the two on how to use the chopsticks. In the Fox clan, beastmen typically dined on roasted meat accompanied by wild fruits. They had never encountered such an array of dishes. Try this. The braised meat invented by Zhu is absolutely delicious. Mingyuan served a piece to Qinglan. She loves to experiment with these recipes, believing that meals should be enjoyable. Qinglan took a bite, her eyes widening in astonishment. The meat was succulent and the bamboo shoots crisp, surpassing any food she had ever tasted. Fengshan also picked up a piece of wild vegetable. The refreshing taste spread across his palate, rivaling even the beast meat. He couldn't help but glance at Fengmian, his eyes conveying that he had truly struck gold. Simultaneously, he felt grateful that they had accompanied Fengmian to the rabbit clan. What a harsh life they had endured before. He felt he could never return to the meals of the past. They were simply intolerable. Fengmian, feeling their gaze, was puzzled. After consuming a couple of pieces of beast meat, he suddenly stood up. I will go check on Zhu. Go ahead, go ahead. Mingyuan laughed and waved him off. Fengmian nearly dashed away. Upon reaching his cave's entrance, he saw Zeyu sitting on a wooden bench at the cave's mouth, polishing a piece of animal skin. Aze, has Zhu woken up? Not yet. Zeyu looked up at him, a smile in his eyes. Was your journey smooth? Very smooth. My father and mother both praised our tribe. Fengmian gently lifted the animal skin curtain and quietly stepped into the cave. Zhu was indeed still asleep, curled up in a pile of animal skins. Her cheeks flushed and breathing steady. Sunlight streamed through the crack at the cave's entrance, illuminating her face, and her long eyelashes resembled delicate fans. The curvature of her belly had become more pronounced since he had last seen her. Fengmian crouched beside the bed, carefully holding her hand, his fingertips lightly tracing her hands back. Just a mere 10 days apart felt as if a lifetime had passed. He lowered his head and gently kissed the back of her hand, his heart swelling with tenderness. Meanwhile, the lunch at Li Cheng's home continued. Fengshan sipped the beast bone soup, smacking his lips. This soup is truly delicious, simply exquisite. How did you manage this? First, you need a stone pot. Then simmer it over low heat while adding some ginger to eliminate the gamey taste. Li Cheng explained with a smile. Zhu mentioned that making soup requires patience. Much like raising young ones, it cannot be rushed. Fengshan and Qinglan listened in astonishment to Li Cheng's words. They had never heard of such things as stone pots or ginger before. Fengshan nodded thoughtfully. You truly live well here. Suddenly, he felt that his previous life in the Fox clan resembled rough tree bark. Every day, they struggled to catch their prey, only to roast it to a charred crisp, wasting food and harming their stomachs. After finishing lunch, Li Cheng said, I will take you to see the vacant cave, which is right next to Fengmian's home. It is close by and convenient for mutual support. Fengshan and Qinglan followed him outside, passing by Li Zhu's cave, where Fengmian was standing at the entrance, his eyes sparkling. Zhu has not yet awakened. Would you like to come in and take a look? Qinglan had long been curious about this female who was willing to accept her son and quickly nodded. Be gentle and do not wake her. The four of them tiptoed into the cave. Li Zhu was still asleep. Qinglan leaned closer to the bedside, gazing at her serene, sleeping face and the curvature of her belly. This is the female Fengmian has been longing for. She appears so gentle and obedient. No wonder Fengmian is fond of her. She softly remarked, pulling Fengshan's hand as they retreated. Let us go. Let her sleep peacefully. Zeyu followed them out, bowing to Fengshan and Qinglan. Uncle and aunt, you have worked hard. Do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. Fengmian, I will take care of Zhu here. You can help your uncle and aunt settle in. Thank you for your kindness, Zeyu. Qinglan, it is my duty. Zeyu nodded. Li Cheng led Fengshan to tidy up the cave, calling on Li Heng and Sui Yin. As several male beastmen moved stones and laid animal skins, bustling with energy, observing their seamless division of labor. Fengshan gradually shed his initial awkwardness and rolled up his sleeves to join in. He discovered that working alongside everyone was far more enjoyable than watching the tribal disputes alone in the Fox clan. By evening, Li Zhu finally awoke. She opened her eyes and, upon seeing Fengmian leaning by the bedside, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. You are back. You are awake? Fengmian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes shining like stars. Are you hungry? My esteemed parents have arrived and are just outside. As Li Zhu sat up, Qinglan entered, carrying a bowl of sweet soup. Li Zhu, you are awake. Have some sweet soup to ease your stomach. I learned to make this from your mother, and I hope it pleases your palate. Hello, mother. You have worked hard. Li Zhu shyly accepted the bowl. Give it a try. Qing Lan sat by the bed, holding her hand and inquiring about her preferences. From what she liked to eat to whether the little one was kicking her, chatting like a caring mother. Ming Yuan also walked in, holding a newly sewn animal skin skirt. Qing Lan, look at what I made for the little one. Isn't the fur color lovely? Indeed, it is beautiful. Much better than what I sewed. Qing Lan leaned in, and the two immediately began discussing the sewing of animal skin skirts, while Li Zhu sat in the middle, listening to their lively exchange, her heart brimming with warmth. Dinner was even more boisterous. All the dishes prepared in the tribe were laid out on the wooden table, the aroma wafting far and wide. Li Cheng joined two wooden tables together, accommodating everyone comfortably. Ming Yuan offered Qing Lan a piece of meat. Try this. It was made with Li Zhu's method, with a touch of wild ginger, so it's not gamey. Qing Lan took a bite, and her brows nearly soared with delight. This meat is truly delicious. Feng Shan took a sip of wine, gazing at the table laden with food and the joyous laughter surrounding him, suddenly bursting into laughter. Now I understand why Mian does not wish to return to the fox tribe. With food like this, I wouldn't want to go back either. I must say, our tribe is perfect for us older beastmen. The younger ones should venture out more to broaden their horizons. In his youth, Feng Shan roamed far and wide, having visited many places and experienced much. Li Zhu found herself agreeing with him. She felt that their tribe was indeed ideal for a laid-back lifestyle, devoid of trivial family matters, where everyone was kind and amiable. Initially, she had concerns regarding safety, but now with the Zeyu and the hunting team, led by a Xiong, their strength was steadily growing, allowing her to feel utterly at ease. Laughter erupted around the table. Li Zhu sipped her sweet soup slowly, watching Fengmian serve wild fruits to Qing Lan and Ming Yuan, observing Zeyu and Feng Shan discussing their travels, and listening to her father gently admonish her brother about the inadequacies of tonight's dinner. Her heart felt as though it were cradled by a warm furnace. After the meal, as Fengmian prepared to clear the dishes, Feng Shan suddenly stood up. I want to learn how to wash the dishes. Perhaps then I won't be scolded by Qing Lan. Qing Lan shot him a sidelong glance, but said nothing. This lazy bones could indeed use some activity. Zeyu, Li Cheng, and Li Hang also rose, and the several male beastmen gathered to wash the dishes and tidy up the remnants of the meal. Still beneath that grand tree, Li Zhu sat with Ming Yuan and Qing Lan, hands busy kneading animal skins. Qing Lan remarked, "In my lifetime, I have never seen such a lively home. In the fox tribe, we each ate separately, nothing like this. In the future, we will be one family." Ming Yuan patted her hand. Li Zhu smiled and nodded, raising her gaze to the figures by the stream. Fengmian was demonstrating how to properly wash a wooden bowl to Feng Shan, sunlight casting a gentle golden hue upon them. She knew that greasy bowls were challenging to clean. Perhaps she should attempt to make some soap? She had considered it before, but couldn't quite remember how. She decided to ponder it further. The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and wood, and distant laughter of the clan members echoed, as if everything were soaked in honey, sweet and comforting to the heart. Fengmian approached, bearing cut fruits, placing them before them. Two mothers, Li Zhu, come, eat some wild fruits. Qing Lan observed her son's busy demeanor, then glanced at the smiling faces of Li Zhu and Ming Yuan, suddenly feeling that the journey of these 10 days was worthwhile. It turned out that a true home was not one of cold power struggles, but rather one filled with steaming meals, laughter shared while sitting together, and the warmth of being cared for and cherished. Moonlight climbed the treetops, illuminating every corner of the rabbit tribe and every smiling face. Peaceful times, it seems, are indeed like this. Chapter 36. Long-awaited affection. The night enveloped the rabbit tribe like a soft black velvet cloth, tenderly covering everything. Feng Shan and Qing Lan had settled in the cave prepared by Li Hang and the others. At this moment, the two gazed at the unfamiliar cave above them, feeling as though everything that had transpired during this time was but a dream. Suddenly, they had left the cave they had inhabited for over 20 years and arrived in a strange yet warm tribe. Here, they had gained more family and friends, indulged in delicious foods they had never tasted before, and tomorrow, Ming Yuan would teach them how to play mahjong. In a not-too-distant future, They would welcome even smaller offspring into their family. Such days, though simple and unadorned, were filled with warmth at every turn. Meanwhile, in the cave belonging to Li Zhu's family, a warm yellow glow illuminated the rock walls, bathing everything in a tender hue. Fengmian lay sprawled on the thick animal skin-covered wooden bed, his 9 fluffy golden-red tails sprawled out, resembling a spread of 9-tailed foxtails. Li Zhu lay beside him, skillfully dividing his tails into 3 sections and leisurely braiding them. 3 on the left, 3 in the middle, and 3 on the right, tying the ends with grass twine into a crooked knot. Mian, why do you have 9 tails? Li Zhu tugged at the newly braided tail, causing the fur to quiver slightly, and Fengmian couldn't help but shiver, with a look of resigned amusement. Fengmian thought of his once mighty tails now being played with by someone. Thankfully, that someone was Li Zhu. It's in our nature. Our Qi Yin Ling who lineage naturally endows us with 9 tails. However, I have heard of 10-tailed ones, though we have never encountered them. Then why are you male? Li Zhu inquired again, her fingers brushing against the soft fur at the base of his tail, her eyes filled with curiosity. I always feel that such a beautiful tail would be more fitting on a female. Fengmian retorted, what kind of reasoning is that? It's not something I could decide. Recalling Zeyu's instructions before entering the cave, Fengmian suddenly found it quite amusing. He never imagined that after Li Zhu passed through the morning sickness phase, she would enter a phase of endless questioning. The thought of Li Zhu chasing after Zeyu, asking why this and why that, while Zeyu patiently explained each point, was particularly amusing. Fengmian rolled over, lying on his side to look at her, his tail still obediently in her grasp. What's wrong with being male? Having 9 tails as a male is even more impressive. They help maintain balance while hunting and can serve as weapons in fights. As he spoke, he playfully swayed his tail, loosening the grass twine slightly. Li Zhu chuckled at his antics, reaching out to poke his cheek. Then why are you so handsome? With such beautiful hair, a lovely face, everything about you is stunning. Why is that? Stop. Fengmian covered her mouth, his ears tinging slightly red. If you keep asking, I might have to charge you. Li Zhu blinka, pushing his hand away with a mischievous smile. Charge? What do you want? Fengmian gazed at her smiling face, close enough to catch the faint scent of grass and wood surrounding her, and the frustration from her relentless questions dissipated like smoke. He recalled the separation over the past half-month, the nights on the road where he dreamt of her and felt his throat involuntarily tighten. I want you. His voice deepened as he pulled her into his embrace, his nose nuzzling the top of her head. I have missed you for more than half a month. Li Zhu's cheeks flushed instantly as she wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling the strong heartbeat resonating in his chest. During their time apart, she too had longed for him, for his sweet soup, for his boisterous nature, for his fluffy tails. I miss you too, she spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Fengmian's heart felt as if it were gently caressed by a feather, tingling with warmth. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, his touch tender as if handling a fragile treasure. The longing from their separation, the joy of reunion, and his love for her all melded into that kiss. He carefully laid her down, avoiding her protruding belly, while 9 tails gently encircled them, forming a warm barrier that isolated them from the outside world. He was aware that she was expecting, and every movement was executed with utmost caution, fearful of causing her pain. Be gentle. Li Zhu's voice trembled imperceptibly. Yes, I know, Fengmian replied, kissing her forehead, his voice soft enough to draw tears. I will be very careful. As the night deepened, the glow from the oil lamp flickered against the rock walls, casting silhouettes of their entwined forms and the occasional sweep of golden tails upon the ground. Unlike the fervor of previous encounters, this time was characterized by careful cherishment and the tenderness of long-awaited reunion. Fengmian remained attentive to her reactions. If she showed any discomfort, he would halt immediately, only resuming once he confirmed her well-being. Time passed, and gradually everything calmed. Li Zhu rested against Fengmian, her cheeks flushed, her breathing still somewhat uneven. He gently stroked her back to soothe her, while the 9 tails sprawled out loosely, resembling a soft bed. Are you tired? He asked in a low voice, kissing the top of her head. Li Zhu shook her head, wrapping her arms around one of his tails, her fingertips grazing its soft fur. A little she paused, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes sparkling in the dim light. Me on. Move your tail over for me to hold. Fengmian, seeing the anticipation in her eyes, chuckled helplessly. Over the past month and a half, her obsession with his tail had shown no signs of waning. He complied, unfurling the tail and offering it to her, its golden red fur shimmering gently in the moonlight. Zhu quickly chose the fluffiest one, cradling it like a warm pillow, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Your tail is so soft. Of course, whose tail do you think it is? Fengmian said with a hint of pride, tightening his embrace around her. Go to sleep. Zhu nestled closer, burying her nose in the soft tail, inhaling the faint, comforting scent that belonged to Fengmian, quickly succumbing to drowsiness. Fengmian gazed at her serene sleeping face, listening to her even breaths, his heart swelling with tenderness. If only this moment could last forever. No, he and Zhu would share countless such moments, and there would be many more moments of happiness to come. For each day, his love for Zhu would grow stronger than the day before, and one of the key sources of happiness was love. Fengmian lowered his head, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead before closing his own eyes. Outside the window, moonlight filtered through the cracks, casting a warm glow on their entwined forms and fluffy tails. It was a warmth born of their reunion, a sentiment uniquely theirs. Chapter 37. The Serpent Beastmen. Time flew, and over 2 months had swiftly passed. The late summer breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees, and in the land of the rabbit clan, the vines of sweet potatoes sprawled across the ground, while various other plants flourished abundantly. Zhu sat on a wooden chair at the cave entrance, holding animal skin as she sewed a small garment for the soon-to-be-born little ones. In just 2 months, she would meet her 2 little treasures. The warm sunlight bathed her, her belly now round like a plump melon, and she could occasionally feel the vigorous kicks from within. Not far away, Fengshan was tied with an apron, squatting by a wooden basin, learning to cook from Licheng. He held a bone knife, carefully slicing the beast meat. Though his movements were clumsy, his expression was serious. Brother Licheng, how's my knife work? He asked, raising the meat in anticipation. In these 2 months, he had transformed from a rough man who could only roast meat into a capable cook who could prepare a few decent dishes, earning countless praises from Qinglan. Licheng nodded with a smile. Not bad. Much better than last time's burnt meat soup. At the cave entrance, Qinglan and Mingyuan sat on stone benches, a mahjong table set before them, the sounds of bone tiles clattering mingling with their laughter, carrying far. Oh no, I lost again, Mingyuan exclaimed, knocking over the tiles, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Qinglan, you lost again. You'll have to make us 2 pots of beast soup tonight. Fine, I'll make it, Qinglan replied with a playful glare, her eyes brimming with amusement. Over these 2 months, she had completely fallen in love with the lively atmosphere. In the mornings, she learned new cooking techniques from Mingyuan, spent afternoons weeding with the clan's females, and gathered in the evenings to play mahjong. Life was fulfilling and joyful, and she had long since cast aside the grievances of the Fox clan. Everything felt as peaceful and warm as the weather until a sudden rush of footsteps shattered the tranquility. Make way! Quick, make way! Li Hang charged in with a hunting team's beastmen, his face etched with anger and urgency. Several beastmen carried a makeshift stretcher upon which lay a bloodied rabbit beastman. One of their hunting team members along. What happened? Licheng immediately set down the meat and rushed forward. Fengshan furrowed his brow and stood up. The clan members, hearing the commotion, gathered around, gasping in horror at the sight of Along on the stretcher. A deep, bone-visible wound marred his chest. His face pale and breath faint, clearly gravely injured. Go down my line. Where's Grandma Lan? Li Hang shouted, his voice trembling with rage. Hurry, save Along. Go down my line. Leaning on her cane, hurried over with the support of the clan members. Upon seeing Along's condition, her expression darkened. Quick, take him into the cave. Several beastmen promptly carried the stretcher towards the cave, while Li Hang, panting heavily, clenched his fists until they cracked, his eyes bloodshot. Zeyu and Fengmian, who had just returned from the fields, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "What has happened?" Zeyu asked in a deep voice, an aura of coldness enveloping him. The pressure of a high-ranking beastman, making the surrounding air feel dense. "It's the serpent beastmen." Li Hang gritted his teeth, his voice laced with uncontainable fury. "We went hunting in the Western Valley today, thinking it was a familiar place, and split up. Along went to a previous hunting spot and was ambushed by a group of serpent beastmen. They not only stole our prey, but also left Along severely injured." "Serpent beastmen?" Li Xing frowned. When did serpent beastmen start roaming the Western Valley? He distinctly remembered that there were no other clans or beastmen activities within 100 miles of the Rabbit clan. "We don't know why they suddenly appeared," a young beastman exclaimed indignantly. "By the time we heard the noise and rushed over, Along was already on the ground. That group of serpent beastmen had long vanished. Along said there was one beastman among them far more powerful than him, and he fought desperately to resist." The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Understood by all. Li Cheng's expression darkened ominously. "Can you estimate how many there were?" "I had everyone check the signs of struggle, and there were about 7 or 8. Li Hang replied, guilt lacing his tone. "I thought it best to bring Along back for treatment, and since we didn't know the enemy situation, I didn't dare to pursue for fear of causing more harm. You did the right thing. Nothing is more important than life. First, get Along treated. I have a 7th grade crystal stone. Send it to Along right away. That was a gift from Zeyu to his father, which he had been reluctant to use. Also, for the next few days, everyone should refrain from hunting and strengthen our defenses. That group is likely to be the wandering beastmen, known for their ruthless nature. It is fortunate that Along has survived this encounter. We must ensure that no other beastmen are harmed. As for the rest, we shall wait until Along awakens." Li Cheng, as the clan leader, has watched these young ones grow. Some have become beast husbands while others remain without partners. Each injury inflicted upon them weighs heavily on his heart. "Very well. I shall inform the clan members at once." Li Hang zet ponde, turning away from the cave and making his way toward the clan altar. Soon, the center of the altar was surrounded by clan members. Li Hang briefly recounted the situation and earnestly advised them to refrain from venturing outside in the coming days before returning home. Upon hearing Li Hang's words, the clan members began to take this matter seriously. This was the wisdom they had gleaned. To live well, one must heed the words of the clan leader's family. The clan leader's family is the best. The two clan has always been peaceful, with minimal internal conflict, and such a grave incident had never occurred before. The young beastmen at the altar, their eyes aflame with anger, clenched their fists, itching to confront the snake beastmen immediately. Inside the cave of Li Cheng's family, Zeyu surveyed the faces of the furious crowd, ultimately resting his gaze on Amu, his voice chillingly calm. "Are you certain that the route you took is one we commonly travel?" "Absolutely," Amu affirmed. "We have traversed that path no fewer than 10 times without incident." "Snake beastmen," Zeyu mused, absent-mindedly rubbing the beast bone ornament at his waist. "The snake beastmen are notoriously cunning. If they had indeed been led by a high-ranking beastman, it would not have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. If they are truly wandering beastmen, what are their intentions?" Fengmian expressed concern. "It's hard to say. It could be food or females," Fengshan interjected. Li Cheng's gaze drifted toward Along. Anxiety etched across his features. The priority now is Along's injury. While we cannot simply dismiss the snake beastmen, we must also refrain from acting impulsively. He turned to Zeyu. "Zeyu, you're always insightful. Please provide a strategy." Zeyu inhaled deeply, his eyes sharpening. "The Western Forest is not far from our clan, making it easy for them to discover us. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether they will strike at our clan, nor do we know their current whereabouts. They're concealed while we are exposed. Therefore, first and foremost, we must ensure the utmost protection of the females in our clan. We should gather them together to prevent any from being ambushed. Secondly, from today onward, the hunting team must expand their patrol range, with no fewer than 3 members per outing, led by beastmen of 6th rank or higher, equipped with bone whistles to signal any anomalies. Thirdly, for the time being, Fengmian and I will take turns patrolling the Western Forest and the vicinity of the clan to see if we can lure the snakes out of their lair. I doubt they possess a 9th-rank snake beastman. At most, it would be an 8th rank, which poses no challenge for Fengmian and me. If they truly had a 9th rank, they would have long since joined a high-level clan rather than wander. Fourthly, remind the clan members to remain vigilant upon encountering unfamiliar beastmen. The snake beastmen are notoriously sly. We cannot rule out the possibility that they might exploit the compassion of our people to find opportunities. His voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable authority, calming the previously agitated crowd as they nodded in agreement. I will patrol today, a young beastman declared. My vision is keen, and I am already at the 6th rank. Me too. Zeyu nodded. Very well, but be exceedingly cautious. Nightfall is when they are most likely to take advantage. Despite Zeyu having laid out the plans, the atmosphere within the clan remained tense. Qinlan grasped Ming Yuan's hand, worry etched upon her face. These snake beastmen are so malicious. What grievance do we hold against them? Ming Yuan patted her hand, forcing a semblance of calm. Do not fear. With Zeyu, Fengmian, and Fengshan around, we'll find a way. She glanced toward the cave entrance where Li Zhu stood, her complexion pale, and hurried over. Zhu, do not worry. Sit still, and I will fetch you a bowl of water. Li Zhu shook her head, her grip tightening around the small beast garment in her hands, her fingertips turning white. Will the clan members be safe? Will the snake beastmen return? She feared not for her own safety, but for her kin and clan members, especially for the little one in her womb, soon to be born in just 2 months. Though Zeyu and Fengmian were present in the clan, the unexpected could always occur. Fengmian approached her, crouching down to hold her hand, his voice gentle yet resolute. Do not fear. With both Zeyu and me, we will ensure the safety of our clan. Zeyu also came over, gently stroking her hair. Focus on your pregnancy. Leave the rest to us. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the clan, it could not dispel the gloom that lingered in the air. Within the cave, the sound of Granny Lon stitching wounds with a bone needle echoed. Around the altar, clan members bowed their heads in silent prayer for the protection of the beast god. In the clan, Li Heng cautiously patrolled with his companions. The once tranquil days of the two clan seemed to have been abruptly torn asunder, and all understood that they were facing a significant trial ahead. Chapter 38. The Fish is Hooked. At dawn's first light, the bonfire of the two clan had yet to die down completely when Zeyu had already prepared to set out. Today, he intended to investigate the situation in the forest. Casting a glance at Li Zhu, still asleep, he bent down to kiss her cheek before departing from the clan. Be cautious on your way. Fengmian appeared behind him, holding 2 freshly roasted jerky pieces. Return early, Zeyu replied. After accepting the jerky, Zeyu noted its cool surface. I leave the clan in your hands. Especially keep a close watch on Zhu. Do not allow her to overthink. Rest assured, Fengmian assured him, patting his shoulder. Bring us back news upon your return. Nodding, Zeyu said no more. His figure transformed into a silver-white flash, swiftly disappearing down the forest path. Zeyu first circled the nearby forest, finding nothing unusual, then proceeded to the western forest, where he indeed discovered the remnants of the conflict between Along and that group from the previous day, but no further clues. It seemed that they were indeed preparing to strike. Therefore, Zeyu resolved to scout the Monkey clan, located 100 miles away, as they might possess pertinent information. The Monkey clan, perched atop Eagle Beak Cliff, was renowned for their climbing and reconnaissance skills. Zeyu hastened his pace, stopping only briefly by a stream for a sip of water, and reached Eagle Beak Cliff in less than half a day. The cliff was riddled with caves, and several monkey beastmen sat upon a vine bridge. Upon noticing Zeyu, they immediately stood up, wary. Who goes there? The leader of the monkey beastmen bared his teeth, revealing sharp canines. I am Zeyu of the Two clan. I come with inquiries. Zeyu halted, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. It concerns a group of wandering snake beastmen. Upon hearing the term snake beastmen, the faces of the monkey beastmen shifted. The leader hesitated, exchanging glances with his companions. You go inform the leader. Tell him a guest from the Two clan has come regarding the snake beastmen. Before long, a tall, slender monkey beastman appeared, with deep brown fur and a necklace of beast teeth adorning his forehead. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He was none other than the leader of the monkey clan, Shirlai. From the two clan, Shirlai scrutinized Zeyu, his expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. When had the two clan produced such a formidable individual? There had been no prior whispers of this. Speak, what brings you here? I wish to inquire about a group of wandering snake beast men, Zeyu stated directly. There are about 8 individuals, among them high-ranking beastmen, who have recently been active near our clan and have even injured our kin. Shirlai's expression darkened as he sat on a nearby stone bench, biting into a wild fruit with a fierce crunch. You're referring to that group of one-eyed Jinshi beastmen, aren't you? Oomph. They caused quite a ruckus here last month, killing 2 of our clansmen, injuring 3 others, and stealing our winter provisions. They even attempted to abduct females from our tribe. Thankfully, we thwarted their plans. They're truly a band of madmen. One-eyed Jinshi beastmen. Zeyu seized upon this crucial piece of information. What is their strength? 8th tier. Shirlai spat out the fruit pit, his tone laced with animosity. They are very cunning. We've tried to pursue them several times, but they always manage to escape. That guy has a gaping hole for a left eye, which is quite unsettling, and he is accompanied by 7 other assorted snake beastmen, all ranging from 5th to 6th tier in strength, ruthless, and utterly shameless. Zeyu's brow furrowed even tighter. An 8th tier Jinshi beastman. 7 accomplices. This aligns closely with what Li Heng and the others described. Why have they fled to this area? Who knows? Shirlai raked his hair in frustration. I heard they were driven out by a high-level tribe from the northern continent, apparently having offended some powerful figure, and they've been running northward, leaving chaos in their wake. We are unable to match their strength or catch up to them, so we can only accept our misfortune. I never expected they would venture into your rabbit tribe's territory. Did you also suffer casualties? One clansman was severely injured and is still receiving treatment. Zeyu's voice turned colder. He must avenge Alung's grievances. No one should be able to harm his kin and escape unscathed. Do you know where they are currently residing? Shirlai pointed westward. The last time we saw them was near Duanhuan Cliff, roughly 10 miles from the rabbit tribe. However, that group is unpredictable. Who knows where they are hiding now? He paused, observing Zeyu. Young man, I advise you not to confront them head-on. They are a band of desperate fugitives, not worth sacrificing your clansmen's lives for. Thank you for the information. Zeyu stood, bowing slightly to Shirlai. This favor shall be remembered by the rabbit tribe. Should you need assistance, you may send someone to our tribe to seek me out. Shirlai waved his hand dismissively. Go on, go on. If we can deal with that bunch of plague-bringers, everyone will have peace. Zeyu did not linger, but turned to leave the monkey tribe. He did not head straight back to the rabbit tribe, but instead proceeded towards the direction of Duanhuan Cliff, as indicated by Shirlai. Since that group of snake beastmen dared to raid the monkey tribe for food, it was evident they were in dire need of supplies. And the food stored by the rabbit tribe would undoubtedly be a sumptuous feast for them. Moreover, to outsiders, the rabbit tribe appeared merely as a low-tier tribe, with their strength notably feeble. Following the traces through the forest, Zeyu pursued diligently. Though the snake beastmen were sly, the presence of 8 individuals would inevitably leave behind clues. Broken branches, snake skins smeared with mud, and faint sliding marks were all discernible. Zeyu's gaze grew colder. The direction indicated by these traces led straight to the valley where the rabbit tribe resided. The closer he approached the tribe, the clearer the traces became. Behind a cluster of concealing shrubs, Zeyu halted his steps. Here lay the remnants of a fire, scattered bones picked clean, and even a snake's scale glimmering with a dull green hue. He bent down to sniff the air, which still carried a faint metallic tang, suggesting their departure was not long ago. Indeed, they are here, Zeyu murmured to himself, casting a sharp glance around. This thicket is situated at the edge of the western valley. If he walked for another 2 miles, he would reach the wooden markers of the rabbit tribe. They are hiding so close to the tribe. They are a venomous brood, poised to strike at any moment. Zeyu refrained from rashly advancing and instead meticulously searched the surrounding area. This group of snake beastmen was evidently cautious, only operating near the bushes and leaving few traces. Yet he still discovered a concealed entrance beneath an old elm tree. The entrance was obscured by vines, hardly noticeable without a keen eye, and faint sounds of breathing could be heard from within. 8 individuals, a perfect match for the count. Zeyu silently withdrew, his mind already devising a plan. This group of snake beast men was clearly observing the tribe, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and their greatest reliance was that 8th-tier Gene Shi beast man. What he sought was not merely that 8th-tier beast man. He aimed to capture them all. He would not leave any potential threats for retaliation against the tribe. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zeyu finally returned to the rabbit tribe. Fengmian and Liqing were waiting at the cave entrance. Upon seeing him return, they hurried to greet him. "How did it go?" Fengmian asked eagerly. "I have ascertained the situation." Zeyu's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it was resolute. They are a group of wandering snake beast men who escaped from a high-level tribe, totaling 8 individuals, led by an 8th-tier Gene Shi, who is blind in his left eye, and they have taken refuge in the bushes just 2 miles from the tribe. 2 miles! Liqing gasped in shock. It seems they have grand ambitions. They are waiting for an opportunity. Zeyu spoke somberly. Alunga's incident was merely a test. Their true aim is likely the tribe as food and females. Fengmian's eyes turned fierce in an instant. "This rabble, I will go and slay them right now. Do not act impulsively." Zeyu restrained his shoulder. Since they dare to hide so close, they must have preparations in place. A head-on assault would only alarm them. We need to devise a strategy to ensnare them all. Liqing furrowed his brow. "How do we lure them out?" Zeyu glanced deeper into the tribe, where the females were gathered in the cave. A glimmer of sharpness crossed his gaze. Do they not desire females? Let us provide them with an opportunity. In the afternoon, the evening glow bathed the entire rabbit tribe. The beastmen resumed their daily lives, and the patrolling beastmen seemed to have been half compared to the previous night, all concentrated in the east, while the defenses in the west appeared considerably relaxed. Qinglan and Mingyuan, accompanied by several young females, inadvertently wandered to the western boundary, chatting and laughing as they foraged for wild vegetables, their voices just loud enough to reach the bushes. "It seems the patrols are significantly reduced today," one female remarked casually. "Indeed, Brotherly Hung advised us to return early, fearing the presence of snake beastmen." Another female chimed in with a laugh. "However, I believe it is merely a scare tactic. Such coincidences are unlikely." Their voices gradually faded, and from the cave behind the bushes, a glimmer of greed sparkled in the one-eyed Gene Shi beastman's gaze. The blind Gene Shi beastman licked his lips, whispering to his subordinates beside him. "Did you see that? The opportunity has arrived. Wait until midnight, and we will sneak in from the west, seize the food, and capture a few appealing females before making our escape. Those rabbit beastmen will surely be caught off guard." The snake beastmen behind him grinned maliciously, unaware that just 10 meters away, a leaf on a branch fluttered slightly. In the cave of the tribe, upon receiving the news from Fengmian, Zeyu's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. The fish has taken a bait. Chapter 39. A complete capture night enveloped the land like ink, with stars sparsely scattered across the sky. At the western boundary of the rabbit tribe, only a few flickering torches illuminated the scene, and the patrolling beastmen appeared few and far between, seemingly unguarded. From the cave behind the bushes, the one-eyed Gene Shi beastman fixated on the direction of the tribe, excitement gleaming in his solitary eye. He licked his cracked lips, quietly instructing his 7 subordinates. "Remember, be swift. First seize the food, then capture a couple of desirable females, and withdraw immediately with the loot. Rest assured, boss." A lanky snake beastman rubbed his hands, his eyes brimming with greed. "Do those incompetent rabbits think they can stop us? Enough chatter, let us go." The blind-eyed Gene Shi beastman let out a low hiss and was the first to slip out of the cave entrance, his body transforming into a fleeting azure shadow as he glided towards the western barricade of the tribe. The other Shi beastmen followed closely, their movements swift and stealthy. Clearly seasoned operatives, they effortlessly scaled the seemingly loose barricade, landing with barely a sound. The tribe was eerily quiet, with only a few caves still illuminated by faint lights. Exactly as they had anticipated, lax and unguarded. Splitting into groups, The third member led 3 others southward. The blind-eyed Jin, she beast-man lowered his voice, gesturing towards 2 directions. The rest follow me northward. Retrieve the items and swiftly regroup here. With that, the 2 groups darted off towards their respective targets. However, they remained oblivious to the shadows lurking behind them, where Zeyu, Fengmian, Fengshan, and Li Heng followed like phantoms, having already held their breath, waiting for the fish to swim into the net. The 4 she-beastmen had just entered the cave of a female when a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air, and several sharpened wooden spears suddenly shot out from the darkness, accurately embedding themselves in the ground at their feet. "Not good. It's a trap," cried the third member, turning to flee, only to be obstructed by a golden-red figure. Thinking of escaping? Fengmian's voice dripped with icy anger, 9 tails unfurling behind him like a golden net. "You dare to harm our kin and steal our possessions, thinking the 2 clan easy to bully?" Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward, his fist cutting through the air towards the third member. With only a 6-tier strength, the third member was no match for Fengmian. In a single exchange, he was struck in the chest, letting out a scream as he was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall of the granary and losing consciousness. The other 3 she-beastmen, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear and turned to flee, only to be blocked by a few patrolling beastmen led by Li Heng. The sound of stone spears clashing with bone blades echoed, and within moments, all 4 she-beastmen were subdued and securely tied. Meanwhile, the blind-eyed Jin, she-beastman, and his 3 subordinates had just reached the northern cave when they heard the commotion from the south. A jolt of anxiety shot through him as he recognized the trap and turned to escape, only to see the torches at the cave entrance suddenly ignite. Zeyu's figure emerged from the firelight, his gaze as cold as ice. "Jin, she-beastman, now that you've come, there's no need to rush away." Zeyu slowly drew his bone blade, its edge glinting ominously in the firelight. "You harmed our kin and stole our resources. How shall we settle this score?" 10th tier. The blind-eyed Jin, she-beastman looked at the imposing aura radiating from Zeyu, a flicker of dread flashing in his single eye. How could there be a 10th tier beastman here? It seems today is my day to fall. He had not anticipated such a formidable presence hiding within the 2 clan. Suddenly, he transformed into his true form, a serpentine creature over 10 feet long, surging forward with a menacing hiss. The other 3 she-beastmen also morphed, becoming several-meter-long venomous snakes that lunged towards Zeyu. Unperturbed, Zeyu sidestepped the Jin Shi's attack, sweeping his bone blade with precision to slice through one venomous snake's vital point. The creature emitted a pained hiss, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing before falling silent. "Seeking death," roared the blind-eyed Jin Shi beastman, his tail whipping towards Zeyu with the force of the wind, scales shimmering coldly in the firelight. Zeyu lightly sprang into the air, avoiding the strike. The Jin Shi let out a shriek of agony, madness overtaking him as he thrashed about, smashing into the surrounding stone benches and wooden tables until they shattered. He was utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Before long, he too was securely bound. The remaining 2 Shi beastmen had long been subdued by Fengshan and the arriving beastmen, one having its spine snapped by Fengshan's tail, while the other was pinned to the ground by a stone spear, unable to move. Hearing the commotion, the females in the cave poked their heads out, and upon seeing the bound Shi beastmen, they sighed in relief, their gazes towards Zeyu and the others filled with admiration and gratitude. "Is everything resolved?" Ming Yuan approached, and, seeing the scattered Shi beastmen, asked in a low voice. "Yes, not a single one escaped," Zeyu replied, wiping the blood from his bone blade. "The leading 8th-tier Jin, she is still alive. 2 of the others have perished, while the rest are securely tied." Fengmian kicked the unconscious Shi beastman on the ground, snorting in disdain. "These ruffians truly deserve a lesson. How shall we deal with them?" Li Heng inquired, still harboring anger in his eyes. Zeyu looked towards Li Cheng and Fengshan. "According to tribal law, those who harm our kin should be dealt with on the spot. However, since they have previously harmed the Ho clan, it would be best to hand them over to the Ho clan. This way, they can seek their own justice. And we can also repay the favor to those who inform me." Fengshan nodded. "That is a good idea. Letting the Ho clan witness their punishment will relieve their grievances and demonstrate to other tribes that the Tu clan is not to be trifled with. Li Cheng also expressed agreement. Then it shall be so. Tomorrow morning, Feng Shan and I will personally escort them over and reassure Chief Shirlai. The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Li Cheng and Feng Shan, accompanied by several Tu beastmen, marched towards the Ho clan, dragging the bound She beastmen behind them. The blind-eyed Jin She beastman had regained consciousness, his limbs broken and now slumped on a stretcher, glaring venomously at his surroundings, devoid of even the strength to struggle. Upon seeing the She beastmen being brought in, the Ho clan erupted in excitement. Chief Shirlai personally welcomed them, and upon seeing the blind-eyed Jin Shi, his face turned crimson, fists clenching audibly. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, brothers of the Tu clan. Chief Shirlai expressed his gratitude. Li Xing Raplia? These individuals harmed your kin and injured ours. How you wish to handle them is up to you. Shirlai glanced at the trembling She beastmen on the ground, then turned to Li Cheng and Feng Shan, speaking solemnly. In that case, I shall not conceal anything from you. This group of She beastmen has slain 3 of our kin. Today, we shall settle this blood feud. He turned to the Ho clan beastmen and shouted, Drag them to the altar. According to tribal law, they shall be executed. The Ho clan beastmen responded in unison, seizing the She beastmen and hauling them towards the altar. The blind-eyed Jin She beastman finally panicked, thrashing wildly and howling, No, spare me. I can serve as your slave. His words were cut short as a Ho clan beastman knocked him unconscious with a single punch. Li Cheng and Feng Shan followed to the altar, watching as the Ho clan beastmen executed the She beastmen one by one according to their customs. Only when the last She beastman took their final breath did Shirlai turn to Li Cheng and Feng Shan, bowing deeply. Your great kindness shall not go unthanked. In the future, should the Tu clan require anything, the Ho clan shall never refuse. It is our duty, Li Cheng replied, assisting him to his feet. Tribes should support one another to ensure peaceful coexistence. As they departed the Ho clan, the sun had risen high in the sky. Feng Shan glanced back towards the direction of the Eagle Beak Cliff, exhaling softly. Finally resolved, I feel much more at ease. Li Xing Smilat. Indeed, the tribe will be stable from now on. Let us return. Dinner awaits us at home. The two turned back, leading the beastmen. Sunlight cascading over them and dispelling all shadows. In the distance, the Tu clan was alive with rising smoke. The laughter of females echoing faintly as peace and warmth returned to their lives. This minor trial had not caused significant upheaval. Li Zhu awoke to find all problems resolved. In that moment, she realized just how right she was to cling to Zeyu's side. The first step toward a laid-back life is to find a sturdy leg to hold on to. See, she had fretted not at all, and everything had been resolved. She has a penchant for men endowed with an astonishing sense of execution. Chapter 40. The bonfire night as the sun ascended to its zenith. Li Cheng and Feng Shan finally returned to the Tu tribe. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they were greeted by a rich aroma of roasted meat. Li Heng was crouched by the fire, flipping the beast meat, the sizzling fat crackling and the tantalizing scent wafting through the air. Father, Uncle Feng, you're back. Li Heng's eyes brightened upon seeing them. Quickly wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Fengmian and I have prepared fried tusk beast meat, along with the beast bone soup that Zhu mentioned yesterday. Fengmian emerged from the cave, carrying a wooden basin filled with stir-fried wild vegetables. Just in time for the meal. Hurry in. Zhu woke up early today and is waiting. Li Cheng and Feng Shan washed their hands and entered the cave, where they found Li Zhu sitting at the stone table with a small wooden bowl, sipping soup. She looked especially lively today, her cheeks glowing with health, and waved cheerfully upon their arrival. Father Li Cheng, Uncle Feng, you're back. Yes, we are. Feng Shan approached her, glancing at her rounded belly, unable to resist asking, Did you sleep in today? Not at all, Li Zhu replied, setting down her bowl and gently stroking her belly. The little ones were exceptionally well-behaved today. They didn't disturb me, so I thought I'd join everyone for a meal. The group gathered around the stone table as Li Heng distributed the perfectly roasted beast meat into each bowl. Feng Shan took a large bite, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. This meat from our tribe is far tastier than the wild fruits of the monkey tribe. Zeyu chuckled. Has everything been dealt with regarding the snake beastmen? Yes. Chief Shirlai personally overseen the punishment. None were spared. Li Cheng nodded. That is good to hear, Zeyu interjected. With these threats resolved, we can finally feel at ease. Fengmian shared the wild vegetables among everyone, taking a piece of beast meat for himself. How's Long doing? Did Granny Lon say he has awakened? I checked this morning. He is awake, but still unable to move, Li Heng explained. Granny Lon mentioned that his wounds are healing well. In another 10 days or so, he should be able to walk. As they ate and conversed, the discussion transitioned from the snake beastmen to the tribe's food reserves and then to the traces of prey in the Western Valley. Li Zhu, cradling her bowl, slowly sipped her soup. Suddenly, she set down her wooden spoon, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I have an idea. How about we host a bonfire night this evening? A bonfire night? Liem Blinka Pujlat. The others looked equally confused. It's where all the tribe members gather around a large fire, engaging in entertainment, sparring, chatting, and sharing food. We can build a big fire next to the altar, and everyone can roast meat and converse together. Li Zhu gestured, illustrating her vision in the air. Upon hearing the word roast meat, memories of charred meat from the past flooded their minds. Zhu, roasted meat is hardly palatable. I still prefer the stone pot dishes. Fengshan eagerly chimed in. After years of consuming burnt meat, he could no longer stomach it. But true roasted meat is incredibly delicious. The previous method was all wrong. Tonight, I will teach you how to roast it, and you will see that it's 10 times more fragrant than before. Li Zhu paused, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. We can also let the tribe's beastmen spar. Whoever wins will be rewarded with a fine piece of beast meat by father. The females can gather to sing, share laughter, and recount amusing family tales. This activity will greatly enhance the bonds among our tribe members. Fengmian raised an eyebrow, his tail gently swaying behind him. It sounds splendid. It's just the opportunity for those youngsters to stretch their limbs. Recently, Amu has been eager to learn a few moves from me. This will be a perfect chance for him to experience it firsthand. I think it's a great idea, Li Cheng remarked, setting down his wooden bowl and lightly tapping the stone table with his knuckles. It will allow everyone to relax and see how much the younger generation has progressed. Let us proceed with the Zhu's plan and hold the bonfire night by the altar this evening. Then let us do this. Zeyu will lead the hunting team to catch more beasts since our tribe has over 100 beastmen. We shall feast on fresh meat today. Zeyu has ample space, so he can bring back as much as he catches. Mian. Take more tribe members to prepare firewood. We need plenty. You two fathers should work hard to set up the venue. We can lay down straw or beast pelts where everyone will sit. A chorus of agreement rose from the male beastmen. Ming Yuan and Qing Lan looked at Li Zhu with bright, eager eyes, their intentions unmistakable. Zhu, what about me and your mother? Ming Yuan could hardly contain her excitement about their tasks. After a moment of thought, Li Zhu replied, I have an idea. You mothers can invite a Tang and a Ning to help beautify all the females in the tribe. I previously taught you how to braid. You can also gather some flowers for decoration. Our female group will surely dazzle the night. Initially, Li Zhu had considered having the mothers prepare drinks for the gathering, but realized that besides sweet berry juice, there was little else in the tribe, and the berry juice was already out of season. If only they had alcohol. Unfortunately, she had yet to find any materials suitable for brewing. Ming Yuan and Qing Lan were even more excited, eager to seek out a Tang and a Ning. Recently, Lan and I made quite a few new beast ornaments. Tonight will be the perfect occasion to showcase them. Ming Yuan exclaimed, brimming with joy. Don't worry, we'll take care of the females. We will ensure everyone looks splendid. Qing Lan settled beside Li Zhu, offering her a piece of wild fruit. Li Zhu took a bite, the sweet juice flooding her senses, bringing her a sense of reassurance. Then I shall solely focus on teaching everyone how to roast meat tonight. Thank you for your efforts. You just need to orchestrate from the side. Ming Yuan patted her hand. The evening's festivities will surely meet your expectations. With the plan set, the group finished their lunch and dispersed. Zeyu was the first to exit the cave, calling upon the hunting team members to embark on their quest. Li Heng stepped outside and approached a few patrolling beastmen. No need for patrol this afternoon. All of you go help at the altar. We are having a bonfire night this evening. Everyone will gather to enjoy the festivities. Fathers and Uncle Feng will set up the venue, and you all can lend a hand in clearing the surrounding weeds. Understood. The beastmen responded enthusiastically. One named Ashur scratching his head in confusion. Li Heng, what exactly is a bonfire night? You'll find out tonight. It will be quite delightful. Liem Ramarka, turning away as he headed toward the homes of the other beastmen. Their curiosity piqued. The beastmen hurriedly made their way towards the altar. As Li Heng passed Along's cave, he spotted Granny Lan emerging. Granny Lan, he paused. How is Along? He just fell asleep. Granny Lan turned, her wrinkles softening into a smile. He is recovering well, though he has lost quite a bit of blood and needs to replenish slowly. That's good to hear. By the way, we are hosting a bonfire night by the altar this evening. Please come early. Godanilan be met. A bonfire night? I've never heard of such a thing. It must be that girl, Aju's idea. You're quite perceptive, Granny. Aju mentioned that the tribe has been somewhat affected by the snake beastmen lately. A gathering would be a perfect way to unwind. Indeed. I will make sure to arrive early. I'll go inform Along now. We mustn't leave anyone behind. Jilan watched Li Heng's retreating figure, her wrinkled face still radiating joy. Amu gazed in astonishment at Zeyu, and he was not alone. The other members of the hunting team beside him wore expressions of utter confusion. A bonfire party and a chance for sparring? Well, if you wish to compete, you can certainly try your skills against Li Heng tonight. Zeyu glanced at the stone spear in Amu's hand. The spear tip needed sharpening, otherwise it would easily slip while hunting. I'll get to it right away, Amu exclaimed, hastily picking up a stone, then looked up to ask, will there be beast meat as a prize tonight? Li Cheng's father spoke of it, so it must be true, right? Zeyu raised an eyebrow. If you wish to claim a prize, you must demonstrate true skill. Amu nodded vigorously, the grinding stone scraping against the spear with a soft sound, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Cheng and Fengshan had already taken several beastmen to the altar. The altar, located at the heart of the tribe, was a flat open space dominated by a massive stone engraved with beast patterns, typically used for rituals or gathering the clan folk. Li Cheng directed the beastmen to clear the surrounding rubble, then went to the storeroom to fetch a dozen beast skins and some dry grass, arranging them in a circle. Chief, how high should the firewood be piled? One beastman asked, laboriously carrying a bundle of dry twigs, sweat pouring down his brow. Higher. It should be as tall as I am for a good blaze, Li Cheng replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. And bring a few slabs of stone from over there for roasting meat tonight. The beastmen busied themselves, some chopping wood with Fengmian at the back mountain, others cleaning the massive stone at the altar, while some rushed to the stream to fetch water, intending to make a refreshing drink for everyone. In no time, the once quiet altar became lively. The beast skins were arranged in a neat circle, the woodpile towering like a small mountain, and the stone slabs shone with a clean, bluish-gray light. After rummaging in the storeroom for quite some time, Li Cheng finally found a jar of dried herbs. These had been dried by Li Zhu previously, who said they would add an exquisite aroma when sprinkled over the meat during roasting. As he stepped out of the storeroom, he spotted Qing Lan approaching with several females, each carrying baskets filled with various flowers. Brother Li Cheng, have you found the spices? Qing Lan asked with a smile, her companions echoing the greeting with cheerful expressions. Yes, I've got them. Just waiting for tonight to put them to use, Li Cheng replied, raising the jar in his hand. Where are you headed? My sisters and I are going to Sister Ming Yuan's place to prepare for the evening's festivities, Qing Lan said. We're going to learn how to weave flower crowns, and Sister Ming Yuan will also teach us how to braid our hair. Watching as they chatted and laughed while walking away, Li Cheng felt a warmth bloom in his heart. As the tribe's leader, he cherished this vibrant atmosphere. The tribe's members, regardless of gender, lived openly, finding joy in even the smallest things. This filled him with pride and a sense of comfort. Indeed, Ming Yuan's cave was bustling with activity. A large bee skin was spread over the stone table, adorned with a variety of wildflowers, including purple wisteria, yellow wild chrysanthemums, and small pink flowers of unknown origin. Several females sat together, holding slender vines and learning to weave flower crowns under Li Zhu's guidance, while nearby, The young ones scurried about, handing flowers and fetching leaves. Qinglan leaned against the beast's skin mat, holding a wild chrysanthemum as she carefully entwined it onto a vine. Though her movements were slow, her focus was unwavering. This was her first encounter with such activities, and she felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Li Zhu, you should take a break. We can manage from here, Ming Yuan suggested, noticing that Li Zhu had taught enough and worried about her pregnancy. Don't tire yourself out. All right, I will leave it to you, my dear daughters. Li Zhu consented, lying down on the pile of bee skins and watching the surrounding females chat and laugh. As she observed the swift motions of the flowers and vines in their hands, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. She recalled the fear she felt upon arriving in this world, the wariness she exhibited when first meeting Zeyu, and now, looking around, she saw so many genuine people around her, with a child soon to be born within her. Such a life was truly wonderful. Mother, I think I'll take a nap, Li Zhu said, turning to Ming Yuan. Please don't forget to wake me for the evening's party. Even if I fall asleep, you must call me. If you can't wake me, just wave a piece of roasted meat in front of my nose. I promise the smell will rouse me. All right, Ming Yuan chuckled at her. Even if you sleep soundly, we will carry you to the altar so you can witness the festivities of our tribe. That is settled then. Li Zhu yawned, her eyelids growing heavy. I'll just rest for a bit to conserve my energy for teaching everyone how to roast meat tonight. Ming Yuan quickly helped her lie down, covering her with a thin bee skin. Sleep well. I promise to wake you. Li Zhu soon drifted off, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In her dreams, she envisioned the bonfire blazing at the altar, the tribe members gathered around roasting meat and laughing. The cheers of the beastmen as they sparred, and the females wearing flower crowns singing. That scene was warm and vibrant, like a painting illuminated by sunlight. Chapter 41. The bonfire party too. As the sun dipped westward, painting the sky a golden red, the tribe members began to gather at the altar, each one carrying something in hand. Some held wild fruits, while others cradled wooden jars filled with homemade delicacies. The young ones were the most excited, running in small clusters ahead, waving their freshly woven flower crowns, their laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the tribe. Zeyu and his companions returned with their spoils, presently engaged in processing their catch by the stream alongside the tribe members. Li Cheng stood by the altar, observing as the tribesfolk arrived in droves, the beast skins gradually filling with people. Li Hang was directing Fengmian to ignite the woodpile with his powers. The dry twigs caught flames swiftly, crackling and roaring as the fire grew, casting a warm glow on the faces of those nearby. Ming Yuan gently shook Li Zhu's shoulder, her voice soft. Li Zhu, wake up. It's time to go to the altar. Li Zhu's eyelashes fluttered, and she blinked awake, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Qinglan smiled as she handed her a freshly woven flower crown adorned with bright yellow wild chrysanthemums. Li Zhu here, just made it. You should wear it. Li Zhu placed the crown atop her head and followed her two mothers outside, her steps still slightly unsteady. On the way to the altar, they encountered clusters of fellow tribesfolk. The male beastmen mostly donned agile beast skin attire, carrying prepared beast meat or wild fruits. The females were all dressed to impress, some sporting the braids Li Zhu had taught, adorned with various wildflowers, while others wore newly crafted bow and ornaments that chimed as they moved. Passing the stream, Zeyu was directing several beastmen in processing the beast meat and bamboo skewers. Upon seeing Li Zhu, he hurried over. Li Zhu, the skewers are all sharpened. Are they sufficient? Quite enough, Li Zhu exclaimed, her gaze sweeping over the large pile of bamboo skewers in the wooden basin, smiling as she continued onward. Approaching the altar, a cacophony of sounds enveloped them. Over 100 tribe members had gathered, the bonfire in the center of the altar blazing brightly, flames licking the wood and crackling loudly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. The circle of beast skins was filled with people, the elderly and young huddled together, holding wild fruits and laughing joyfully. The females gathered in small groups, admiring each other's new outfits, their laughter ringing out melodiously. The male beastmen, observing the beautifully adorned females, found themselves blushing, scratching their heads as they averted their gazes, only to sneak glances back eliciting more laughter from the females. Li Zhu is here, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Li Zhu stepped to the center of the altar and cleared her throat. Well, everyone is gathered. Let us commence the preparation for the barbecue. She pointed to a previously chosen open area. Over there, a few orcs had already constructed a clay oven, and we shall place the whole small beasts and the beast legs that have been prepared inside for roasting. The remaining meat will be skewered on bamboo sticks and grilled on the stone rack over there. No sooner had she spoken than several robust beast men stepped forward eagerly, ready for assignments. Li Zhu first instructed someone to bring a gigantic wooden basin filled with clear water, then took out salt blocks, crushed ginger, chili powder, and Sichuan peppercorns, all spices stored in the tribe. A few orcs rushed over carrying wooden jars containing lemons preserved in Zeyu space. Let us marinate the meat first, Li Zhu directed. The meat destined for the clay oven was placed in one basin, with a few cuts made on the surface, while the meat to be skewered was placed in another large wooden basin. Salt, ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, and chili powder were added to both, along with some beast oil and lemon juice, which were mixed thoroughly by hand and left to marinate for half an hour. The marinating meat would only need a quarter of an hour over the charcoal fire. The beast oil, freshly rendered from a moo beast brought back from the Black Forest by Zeyu last month, was a brilliant yellow. Its aroma was perfect for grilling. Li Zhu had been quite thrilled to see the moo beasts. However, since she had a craving for sweets during her pregnancy and could not handle too much spice, everyone unanimously decided to wait until after she gave birth to indulge in hot pot. The male orcs immediately got busy, some making incisions, others adding spices to the basin. And with their hands washed clean, they stirred the meat with a sense of earnestness, albeit somewhat clumsily. Li Zhu observed from the side, occasionally offering reminders. Add another spoon of salt, otherwise it will lack flavor. Pour in a bit more beast oil for that delightful aroma when grilled. On the other side, Li Heng had already organized the peeled bamboo skewers, and a fire had been lit on the stone rack, waiting for the wood to burn down to charcoal for the meat. A quarter of an hour passed. As the meat marinated sufficiently, Li Zhu instructed the others to skewer the meat onto the bamboo sticks, reminding them, do not pack them too tightly, otherwise they won't cook through. Once placed on the stone rack, be sure to turn them frequently. When you see the edges browning, brush them with oil, and just before they are done, sprinkle some Sichuan pepper and herbs. Understood. The orcs responsible for grilling chorused, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the skewered meat, as if they could already smell its aroma. With the barbecue preparations in order, Li Zhu finally sighed in relief and sat down among the females. Ming Yuan was laughing and chatting with a few older females, while weaving a flower crown for one of the young cubs of the tribe. Qing Lan, meanwhile, held a wild fruit, chatting with a Tang about the amusing tales of the fox tribe, her face adorned with a relaxed smile. Finally finished with her tasks, Li Zhu leaned back on the beast's skin mat, gently rubbing her belly, as the little one seemed to sense the lively atmosphere and gave her a gentle kick. You really are a worrywart, Ming Yuan laughed, handing her a berry. Sit back and relax. Let the others take care of the rest. King Lan Li Nit Gelo. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhu, what exactly is this hot pot you mentioned? I heard you mention it to Zeyu last time, and it sounded quite impressive. I will teach you all once I have given birth, Li Zhu replied, taking a bite of the berry with a mysterious smile. We will use the meat of the moo beasts, combined with various vegetables, simmered in a stone pot until it bubbles, hot and spicy. It will be most delightful in winter. That sounds delicious. The nearby eyes sparkled with excitement. Winter cannot come soon enough. The laughter of the females attracted the nearby cubs, who scampered over, hands raised with flower crowns to place on their heads. A small, robust orc looked up and asked, Sister Li Zhu, when will the meat be ready? I can already smell the aroma. Li Zhu patted his head, pointing towards the clay oven. Soon, look over there, the smoke is rising. We will be able to place the meat in shortly. Indeed, not long after, cheers erupted from the clay oven. The orcs in charge of roasting carefully hung the beast meat inside the clay oven. The hooks for hanging the meat were specially crafted from sturdy, hard ironwood, designed not to break easily under heat. Meanwhile, the meat on the stone rack had also begun to grill. Before long, a rich aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, prompting everyone to turn their heads. It's time to eat. Lien shota accitably, brandishing a large skewer of grilled meat as he rushed over. The orcs immediately gathered around, eagerly dividing the skewers among themselves. A bite of the roasted meat revealed a crispy exterior and tender interior, with the fragrant spices perfectly melding with the meat's freshness, truly a far cry from the meat they had previously grilled. Delicious. Absolutely delightful, Amu exclaimed, chewing the meat, his words somewhat muffled. Zhu, your method is simply remarkable. It's not difficult. Grilling meat should never be done over an open flame, as it can easily char the outside or leave the inside raw. Instead, we use the charcoal left after the flames have burned down for a slow roast, which prevents charring while ensuring the meat is thoroughly cooked. Of course, the marination beforehand is also crucial. Marinated meat lacks any fishy taste and is flavorful. Li Zhu watched as everyone savored the food with beaming smiles, a warm feeling blossoming in her heart as she explained each step. The firelight flickered across every face. Laughter and merriment filled the air, and the atmosphere became utterly vibrant. Chapter 42. Sparring. An increasing number of roasted beast meats began to be brought to the altar. The females were surrounded by piles of meat and wild fruits. Every male orc wished to personally grill a few skewers for their beloved ones, believing that witnessing their cherished ones enjoy the meat they had grilled themselves was an exceptionally gratifying experience. Li Zhu considered that overeating was not conducive to physical activity. Noticing that the skewered meat was nearly depleted while the meat in the clay ovens still required some time. Thus she proposed that all the tribespeople gather to commence sparring. Soon, the area around the altar was filled with orcs, all eager and ready to showcase their skills. It was not merely about winning a piece of beast meat for their beloved females. More importantly, it was an opportunity to assess their training progress over the past few months and to strive for further improvement. Gulme. Every adult male may freely choose their sparring partner, either the same tier or one tier higher, but not one a lower tier. Remember, sparring should be lighthearted. Li Cheng promptly called out. The winners will receive crystal stones or rewards of beast meat, and those who lose should not be disheartened. Identify your weaknesses, work on self-improvement, and at the next gathering, you may challenge your opponent again. The one who shows the most progress in the tribe will also receive additional rewards. Upon hearing this, the orcs were instantly invigorated. Ever since Zeyu and Fengmian had joined, the number of hunts had increased significantly, and the crystal stones obtained had also risen, resulting in a substantial enhancement of everyone's abilities. Especially under the guidance of the two, their hunting and evasion skills had seen remarkable breakthroughs. Soon, two fifth-tier orcs stepped forward, eager to spar with each other. With Li Cheng's command, the sparring officially commenced. On the field, two rabbit orcs bowed and faced each other, their long ears alertly erect atop their heads, their fur trembling gently with each breath, wielding wooden sticks in place of their usual spears. Oui, this time, don't let me dizzy you again. The white rabbit orc Zeyu propelled himself off the ground, his form darting like an arrow, claws slicing through the air. Hui was well prepared, leaping sideways to evade the attack while swinging his tail, delivering a precise kick to Zeyu's ankle. Taking advantage of the momentum, Ling Yu twisted in midair and, upon landing, drew a sweeping arc with his wooden stick aimed directly at Hui's chest. Zeyu's pupil nahold, ears pressed back against his skull, as he lowered his body and charged at Yu like a cannonball. With a dull thud, both retreated a few steps. The grass beneath them flattened. Not bad. Your reflexes have improved significantly. Zyu shook his slightly numb arm, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He alternated his footwork, weaving left and right in an attempt to disrupt Hui's judgment. Hui, however, remained undeterred, his ears deftly capturing Zeyu's movements. Suddenly, he exerted force and lunged to the left, his sharp claws firmly gripping Zeyu's shoulder. You have lost. Hui panted, yet he did not release his hold. Your feint was overly deliberate. Your ears revealed a flaw. Zyu, unwilling to concede defeat, struggled slightly but smiled in acceptance. You are indeed impressive. Next time, I shall conceal my ears better. The two exchanged knowing smiles, helping each other rise, their fur coated with dust yet failing to diminish the brilliance in their eyes. This bout was not merely a contest of victory or defeat, but a mutual refinement of skills and a unique tacit understanding inherent among the rabbit beastmen. The spectators were left astonished, especially the females of the tribe, who had never witnessed the males hunting and were astounded by their prowess. Grandma Lan clasped Li Zhu's hand, her face radiating joy. Thanks to Zhu, tomorrow I shall be quite busy. Upon hearing this, Li Zhu immediately grasped its implication. Indeed, the bonfire gathering, the contest, and the meticulously adorned females would surely attract numerous beastmen seeking to bond with Grandma Lan the next morning. Poor Grandma. Make sure those beastmen come bearing sweet potatoes. Grandma Lan, being elderly, held a particular fondness for the soft, starchy delight. Upon hearing this, Jilan laughed even more heartily. All right, I shall heed your words. By then, I will amass a great heap of sweet potatoes to savor at my leisure. Soon, other beastmen stepped up to engage in the contest. All victors were rewarded with crystals or beast meat, while the losers voluntarily sought guidance from Zeyu. His 10th tier strength was not to be underestimated. His discerning eye could often pinpoint the issues with just a word. The atmosphere at the altar was harmonious, with no signs of resentment or dissatisfaction from those who lost. Rather, everyone was focused on striving harder for the next opportunity. Li Zhu noticed Fengmian, who was eagerly awaiting by the earthen kiln, and walked over to pull him onto the animal hide. Mian, I've always been curious. Do you possess only the fire ability? You are so formidable. Surely you must have more than one ability, yet I seem to have never witnessed you employ another. Li Zhu was genuinely intrigued. She knew Zeyu had both spatial and mental abilities, but was uncertain whether Fengmian had any other abilities beyond fire. Well, I do have another, Fengmian replied, somewhat at a loss for words. The thought of his other ability made him hesitant to speak. Oh, what is it? Li Zhu expressed her excitement. What kind of ability could make Fengmian hesitant to mention it? My other ability is also related to space. Li Zhu exclaimed, goodness. Could it be spatial teleportation? She boldly inquired. Zhu, you are amazing. You guessed it right. Do you think I've been reading novels for nothing? However, he continued, my spatial teleportation has some issues. The memory of foolish mistakes made while using this ability made Fengmian want to bang his head against the wall. What sort of issues? Li Zhu pressed on. It's just that I struggle to control the teleportation destination. Once I use this ability, I cannot predict where I will end up. Li Zhu was perplexed. What do you mean you cannot control the destination? When I awakened this ability at 12, I used it once and ended up teleported to the eastern continent, taking over a month to return home. Li Zhu could not help but burst into laughter. Listening to Fengmian's aggrieved words was rather amusing. Zhu, how can you laugh? Fengmian glared at Li Zhu, feeling wrong that she did not sympathize with him. Ahem, my apologies. Have you been teleported to any other places? Li Zhu was curious about how a spatial teleportation could yield random destinations. The beast god truly had a sense of humor. However, if Fengmian at 9th tier could not control the destination, it was likely he would have to wait until he reached 10th tier. Well, I have been to several places, Fengmian stammered. Should he recount how, at 14, he used this ability and ended up in a lake, flailing about for ages and nearly drowning? Or how, at 15, he was teleported to a den of beasts, where two were mating? Or perhaps how, at 16, he found himself in a female's home, beaten by her beast husbands and unceremoniously expelled? The mere thought of those embarrassing tales made Fengmian feel a wave of injustice. Why had the beast god bestowed upon him such a powerful ability, yet left him unable to control it? Thus, he persisted in testing it periodically. After repeated failures, he grew hesitant to try again. Today, Li Zhu's mention had reminded him of this ability he had almost forgotten. Li Zhu, upon hearing his vague responses, deduced they were not pleasant experiences and chose not to press further. She had always known that Fengmian was a proud beast husband. As the tribe's contest drew to a close, they enjoyed wild fruits while watching. At that moment, Mu stepped forward, expressing his desire to contest against Li Hang. The tribe members below were taken aback, and Ning felt a surge of anxiety, wishing to rise. It was known that Li Hang was at 7th tier, while Mu was merely at 6th tier intermediate. This contest undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Mu. Yet, Standing on the contest stage, he displayed no hint of retreat, only resolve and determination. Very well, I accept the challenge. Chapter 43. The second contest, Mu stood tall in the center of the altar, his back straight. He held a smoothly polished wooden staff, his knuckles slightly whitening from the grip, yet he stared unwaveringly at Li Hang across from him. Mu, are you certain? Li Hang asked, his brow furrowed. He towered over Mu, his seventh-tier aura subtly emanating. I will not hold back, nor do I wish for you to. Mu's voice, bright and youthful, was remarkably resolute. I simply want to test how much I have improved these past few months training alongside Brother Zeyu and Brother Fengmian. The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the two combatants. Ning clenched the edge of his garment, his fingers leaving red marks as he quietly cheered for Mu. Too nervous to blink, Li Cheng, standing nearby, spoke solemnly. Let us keep it to a point, begin. No sooner had he finished speaking than Mu made the first move. Unlike the previous two fifth-tier beastmen who were quick to attack, he slightly spread his feet, lowering his stance and adopting a defensive posture. This was a tactic taught by Zeyu. When facing someone slightly stronger, it was best to stabilize oneself first and then seek for openings. Li Hang, observing this, displayed a glimmer of approval in his eyes. He did not initiate an attack, but merely positioned his staff across his chest, indicating that Mu could proceed. Taking a deep breath, Mu launched himself forward with great speed, his form leaving a fleeting shadow in the firelight as the wooden staff sliced through the air, targeting Li Hang's ribcage. This strike was both swift and precise, clearly a technique honed through countless repetitions. Li Hang remained calm, twisting his wrist to deftly intercept Mu's staff with a resounding clang. Mu felt a tremendous force jolt through him, nearly losing his grip on the staff, and staggered back 2 steps. You lack sufficient strength, Li Hang remarked calmly. While your speed has improved, your method of exertion is flawed, wasting half your power. Gritting his teeth, Mu adjusted his breathing and charged forward once more. This time, he altered his strategy, opting not to clash directly, but instead to exploit his agility. Swiftly maneuvering around Li Hang and launching surprise attacks from unexpected angles. The wooden stick occasionally strikes at the ankle and sweeps towards the knee, skillfully avoiding any direct confrontation. The spectators below cheer enthusiastically. Although Mu's techniques are somewhat juvenile, they are imbued with a certain vitality, particularly his indomitable spirit, which compels the onlookers to rally behind him. Li Hang remains steadfast in his position, appearing as immovable as a mountain. Yet he skillfully evades or deflects Mu's attacks at the critical moment. His movements are not swift, but they possess a natural rhythm, as if each of Mu's assaults were anticipated. Too slow, Li Hang suddenly interjects, and in the instant Mu turns, the stick darts out like a serpent, gently tapping Mu's back. Mu stumbles, nearly losing his balance. He steadies himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet he remains undeterred, turning to launch another fervent onslaught. This time, Li Hang does not merely defend, he strikes. His figure shifts with an ethereal grace, appearing at Mu's side, the stick slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of a fierce wind. Mu, startled, bends to evade, but the force of the stick grazes his shoulder, eliciting a muffled grunt of pain. Good reaction, but your prediction was slightly off, Li Hang remarks, retracting his stick. Each time you turn, your shoulder moves first, making your intentions obvious. Mu clutches his shoulder, breathing heavily, yet his eyes gleam with determination. He senses that with each of Li Hang's strikes, subtle pointers to his flaws are offered, a form of practical instruction far more beneficial than any routine training. Again, he exhorts, charging forward once more. This time, he deliberately slows the speed of his turns, ensuring his shoulders remain still. The stick swings with greater stability, prioritizing precision over speed. Li Hang's approval deepens as he finally unleashes his full power. His figure flashes like lightning, the stick dancing up and down, alternating between fierce assaults and calm defenses. Their silhouettes intertwine rapidly on the open ground, the sound of their sticks clashing resonating like a drumbeat, captivating the audience. With a resounding thud, Mu's stick is knocked from his hands, crashing heavily to the ground. Li Hang's stick halts mere inches from Amu's throat. Alost, Amu states, momentarily dazed. Then he lets out a rueful chuckle as sweat trickles down his cheek, landing on the animal hide draped across his chest. You did not lose, Li Hang replies, retracting his stick and helping Amu to his feet, his tone unexpectedly gentle. To withstand 30 strikes from me at the 6th tier is commendable. The crowd erupts into thunderous applause. Ning is the first to rush forward, presenting a clean piece of hide to Amu, her eyes brimming with admiration. Amu, you are remarkable. Amu accepts the hide to wipe away his sweat, revealing a bashful smile. Although he is lost, he feels a greater sense of satisfaction than if he had won. He has recognized his shortcomings and identified the path to improvement. Li Shin Brukas, offering a choice cut of prime meat to Amu. This is your reward. Though defeated, you are still honored. Amu nods vigorously, accepting the meat. Thank you, Chief. I will strive even harder. Li Hang pats him on the shoulder. I look forward to your next performance. At that moment, the orc responsible for guarding the earth kiln suddenly calls out, the meat is ready. Instantly, the crowd's attention shifts. Several orcs cooperate to lift the kiln lid, releasing an aroma tenfold richer than before. Inside, a whole roasted beast lies curled, its skin golden and crisp. A gentle poke with a stick reveals succulent, juicy meat, with grease trickling from the crevices, tantalizing all present. Children, come and share the meat, Li Chang exclaims, the earlier tension dissipating in an instant. The orcs gather eagerly, each taking their share of the roasted meat. Li Zhu, aided by Fengmian, also approaches, selecting the tenderest piece of the beast's tenderloin, cutting it into small portions to savor slowly. The combination of the meat's savory flavor and the spices explodes on her palate, offering a richness more delightful than any delicacy. Is it delicious? Fengmian inquires with a smile. Indeed, Li Zhu nods vigorously, offering a small piece to him. You must try it. Fengmian takes a bite. Noticing her satisfied expression, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. As everyone enjoys the roast, conversations about the earlier sparring fill the air, creating an atmosphere as lively as boiling water. The females present offer pieces of meat they have cut themselves to the males they favor, who accept them with flushed faces, devouring the portions as if they were treasures. Grandma Lan sits nearby, watching the youngsters play and laugh, her wrinkles smoothing as she occasionally exchanges words with the elder beside her, her eyes filled with joy. Soon, some tribe members rise, taking hands to perform the tribe's traditional dance. The steps are simple and robust, yet infused with energy, harmonized with laughter and the crackling of the campfire, compelling everyone to sway along. Amu and Ning hold hands, dancing with great enthusiasm. Li Hang finds himself surrounded by several young orcs, playfully pressured to demonstrate his dancing skills, his awkwardness provoking hearty laughter from all. Ming Yuan and Qing Lan pull Li Zhu along, teaching her the dance of the fox tribe. Although her belly hinders her ability to dance, she watches with keen interest. As time passes, the fire at the center of the altar diminishes, leaving only glowing embers that emit the last remnants of warmth. Exhausted from the festivities, the tribe members gradually settle down, leaning against each other to rest. It is nearly time to disperse, Li Cheng announces as he rises, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. After a busy afternoon, the mess can be cleaned up tomorrow morning. For now, the fire must be extinguished. Everyone agrees, beginning to put out the flames to prevent any further fires during the night. Once the fire is completely extinguished, they bid each other farewell in small groups. The young orcs without partners link arms, discussing the earlier sparring and the flavors of the roast. The cubs have already fallen asleep in their families' embraces, their lips curving into sweet smiles. Zeyu and Fengmian assist Li Zhu as they head towards the cave. The evening breeze carries the fragrance of the grass and trees, a refreshing caress against their skin. Li Zhu stifles a yawn, resting against Zeyu's shoulder, her voice soft. Today was truly enjoyable. We should do this more often. Zeyu glances down at her. When the cubs are born, we will bring them along. Yes, Li Zhu nods, her eyelids growing heavier. By the time they return to the cave, she is nearly asleep. Zeyu carefully supports her as she rinses her mouth, then gently places her on the fur bed, tucking her in with a light blanket. When Zeyu returns after washing up, he finds Li Zhu peacefully asleep. He cautiously climbs into bed, wrapping her in his arms and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, whispering, "Good night, Zhu," before closing his eyes to slumber. Moonlight bathes the land of the rabbit tribe, enveloping it in tranquility and harmony. Tomorrow should be a beautiful day. Fengmian murmurs softly at the cave's entrance. For some reason, he feels compelled to stay there, finding the moonlight particularly soothing on this night. Chapter 44. The gambling den. Sunlight filters through the vines at the cave entrance, casting dappled shadows on the wooden bed. When Li Zhu awakens, she feels languid, her eyelids heavy as if glued together with honey. She stirs her fingers, brushing against a warm piece of hide, and turns to see Zeyu sitting at the bedside, tanning animal hides. The morning light caresses his profile, softening it like the gentle flow of a stream. Awake? Zeyu sets down the hide and reaches out to check her forehead. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Li Zhu shakes her head, her voice raspy from sleep. What time is it? Almost noon, Zeyu replies, propping her up with a soft hide pillow behind her back. You were tired last night, so I'll let you sleep a bit longer. A faint rustling sound emanated from the cave entrance, and Fengmian entered, cradling a wooden bowl that wafted with the enticing aroma of meat. This is freshly prepared beast meat porridge. You should have some while it's still warm, she said. It was only then that Li Zhu realized her stomach was empty, and the sound of her grumbling belly echoed in the silence. She accepted the bowl, scooping a spoonful into her mouth. The tender, stewed beast meat, infused with a subtle hint of ginger, soothed her insides, bringing a sense of comfort. Have you all eaten? She mumbled. Yes, Li Hang took the hunting team out early this morning. They discovered a herd of deer in the Western Valley. And the altar has also been tidied up, Fengmian replied, taking a seat beside her, idly twisting a strand of grass in her hands. Both of our mothers are currently engrossed in a game of mahjong with the other females in the tribe, discussing last night's festivities, which everyone enjoyed immensely. Li Zhu nearly spat out her porridge. What if the tribe inadvertently turns into a gambling den? It seems we must teach our people some alternative forms of entertainment. How long have they been at it? She asked casually. They started right after lunch, setting up several wooden tables. Fengmian chuckled mischievously. They're determined to find out who the best player is. The winner gets to have the loser give them a back massage for 3 days. Li Zhu could hardly fathom the liveliness outside. A group of females, clad in animal hides and adorned with braided hair, gathered around the wooden tables, clutching wooden tiles and shouting excitedly. She felt a stirring within her, as if her own mahjong DNA was awakening. In her past life, she had relished the occasional games with friends, finding it immensely relaxing. She often fantasized about a future devoid of work, where she could invite her girlfriends to play mahjong daily, sip tea, and embark on leisurely RV travels. That life seemed utterly delightful. Now, in the beast world, she was already living a retired existence. Sighing, she realized it had been quite some time since she had played mahjong. She longed to join in, but being pregnant and having expended so much energy last night made it difficult. Li Zhu finished her porridge in a few bites, returned the wooden bowl to Fengmian, and yawned. I think I'm a bit sleepy again. Ever since she became pregnant, she had been prone to drowsiness, especially after a satisfying meal, her eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. Zeyu promptly assisted her in lying down, covering her with a light blanket. Sleep now. We'll be right here, he said. Li Zhu nodded, quickly drifting back into slumber. Outside the cave, the altar was indeed a hub of activity. Numerous tribe members were chatting, playing mahjong, while several beastmen were braiding their partner's hair, experimenting with creative styles. Several young couples were waiting in line for Granny Lawn to officiate their bonds. At that moment, the small Tu tribe, though a lower-tier tribe, was bustling with life. Perhaps their way of living was more indulgent than that of many higher tribes. Li Zhu slept soundly until the sun began to dip in the sky. Upon awakening, the cave was quiet, save for the bubbling steam rising from the stone pot on the stove. She donned a piece of animal hide and stepped outside, where she was greeted by the sounds of laughter emanating from the clearing ahead. Indeed, a dozen females were seated around a wooden table, rough wooden tiles spread before them. Ming Yuan was holding a tile, triumphantly, her eyes squinting with delight. Atang, you lost again. Remember to come help me make a bee skin skirt tonight. Atang's face flushed crimson as she clutched her tile tightly, unwilling to let go. Let us play again. This time I will definitely win. Qinglan waved at Li Zhu with a smile. Ah Zhu, you're awake. Come see. Your Mingyuan has won 3 times. Li Zhu approached and sat down, and Mingyuan quickly made room for her. You came just in time. Help me determine if a Ning is cheating. A Ning pouted, laying her tiles bare. I'm not. I have a pure hand. Clearly, I have one. A cacophony of voices erupted, yet no one was genuinely upset. Their laughter rang out like silver bells across the clearing. Not far away, several beastmen, returning with their catch, paused at the sight. AMU, carrying a small deer on his shoulder, stared intently at Ning. She had braided her hair into 2 plaits adorned with red leather ties, her laughter causing her braids to sway behind her like 2 playful little deer. What are you staring at? Li Hang playfully nudged him, following his gaze and teasing. Shall we join the fun? AMU's face turned beet red, and he quickly lowered his head to unload his catch, his ears betraying his embarrassment. Li Cheng approached, a smile never leaving his lips as he took in the scene. Zhu had a splendid idea. It has been ages since our tribe has been this lively. The altar was impeccably tidy, the animal skins neatly stacked beside it, and the stone slabs gleamed brightly, with only remnants of charred marks on the ground, reminders of last night's bonfire festivities. The hunting team had a good haul today, Zeyu remarked, having appeared beside Li Zhu at some point, holding a piece of prepared deer meat. Shall we grill deer ribs for dinner? Li Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely, and let us add some moo beast oil and sprinkle some herbs. She was animatedly discussing when she felt a sudden kick from her baby, almost as if in agreement. Lizuchaklet, pating herbidi. See, even the little one is eager to eat. The setting sun bathed the sky in hues of orange and red, merging the sounds of the female's laughter, the beastmen unloading their catches, and the distant playful cries of the young ones into a warm melody. Leaning against Zeyu's shoulder, Li Zhu surveyed the scene before her and suddenly felt that the essence of tranquility lay precisely in moments like these. Having a beloved by her side, comrades around her, warm meals to savor, and a stable life to cherish. Li Zhu wished for the beast god to forever safeguard this little tribe, guiding them steadily through each day and year. Will we play cards again tomorrow? A Ning, buoyant from her recent victory, eagerly inquired. Indeed, Mingyuan rolled up her sleeves. We must determine the ultimate champion tomorrow. Laughter erupted again around the wooden table, and even the evening breeze seemed to carry a hint of joy, softly brushing against each face. As the sun's shadow gradually faded and the sky wore only a thin veil of red, the beastmen came to call their partners home for dinner, and the females reluctantly returned to their caves, still savoring the day's merriment. Chapter 45, 3. The vines at the cave entrance had sprouted anew, entwining the cave walls and climbing high. Over a month had passed in the blink of an eye, and only 15 days remained until Li Zhu would give birth. During this time, Fengmian was a bundle of nerves, both excited and anxious at the thought of their family soon welcoming 2 new lives. He wished to remain by Zhu's side at all times, fearful of any misstep. He had thought he was the only one feeling this way. Yet, Zeyu had been steadfastly guarding Zhu, not even noticing when the food in their space had been consumed. Moreover, their parents were making daily visits, with Li Hang being the most frequent. They came without fail, though it would be nice if they brought something along. At that moment, Li Zhu had just finished her meal and drifted off again. The shaman Jillian was channeling green energy into her body, conducting a health check. Granny Lan, how is it? Is Zhu and the baby doing well? Fengmian stood nearby, his anxiety palpable. Yes, all is well. The babies are healthy. Just be cautious with water intake over the next few days to avoid significant swelling. Granny Lan retracted her hand and retrieved a small bundle of herbs from her vine basket. I prepared some calming herbs for Zhu. You should use them for her foot soak tonight. It will help her sleep better. Zeyu nodded, his voice calm. Thank you for your hard work, Granny. No need for formality, she smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. Zhu is our tribe's treasure now. We must ensure she is well cared for so that she can give birth safely. As she prepared to rise, A sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, accompanied by heavy panting. As the craggy rocks flung open the curtain, a figure burst through, sweat glistening on his forehead and his fur skirt askew. Upon spotting Lon Popo, he exclaimed in a flurry, "Lon Popo, have you finished examining Azu? Come quickly with me." Lon Popo was startled, her hand instinctively patting her chest. "What is all this commotion about? What has happened?" "It's Atong," Sui-Yin stammered, his words tumbling out in haste. "Atong is pregnant. With 3 cubs." "What?" Lon Popo's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly dropping the wicker basket in her grasp. "Did you say Atong is expecting 3 cubs?" Zeyu and Fengmian exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting the surprise. Atong and Mingzhu had been together for over 8 months, and the tribe had hoped for news of her pregnancy. Yet no one anticipated the arrival of 3 cubs, a rarity in their clan. Sui-Yin nodded fervently, his face flushed. "It's true. This morning, Mingzhu and I felt it. I sense one of my cubs, while Mingzhu has too." Sui-Yin felt a tinge of bashfulness. However, it was not unusual for female rabbit beast folk to bear twins, though it did provoke much speculation. Upon hearing this, Fengmian was momentarily stunned. "Is it even possible? Why did I not receive such fortune?" Zeyu cleared his throat, turning to tend to Li Zhu. Sui-Yin's cheeks flushed deeper as he addressed Lon Popo once more. "Popo, Atong hasn't even come to terms with it yet. Mingzhu is trembling while holding her, so I hurried to summon you." "All right, I shall go at once." Lon Popo hastily set aside her wicker basket and stepped outside, only to turn back to remind Zeyu and Fengmian. "Ensure Aza eats smaller meals more frequently. Overindulgence may lead to complications with the cubs. Also, if Aza sleeps too soundly, rouse her to eat something. We shall remember, Popo. You go now. We will take good care of Azu," Fengmian assured, nodding earnestly. The news of Atong's pregnancy with 3 cubs was indeed a momentous occasion. Azu would surely be overjoyed upon awakening to this revelation. It seemed that the timings of Azu's and Atong's births would coincide closely, heralding a lively atmosphere in the tribe. Lon Popo hastened alongside Sui-Yin toward the Tong's cave. As they journeyed, the tribe members they encountered, upon hearing the news, eagerly followed, their faces adorned with smiles. "Atong is truly pregnant? With 3 cubs? My goodness, this is splendid news. Mingzhu and Sui-Yin must be overjoyed." Upon arriving at Atong's cave, they found her lying on the bed, a look of bewilderment upon her face, her hand resting gently on her seemingly swollen belly, still grappling with disbelief. She had always thought her weight gain was due to overeating. Little did she know, she was expecting 3 cubs. "Atong, are you well? Is there any discomfort?" Lon Popo inquired eagerly as she entered the cave. Mingzhu, hearing the voice, rushed forward, his voice trembling. "Popo, please check on Atong. We are terribly anxious." Atong lifted her gaze towards Lon Popo, her eyes reflecting a mix of uncertainty and hope. Lon Popo steadied herself and approached, placing her hand on Atong's abdomen, green energy radiating gently, initially furrowing her brows. After a while, a smile gradually appeared on her face. After a thorough check, she withdrew her hand and patted Atong's arm. "Everything is fine. The cubs are all healthy. In 20 days, you shall meet your little ones." "Is it truly so?" Atong's eyes glistened with tears, her voice tinged with joy. Mingzhu and Sui-Yin were equally overwhelmed, their eyes brimming with tears. The surrounding tribe members erupted in cheers, their congratulations ringing out in unison. "I knew Atong would surely conceive. 3 cubs. Our tribe shall welcome new life," Lon Popo added, emphasizing the importance of the event. Mingzhu nodded vigorously, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Rest assured, Popo, we will take utmost care of Atong." Indeed, Atong will soon enter her period of lethargy. Her body will grow wearier, so she must rest well and not overexert herself, Lon Popo advised meticulously. Upon hearing this, Atong's expression turned sour. "Oh no, my mahjong, my little Shu." Little Shu was a sweet potato Atong had nurtured herself, and she tended to it with great affection. Who could have imagined that just yesterday she was triumphantly playing, and now she must prepare to nest and await the arrival of her cubs? She pondered how Zhu had managed through the past 8 months. Contemplating Li Zhu brought a Tong to realize that perhaps the next 20 days would not be so arduous after all. Mingzhu and Suiyin continuously assured they would look after a Tong, which finally put Lan Popo at ease, as she understood a Tong's deep fondness for mahjong. Sometimes, she would forget to eat while engrossed in play. After imparting a few more pieces of advice, Lan Popo made her way back. Chapter 46. Anticipation when Li Zhu awoke. The light and shadows at the cave entrance had slanted down to the foot of her bed, enveloping the space in the warm languor of the afternoon. She blinked her eyes, consciousness slowly returning, the aroma of beast meat porridge still lingering in her nostrils. Awake now? Fengmian was seated beside her, carving wood. Hearing movement, he immediately set aside his task and came to support her. Are you hungry? There's warm beast meat porridge in the pot. Starving, Li Zhu nodded. After her nap, the meager meal from earlier had long been digested, and she now felt a gnawing hunger. Fengmian hurriedly brought over 2 generous bowls, and after Li Zhu devoured them, she felt somewhat better. Mian, I want more. Li Zhu extended her bowl, feeling only half satisfied. Fengmian shook his head. No, Lan Popo said you should eat smaller meals more frequently. We'll have more later. Upon hearing this, Li Zhu refrained from insisting. After all, it was her own discomfort that would follow. She obediently lay back. Sipping a bowl of warm water Fengmian brought her. Mian, after I fell asleep, I think I heard some commotion. Did anything happen at noon? Li Zhu inquired as she took small sips. Indeed, she had detected some sounds, but her fatigue had rendered her eyelids too heavy to open. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I was going to tell you the good news once you awoke. What good news? Did you find money? Upon hearing Fengmian mention good news, Li Zhu blurted out the first thing that came to mind, only realizing afterward how odd it sounded. Money? What is that? Fengmian queried, puzzled. Money is akin to crystal stones. Something that brings joy. Li Zhu dismissed the notion. Her curiosity piqued about the good news. It's about a Tong. Suiyin came by at noon and said a Tong is pregnant with 3 cubs. As Fengmian spoke, he silently made a note to himself. Zhu adored crystal stones, and he would ensure to bring plenty for her. Upon hearing that a Tong was expecting, Li Zhu was already in a state of shock. But the revelation of 3 cubs sent her into an even greater astonishment. Is it true? 3 cubs? Are they Mingzhu's or Suiyin's? A Tong is expecting 3 cubs. This news brought her more joy than if she were to be pregnant herself, as she had been so dazed when she first learned of her own pregnancy. Who could have anticipated that just yesterday she was sleeping soundly, and today she would be told of another's pregnancy? Fengmian heard Li Zhu inquiring about whose offspring a Tang was carrying and scratched his head. There are 2 from Mingzhu and 1 from Suiyin. Cough, cough. Li Zhu, who was drinking water, accidentally choked upon hearing this. Fengmian hurriedly approached, patting her back and offering her a bee skin towel. My goodness, this is simply monumental news. Before Li Zhu could fully process the shock, she heard Fengmian utter a statement that left her feeling heavy-hearted. Li Zhu, now that a Tang is expecting, our little ones will be able to play together. Fengmian expressed her excitement, envisioning a throng of little cubs frolicking about, undoubtedly a delightful sight. So absorbed was she in her anticipation that she completely overlooked the helplessness on Li Zhu's face. Who could understand? After enduring 8 arduous months of pregnancy, she would find that her offspring would only be a few days older than her dear friend Sai. Forget it. Li Zhu initially considered visiting a Tang, but upon glancing at her ballooning belly, she dismissed the idea. Shaking her head, she scanned the cave for Zeyu's figure, but not seeing him, she inquired, Where is Zeyu? He went to fetch a sunbathing lounge for you, Fengmian replied with a smile, adjusting the bee skin pillow behind her. You mentioned wanting to bask in the sun while you were napping this morning, and he remembered. He said he would find the sturdiest tree to make you a reclining wooden couch. Li Zhu then recalled her drowsy musings before sleep and couldn't help but laugh. He truly took that to heart. While she said this, warmth spread through her, akin to being drenched in the afternoon sun. A Tang situation was indeed the most pressing matter. Fengmian picked up a soft cloth nearby and gently wiped her cheek. You are both the best. I love you both dearly. Li Zhu smiled, handing her wooden cup to Fengmian. As Fengmian accepted it with a grin, she was about to say something further when the sound of footsteps came from the cave entrance. Mingyuan and Qinglan lifted the curtain and entered. "Is a Tang awake?" Mingyuan asked, carrying a small wicker basket filled with dried flower petals. Qinglan smiled as well. "We just came from a Tang's place. She was just mentioning you, saying that once you both give birth, she wants to play mahjong with you. And she has already thought of the stakes. Loser must take care of the winner's little one for a month. Does she even have the energy to think about this?" Lizu Shukalat. Did old Lady Lan not tell her to worry less? "She did, but you know how she is," Mingyuan replied, settling beside the bed and sniffing a piece of fragrant herb. "But one can't blame her for being happy with 3 little ones." Mingzhu and Suiyin look at her as if she is a rare treasure, practically carrying her as they walk. Qinglan laughed along. Indeed, just earlier, Mingzhu was squatting at the cave entrance peeling sweet fruit for a Tang, and Suiyin was inside laying bee skins, insisting on making it as soft as possible for her. Fearful she might be uncomfortable, the group exchanged stories about a Tang's amusing antics, and Li Zhu listened with her eyes crinkled in delight, her previous regrets considerably alleviated. Sunlight streamed through the cave ceiling and warmed her face, enveloping her in a cozy languor. "By the way, where is Zeyu?" Mingyuan glanced around but couldn't spot him. "He went to chop down a tree, saying he would make me a lounge chair to lie on and soak up the sun," Li Zhu explained, gesturing toward the cave entrance. "He is probably busy outside right now." No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud thud came from the entrance, followed by Zeyu's deep voice. "Fengmian, come out and help me hold his trunk." Fengmian responded and stood up to head outside, not forgetting to remind Li Zhu, "Stay seated and don't move around. I'll be right back." Mingyuan watched Fengmian's retreating figure with a smile. "These two are protective of you like precious gems." Li Zhu caressed her belly, a gentle smile gracing her face. Indeed, with them around, she had nothing to fear and no worries to bear. Outside the cave, Zeyu stood beneath a sturdy oak tree, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Beside him lay a freshly cut tree, thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Fengmian approached. "Isn't this a bit too thick? A Tang could roll around on it." "The thicker, the steadier," Zeyu replied, wiping his brow, his gaze focused. "It needs to be wide enough. Otherwise, I'm worried a Tang might fall off." He gestured as he spoke. Sunlight illuminated his muscular arms, with droplets of sweat trickling down, falling onto the leaves below and creating small damp spots. Observing his earnest demeanor, Fengmian felt a sudden realization. Zeyu was indeed a steadfast partner, becoming particularly meticulous when it concerned a Tang. Even his own demeanor seemed to grow steadier alongside her. Inside the cave, Li Zhu, Mingyuan, and Qinglan were discussing making little bee skin skirts for the cubs. "I've gathered a lot of soft rabbit fur. It will surely keep the little ones warm," Mingyuan said, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I have a piece of light blue bee skin, perfect for wrapping when the cubs are born." Qinglan chimed in. "A Tang, what color do you want?" "I have a piece of red bee skin that is also very soft." "Oh, a Tang is having 2 cubs. That works out perfectly. 1 for each." Li Zhu nodded with a smile. "All colors are fine, as long as they are soft. By the way, we also need to prepare some things for a Tang. She has 3 to care for, after all." "Don't worry, we planned everything. Just focus on waiting to give birth," Mingyuan assured, patting her chest. The sunlight gradually shifted, casting elongated shadows at the cave entrance. Leaning against the soft bee skin pillow, Li Zhu listened to the cheerful chatter of the women and inhaled the faint floral fragrance, feeling a deep sense of tranquility. She knew that in just 15 days, she would welcome her own little ones. Meanwhile, not far away, a Tang would greet 3 adorable new lives in 20 days. At that time, this small tribe would be filled with more cries and laughter, and many vibrant lives would grow in this land. The sounds of Zeyu and Fengmian's conversation drifted in from outside, suggesting that the lounge chair was nearly ready. Li Zhu looked toward the entrance, spotting 2 busy figures casting long shadows in the evening light, warm and reassuring. How wonderful it was. Chapter 47, The Birth. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Zeyu ventured into the Black Forest and stockpiled a considerable amount of beast meat and skins. Now, as the weather began to cool, Both Atang and the little ones would require abundant beast skins after their birth. Furthermore, Fengmian had tidied the entire home, airing out the hay and beast skins used for bedding to ensure a warmer sleep during winter. One day at dawn, before the first rays of morning light had crested the hills, Zhu was abruptly awakened by a sharp abdominal pain. Initially, it was a subtle ache, as if a tiny hand were gently twisting inside her. But before long, the pain surged like a tide, each wave more intense than the last, causing her to stifle a groan. Atang? Zeyu awoke almost instantly, reaching out to touch her forehead, which was slick with cold sweat. In the dim light of the cave, he saw Zhu's face pale, her brow furrowed, and her hand gripping the beast skin beneath her so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "It hurts." Zhu gritted her teeth, her voice trembling, while her other hand instinctively cradled her belly. "Zeyu, I think I'm about to give birth. Don't be afraid. I will fetch old Lady Lan right away." Zeyu's heart raced, and as he flipped out of bed, he nearly tripped over the beast skin. "Fengmian, wake up. Atang is going into labor." Fengmian, still caught in a dream, was jolted awake by his voice. Still dazed, she was already at Zhu's bedside. "Atang, are you okay?" "No time for chatter. I'm going to get old Lady Lan. You light a fire in the cave and prepare plenty of hot water." Before his words had fully left his lips, Zeyu dashed out of the cave, his voice echoing through the quiet tribe. "Father, mother, Atang is about to give birth." The cries echoed like a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, abruptly rousing Li Cheng Ming Yuan, Li Heng, and Feng Shan Qing Lan, who were still in slumber. The five sprang into action, bustling about to boil water and prepare animal skins, transforming the scene into a flurry of activity. When Zeyu returned home, carrying Granny Lan on his beast form, her hair was somewhat disheveled. Do not fret. A first-time mother-s labor is slow. Let her lie down comfortably first." Ming Yuan and Qing Lan had already positioned themselves nearby, holding clean animal skins and warm water that had been meticulously prepared in advance. "Zhu, do not be afraid. We are here for you," Qing Lan reassured, restraining the anxious Fengmian and nudging him outside the cave. "You all should step aside. Wait outside." Zeyu glanced back repeatedly until Li Cheng firmly pulled him out. The cave curtain fell behind them, isolating the scene within, leaving only the muffled cries of Zhu, piercing the hearts of every male present like needles. Inside the cave, Granny Lan orchestrated the proceedings with calm authority. "Ging Lang, bring the hot water over and fetch a clean cloth," she commanded. "Ming Yuan, hold Zhu's leg steady. Do not let her thrash about and waste her energy." Zhu trembled with pain, her consciousness fading, only hearing Granny Lan's voice beside her. "Zhu, push with all your might. Follow my rhythm, deep breaths good in and out. Now muster your strength." The abdominal pain surged, akin to a mountain pressing down upon her, compelling her to exert every ounce of her energy. Sweat soaked her hair, clinging to her cheeks, and a metallic sweetness surged in her throat, yet she dared not relent. She could sense the little ones were just beyond the threshold. Only a final push remained. Outside, the sky gradually brightened. Zeyu, Fengmian, and Li Heng paced restlessly at the cave's entrance, their footsteps leaving depressions in the earth. Li Cheng and Feng Shan, usually composed, now furrowed their brows, glancing towards the cave entrance, hardly daring to breathe. "Why is it so quiet in there?" Fengmian's voice was hoarse, his ear pressed against the curtain, yet he could only hear the drumming of his own heart. "Do not panic. Granny Lan has ample experience," Zeyu assured, though his own hands trembled more than Fengmian's. His gaze drifted to the distance, suddenly freezing in place. Ming Zhu and Sui Yin were cautiously helping Atang approach, her round belly heaving with each step, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "What are you doing here?" Zeyu approached, his brow furrowed. "Atang, you're due in 5 days. How can you be moving about?" "I wanted to check on Zhu," Atang replied, gripping Ming Zhu's hand, her complexion pale. "The little ones are fine. A few steps won't hurt. I must see her with my own eyes." She could feel the faint stirrings from within the cave, her palms sweating for Zhu. Sui Yin glanced towards the cave entrance, lowering his voice. "What is happening in there?" "I do not know. Let us wait a little longer," replied Zeyu, unease gnawing at him. Before long, a Ning and a Mu arrived, followed by other clansmen in succession. After a brief wait, a piercing cry of pain erupted from within the cave, followed closely by Granny Lan's voice. Put in more effort. We can see the head. The clanspeople outside instantly held their breaths, their hearts racing. Zeyu turned away, delivering a fierce punch to a nearby tree trunk, his knuckles oozing blood. Fengmian crouched on the ground, his shoulders trembling slightly. Time stretched infinitely, each moment laden with torment. The sun slowly revealed itself, illuminating the clearing at the cave's entrance, yet could not warm the anxious hearts of those waiting. Finally, as the sun rose to its zenith, a jubilant cry rang out from within the cave. It's here! It's here! Ming Yuan's voice, tinged with tears, brimmed with joy. Two little ones. Both are healthy. The cave curtain was swept aside, and Qing Lan emerged, cradling two bundles swathed in soft animal skins, her face a portrait of exhaustion, yet contentment. Two little ones. So robust and adorable. Upon hearing the news, Zeyu and Fengmian could hardly contain their eagerness to rush into the cave to see Zhu. Rest assured, Granny Lan has infused Zhu with energy. She is well now, merely sleeping, Qing Lan reassured, noting the concern in their eyes, which showed no signs of wanting to take the little ones. Upon hearing that they should not disturb Zhu, the two refocused their attention on the small bundles. Hesitantly, they approached, each taking one. Fengmian bent down, and in that fleeting moment he was utterly captivated. Heavens! Are the Bai Zhe clan's cubs this adorable? Two tiny creatures, no larger than a palm, gazed up at their surroundings with wide, sparkling eyes. Their fur was as white as snow, soft and smooth, immaculate like winter's blanket. A small, golden horn adorned their foreheads, and their eyes shone brightly, reminiscent of sapphires. They were utterly charming. A Tang, supported by Ming Zhu, leaned closer to gaze at the two little ones, unable to suppress her laughter. So cute. Congratulations to you both, she exclaimed, placing a gentle hand on her own belly, where she felt a subtle flutter, as if responding to the arrival of new life. At that moment, Granny Lan emerged. Upon seeing the cubs cradled by Zeyu and Fengmian, she couldn't help but admonish, hold them gently, support their heads. The two men stood rigid, as if cradling priceless treasures, their breaths barely audible. The little ones seemed to sense the familiar warmth, their tiny mouths smacking as they nestled comfortably, their eyes drifting shut. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the two tiny lives and illuminating the faces of everyone outside the cave. Zeyu gazed down at the cub in his arms, then turned to Zhu, who lay peacefully asleep within the cave, his eyes suddenly moist with emotion. Joy, fulfillment, and overwhelming gratitude washed over him. These were the children that Zhu had brought into the world for him. Granny Lan observed Zeyu and Fengmian. Go in and take a look. Be gentle, do not wake her. Zeyu and Fengmian carefully handed the cubs to the two mothers before tiptoeing into the cave. Zhu indeed slept soundly, her face still pale, but her lips slightly curved in a smile. Zeyu knelt beside the bed, tenderly brushing her damp hair aside, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. Fengmian held her hand, which trembled from the exertion of labor, and he gradually transferred warmth from his palm. Outside, Ming Yuan was cheerfully presenting the two cubs to the gathering crowd alongside Qing Lan. Li Hang watched the adorable little ones, feeling both happiness for Zhu and a dawning realization that having a child of his own might not be such a bad idea. It seemed the time had come for him to relinquish some responsibilities and contemplate his own life's milestones. The mountain breeze swept through the tribe, carrying the fragrant scent of greenery and the essence of new beginnings. In her dreams, Zhu stirred her fingers, sensing the warmth beside her, her brow relaxing completely. Chapter 48. Yu Chun and when Zhu awoke, the world outside was bathed in brilliant sunlight. The two cubs were nestled beside her, peacefully slumbering. Zhu gently shifted, drawing the little ones into her embrace. Oh my, I have given birth to two cubs. In her previous life, she had yearned for a fluffy pet, but circumstances had always thwarted her desires. Yet now, she had birthed two adorable, furry companions. As she gazed at her little ones, her affection grew, and she longed to scoop them up and shower them with kisses. They looked irresistibly cuddly, the kind of creatures one would yearn to hold close. If only I had a phone to capture this moment, she mused, filled with excitement at the thought of documenting their lives. How wonderful it would be to have games too. Once the cubs grow a bit, our family of 5 could easily team up. Just the thought filled her with exhilaration. While Zhu was lost in her joyful contemplation, Zeyu entered the cave, carrying a wooden bowl. Upon seeing her awake, he hurried over with the soup. Zhu, you have finally awakened. Are you hungry? I have just prepared a light broth of beast meat, and Granny Lon suggested that you drink plenty to aid in lactation. Upon hearing the words, aid in lactation, Zhu's expression changed dramatically. Oh no! She had only witnessed nursing in the modern world and had never seen how females in the beast realm nurse their young. Surely, it must be somewhat similar? Just in time, I am feeling quite hungry. Zeyu hurriedly placed the bowl aside, carefully helped Zhu to sit up, and moved the 2 cubs a bit farther away before slowly starting to feed Zhu the broth. She drank 2 large bowls before feeling considerably more comfortable. At that moment, Fengmian walked in, and Zeyu promptly reminded him to take good care of Zhu before taking the bowl outside to wash it. Mian, where have you been? Zhu reached out to pull Fengmian closer. Zhu, you are truly remarkable. You have given birth to 2 cubs. I just want to find father to ask him how to be a good dad. Fengmian scratched his head in embarrassment. Hearing this, Zhu couldn't help but smile. It seemed that both Zeyu and Fengmian were equally thrilled yet anxious, fearing they would not care for the cubs properly. Mian, you and Aze are both wonderful. You will make excellent fathers, so there is no need to worry. The cubs will surely adore you. Zhu gently cradled Fengmian's face and spoke earnestly. Fengmian looked deeply touched. Suddenly, a series of chirps drew their attention. Lowering her head, Zhu discovered her 2 sizable cubs gazing at her and Fengmian with round, innocent eyes. Oh, my dear cubs, you are awake. Are you hungry? Come, let your mother and father hold you. Zhu immediately released Fengmian's face, eagerly picking 1 cub up and placing it in Fengmian's arms while cradling the other herself. Huh, what is this? I was just moved, and suddenly I find myself with a cub. Fengmian looked at Zhu with a pitiful expression, his eyes filled with complaint. Zhu had no time to pay him any mind as she gently rocked the cub in her arms. Mian, turn around. I will feed this one first. Fengmian's face flushed, and he quickly turned away. Zhu cautiously fed the cub in her embrace. It felt a bit strange, but upon realizing it was her own cub, the oddity faded away. Before long, Zhu exchanged the cubs with Fengmian and began feeding again. When Zeyu entered, Zhu had just tied her bee-skin skirt. All right, little ones, are you full now? Chirp, chirp. We are full, mother. Are you happy now that you have met your parents? Although Zhu couldn't understand what her cubs were chirping about, she felt certain they were saying they were full. Don't ask why. It's the deep bond between mother and child, an instinctive intuition. Chirp, chirp. We are happy. Hearing their response filled Zhu with joy. She knew her cubs understood her words, as she had been able to comprehend her parents when she was born. However, she had been a female child, born in human form, and did not speak until she was over a year old, unlike her elder brother, who could speak at just over a month. Surely, her cubs would not take long to start speaking as well. By the way, they look identical. Who was born first? Zhu looked to Zeyu, the cub's biological father, expecting him to know. However, Zeyu was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten to ask Granny Lon and the others. He had been so worried at the time that this question had slipped his mind. Zeyu felt a bit flustered. Zhu, the one wrapped in the light blue bee skin, was born first, and the one in the red bee skin came afterward. Fengmian, seeing the confusion on Zeyu's face, realized he had forgotten to ask, thankful for his own cleverness. Hearing this, Zhu looked down at the light blue bee skin wrap in her arms, smiling gently and blissfully. By the way, Aze, have you thought of names for the 2 cubs? Zhu asked softly. She couldn't keep calling them just cubs. Let Zhu name them. As long as they are named by Zhu, we will all be happy, right, little ones? Chirp, chirp. Yes, yes. Let mother name us. Zhu pondered for a moment before not declining. In fact, she had already thought of several names, and now is the perfect time to let them choose 2. How about the eldest is called Yu Chun and the younger Yuan? Chun symbolizes brilliance like the stars, while it signifies a life of peace and security. Upon hearing these names, Zeyu and Fengmian became excited, especially Fengmian. Zhu, you are truly impressive. Both names are beautiful, and their meanings are wonderful. Since you all like them, let us go with these names. I am quite satisfied as well. Little ones, do you like these names? Zhu teased Yuchun in her arms and gently patted you and held by Zeyu. Chirp, chirp. We like them. Mother is amazing. Hearing the jubilant chirps, Zhu knew her cubs were pleased. She could hardly wait to hear her two cubs call her mother. Ze. How long until the Zhe clan's cubs can speak? Generally, it takes 2 months at most, but as little as half a month. Zeyu gazed tenderly at the cub in his arms, exuding a softness that could melt hearts. Zhu and Fengmian both distinctly felt that Zeyu's demeanor had transformed. If the previous Zeyu had exuded a sense of reliability and steadiness, the current Zeyu radiated a warmth that was entirely different from his earlier gentleness towards Zhu, infused now with an instinctive love and protection. Mian. Now that the cubs are born, I need to rest for a month. We want to be intimate during this time. The month following childbirth is crucial for recovery. Neglecting it would be detrimental to my health. Therefore, I will need you both to take care of me and the cubs. Zhu, your health is of utmost importance, and taking care of you and the cubs is our responsibility. How could it be a burden? I will go prepare dinner. Fengmian bent down to stroke Yuchun and Zhu's arms before heading out to cook. Before long, a simple yet delicious dinner was ready, and the family joyfully shared a meal before preparing for bed. Zhu lay in the nest, with her two cubs nestled beside her, and Zeyu nearby. Ze, are you happy to be a father? Zhu asked softly. I am happy, Zhu. Thank you, Zeyu replied, unable to resist kissing Zhu's forehead. Just as he was about to pull back, Zhu suddenly pressed his hand down. Ze, kiss me. Zeyu leaned down to kiss Zhu's forehead again, but she added, not there. Zeyu's face turned a light shade of crimson, his hands nervously clenching. Seeing him frozen in place, Zhu took the initiative to lift her head and kiss his lips. It felt like ages since she had last kissed him. Zeyu's breath caught, and he soon reciprocated, deepening the kiss. His movements were still cautious, but Zhu soon became bolder, her hands wandering at his waist. Zhu tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as she savored the warmth of his lips, a gentle wave of softness washing over her heart. Ze, you seem to become quite sturdy. She noticed the firmness of his abdominal muscles. Zeyu's hand gently encircled her waist, his grip tender, as if he feared to break her. After a long moment, he pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against hers, his voice low and husky. Zhu, please don't. Zhu merely smiled and pecked his lips again. She adored his unguarded demeanor, the golden markings on his forehead shining brilliantly whenever he was stirred. Zhu, if you continue like this, I may lose my composure. Zeyu buried his head in her neck, gently nibbling at her shoulder, his warm breath cascading over Zhu's skin, causing her heart to flutter. Ze, I was wrong, good night. Zhu dared not provoke him further, hastily retracting her mischievous hands and lying down obediently, especially since she had just given birth. Seeing her like this, Zeyu chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around her, his nose brushing against her hair. Zhu, is it not a tad late to say good night now? I fell asleep. What did you say? Zhu tightly shut her eyes, feigning ignorance, her expression one of innocence. Alas, what to do when a partner is too playful? What else but to indulge them? Good night, Zhu. Zeyu placed another kiss on Zhu's forehead before finally closing his eyes, embracing her. Chapter 49. A tang gives birth to cubs as autumn's essence drifted into the cave entrance. Zhu lay on a fur mat, watching Yuchun and Yuan frolic in their nest. The two little ones, only 5 days old, had shed their newborn softness, their snowy fur fluffy and their golden markings glimmering in the morning light. The two cubs tumbled over one another, their tiny paws stepping on each other's backs, emitting soft, muffled sounds resembling two rolling snowballs. Be careful, don't fall. Zhu reached out to steady Yuchun, who was attempting to climb out of the nest. The moment her fingertip touched its back, the little one burrowed into her palm, its tail playfully curling around her finger, tickling her and eliciting laughter. These 5 days of confinement in the cave had truly made her experience the meaning of time dragging on. During her pregnancy, lethargy had dulled her senses, but now, each awakening brought restlessness, as she listened to the sounds of her kin gathering firewood and laughing outside. Her hands and feet ached to venture out. Had it not been for the antics of these two little ones, she might have already flung aside the curtains and dashed out. Zhu, it's time to wash up. Zeyu entered with warm water, setting down the wooden basin just as Yuan poked its head out of the nest. Sniffing the air, it struggled to crawl past Yuchun, stumbling towards Zeyu's feet. The little one had only recently learned to walk, its steps unsteady, resembling a tipsy puppy. Upon reaching Zeyu's feet, it stumbled, its belly brushing the ground, startling Li Zhu considerably. Oh dear, the floor is so cold. She hurriedly lifted Yuan, but the little one squirmed in her embrace, its tiny paws clawing at her chest, eyes fixated on the fur towel in Zeyu's hands. It was freshly soaked in warm water, radiating warmth. Zeyu shook his head helplessly and handed over the fur towel. It seemed that after observing Zhu using it to wash her face, it too wished to do the same. Li Zhu had just finished wiping the faces of the two little ones with the fur towel when Fengmian's booming voice echoed from outside, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Zhu, Zeyu, a tang has given birth. 3 robust male cubs. Really? I was just about to ask. Li Zhu's eyes sparkled, and she sat up abruptly, causing Yuan in her arms to squeak in protest, burying its small head into her neck. Zeyu pressed down on her shoulder, his brow slightly furrowed. Don't rush. Both the tang and the cubs are safe. You mustn't get too excited in your current state. I'm not excited at all. Li Zhu raturta. Although her hands were already reaching for the thick fur at the bedside. I just want to take a look, just a glance. Look at how well I've been recovering these past few days. I feel as lively as ever. As she spoke, she swiftly wrapped herself in the thick fur, moving with the speed of the wind. She truly didn't resemble someone who had given birth just 5 days prior. A testament to how well she had been cared for. Zeyu watched the sparkle of joy in her eyes and couldn't help but smile, reaching out to help her adjust the fur before tucking the two little ones back in her arms. Let us go see them. Wrap up tightly. Don't catch a chill. Off we go. My little ones, Anyang is taking you to see your brothers. Yuchun and Yu and obediently nestled in her embrace, excitedly chirping in response. The wind outside carried a chill, swirling the fallen leaves on the ground. Li Zhu, cradled in Zeyu's arms, felt her cheek pressed against his solid chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat soothing her. Fengmian followed closely behind, carrying several pieces of fine fur. Since they were not far away, the group quickly arrived at a Tang's abode. Inside a Tang's cave, warmth enveloped them, infused with a faint aroma of meat. Suiyin was crouched by the fire, simmering meat soup, and upon seeing them, quickly shifted aside. Come in, the wind outside is rather cold. On the wooden bed, a Tang reclined against a soft pillow, her face still a bit pale, yet her lips curved into a smile. Beside her, 3 exquisite little cubs huddled together, their fur even sparser than that of Yuchun and Yuan at birth. At this moment, the 3 little ones were covered with thick fur, breathing evenly, their tiny mouths occasionally smacking, appearing more tranquil than Yuchun and Yuan. Zhu, what brings you here? A Tang attempted to raise her hand, but Ming Zhu gently restrained it. I came to see you and these 3 little treasures. Li Zhu allowed Zeyu to set her down on a small stool by the bed, then asked Fengmian to hand over the furs in his arms to Ming Zhu. These are for the 3 cubs. Fearing a Tang would refuse, Li Zhu hastily added. Seeing her earnestness, a Tang graciously accepted the furs. Look at this all-white one. It grabbed my hand as soon as it was born. This one is the eldest, a cub of Ming Zhu. The second one has a bit of black fur and is also Ming Zhu's. The third is a little one with an entirely black coat, a cub of Suiyin. A Tang pointed out each of the little ones with a smile. Wow, they're all so adorable. Li Zhu couldn't help but exclaim as she gazed at the 3 quiet little ones. Suiyin, crouched at the edge of the bed, held a dried willow leaf, carefully touching his cub's little nose. Upon hearing Li Zhu's words, he nodded vigorously. The Tang's cubs are all adorable. Li Zhu was amused by his serious demeanor, reaching out to touch the little one's ear, which was as soft as cotton. A tang for this month. You mustn't get out of bed or touch cold water. It's very important. A tang sighed. I understand. I'll heed your words. She cast a glance outside the cave. Speaking of which, I'm still concerned about my little shoe. I wonder if it has grown. It's been ages since I last checked on it. A tang. That little shoe is waiting for you to take it home. Zhu helped her adjust the fur, finding the situation quite amusing. After all, it was her own labor of love, so it was only natural to keep it in her thoughts. Just as they were talking, Yu Chun and Yu and in Li Zhu's arms suddenly chirped in unison, as if protesting their neglect. Li Zhu lifted the fur, covering her arms, and saw the two little ones struggling to climb out, their round eyes fixed on the three cubs in the nest, their tails standing straight up. Babies, look quickly. These are your three little brothers, a Tang Ai's cubs. Li Zhu smiled as she brought the two little ones out, and as soon as they touched the ground, they scrambled toward the Tang, baring their teeth at the three little rabbits inside, looking adorably fierce. Zeyu swiftly pulled them back. Don't be disruptive. A Tang Ai needs to rest. The two little ones whined in protest, their small heads drooping. They merely wished to play with their three brothers. A Tang chuckled at the sight. These two little ones are just as lively as you. Li Zhu held a Tang's hand, exchanging a few more heartwarming words. Noticing the weariness in a Tang's eyes, she prepared to take her leave. Rest well. I'll come see you again in a few days. Once outside the cave, the wind had grown even cooler, causing Li Zhu to huddle her neck. Zeyu tightened his embrace around her, resting his chin atop her head. Are you cold? Not at all. Li Zhu shook her head, her gaze falling upon the thick carpet of fallen leaves on the ground, suddenly struck by an idea. Zeyu, shall we gather some maple leaves to take back? They're so red and beautiful. Zeyu chuckled helplessly. You, just after visiting a Tang, are already thinking about collecting leaves. He spoke those words, yet he still bent down to pick up the most vibrant maple leaf and handed it to her. Li Zhu twirled the leaf between her fingers, captivated by how the sunlight filtered through its veins, casting intricate patterns of light into her palm. At that moment, she felt a surge of determination. She could certainly utilize this period of confinement to engage in significant endeavors to pass the time. She found herself inexplicably eager to return home. She needed to organize her thoughts and determine what she should set out to accomplish. No more collecting leaves, A's. Let us head home quickly. I've remembered something important. Li Zhu exclaimed with impatience to Zeyu. He obliged, cradling her in his arms as they made their way home. The wind was blustery outside, and he had no desire to keep her out longer, but he cast a glance at Fengmian. Upon meeting his gaze, Fengmian understood his unspoken message. Rest assured. Leave it to me. Chapter 50. Learning to play chess upon returning to the cave. Zeyu carefully placed Li Zhu back in their nest and set the two little ones beside her. You two, keep your mother company and don't wander off. I'm going to prepare lunch, he warned with a stern look at the little ones. The cave floor was already muddy, and he was reluctant to clean them up, especially as the weather had turned colder, making it even less suitable for washing. However, he was genuinely curious. The two little ones had so little fur at the moment that they sometimes ran around without even wearing the specially tailored animal skin garments made for them by Ming Yuan and the others. He couldn't fathom how they managed to stay warm. Yu Chun and Yu exchanged a guilty glance upon receiving Zeyu's warning, and they immediately approached Li Zhu, obediently curling up in her embrace and gazing up at her with innocent eyes. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Oh, dear mother, father is so fierce. He is nothing like the gentle Fengmian. Li Zhu chuckled, pulling the two little ones closer, stroking their heads with affection, before shifting her gaze back to Zeyu. All right, don't be too harsh on them. They're still young. Go prepare the meal. I'll keep an eye on them. Chun and will behave. Right? Chirp, chirp, chirp. We always listen to our mother. Zhu, seeing their compliance, finally stepped out to prepare lunch for the family. Once Li Zhu watched Zeyu's figure disappear completely, she turned her attention back to the two little ones in her arms. All right, now mother has something important to do. Chun and will stay quietly. One to you? Chirp, chirp, chirp. What are you going to do, mother? Li Zhu paid no mind to their chirping and set them aside, instructing them to behave while she closed her eyes to contemplate. My dear little ones, it's not that I wish to ignore you. It's just that I cannot comprehend what you are chirping about. Yu Chun and Yu shared a look. equally puzzled about their mother-s intentions. But remembering their father-s warning, they dared not run off, instead choosing to lie quietly beside Li Zhu. The two brothers nestled closely together. With her eyes closed, Li Zhu began to ponder what further contributions she could make to the tribe. Food. It was not an ideal season to discover new food sources in the forest, though perhaps she could enhance their cooking. Autumn fruits seemed plentiful. She would instruct her elder brother and the others to pay attention and bring back any unfamiliar wild fruits they encountered. Drinks? It appeared there were no tea leaves around, and the ingredients for brewing alcohol were insufficient. Yet, she found the thought of everyone becoming intoxicated, particularly the males turning into their rabbit forms and hopping about, quite amusing. Games? Yes, that could work. Currently, the only source of entertainment in the tribe was mahjong. She could teach the young ones some games suitable for them, perhaps act tossing? Or maybe she could construct simple slides from wood for the little ones to play on, as wood was abundantly available in their world, making it quite easy to craft. And for the elders, chess. This was also simple to create and not troublesome at all. In her modern life, she often observed groups of elderly men playing chess in the park. It would also work. Although they lacked black and white stones, they had wood, square and round. It didn't have to be identical. It just needed to be functional. After lunch, she would first teach A's and Mian how to play, and then send them to instruct the others. What a delightful decision it was. Li Zhu could hardly contain her excitement. She firmly believed that happiness and joy were fundamentally self-created. The key to enhancing one's happiness lay in the satisfaction derived from daily life. Therefore, enriching everyone's existence was of utmost importance. As Li Zhu was deeply engrossed in her thoughts, the cheerful voice of Fengmian echoed from the cave entrance. Zhu, little ones, come quickly and see what I brought back. Li Zhu lifted her head to see Fengmian holding a large bundle of fiery red maple leaves, tied together with animal sinew, resembling small flames that illuminated Fengmian's beaming face. The two little ones, hearing the commotion, strained to stand and peered eagerly. Wow, how beautiful! Where did you find these, Mian? Li Zhu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Fengmian, who was instantly delighted by her expression, responding with a proud grin. Right? I think they're stunning too. Zhu, I specially gathered these for you from outside the tribe. Li Zhu joyfully accepted the leaves, cherishing them in her hands, and when she heard the little ones chirping incessantly, she bent down to show them. Zhu, I only chose the brightest ones. Seeing Zhu's delight filled Fengmian with immense joy and satisfaction. They are truly beautiful. Thank you, Mian. Fengmian's ears turned pink from the compliment. And just as he was about to say something, Zeyu entered with a wooden basin filled with golden brown roasted meat and soft, sweet potatoes. The little ones, enticed by the aroma, immediately jumped from Li Zhu's side and wobbled towards Zeyu, their little tails wagging like rattles. It's time to eat. Zeyu placed the wooden basin on the stone table and then retrieved a wooden jar filled with thick, nourishing bone broth. This soup is good for your health. Be sure to drink plenty. The family gathered around the stone table, with Fengmian eagerly serving soup to Li Zhu, while Zeyu patiently tore the meat into small pieces, occasionally offering a morsel to Li Zhu. Yu-chun and Yuan nestled on their little stools, happily gnawing on the sweet potatoes Zeyu had given them, their faces brimming with satisfaction. By the way, Mian, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Li Zhu swallowed the meat in her mouth, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the two. I want to teach you both two new games called chess and go. I cannot venture out at the moment, so you'll need to learn and then teach the others in the tribe to keep everyone entertained during the winter. New games? Fengmian's eyes lit up, nearly dropping his chopsticks in excitement. Are they more fun than mahjong? Each has its own charm. Li Zhu set down her wooden bowl, picked up a piece of charcoal, and began to draw a grid on a wooden block. Go is simple. Whoever connects 5 pieces in a row wins. Chess is more complex, with various pieces like kings, generals, and elephants, each with their own moves, requiring strategy. Zeyu observed the grid on the wooden block, deep in thought. It sounds akin to strategizing during a hunt. Precisely. Li Zhu's enthusiasm ignited as she finished her meal in a few swift bites and pulled the two closer to the wooden table. Now let us start with Go. Once you master it, we'll give it a try. Yu Chun and Yu and also gathered around, crouching at the edge of the table, their little noses occasionally sniffing the charcoal, as if to ascertain whether it was edible. Li Zhu first drew 19 horizontal and vertical lines on the board, then had Zeyu produce a set of square wooden blocks and collect some small stones. The wooden blocks would represent one side, while the stones would represent the other. Players would take turns placing their pieces, aiming to connect 5 in a row, horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, to win. As she spoke, she demonstrated by placing a wooden piece in the center of the board. For instance, one must consider how to form a continuous line while simultaneously obstructing the opponent. Zeyu, diligent in his studies, quickly grasped the nuances of the game, placing his pieces with poise, consistently thwarting the bamboo just as she was on the verge of connecting her pieces. Fengmian, however, was in a rush, focused solely on advancing his own strategy, and several times fell victim to Zeyu's counterattacks, exasperatedly tugging at his hair. Alas, another defeat. Zeyu, why didn't you wait for me to think? Chess requires seizing the initiative. Zeyu replied coolly, though his gaze lingered on Labambu's face, observing her eyes sparkling with joy, her lips curling into a faint smile. Beside them, Yu Qin, weary of the game, suddenly pawed at a stone, mimicking Labambu's earlier actions by placing it on the board, landing it precariously beside Zeyu's recently placed piece, as if obstructing the path. "Oh, how clever you are, Chuncheng!" Labambu chuckled, affectionately patting its head, and the little creature chirped proudly, its tail standing erect. Fengmian, unwilling to concede, urged Zeyu for another match. This time he was more prudent, scrutinizing the board for an extended period before making his move, muttering to himself, "If I block here, you'll surely aim to connect over there." Yet, after only a few moves, Zeyu exposed a flaw, aligning 4 pieces in a row, merely 1 piece away from victory. Fengmian stared at the board in disbelief, suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "That doesn't count. I was distracted just now. To lose is to accept the wager." Zeyu gathered the pieces together, turning to Labambu. "Please teach us Xiangqi again." With a smile, Labambu nodded, sketching a simple Xiangqi board on another piece of wood while explaining the rules. "This is the Chu River and Han border. Here is the Shuai, and there is the Jiang. The Shi cannot meet face to face. The Xiang moves diagonally. The Ma moves in an L shape. The Zhu moves in a straight line, and the Pao leaps over obstacles." She omitted the complexities of the Ma's movements, as she herself was uncertain when the Ma could pivot. Her explanation was thorough, and Zeyu listened attentively, nodding occasionally to commit the information to memory. Meanwhile, Fengmian furrowed his brow, tapping the board with his fingers as if solving a conundrum. Why can't the Ma move in a straight line? Wouldn't that be faster? It is the rule. Labambu lifted a wooden Ma, demonstrating on the board. Just as in hunting, we cannot pursue injured young beasts. We must adhere to the rules. As she spoke, Fengmian abruptly stood up. "I'll fetch a larger piece of wood. It will look even better." Without waiting for Labambu's response, he dashed out like a gust of wind, returning shortly with 2 smooth planks, still dusted with fresh wood shavings. Zhu used this to draw. He placed the planks on the wooden table, his eyes shining with excitement. "Make it larger, so it is clearer." Labambu smiled as she picked up the charcoal and began to draw meticulously on the planks. Zeyu squatted beside her, steadying the wood, while Fengmian leaned in closely, reciting the rules of the Chu River and Han border. The 2 little ones perched at the table's edge, their tiny paws grasping the sides of the planks, utterly engrossed. Sunlight filtered through the vines at the cave's entrance, casting dappled shadows upon the planks. The sound of charcoal gliding across would blending with Fengmian's occasional exclamations and the chirps of the 2 little ones, creating a lively melody. Chapter 51. Crafting the chessboard. The autumn sunset always carries a unique clarity and gentleness. It lacks the fervent exuberance of summer and the stark chill of winter. The afterglow spills over the golden forest and the crimson maple trees, painting the sky in a gradient of orange, yellow, and pale purple, enveloping all in a warm, soft light. Even the wind carries a hint of lazy warmth, prompting one to slow down and revel in this exclusive autumnal romance. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the warm golden light poured into the cave, Le Bamboo had successfully taught all 4 members of her family, and she suddenly felt a bit parched. All right, it's getting late. Mian Mian, please prepare dinner. A's, gather some more wood for the chessboard and pieces, and pick some Mo Huan Lian and Jin Chao. Once everything is prepared, we can place it on the altar for everyone to use. Le Bamboo felt a rare sense of having worked hard all day. Despite the fatigue, she felt fulfilled and joyful, especially in the company of her family. Then we should aim to create a fine chessboard and pieces tonight, so that you can teach everyone tomorrow. Le Bamboo approached the wooden basin to wash her hands and then cleaned the 2 little ones with a hide cloth. Fengmian and Zeyu glanced outside, and indeed, the sky had darkened. They noted Le Bamboo's earlier instructions and hurriedly set to work. Le Bamboo, meanwhile, cradled the 2 little ones, reclining leisurely as she occasionally teased them. Chin Cheng and Anan, when will your mother finally hear you speak? I can hardly wait for you to call me mother. My little ones, grow up quickly. Le Bamboo gently stroked the heads of her 2 little ones, who squinted in bliss, reveling in the comfort. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Mother, we also wish to grow up quickly. Before long, Le Bamboo had fallen asleep with the 2 little ones in her embrace, the scene radiating warmth. Yet, it seemed she had barely closed her eyes when Fengmian awakened her. He entered with a pot of hearty meat soup. Zhu, little ones, it's time for dinner. He placed the wooden bowl on the table, steam wafting up, carrying the rich aroma of meat. Le Bamboo, still drowsy, opened her eyes to find the 2 little ones, equally groggy, pawing at their faces. Zeyu entered through the cave's mouth, washing his hands at the basin. He then took a piece of hide, walked over to the nest, helped Le Bamboo sit up, and wiped her face before casually wiping the 2 little ones' faces with the same cloth. Zhu, it's time to eat. Shall we eat first and then sleep? The 3, having just drifted off, were slowly coming to their senses. It smells so good. Mian Mian's cooking skills are improving. Le Bamboo could not help but swallow her saliva at the rich aroma. Indeed, Fengmian puffed his chest proudly, suddenly recalling something. After dinner, I want to play another game of Xiangqi with Zeyu. This time, I will definitely win. Zeyu took a bite of meat and glanced at him. Win at 5 in a row first. You. Fengmian bit into the meat, visibly annoyed. While Le Bamboo enjoyed her fried meat, she gazed outside at the setting sun, suddenly remembering something. A's, do we have enough Mo Huan Lian and Jin Chao? There are many people in the clan. We need to make several sets of Xiangqi, and we should also collect some smooth stones for 5 in a row to avoid hurting our hands. Enough. Zeyu offered her a piece of meat. I checked by the creek this afternoon. The Mo Huan Lian is thriving, and there is plenty of Jin Chao. Tomorrow, I will gather more and collect a basket of round stones. He paused and added, there are many stones by the altar. We could carve the chessboard onto those stones, so we need not worry about rain. That sounds great. Le Bamboo's eyes brightened. Carve it deeply and fill it with Mo Huan Lian juice. It will be both clear and durable. Fengmian, with his mouth full of sweet potato, mumbled in agreement. I want to go too. You should first learn not to let Zeyu's pal capture your Jew. Le Bamboo teased him. Fengmian's face flushed, and he busily stirred his rice, muttering, I was just letting him win. After dinner, Zeyu set about tidying the wooden pieces, while Fengmian volunteered to do the dishes. The 2 little ones lay on Le Bamboo's lap, dozing, their little bellies round like they had swallowed 2 plump wild fruits. Le Bamboo gently caressed their soft fur, listening to the rising wind outside the cave, her heart feeling warm and content. Zhu, what do you think of this? Zeyu entered with a smoothly polished piece of wood, the outline of the chessboard drawn with Mo Huan Lian. I plan to carve the Xiangqi board to 2 feet square and make the 5 in a row board larger for the elders to see. Le Bamboo leaned in to inspect. The edges of the board were rounded and smooth, feeling warm and comfortable to the touch. It looks beautiful. Let us proceed with this design. The chess pieces should be carved a bit larger. The current ones are too small to see clearly. Zeyu nodded in agreement and began to meticulously carve the wooden board using his extraordinary abilities. Fengmian, having finished washing the dishes, entered to find Zeyu engrossed in his work. He also took a stool and sat down beside him, starting to polish the stones. However, he worked too quickly, and several times he nearly hurt himself on the sharp edges, which made Li Zhu chuckle. Take your time. No one is rushing you. Fengmian obediently acknowledged and slowed his movements considerably, diligently polishing the stones while occasionally lifting them to the light, as if inspecting some rare treasure. The two little ones, having rested enough, curiously approached Zeyu's feet, pawing at the scattered wood shavings, concerned that they might get pricked by splinters. Zeyu gently picked them up and placed them in Li Zhu's arms. As night fell, Zeyu had successfully carved a complete chessboard, filling the grooves with ink from the dark lotus, making it appear strikingly clear and distinct. Fengmian had also polished a small basket of stones, ensuring they were evenly sized and smoothly rounded. I'll make a few more tomorrow, and we can use this to teach everyone first. Zeyu leaned the chessboard against the wall, admiring his handiwork with satisfaction. Li Zhu yawned, cradling the two little ones as she moved them to their nest. You've worked hard. Once the new chessboards are ready, I'll challenge you to a game. Sure. Fengmian's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will definitely win. Zeyu remained silent, gently covering Li Zhu with animal skins and placing the two little ones into the cozy nook, his movements tender as if afraid to disturb the moonlight. That night, Fengmian accompanied Li Zhu to sleep. Zeyu called out a good night and stepped outside to wash up before retreating to the adjacent room. After completing his own washing, Fengmian slowly climbed into bed. The two little ones were already fast asleep, oblivious to the world, their soft snores barely audible. Fengmian embraced Li Zhu, showering her with kisses until she found it hard to breathe and felt dizzy from the affection. Only then did he ease up, holding Li Zhu closely as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 52. Contentment on a splendid autumn afternoon. The stone table beside the altar was always bustling with people. Zeyu and Fengmian had just arranged the two newly carved chess sets when Li Cheng rushed over, pulling Fengshan along, a half-eaten roasted sweet potato clutched in his hand. Today I must win against you. Li Cheng set the sweet potato down on the stone table and picked up the red pieces to set them up. Before the horse could even take its position, Fengshan held his hand down. Who was it yesterday that took back their move 5 times, claiming they were confused? Fengshan raised an eyebrow, tapping the boundary of the Chu River and Han realm on the chessboard. If you want to win, you must play by the rules. Li Cheng's face flushed as he shook off Fengshan's hand. Who took back their move? Certainly not me. Enough chatter, let us play. The two engaged in a lively exchange, the sounds of pieces clicking resonating in the air. Li Cheng, eager to attack, set up his cannon, aiming for the opponent's king, only to be halted by a small horse from Fengshan that intimidated him into retreat. Fengshan played steadily and cautiously, securing his pieces tightly. Occasionally, he maneuvered his chariot to flank, which drove Li Cheng to pull at his hair in frustration. Why is your elephant always blocking my way? An elephant is meant to guard the home. Should it assist you in battle? My cannon can traverse mountains, while yours is 2 pieces away, merely striking air. The elderly onlookers chuckled heartily, leaning against the stone table with their staffs. Ah Cheng, playing chess is like hunting. It requires precision and patience, waiting for the right moment to strike, lest you waste your efforts. Li Cheng, however, paid no heed. His eyes widened as he stared at the board, pondering for a moment before suddenly moving his king forward square. Fengshan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What is this? Running out of usable pieces? Are you sending your king to the battlefield personally? Laughter erupted around them. Even the passing young ones paused, tilting their heads to witness Li Cheng's folly. Li Cheng's neck turned red, yet he defiantly retorted, I want to hurry up and make your move. Thus, the afternoon passed in noisy merriment. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows, Li Cheng's stomach growled, prompting him to slap his thigh. Oh no, I need to hurry home to cook. He dashed away but turned back after a couple of steps to call out, We'll continue tomorrow. I will definitely win. Fengshan waved him off, chuckling at his retreating figure. When he looked down to gather the chess pieces, he realized he had forgotten to return home to cook for Qinglan, prompting him to hastily hurry back. Little did he know, Ming Yuan and Qinglan were currently frolicking joyously with their friends, having completely forgotten about dinner. In the cave, Li Zhu reclined on the animal skins, watching as Yuchun and Yuan played together in their nest. The 2 little ones had steadied their running, their snow-white fur sparkling with flecks of light, resembling glutinous rice dumplings rolling about. Their tails wagged as they scampered, chirping excitedly, creating a lively atmosphere. As Li Zhu played with the two little ones, Fengmian entered, holding an unfinished chess piece. Zhu, I taught a few more today, but there's one elder who insists on moving the horse in a straight line, claiming it's faster. Li Zhu laughed, patting the spot beside her. It's fine. Let them figure it out at their own pace. This game is meant to pass the time, and pondering it slowly makes it more enjoyable. Mian, come here. I need to tell you something. Fengmian settled beside her, just about to inquire when Li Zhu grasped his arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mian, you must train diligently to strive for an early promotion. Huh? Fengmian was taken aback. Why are you suddenly saying this? I've been practicing consistently. Panic surged within him, wondering if Zhu thought he was too weak. He couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. I know. Mian, don't be anxious. I was just thinking, with your spatial teleportation, once you reach the 10th tier, can you go wherever you wish? I'm not sure, but it should be like that, right? There aren't many rumors about this ability throughout the beast world. Fengmian felt somewhat reassured. Yet he also eagerly anticipated controlling this power, enabling him to go anywhere he desired. Li Zhu leaned closer, her voice filled with glee. Just think, once you can control it, our family can go wherever we please. In spring, we can see the flowers bloom on the northern continent. In summer, we can visit the sea on the eastern continent. In autumn, we can watch the sunset over the long river on the western continent. And in winter, we can hide away on the southern continent, where it's warm. As she spoke, she gestured animatedly, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. We can take the little ones, bring a Zeyu along, and everyone can travel together, experiencing different landscapes and exploring other tribes. How wonderful would that be? She had long envisioned such a life. Living this way would be utterly delightful. Wouldn't it? We could build a house on each continent. It would be no different from owning a home in modern-day Beijing, one in Shanghai, one in Hainan, and one in Xinjiang. We could choose where to live without long travels. We could just zip there in an instant. She had been in the beast world for quite some time and had yet to see the ocean. Fengmian was captivated, his eyes widening as the chess piece slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Can it really be like that? Of course. Li Zhu clapped his hands, her tone serious. Mian, our family's happiness relies on you. But there's no need to rush. What if this teleportation requires other conditions? Just do your best. I believe in you. Fengmian abruptly stood up, puffing out his chest and clenching his fists tightly. Zhu, don't worry. I will practice diligently. I'm going to find Zeyu right now, he declared with determination, turning to dash out and nearly knocking over a wooden jar at the door. Shouting as he went, Zeyu, come train with me. Li Zhu watched his retreating figure, smiling as her plans grew clearer. Mian, come back. The sun is about to set. Are you still going to train? Aren't you going to eat? Fengmian paused upon hearing her words. All right, I'll go cook now. Zhu, you should rest well. I'll hunt for a couple of high-tier wild beasts tomorrow. Li Zhu couldn't help but chuckle at Fengmian's dazed expression. Goodness, Mian is just too adorable. Mian, let us postpone the meal for a while. Come here quickly. She now yearns to embrace him, desiring to snuggle closely. Fengmian, perplexed, returned to the bedside, initially thinking that Zhu had something more to say, only to hear her utter, Mian, transform back into your original form. I wish to hold you, and remember to shrink a bit. Upon hearing this, Fengmian felt utterly helpless. He realized that Zhu had no resistance whatsoever to fluffy creatures. Nevertheless, he complied and transformed into a fox beast form, which was twice the size of the two cubs. Fengmian's fiery red fur shimmered under the light like satin, and his bushy nine tails resembled a bouquet of exploded pom-poms. Zhu immediately shifted the two cubs aside, opened her arms, and pulled Fengmian into her embrace, burying her face in his soft neck fur, rubbing it affectionately. A soft purr escaped Fengmian, his nine tails instinctively unfurling and wrapping around Zhu's body, while his furry ears twitched, tickling her chin. Yuchen and Yuan approached, bumping their little heads against Fengmian's belly, chirping incessantly. Fengmian, you look so handsome. I really like you. Zhu smiled, one hand stroking the fox while the other caressed the cubs, feeling an unprecedented sense of contentment. Indeed, nothing is as comforting as fluffiness, she murmured, her fingers gliding through the smooth fur, burying her face even deeper. Fengmian felt a delightful tingling throughout his body, his mind becoming foggy. He couldn't help but think that it was fortunate he was in his beast form, as Azu and the cubs couldn't discern his true nature. However, at that moment he truly wished the setting sun had not yet completely descended, and the unfinished chess game remained on the stone table by the altar. The evening breeze rustled the fallen leaves, producing a crisp sound, as if gently keeping time for the lively day. Chapter 53. Leisure time as the morning light began to seep through the cave entrance. Zeyu had already prepared to set off. He helped Azu adjust the beast skin blanket, glanced at the sleeping Azu and the cubs nestled in the nest, and quietly addressed Fengmian, who was squatting at the door preparing the beast meat. I will venture into the depths of the Black Forest. You stay here and keep watch. Our stock of meat is running low. Fengmian had just finished washing the beast meat and looked up upon hearing this. Rest assured, I will take good care of Azu and the cubs. Unbeknownst to them, Azu had awakened, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. The sudden movement disturbed Yu Chen, who chirped and burrowed into her neck. Azu, did I wake you? Zeyu quickly inquired, reaching out to support her. Azu patted the little cub's back and looked at the two. No, I woke up naturally. Aze, are you going hunting? Even if she hadn't woken naturally, she would say she did. Yes, the meat at home is limited, so I will gather more. It is still early. Should we sleep a bit longer? Or are you hungry? Should I ask Fengmian to cook? Aze, I am neither hungry nor sleepy. Indeed, one could tell a man's character by the details. Since you're going hunting, why not take Mian along? The beasts are plump in autumn, and with both of you, you could be swifter. Plus, Mian needs to improve as well. You need not worry about me. I will take the cubs to Appa and Amia's place, and let Appa from Fengshan come help keep an eye on them. With Appa being 8th tier, it will be very safe. Zeyu frowned. But, no buts. Just listen to me. If you two catch more this time, you can space out the next hunt. Zeyu and Fengmian considered her words and found them reasonable. The efficiency of two was indeed greater than that of one. After pondering, Zeyu bent down and pinched Azu's cheek. Then we shall heed Azu's advice. Fengmian, go check if Appa and Amma are awake. All right, I will go now. Fengmian responded and dashed outside, returning shortly. Azu, Appa and Amma are awake. Appa is sitting at the cave entrance, drinking water. Good, then you all take me and the cubs over. The sooner we set off, the sooner we can return. By the way, if you encounter some pheasants, you can catch a few live ones to bring back for eggs. After Azu finished speaking, she gently lifted the two cubs, wrapped them in a piece of beast skin, and handed them to Zeyu. Seeing this, Fengmian quickly stepped forward to lift Azu, securely wrapping her in the beast skin. The family of 5 headed towards the neighboring cave. In the adjacent cave, Li Cheng was leisurely sitting at the entrance drinking water, while Ming Yuan was tying her hair with beast tendons, and Li Heng was still in the nest. Today, the hunting team was resting, giving Li Heng a rare opportunity to sleep in, but this chance wouldn't last long. When Azu arrived and heard Amma say that Age was still sleeping, she proposed to Zeyu and Fengmian to take Li Heng along. She thought that since Zeyu and Fengmian couldn't constantly attend to everyone, it was crucial for Age to gain strength. With Aze and Mian around, Age could not only achieve more with less effort, but also not worry about safety. Rather than creating an environment where Age could lay idle, she preferred for Age to possess formidable strength. After all, being strong is the true path. Moreover, she was also considering finding a partner with high fertility for Age in the future. One idle person in the family was enough. No, she lacked special abilities and couldn't cultivate. Yes, that's it. It's definitely not because she is lazy. It's absolutely not because she doesn't want to. Fengmian also felt it was a good idea, as this way, he would have someone to train with. Thus, without further ado, they headed towards Li Heng's nest, where Fengmian picked him up. Li Heng, still in a dream, was abruptly lifted, and as he drowsily opened his eyes to see Fengmian, he was immediately filled with rage. Fengmian, are you insane? It's so early in the morning. Before Li Heng could finish his sentence, he was carried away by Fengmian. Azu and Ming Yuan watched, finding it quite amusing. Age, good luck. Azu even cheered him on, leaving Li Heng utterly bewildered. Half an hour later, Li Cheng's cave was bustling with activity. Li Cheng had just cooked sweet potatoes, and a fragrant steam filled the cave. Yu Chen and Yuan were perched on the wooden table, their little paws clutching the edge, staring hungrily at the pot of sweet potatoes. Eat slowly, they're hot. Qinglan scooped out 2 pieces with a wooden spoon, cooling them before placing them into the cubs' designated wooden bowls. Soon, the 2 little ones' snow-white fur was dusted with sweet potato crumbs, resembling a sprinkle of sugar. Li Cheng and Feng Shan finished clearing the bowls and chopsticks, setting up the chessboard in the morning light. Li Cheng, playing the red pieces, had learned his lesson this time, first moving the elephant to guard the home while subtly positioning the cannon at the riverbank, eyeing Feng Shan's chariot. Yesterday's loss was a fluke. Today I won tea, let it happen again. He pretended to remain calm while moving his knight. Feng Shan leisurely advanced a pawn. You better keep an eye on your cannon, or it might get trampled by my knight again. Ming Yuan leaned in to take a look and chuckled, poking Li Cheng's back. Your cannon is 3 spaces away. How can it hit anything? Li Cheng's face turned red. This is strategy. A feint to the east while attacking the west. The 3 females sat by the fire, watching the 2 men argue over a chess move, while also playing with the 2 cubs. Yu Chen had somehow picked up a stone and was mimicking the chessboard, placing it on the wooden table, pushing it with his little paw, and rolling the stone to a handsome position, albeit crookedly, causing everyone to burst into laughter. This little guy even knows how to play chess. Feng Shan chuckled, ruffling Yu Chen's head, but the little fellow bared his teeth and clutched the stone to his chest, as if guarding a treasure. The afternoon sun poured warmly through the vine gaps onto the chessboard. Li Cheng's cannon finally captured Feng Shan's elephant, and he triumphantly slapped the table. In the next moment, he saw his chariot flipped upside down by Feng Shan's cannon. Li Cheng felt as if the sky had fallen and hurriedly sought to remedy the situation. Amma, I have always been curious as to why you only have Appa as your beast husband, and Amma Qinglan as well. Only Feng Shan Appa as your beast husband? Li Zhu found herself in a state of bewilderment. Both of her mothers possessed striking beauty and amiable temperaments, yet she had never known any other fathers. The meat she had consumed during her childhood was always grilled by her mothers. Ming Yuan was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that her child would pose such a question. Why else? Your father is the leader, of course. This revelation caught Li Zhu off guard, but upon reflection, she realized the truth in her mother's words. While other males sought partners from their families, the leader's situation was inherently different. After all, would he abandon the entire tribe to live with a partner from another clan? Li Zhu believed her father could never do such a thing. He seemed the type who would rather remain unwed for life than neglect his people or fail to lead them. Thus, her mother had endured considerable hardship in previous years, yet she had never expressed any complaints. Furthermore, my dear, when I sought a partner, I considered not only their strength but also their appearance. Ultimately, your father was the only one from the entire Tu tribe who met my criteria. Additionally, once the tribespeople learned that my first beast husband was your father, who would dare to propose to me? Ming Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the struggling Li Cheng nearby. Li Zhu could not suppress a chuckle. Her mother's tone implied a sense of dissatisfaction. So, was her father the one who delayed her mother? Upon further contemplation, it seemed plausible. Just imagine. It would be akin to sharing a wife with the province governor. Would you dare? Moreover, the tribespeople of the beast world held even greater reverence for their leader. And what of Mother Qinglan? Li Zhu found it particularly amusing to hear her 2 mothers recount their love stories. Even the 2 little ones nearby paused their playful antics, their wide eyes sparkling as they listened attentively to their grandmothers. For me, it is quite simple. Your father Feng Shan is handsome, and I desire nothing more. I pursue quality, not quantity. Qinglan spoke with an air of nonchalance, oblivious to the uncontrollable smile that spread across Feng Shan's face upon hearing her words. Li Cheng, however, foolishly assumed Feng Shan was mocking him and became even more serious. He was determined to win this time. I think Mother Qinglan makes an excellent point. Li Zunudda. What good would it do to have a multitude of undesirable partners? that would undoubtedly lead to numerous family conflicts, creating much distress. It is essential that they are attractive. At the very least, they should be pleasing to the eye. They must also be capable. She wanted someone who could handle everything. Much like A's and Mian, she was exceedingly satisfied with her two beast husbands, who were both competent and considerate, not to mention handsome, especially A's voice, which was both sensual and captivating, utterly delightful, and Mian's well-defined abs, firm and smooth, were simply irresistible. Such a wonderful life was indeed hers to enjoy. Thanks be to the beast god. Thank heaven. Chapter 54. The nine-tiered cracking lizard. Meanwhile, in the Black Forest, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the towering ancient trees intertwined their branches and leaves, filtering the sunlight into delicate golden specks that fell upon the thick layer of decaying leaves. Fengmian stepped forward atop the damp moss, the familiar scent of grass and wood lingering in his nostrils. Suddenly, he halted, gazing at a tree not far away. It was here that he had encountered Zeyu, and it was due to a bowl of meat from Zeyu that he had returned home and bonded with Zhu, leading to their current blissful life. Reflecting on this, Fengmian felt an urge to bow in reverence to that grand tree. Such is the nature of fate. What are you daydreaming about? Zeyu's voice called from ahead, prompting Fengmian to stir from his thoughts, his mental energy spreading like an invisible web. To the left, a herd of six-tiered, red-horned deer appeared, suitable for practice. Regaining his focus, a smile flickered in Fengmian's eyes. It is nothing, merely a sense of familiarity here. He clenched his fists, his fiery red fur shimmering with light, quickly replacing his earlier sentiment with a surge of battle spirit. Li Sheng, shall we compare who can catch more? Li Cheng, inspecting his spear, raised an eyebrow at the challenge. Let us compete. But don't come crying to Li Zhu if you lose. The two had never considered their differing statuses as they were accustomed to their playful rivalry. The trio had clear divisions of labor. Zeyu's mental prowess was responsible for scouting the surrounding beasts. Fengmian's fire abilities were suited for wide-area attacks. And Li Cheng's fire abilities, combined with the rapid agility of the two tribe, targeted the stragglers. In no time, the forest was filled with the roars of beasts, and the crimson light illuminated the sky. Within half an hour, Zeyu's space was overflowing with beast meat, including six-tiered red-horned deer, seven-tiered ink-scaled leopards, and some mooing beasts, along with a specially captured pheasant flapping its wings, awaiting transport back to the tribe for laying eggs. The space is nearly full. Zeyu retracted his mental energy, intending to lead the others to a new location, when his fingers suddenly paused. 20 miles to the southwest, there was a nine-tiered presence. Li Cheng tightened his grip on his spear. This was a beast he had previously never dared to imagine. Nine-tiered? What could it be? It is the cracking lizard. Zeyu's gaze fell upon Fengmian. Its crystal is useful for your ascension. Do you wish to try? Fengmian's pupils constricted, igniting a fierce determination within him. Now that he had reached the nine-tiered level, the crystal from the cracking lizard presented a splendid opportunity. He shot go. Flames erupted around him, causing the morning mist to swirl and rise. You two stay back and observe. Do not interfere. The cracking lizard resided within a massive crevice, its scales glimmering a dark azure, adorned with sharp spines. Its fangs could easily shatter rock. Upon sensing an intruder, it let out a ferocious roar, its tail erect, launching several poison spines. Excellent. Fengmian advanced rather than retreating, his fire abilities coalescing into a massive net, incinerating the spines completely. The flames danced in his palms, transforming into several fire foxes that lunged at the cracking lizard. The fire foxes collided with its scales, erupting into a shower of sparks, yet only leaving faint scorch marks. The defense of a nine-tiered beast was far more formidable than anticipated. The cracking lizard, enraged, slammed its massive body against the rock wall, sending shards flying as it opened its colossal jaws, exhaling a scorching breath laced with sulfur. Fengmian swiftly retreated, but the ground beneath him suddenly fractured, and several stone spikes erupted from the earth, showcasing the cracking lizard's earth-based abilities. Fengmian deftly dodged, channeling all his energy in his fists. transforming the flames into tangible blades of light, striking fiercely at the lizard's neck. Roar! The cracking lizard howled in pain, its tail sweeping towards Fengmian, who could not evade in time. The tail struck him squarely in the chest. Gasp! Fengmian coughed up blood, sent flying until he crashed against an ancient tree. Finally coming to a halt, gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up, gazing at the deep wound visible to the bone on the cracking lizard's neck. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he gathered flames once more. This time, he compressed his fire abilities to their utmost limit, transforming them into a thread as fine as a hair, which he drove into the cracking lizard's wound. The cracking lizard let out a deafening scream, its body convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground, the wound on its neck erupting in flames, extinguishing its life force completely. Fengmian! Zeyu rushed forward, supporting the swaying Fengmian. Fengmian's chest was drenched in blood, a section of it caved in, clearly sustaining serious injuries. I'm fine. Fengmian coughed up blood froth, gesturing toward the cracking lizard's corpse. The crystal. Zeyu quickly retrieved the fist-sized crystal, its ghostly gray light swirling within, harboring a turbulent energy. Let us return home. Zeyu instructed latch to carry Fengmian, and with a wave of his hand, the cracking lizard was stored within the space. The three swiftly vanished into the forest. Inside the tribe's cave, Zhu and her two mothers were amusing themselves with the two little ones when they suddenly heard hurried footsteps at the entrance. Looking up, they saw latch rushing in, carrying the bloodied Fengmian. The occupants of the cave were momentarily taken aback, hastening to check on him. Zhu's heart clenched tightly, her hands trembling as she approached. What happened to Mian? How'd he get so injured? He slayed the ninth-order Liedi lizard and decided to take him home first. I will allow him to absorb the crystal stone. There is no need for you to worry, Azu. Zeyu comforted Zhu while instructing Li Hong to carry Fengmian back to their cave. As soon as Fengmian was placed in his nest, Zeyu promptly pressed the ninth-order crystal stone into Fengmian's hand. Hurry and absorb it. The moment the crystal touched Fengmian's palm, it transformed into a gray light and entered his body. Soon, the wounds on Fengmian began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. His collapsed chest gradually rose, and the pallor of his cheeks was replaced with a flush. Even his breathing grew steadier. Fengmian quickly fell into a deep slumber. Zhu watched in astonishment, realizing the power of the ninth-order crystal stone. Zeyu exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. He is absorbing it and will sleep for a while. Zhu finally felt reassured. Gently caressing Fengmian's sleeping face, her eyes glistening with warmth. This always cheerful fellow had truly risked everything for the happy life she had casually mentioned. Outside the cave, Li Hong's voice could be heard, explaining the situation to Latch and the others, his tone laced with unmasked admiration. The two little ones had also ceased their earlier excitement, and now lay obediently by the nest, gazing at Fengmian with undeniable concern. However, Fengshan, his biological father, displayed little worry. There is no need for concern. Once the child absorbs that crystal stone, his strength will significantly improve. Fengshan reassured the anxious Qinglan beside him, only to receive a fierce glare in return. You might as well skip dinner tonight. Why is that? It just is. Ah, Lan, Fengshan lamented, watching Qinglan's retreating figure, feeling utterly aggrieved. Oh, how pitiful he is. On the afternoon of the third day, when the sun had completely risen above the cave entrance, Fengmian finally opened his eyes. He moved his fingers, the pain in his chest having vanished, and the power within him felt more abundant than ever. Yet he still lacked that final push to break through. The barrier of the 10th order remained steadfast. Sitting up, he stared at his palm, momentarily lost in thought, his lips instinctively curling downward. Despite having given his all and nearly losing his life in the dark forest, why had he still not ascended? Awake? Zhu entered with warm water and, noticing his despondent demeanor, immediately understood his thoughts. She handed him a wooden bowl and sat beside him, gently poking his cheek with her fingertip. Your face is nearly touching the ground. Who are you trying to impress? Fengmian accepted the water, gulping down a couple of mouthfuls with a muffled voice. I'm sorry, Azu. I still haven't reached the 10th order. What are you apologizing for? Mian. You did your best. Take your time. We are not in a hurry. Zhu hurriedly reassured him. What is the rush? Zeyu had just entered from outside, carrying a freshly prepared lunch. It is inherently difficult to transition from 9th to 10th order. The fact that you were able to touch the barrier in such a short period is already commendable. He placed a wooden basin on the stone table. Moreover, even if you haven't reached the 10th order, your abilities have certainly improved. You would not have been able to handle that Liedi lizard yesterday in your previous state. Zhu nodded in agreement, handing him a bowl filled with beast meat. Exactly. One cannot become fat with a single bite. Just think if it were so easy to reach the 10th order. Wouldn't powerful beings be everywhere in the beast world? She blinked, her tone becoming brisk. By the way, what about the pheasants you caught? We cannot keep them locked away in the space indefinitely. Let us make a wooden shelter for them. They might lay eggs in a few days. This remark successfully diverted Fengmian's attention. He bit into a wild fruit, his eyes lighting up. Great. After lunch, I will go build a shelter. He wasted no time. Once the meal was finished, Fengmian sought out sturdy tree trunks, and in less than half an hour, a wooden shelter, standing at half his height, was erected in the clearing beside the cave. Zhu, bundled up warmly, held the two little ones nearby, occasionally offering pointers. Tighten this part, don't let them escape. Put some dry grass underneath to soften it. Yuchen and Yuan lay in Zhu's embrace, their tiny paws clinging to her arms, curiously gazing at the shelter. When Zeyu placed the colorful pheasants inside, the two little ones immediately chirped excitedly, their tiny tails wagging like rattles. They're so beautiful. Zhu pointed to the plumpest hen, which shook its feathers and tilted its head to look at her, showing no signs of fear. It shouldn't be long before they lay eggs, right? Then we can have more dishes. Upon hearing their mother mention more dishes, the two little ones became quite animated. Sure enough, a couple of days later, Zhu was awakened by Fengmian's loud voice. Azu, they laid eggs. The pheasants laid eggs. She threw on a fur coat and rushed outside to find Fengmian squatting by the shelter, cradling 4 round, brown-shelled eggs in his hands. His smile brighter than the sun. Inside the shelter, the hens strutted proudly, alongside 2 freshly laid eggs. They really laid them, Zhu exclaimed joyfully, cautiously reaching out to touch the eggshells, which felt warm, radiating the warmth of life. This is wonderful. Just in time for the little ones to have steamed eggs. Zhu directed the 2 little ones while holding them close, suggesting that Fengmian try cooking one of the eggs first. Today, Zeyu had gone to guide the male rabbit beastmen in the tribe. At this moment, the only ones at home were Zhu, Fengmian, and the 2 little ones. Fengmian washed the egg thoroughly, cracking it into a small wooden jar. Azu, what next? Then pour in warm water that is 1.5 times more than the egg, and you can add a pinch of salt, but not too much. Following Zhu's instructions, Fengmian proceeded cautiously, fearful of ruining the food. Then stir it evenly with chopsticks. After a while, there will be some small foam on top. Mian, you can use your abilities to heat it. Remember, just a small flame will do. Zhu watched with satisfaction as Fengmian meticulously followed her instructions. Soon, he had prepared the egg and was ready to steam it. Great, place a small piece of ginger on top, and then it can go in the steamer. The 4 of them gathered around the fire, their eyes sparkling as they watched the steaming egg. Before long, a unique aroma wafted toward them, one that Fengmian had never encountered before. Zhu instructed Fengmian to bring the steamed egg to the wooden table, carefully scooping out a piece with a spoon, blowing on it to cool before feeding it to the 2 little ones in her arms. Chin, how does it taste? It lacks soy sauce and sesame oil, and I'm unsure if the flavor will suffice. Chirp. Yuchen and Yuan felt a fragrant, soft substance enter their mouths, and before they could savor it, it was gone. Zhu noticed the 2 little ones nodding vigorously, their eyes sparkling, and she scooped another spoonful for Fengmian. Come on, Mian, you must try it too. Fengmian intended to let her taste it first, but seeing the sparkle in Azu's eyes, he complied and took a bite, knowing there was plenty left. The next moment, Fengmian's eyes widened. This texture is truly delightful. Seeing that the steamed egg was a success, Li Zhu instructed Fengmian to steam all the remaining eggs, totaling 5. She considered that although the quantity was small, the eggs in the beast world were large enough to fill a substantial bowl. Thus, she directed Fengmian to prepare the 5 eggs into 5 servings, one for each of the 4 parents' caves, another for a Tong and a Ning, and the final one for a Zay. She planned to let Mian inform everyone that they could capture pheasants alive to raise for egg-laying. And since they had a limited number now, they could merely taste the flavor. This batch would be shared among the 4 of them. After Fengmian agreed, he continued with his tasks. Li Zhu fed the 2 little ones several spoonfuls of steamed egg, treating herself to a couple of bites as well, before saving the remaining bit for Fengmian. Although the portions were small, everyone enjoyed the meal immensely, especially the 2 little ones. After all, there is a certain charm to sharing a meal with many. Soon enough, Fengmian had prepared the steamed eggs. After greeting Li Zhu and the 2 little ones, she carried 2 bowls of steamed eggs to deliver to Li Cheng and Feng Shan's cave. As expected, the 5 of them were astonished by the golden, fragrant, and soft delicacies before them, and after tasting, they could not help but sing praises. Fengmian then took 2 bowls to the cave of a Tang and a Ning. Just as she reached the entrance, the sound of a tiny creature's cries reached her ears. A Tang was lounging in her nest, while Ming Zhu was nearby feeding the 3 little ones sweet potato porridge. Upon seeing her, a Tang smiled and looked up. "What a rare visitor. What brings you here today?" "A Zhu sent me with some steamed eggs to nourish you and the little ones," Fengmian replied, handing over the wooden bowl. "These are made from pheasant eggs, freshly prepared." Ming Zhu opened the clay jar. An enticing aroma wafted through the air. A Tang's eyes twinkled with delight as she inhaled the scent. "A Zhu is truly impressive. These eggs look delicious." She scooped a bit with a wooden spoon, cooled it down, and fed it to the 3 little ones, who eagerly gobbled it up. When Fengmian delivered the eggs to Zeyu, she found him patiently explaining methods for ascending tiers to the rabbit beastmen. "It is exceedingly difficult to elevate our status solely through personal effort. We must also absorb the energy from beast crystals. However, merely absorbing the energy is insufficient. It is best to do so immediately after a fierce battle." Noticing Fengmian approaching, Zeyu paused his explanation, furrowing his brow. "Is something the matter?" No. "A Zhu asked me to bring you breakfast and reminded you to advise everyone to capture any pheasants they encounter to raise for their eggs," she replied, smugly presenting the steamed egg she had made, her pride evident on her face. "These are steamed eggs, taught to me by a Zhu. They are absolutely delicious. Take your time enjoying them. I must return to a Zhu and the little ones." Zeyu thought to himself, "Do not forget, those are my little ones." Watching Fengmian leave without a glance back, he sighed, "Well, considering she brought me steamed eggs, I suppose I can let it slide." He took a bite, finding the texture smooth and the flavor delightful. Indeed, it was quite delectable. A subtle smile crept onto Zeyu's lips, as his joy stemmed not only from the delicious dish, but also from his Zhu's thoughtfulness. On the morning of the 25th day of her confinement, Li Zhu gazed at her noticeably fuller arms and waist, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. "I cannot endure another day of confinement," she declared. "Aze, man mian. Let us go for a stroll today." She tightened the belt of her animal skin skirt, her tone resolute and determined. "If I lie down any longer, I might as well grow roots into this wooden nest." Just as Fengmian was about to protest that it had not yet been 30 days, Li Zhu interrupted, "No buts. I feel incredibly strong. I could take down a moo beast right now. I declare this confinement over." Seeing her determined expression, Zeyu and Fengmian ceased their attempts to dissuade her. "Where does a Zhu wish to go?" "To the western woods. It seems we have never been there before," she replied, chewing on a piece of jerky. "I'll inform Yang to help watch the little ones." Currently, Li Cheng, Ming Yuan, Feng Shan, and Qing Lan spent nearly every day together, either playing chess or chatting and playing mahjong. When Li Zhu arrived at the neighboring cave, she indeed found the 2 fathers engrossed in a chess match. "Beautiful, kind, and generous mothers, could you please watch over the little ones for us? I wish to go out and play with Zay and Mian." Upon hearing this, Ming Yuan and Qing Lan could hardly contain their eagerness. "Quickly, bring the 2 little darlings over," Ming Yuan urged, while Qing Lan stood up immediately. Or we could come over to fetch them. They exchanged glances, and in perfect harmony, they rose to leave the cave. At that moment, the two little ones were nestled in Fengmian's arms, gnawing on sweet potatoes. Upon hearing they were to be looked after, they dropped their snacks and began to chirp in protest. Zeyu glanced gently at the two little ones. Be good at home, listen to your grandparents, and do not run about. We shall return shortly. Yu Chun and Yu exchanged glances, noticing their father's stern expression, and both buried their heads in Fengmian's shoulders in unison. Naughty father, hum. Upon entering the cave, Li Zhu immediately noticed the two little ones' pitiful expressions and hurried over. What is it, Chun Chun and Anan? Are you unhappy? Who upset you? I'll help you teach them a lesson. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Father is bad. He scared us. Mother. Hearing their complaints and witnessing their accusatory glances at Zeyu, Li Zhu hurriedly patted their heads. There, Mother wouldn't want to scold your father. But I will return this afternoon and bring you delicious treats. Ming Yuan and Qing Lan stepped forward, each taking a little one from Fengmian's arms. Off you go. Off you go. With us around, we will ensure Chun Chun and Anan are well taken care of. The family exited the cave together, with Ming Yuan and Qing Lan carrying the little ones back home. As Li Zhu stood at the entrance of Li Cheng's cave, she contemplated whether to invite Li Heng along when he rebuffed her from across the cave. I'm not going. You three are on a date. What'd I do there? Am I to be a nuisance in your romantic escapade? Do not disturb the bonding time with my two nephews. His tone dripped with envy, causing Li Zhu to chuckle. Is my brother feeling envious? She teased, but silence followed, indicating he truly wished to be left alone. The western forest was indeed unfamiliar. Zeyu transformed into his by Zeyu form, his silvery fur shimmering under the sunlight, with a broad and steady back. Li Zhu sat upon his back, her hand gently resting on his mane, feeling both majestic and secure. It was far more comfortable than any luxury car she had ridden in modern times. Run faster, even faster, she urged, marveling at the sensation reminiscent of horse riding. She patted Zeyu's neck, the wind rushing past her ears, and the fallen leaves danced around them. Thrilling Fengmian, who had transformed into her nine-tailed fox form, her fiery red fur striking against the golden forest backdrop. She resembled a wild stallion. Her 9 tails joyfully swayed behind her, crunching through the thick carpet of leaves, occasionally chasing after fluttering birds, darting far off, only to return and leap about, her nose brushing against the scattered dry leaves. Slow down, be careful not to fall. Li Zhu laughed, relishing the immersive experience of nature. As they arrived about 10 miles from the tribe, Li Zhu carefully leaped down from Zeyu's back, treading on the leaves that barely reached her ankles, producing a gentle crunching sound, as if stepping on crushed sunlight. Fengmian had long vanished from sight, while Zeyu transformed back into his human form, quietly following her side. It must be said, autumn, fallen leaves, and a beloved companion. Such a date possessed a unique charm. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting warmth upon them, inducing a sense of languor. Li Zhu turned to Zeyu, observing the defined contours of his profile, and suddenly, on tiptoe, placed a soft kiss at the corner of his lips. Zeyu, I'm so glad to have met you. Zeyu's body instantaneously stiffened. Then he swiftly embraced her, deepening the kiss. His kiss carried a distinct, crisp flavor, mingled with a hint of restrained heat, causing Li Zhu's cheeks to gradually flush. The forest wind fell silent, leaving only their slightly hurried breaths intermingling among the fallen leaves. Zeyu's kiss grew increasingly fervent, igniting a tingling warmth throughout Li Zhu's body. His hand, initially resting gently around her waist, instinctively tightened, his palm, despite the thickness of the animal hide, seemingly able to sense her warm skin and the subtle tremor of her form. Li Zhu found herself enveloped in his embrace, her back pressed against the rough tree trunk, while his searing chest loomed before her. The air was thick with the scent that belonged solely to Zeyu, compelling her to rise on her toes and kiss him with even greater fervor. Zeyu's breath quickened, the kiss deepening and intensifying, infused with an insatiable desire. His lips trailed from her mouth to her jaw, then to her neck, each caress igniting her warmth like sparks in a dry field. His mental energy formed an invisible barrier around them, silencing the world, leaving only the rhythmic pounding of their hearts echoing in the tranquil woods. Li Zhu's fingers instinctively delved into the firm muscles of his back, honed from years of hunting, evoking a heat within her that drew her closer to him. A low, muffled groan escaped Zeyu's throat, his gaze darkening, nearly consuming his reason. He even raised a hand, intent on loosening her bee-skin skirt. It was only when a gentle breeze swept by that Zeyu momentarily withdrew, their foreheads touching, his voice a low, husky whisper. "It's too cold here." His hand rested lightly on her lower back, restraining the surge of desire within his eyes. As night fell, Li Zhu remained momentarily dazed, still reeling from the intoxicating encounter. Instinctively clutching his garment, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Her eyes were already tinged with red, and her lips slightly swollen. She held Zeyu tightly, breathing softly in his embrace. The wind rustled through the trees again, stirring a few golden leaves that spun down at their feet. Finally, Li Zhu stepped back from Zeyu, gazing at the lingering affection in his eyes and his evident restraint, suddenly feeling a touch bashful as she lowered her head. Just now, Zeyu took her hand, gently squeezing her palm in a comforting gesture. "Let us continue forward. Perhaps we shall discover something new." Li Zhu nodded, allowing him to guide her onward. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, warming their intertwined hands. The earlier surge of emotions gradually settled into a sweet, bashful warmth within her heart. The wind carried the fallen leaves with a unique autumnal languor. In the distance, the jubilant cries of Fengmian chasing a wild beast echoed, everything aligning perfectly. Chapter 57. Apples. When Fengmian returned, exuberantly holding a flapping golden pheasant, his gaze immediately fixated on Li Zhu's face. Her swollen lips resembled ripe wild fruits, standing out starkly against her fair skin. In an instant, Fengmian bristled, his fiery 9 tails standing upright, the golden pheasant dropping to the ground, forgotten as he bared his teeth at Zeyu. "Zeyu, you have gone too far. Oomph, oomph, oomph. Utterly excessive. We came as a trio, and yet you stole a kiss from a Zhu behind my back. Woe is me." Just as Zeyu intended to respond, he watched as Fengmian scooped up Li Zhu, and, in the blink of an eye, they were 3 zhang away. "Let go. I want to spend time alone with a Zhu too. Oomph. I want to kiss a Zhu as well." Li Zhu, bewildered, had no idea how she had suddenly shifted positions. Zeyu wore an exasperated expression. Ultimately, observing Fengmian's childish demeanor, he relented and stepped away, needing a moment to compose himself. Fengmian enveloped Li Zhu in his arms, gazing down at her, the jealousy in his eyes transforming into a pool of grievance. "Zhu, I want to kiss you too." Li Zhu was amused and exasperated by his antics. Just as she raised her hand to ruffle his hair, he seized the nape of her neck and kissed her. Fengmian's kiss was wild yet tender, entangling her in a sticky sweetness until she was breathless. Then he nuzzled her forehead like a fox that had just acquired a treat. "This feels fair." Once they had finished sharing their intimacy, Zeyu returned, carrying a pheasant. He glanced at Fengmian, saying nothing, but his look of incredulity sent a shiver through Fengmian. "This is bad. Will he be angry?" The trio continued deeper into the forest, the sound of crunching leaves accompanying them. Li Zhu was distractedly looking around when a flash of red above caught her eye. Glancing up, she saw trees laden with plump, red fruits, apples. Heavens! Apples! Apples! She abruptly grasped both their arms, her voice trembling with excitement. "Look at those trees full of red, lantern-like apples. They must be incredibly sweet." Zeyu tilted his head to glance, his posture shifting slightly. Mian, climb the tree. Let us gather them all for home." "How wonderful! With this abundance of apples, it seems everyone will get a share." Fengmian could hardly contain himself upon hearing Li Zhu exclaim how delicious they were. He flicked his 9 tails and leapt to the middle of the trunk. His fiery fur flashed among the golden red fruits as he deftly grasped a branch with one paw and gathered a cluster of apples with the other, pulling them down effortlessly. "Zhu, I've got some. There is a whole bunch to the left." Li Zhu directed him from below, her smile stretching wider as she watched Fengmian collect more and more apples. Hurry, a Zay. Yelp me on up too. By the way, do the Bai Zay clan climb trees? After asking, she realized she hadn't received an answer. Looking around, she discovered Zeyu's figure had vanished. When she looked up, she found Zeyu gracefully perched atop the tree, where he had already stripped the apples bare. All right, perhaps she had worried unnecessarily. Before long, the lowest branches were completely stripped. Fengmian continued to leap higher, perching on a fork, his 9 tails deftly plucking apples from the topmost branches, creating a lively scene that outshone the autumn foliage. There, a few more are left, Zhu excitedly directed from below, wishing she could climb up herself to gather them. Seeing the apples swiftly disappearing, Zhu reached for a low branch, shaking it reluctantly. If only this tree could be moved to our tribe. Next year everyone could enjoy its bounty. Zeyu touched the tree trunk, feeling its rough texture beneath his fingertips. Perhaps after the autumn and winter leaves fall, we could give it a try. Moving it now might damage the roots. With that, Zhu ceased her thoughts and continued onward with the two. Let us explore a bit more. It's still early. Zhu was elated, reluctant to return home, feeling as if the day had just begun. A handsome man on her left and another on her right. This was the pinnacle of life. Not far along, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, causing Zhu to halt abruptly and push through the waist-high shrubs. There stood a small tree, its branches heavy with purple-red peppercorns. This cannot be overlooked. Although the tribe had planted several peppercorn trees, Zhu, determined not to waste anything, urged both of them to gather some for a space. After collecting a generous amount of peppercorns, the trio decided it was time to head home. Zhu, happily munching on an apple, felt that their outing had been truly worthwhile. She knew that autumn was brimming with treasures. If they explored a little longer, they might stumble upon even more delightful finds. As they walked, Zhu suddenly kicked something round and firm beneath her feet. She looked down to find a spiky chestnut burr half buried in the fallen leaves. Chestnuts! Her eyes lit up, and she bent down to pick it up, gently striking it with a stone until it cracked open, revealing 3 glossy chestnuts. Quick, gather them up. These are precious. They are perfect for the little ones when cooked. There must be plenty more hidden beneath the leaves. Zeyu and Fengmian did not inquire further. They had long been aware of Azu's peculiarities, yet they chose to remain indifferent. Love transcends mountains and seas, and both can be leveled. Zeyu swept his mental energy across the ground, easily detecting the presence of the chestnut burrs hidden beneath the surface. With a mere flick of his fingertip, the spiky little entities rolled out into the open. Fengmian quickly followed suit, using his claws to pin down a chestnut burr and gently crushing it, revealing the tender nut within, which he then gathered into a pile. Zhu crouched down, occasionally tossing a raw chestnut into her mouth, the crunch echoing in the air. Even raw, they were sweet. Surely, cooking them would enhance their stickiness. As the sun gradually dipped into the valley, the shadows of the trio elongated. Reflecting on the day's bounty, Zhu's eyes sparkled with joy. Today had not been in vain. The forest to the west was indeed a treasure trove. Fengmian approached, playfully stuffing the largest chestnut into her mouth, his tail swaying with pride. In the future, I shall accompany you every day. Every day. Do you not wish to be with the little ones? Could you bear to part with them? Fengmian choked momentarily. He could never abandon the 2 little ones who, apart from Azu, were closest to him. He was filled with joy. Zeyu reached out to brush the leaves from Zhu's hair, his gaze softening with warmth. Let us depart. It is time to return home. Zhu, still chewing on the chestnut, allowed both of them to guide her back, and when she grew tired, she would let Mian transform into his beast form to carry her, making her feel at ease. The fallen leaves crunched softly underfoot, resembling a light-hearted melody that drifted towards home in the autumn twilight. Chapter 58. Returning home as the trio arrived back at the tribe. The setting sun painted the mountain peaks in hues of gold and crimson, while the vines at the cave entrance swayed gently in the breeze, and from afar, Li Hong's boisterous voice could be heard. Qinshin, Anan, come quickly and see who has returned. At that moment, the entire family sat beneath the grand tree, with Li Hong cradling the 2 little ones beside him as they watched Li Qing, Ming Yuan, and Fengshan engaging in a game of mahjong. As Li Zhu approached, The two fluffy little creatures chirped excitedly and leaped towards her, their exuberance almost causing Li Hong to lose grip on them. Li Zhu hurriedly stepped forward to receive the two little ones, who nuzzled their heads against her chest, as if reproaching her for returning so late. I'm back, Li Zhu whispered, planting a kiss atop their furry heads. Azu, what treasures did you bring today? Why are you back so late? Ming Yuan and Qinglan approached with concern, taking the two little ones from Li Zhu's arms. Qin, Anan, be good now. Your mother has had a long day. Come to your grandmother's. Upon hearing their mother was tired, the two little ones obediently nestled in the embrace of the two women, ceasing their restless movements. Li Hong observed the scene in astonishment. Why were the little ones so well-behaved and tranquil in their mother's arms? When I held them, they chirped incessantly and squirmed about. And why? How can you even ask? It's simply because you make them uncomfortable. Step aside. Don't just stand there. You're in the way. Ming Yuan shot Li Hong a glare. She herself wasn't sure why, but when a hang went out hunting, she worried, yet when he lingered at home, he began to irritate her, especially when he kept calling out for his mother. Does he still think he has a baby? Hearing his mother's words, Li Hong felt a twinge of grievance. Woo! Did mother lose at mahjong? Before long, Li Zhu stepped forward, tugging at Li Hong's sleeve. Elder brother, could you fetch 2 larger wooden tubs? I want to show you the wonderful things we discovered today. Li Hong complied, turning to leave, and shortly returned with 2 enormous wooden tubs, each nearly a meter in size. Here, Zeyu, place the Sichuan pepper and chestnuts into the respective tubs. In the next moment, everyone watched as one large tub filled to the brim with Sichuan pepper, while the other contained small, dark brown spheres. Azu, what is this? Li Hong inquired, picking up a chestnut with curiosity. This is a chestnut. It can be eaten raw and is quite sweet, or it can be cooked for a softer, more glutinous texture. We shall boil half of them shortly for a taste. Upon hearing of yet another new food, everyone was filled with both curiosity and anticipation. They had always delighted in the new edibles that Azu discovered. Li Zhu smiled and pointed to the tub of Sichuan pepper. Let us spread the pepper out to dry. It's quite pungent. Li Hong and Fengmian quickly lifted the tub and found a clean spot to pour out the pepper, spreading it evenly on a smooth stone slab. The purple-red grains glimmered in the setting sun. They soon returned, and Li Zhu instructed Zeyu to bring out a dozen apples. Dear parents, these are apples, a type of wild fruit, but they're sweeter than most. Come, let everyone have a taste. The group eagerly accepted the apples, biting into them to discover their delicate crispness and abundant juice. Li Qing weighed the apple in his hand, noting its smooth, cool skin, and could not resist taking a bite. The sweet juice bursting forth. This fruit is truly sweet, much better than the wild fruits we have eaten before. The two little ones each clutch an apple, chewing adorably with their little mouths. Father, Zay has plenty of apples in his space. Let him accompany elder brother tomorrow to share some with everyone. Li Qing nodded, returning to his apple with focus. And this, Li Zhu gestured to the tub of chestnuts. Elder brother, please take 2 whole spiky shells to tell the tribe. This is called chestnut, and the nut inside is edible. Remember to collect them next time you find some. We don't have many, so let us cook a bit for you to taste today. Li Hong picked up a spiky chestnut, weighing it in his hands. This thing is covered in spikes. Can the nut inside really be delicious? You will know shortly. Let us go and prepare it. Li Zhu and the others utilized their abilities to make small cuts in the chestnut shells, tossing them into a stone pot with water to boil. Fengmian added kindling to the fire while the 2 little ones squatted by the flames, their little heads bobbing with the flickering flames, almost leaning over the pot. Be careful. It's not ready yet. Li Zhu chuckled, gently nudging them aside. Once they are cooked, I'll give you the biggest ones. Not long after, a sweet aroma wafted from the pot, mingled with the scent of wood smoke, gradually spreading at the entrance of the cave. Zeyu lifted the lid, using a wooden spoon to scoop out a chestnut, peeling away the shell to reveal the golden, powdery nut within, which he offered to Li Zhu. Give it a try. Li Zhu took a bite, the sweet, powdery chestnut melting on her tongue, infused with a subtle herbal aroma, even softer and more glutinous than the raw ones. Delicious. Cooked ones are indeed superior. Stop the fire. Pour out. Zeyu complied, pouring the chestnuts onto the wooden table, and after tasting, everyone expressed their delight. This is simply exquisite, and so soft and glutinous. It's perfect for the elders in our tribe. Tomorrow, I shall take everyone to gather more. Li Hong exclaimed excitedly. Joy and satisfaction radiated from everyone's faces. Li Zhu quickly instructed Fengmian to prepare 2 bowls and send them to Atang and Aining. As she arrived at Atang's cave, she found her 3 little ones jumping around her, their necks craning as they caught the scent of the chestnuts. Atang tasted one, and her eyes lit up. This is truly wonderful. They are so powdery. The little ones will surely love them. When Fengmian returned home, Liqing and Qinglan were still gathered around the wooden table, peeling and enjoying the chestnuts, occasionally emitting satisfied exclamations. Yuchen clutched a chestnut, his little paws holding Li Zhu's fingers, his cheeks puffed out with food. Yuan was sprawled across Li Hong's lap, looking up expectantly for a feed, emitting soft cooing sounds. These chestnuts are indeed delightful, Liqing remarked, peeling another one. Soft and glutinous, easy on the teeth. Tomorrow, let us gather more in the vicinity to store for winter. It will serve as excellent sustenance. Li Hong nodded while peeling chestnuts for Yuan. There must be more in the western forest. I shall lead everyone to search again tomorrow. Zeyu glanced at Li Zhu, who had bits of chestnut clinging to the corners of her mouth, and reached out to wipe them away, a smile dancing in his eyes. Tomorrow, I shall use my mental energy to scout for more. The sun finally sank below the horizon, and the torches at the cave entrance flickered to life, casting a warm glow as everyone savored roasted chestnuts and engaged in cheerful conversation. The occasional chirps of the little ones and the playful banter between Fengmian and Zeyu filled the air. As dusk approached, Fengmian cradled the 2 little ones while Zeyu held onto Li Zhu, and the family slowly made their way back to their cave. Tonight, Zeyu would accompany Li Zhu as she slept. So after a brief wash at the cave entrance, he carried her back to their nest. Fengmian watched their retreating figures with a twinge of envy while holding the 2 little ones. It was all right. Tomorrow would be his turn. Little ones, it is fortunate to have you accompany your father. With one last glance at the pair, Fengmian took the 2 little ones to his small nest. Now that Li Zhu had completed her confinement, the little ones were promptly deprived of their right to sleep with her. Thus, Fengmian was blissfully unaware of the troubles that awaited him, feeling grateful instead for the company of his little ones. Chapter 59. Tenderness. The night enveloped the tribe like a darkened hide, heavy and oppressive. Inside the cave, the flames flickered gently in the wind, casting Zeyu's tall and warm silhouette against the stone wall. As soon as he laid Li Zhu on the thick fur-lined nest, he instinctively drew her into his embrace. His kiss, imbued with the lingering warmth of the day, traveled from her temple to her nose and finally landed on her lips, more fervent and urgent than in the woods. Li Zhu could distinctly feel the rise and fall of his chest, along with the restrained strength that enveloped her with an irresistible tenderness, securing her firmly in his arms. Ah Zhu, Zeyu's voice resonated low in her ear, akin to the sound of pebbles tumbling in a mountain stream, carrying a rough yet tantalizing itch. His hand glided gently over her back, igniting a flurry of delicate shivers where his fingertips touched. Li Zhu's fingers sank into the taut muscles of his back, which brimmed with power, yet softened in her presence. The dim light illuminated his chiseled features, revealing the emotions swirling in his eyes. Akin to stars submerged in the deep sea, strikingly radiant. The golden markings on his forehead emitted a dazzling glow, a reaction reserved for moments of battle and passion. Li Zhu tilted her head and returned his kiss, their breaths gradually intertwining. She felt as though time had slipped away and her surroundings had faded, leaving only the warmth of their palms and the rapid beating of their hearts echoing in the quiet cave. His kisses descended to her neck, infused with a reverent adoration, as if treating her like a rare treasure. Unable to suppress a soft whimper, Li Zhu trembled slightly, drawing him closer. The warmth of Zeyu's body seeped through their pressed skin, igniting a blush on her cheeks, yet she found it impossible to push him away. It had been so long enough for her to almost forget the sensation of being held tightly by him, secure and ardent, like the warmest fire on a winter's day. The fire must have extinguished at some point, leaving only the moonlight to filter through the cave entrance, casting a silver glow on the ground. Zeyu's movements became exceedingly gentle, imbued with a tender care, as if he feared to shatter the delicate person in his arms. Zhu wrapped her arms around his neck, breathing softly against his ear. Her nose filled with his crisp scent. The night deepened, and the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly heated and entwined, resembling vines wrapping around an ancient tree, inseparable from one another. It was not until dawn approached that Zhu finally curled up in Zeyu's embrace, exhausted. Zeyu tucked away her stray hair, his fingertips brushing against her damp forehead, his gaze filled with an enduring tenderness. "Sleep," he murmured, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice soft as a sigh. Zhu nestled closer to him and soon drifted into slumber. Neither of them realized the struggles Fengmian faced that night. Upon returning to the cave, Fengmian found himself in distress as he gazed at the two little ones with their round, wide eyes. "Please sleep now. Chen be good. And then you too." Fengmian gathered the two fluffy little creatures into his arms, mimicking Zhu's gentle patting on their backs. "If you don't sleep, tomorrow your mother won't let you have any chestnuts." Yu-chun tilted his head, nudging his chin with his small head and chirping, as if to say he wasn't too sleepy. Yuan was even more direct, wriggling free from his grasp to climb onto his belly, paws clinging to his cheeks while pressing against his mouth. "Father knows you want to hear a story, but I don't know any stories." Fengmian ruffled his hair, realizing he was at a loss. Usually, it was Zhu who told the stories, and he merely joined in for the fun. After pondering for a long while, he stammered, "Once upon a time, there was a fox. He was very good at hunting and could catch plenty of food every day." The two little ones blinked, clearly unimpressed, and their chirps grew louder. With no other option, Fengmian transformed into his nine-tailed fox form, using his fluffy tails to encircle the two little ones. The fiery red tails resembled a soft blanket, gently covering them, and he nuzzled their little heads with his nose, emitting a low, purring sound. This was a method he had learned to soothe the young. Back in the Fox clan, the mothers had used this technique to comfort their little ones. Perhaps the purring was too calming, or perhaps they were indeed weary from a long day. But soon the little one's eyelids began to droop. Yu-chun let out a small yawn, resting his head on Fengmian's belly, while Yuan snuggled closer, soon emitting even breaths of soft snores. Fengmian sighed in relief, gently swaying his tail, and closed his eyes. Yet as dawn broke, the cave erupted with the sounds of wailing. Yu-chun was the first to awaken, groggily opening his eyes, but not smelling the familiar scent of his mother or feeling the warmth of her embrace, only the soft fur of the fox. He paused for a moment, then burst into tears, scratching at Fengmian's tail and kicking his legs. Yuan was awakened by the commotion, and upon seeing only the fluffy foxtail beside him, he too pouted, tears streaming down his cheeks as he cried uncontrollably. "Kirp, Mama." A muffled call for Mama emerged from Yuan, soft and laced with the nascent voice of a child. Fengmian jolted awake, hastily transforming back into his human form to scoop up the two wailing little ones. "Don't cry, don't cry." But the two little ones paid no heed, their cries escalating as they flailed their tiny paws. In the neighboring cave, Zhu was startled awake by the commotion. Sitting up abruptly, who could understand the sensation of being awakened just as one had closed their eyes? Zeyu opened his eyes, frowning. "It's the little ones." As soon as they spoke, they saw Fengmian anxiously rushing over, cradling the two wailing little ones. Zhu, the little ones woke up and can't find you. They're crying terribly." Fengmian was in a flurry, holding the two distraught little ones, looking utterly helpless. Yu-chun, upon spotting Zhu, cried even more pitifully, reaching out his tiny paws for a hug. "Mama, chirp, Mama." Zhu's heart melted instantly, and she hurried over to take the two little ones into her arms, cradling them one in each embrace, gently patting their backs. "Mama is here, Mama is here, don't cry now." The familiar embrace and scent gradually calmed the two little ones, though they still sniffled, burying their little heads in her neck, feeling utterly wronged. Zhu was entirely focused on soothing her crying little ones, completely oblivious to what they had just called her. Zeyu observed the scene with a wry smile, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Indeed, one could not indulge them too much. Yet he understood that the little ones had grown accustomed to sleeping with Zhu, making the sudden change difficult for them. Nevertheless, starting from today, they would have to adapt. Zhu, recalling that he needed to distribute apples to the tribe later, decided to rise and instructed Fengmian to let the little ones accompany Li Zhu for a little longer. Li Zhu must have been very tired after being awakened so suddenly. As for himself, he could go without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without issue. Chapter 60. The little ones can speak. The 2 little ones gradually settled in Li Zhu's embrace, their small heads resting in the crook of her arm, their breaths even, with tears still glistening in the corners of their eyes, evoking an irresistible tenderness. Li Zhu leaned down and gently kissed their fluffy heads, her fingertips lightly tracing Yuan's small cheek when suddenly she froze. What did the little ones just call her? Anyang? Not the previous Jiao, but a clear and soft Anyang? Li Zhu's heart raced wildly, as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. She was so exhilarated that she nearly sat up, gazing intently at the 2 little creatures sleeping in her arms, longing to wake them just to hear that sweet call once more. Zhu? Fengmian inched closer, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Did you hear that? And it just called you Anyang. Chin did too. His voice was low but could not conceal his joy. This was the first time the little ones had clearly called her Anyang, sending exhilarating shivers through her heart. I heard it. I heard it. Li Zhu's voice trembled with delight as her fingertips gently poked Yu Chen's little ear. They call me Anyang. Mian, I am so happy. Fengmian smiled as he wrapped her and the little ones in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Our little ones have grown up. They can all call you Anyang now. After the excitement, Li Zhu looked at the 2 little ones' weary faces and found herself reluctant to wake them. Let's wait until they wake up. There will be plenty of opportunities to hear it again. Li Zhu snuggled closer to Fengmian, the weariness of the night gradually enveloping her, her eyelids growing heavier, and soon, accompanied by the gentle snores of the little ones, she fell once more into the realm of dreams. Fengmian gazed down at her serene, sleeping face, then at the 2 peacefully slumbering little ones. Unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, he gently adjusted his position to ensure their comfort, keeping his eyes open for a while in the morning light, until he confirmed their peaceful sleep before carefully rising. The sky at the cave entrance had brightened, morning light filtering through the vines, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Fengmian tiptoed to the stove and began preparing breakfast. Zeyu would most likely lead the clan to the western forest in search of chestnuts today. Among the entire tribe, only Zeyu possessed spatial abilities, making the collection of chestnuts much easier with his presence. Yesterday, Li Cheng had mentioned that this food was suitable for stockpiling for the winter, especially for the elderly and young ones in the clan. It was wise to prepare more. Fengmian retrieved several pieces of fresh meat, cutting them into small chunks, and found the leftover chestnuts from yesterday, intending to make a meat and chestnut porridge. He remembered Zhu saying that when chestnuts were boiled soft, they became sticky and fragrant when stewed with meat. He methodically lit the fire, added water, and placed the meat and peeled chestnuts into the pot, his fiery foxtail occasionally swaying unconsciously, reflecting his hidden joy. Tonight, he would be sleeping beside Zhu. Soon, the savory aroma wafted from the stove, the richness of the meat mingling with the sweetness of the chestnuts, filling the cave. Just as he ladled the porridge into a wooden bowl, Zeyu returned, exuding a chill from the outside. The autumn-winter mornings were, after all, quite cold. Zeyu had just finished dividing apples with Li Hang, and upon seeing Fengmian cooking, a warmth flickered in his eyes. Is breakfast ready? Yes. I made meat and chestnut porridge for the first time. I am unsure of the taste. You should try it. As I believe you are heading into the woods with everyone soon. Fengmian handed him a bowl of porridge, adding a few more pieces of meat. Yes. The weather is gradually getting colder. I need to lead everyone to stockpile more food during this period. So, I may be quite busy. I will have to rely on you to take care of Zhu and the little ones. Fengmian's expression turned serious, though inside, he was overjoyed. Not at all. It is no trouble for me. He grinned, reveling in the thought that he could spend more nights beside Zhu. In truth, Zeyu also hoped to have him spend more time with Li Zhu, but this big fool, Fengmian, was completely oblivious. Zhu and the little ones are still asleep. I will call them later. Zeyu accepted the porridge, blowing gently on the steam before tasting it. The chestnut and meat flavors unfolded on his tongue, warming his belly. He glanced toward the nest direction, lowering his voice. Let them sleep. They must be tired from running about outside all day yesterday. After finishing the porridge, Zeyu handed the bowl back to Fengmian, reminding him to take good care of Li Zhu and the little ones before stepping out of the cave again. Fengmian held the bowl for a moment, then turned to wash it outside. By the nest, Li Zhu was still asleep, and the two little ones had flipped over, their tiny paws tightly grasping her clothing as if afraid she might leave. Fengmian returned after washing the bowl, cautiously climbing back into the nest, wrapping his arms around Li Zhu and contentedly drifting off to sleep. When Li Zhu awoke, the two little ones were no longer by her side, and the cave was empty, save for the sounds of Fengmian playing with the two little ones outside. Li Zhu recalled something and hastily got out of bed, only to feel her legs weaken, nearly stumbling. After a moment of steadying herself, she made her way to the cave entrance. Outside, she saw the two little ones joyfully running after Fengmian. Fengmian had intentionally transformed into his fox form, controlling his size to match the two little ones, his 9 bushy tails resembling a giant bouquet. Chun, and then, come here. Upon hearing Li Zhu's voice, they hurried over, diving into her embrace. Anyang, you're awake. Yuchan obediently allowed Li Zhu to ruffle his hair, his large eyes sparkling as he gazed at her. Anyang, and I missed you so much. Yuan chimed in, eagerly expressing her affection for her dear Anyang. Li Zhu's heart blossomed with joy, completely entranced by the melodic calls of Anyang. Oh, my precious little ones, you can finally speak. Li Zhu held the two little ones tighter, rubbing her nose against their fluffy heads, as the sweet calls of Anyang echoed in her ears, melting her heart. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Li Zhu feigned a stern expression, poking Yuchen's little nose with her fingertip. You were crying this morning, and now you know to call me Anyang? Yuchen blinked his large eyes and snuggled closer, his tiny paws clinging to her clothing in a display of affection. I wasn't afraid with Anyang here. Li Zhu chuckled and kissed his forehead, then turned to Fengmian. Mian, have you eaten? Where's Zay? Fengmian transformed back into his human form. Scratching his head, his eyes filled with mirth. Zhu, we have all eaten. Zeyu went to the forest with the clan. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you. The porridge is still warm. I'll go serve you some now. Fengmian turned and walked back into the cave. Li Zhu sat on the stone bench at the cave entrance, holding the two little ones in her arms, as the warm sunlight bathed her, dispelling the morning chill. Yuan lay on her lap, his little head resting on her knee, occasionally swishing his tail against her wrist. Yuchan curiously played with her flowing hair, humming a tuneless melody. Fengmian soon emerged with the porridge and several apples. Zhu, come try it. It's my first time making it, so I hope you like it. Fengmian placed the porridge before Li Zhu, beckoning to the two little ones. Chun, and then, come here. Adai has apples for you. Don't disturb your Anyang while she eats. Chun, and then obediently hopped down, toddling over to Fengmian. Thank you, Adai. They expressed their gratitude before diving into the apples. Fengmian was overjoyed. The little ones had called him Adai first. In this regard, he had finally taken a step ahead of Zeyu. Chapter 61. Fengmian attends to Li Zhu's rest as the sunset painted the horizon in hues of orange and red. Zeyu returned to the tribe with the hunting team. Everyone was laden with heavy wooden baskets filled to the brim with plump chestnuts. In the realm of Zeyu, there lay heaps of game and wild fruits, resembling small mountains. Zeyu instructed everyone to gather today's harvest, combining it with what was stored in the space, and entrusted the distribution to Li Heng before retreating to the cave. Back already? Li Zhu approached, her nose brushing against the chill emanating from him. How did it go? Did you find a lot of chestnuts? Yes, we discovered a grove of chestnuts, and the clansmen gathered them all. Zeyu affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze softening as it swept over the two little ones playing at the cave entrance. What as for dinner? Fengmian has prepared beast bone soup, fried beast meat, and steamed apples, Li Zhu replied, tugging him toward the cave. Hurry and wash your hands. The soup is still hot. During dinner, the two little ones were particularly lively. Yuchen used a small spoon to feed Li Zhu's soup while Yuan tiptoed to shove chestnuts in his Zeyu's bowl, incessantly calling out to their parents, amusing everyone at the table. After the meal, Zeyu wiped his hands and turned to the two little ones, who were drenched in sweat from playing. "It's time for bed. Come with me." Yu Chun and Yuan immediately darted behind Li Zhu, their tiny paws clutching her clothing tightly, their heads shaking like rattles. "No, Chen wants to sleep with Mama. Mama and doesn't T want to sleep with Papa." The little ones buried their faces in Li Zhu's back, their voices tinged with a whimper, looking utterly aggrieved, which tugged at Li Zhu's heartstrings. "How about Zeyu's?" brows knitted, his tone turning somber. "No, Li Zhu cannot indulge them. You too, be obedient." His authoritative gaze swept over them, exuding an undeniable authority reminiscent of when he trained the beastmen. Yu Chun and Yuan quivered under his gaze, pouting as tears threatened to spill. Seeing this, Fengmian quickly stepped forward to scoop up the two little ones. "Good little ones, how about you go to sleep with your papa? When you wake up tomorrow, Uncle Fengmian will take you out to play, all right?" With Zeyu's sternness on one side and Fengmian's enticing offer on the other, the two little ones hesitated for a long moment before reluctantly releasing their hold on Li Zhu's clothing, each being lifted by Zeyu, one in each hand. Before they left, Yuan looked back at Li Zhu with wide, pleading eyes, his small voice quivering. "Mama, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, be good." Chen and Li Zhu waved her hand, watching them enter the side cave before turning to meet Fengmian's sparkling eyes. In the main cave, only the two of them remained, the flickering firelight casting a warm glow on Fengmian's cheeks. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Li Zhu, resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice trembling. Li Zhu, the long-awaited intimacy, made him feel flushed all over, his embrace tightening as if to fuse her into his very being. Li Zhu could distinctly feel the rise and fall of his chest, along with the long-suppressed heat radiating from their skin, a continuous current flowing between them. Mian, she raised her hands to encircle his neck, tilting her head to kiss his lips. Fengmian's kiss was tinged with youthful eagerness, yet laced with a hint of caution, tracing from the corners of her lips down to her neck and collarbone, each touch igniting sparks that heightened Li Zhu's warmth. His fingers gently caressed her back, calloused yet tender, sending shivers coursing through her. As passion deepened, 9 fiery tails unfurled behind him, the fluffy fox tails swaying softly in the firelight, their tips brushing against the stone wall, creating delicate sounds. This form manifested only when he could no longer contain his emotions. Each tail taut yet trembling slightly in exquisite delight, silently conveying the master's ecstasy. "Li Zhu, I miss you so much." Fengmian's voice, low and husky, resonated in her ear, his 9 tails instinctively drawing closer. His fervor surpassed Zeyu's, akin to a wild flame ablaze in the wilderness, radiating an intensity that left Li Zhu nearly overwhelmed. She gripped his shoulders, her fingers sinking into his muscles, their breaths intertwining, leaving only the accelerated rhythm of their heartbeats and the heat of their skin palpable in the quiet cave. As night deepened, the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly heated, Fengmian's 9 fiery tails swaying more joyously. The sounds of friction against the stone walls mingled with their suppressed gasps, weaving a wild and passionate melody. It was not until the latter half of the night that Fengmian gradually calmed down, carefully cradling Li Zhu in his arms, covering her with his tails, his nose brushing against her hair, his eyes filled with a satisfied tenderness. "Li Zhu, you love my tails, don't you? You must be tired. Sleep now." Li Zhu nestled closer to him, her eyelids heavy as if laden with lead, quickly drifting into slumber. The following day, Li Zhu indeed found herself unable to rise from bed. As sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, she remained nestled in Fengmian's embrace, her body feeling languid as if devoid of bones, lacking even the strength to lift her hand. "Li Zhu, sleep a little longer. I'll go prepare breakfast." Fengmian kissed her forehead, gently rising to cover her with a beast's skin, then tiptoeing out of the cave. Li Zhu slept soundly for an entire day, only briefly waking when Fengmian helped her eat a bit, before succumbing to slumber once more. Zeyu had set out early with the clansmen, only returning in the afternoon. When the two little ones awoke, they surprisingly did not cry. It was not that they didn't want to, but rather that they were too apprehensive to do so. When Zeyu returned that afternoon, Zhu had just awakened, sitting in her nest in a daze, her face still flushed. Beauty can be deceiving. How careless I was. Almost exhausting myself. She mused, reflecting on her life of leisure, akin to an emperor who has forsaken the court. Awake? Zeyu's gaze swept over Zhu before landing on Fengmian, his brows furrowing slightly, an imperceptible reprimand in his eyes. Fengmian, feeling the weight of Zeyu's gaze, instinctively shrank back, hurriedly placing Yuchun in front of himself. I'll go heat some soup for Zhu. He had indeed lost control the previous night, and now, under Zeyu's scrutiny, he felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Yuchun and Yuan lay on Zhu's lap, curiously observing the subtle tension between their two fathers. Zeyu turned his attention back to Zhu, his tone softening. Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, just a bit tired, Zhu replied, shooting him a glare, her cheeks aflame. Don't blame him. It's not solely his fault. Only then did Zeyu retract his gaze, stepping outside to assist Li Hang with the day's haul. Fengmian returned with a warm soup, relieved to find Zeyu absent, and obediently sat beside Zhu to feed her. In the following days, Zeyu continued his routine of early mornings and late returns, while the tribe's stores of winter provisions steadily increased. Meanwhile, Fengmian was utterly immersed in the blissful days spent with Zhu and the little ones. During the day, he chased the two little ones at the cave entrance, rolling in the grass, and by night, he remained close to Zhu, never straying far. As for his earlier vows to diligently improve his strength and strive for the 10th level, those aspirations had long vanished. Now, he was completely enraptured by this happy existence, nearly forgetting his own name. Initially, Zhu found such days to be heartwarming. But after several days of being doted on by Fengmian to the point of feeling utterly drained, she finally began to feel overwhelmed. One night, nestled in his embrace, she sighed silently, murmuring softly, Mian, Mian, if you continue to laze about, your tails will rust. Should I find you something to do? Fengmian tightened his hold on her, his fluffy tails sweeping across her waist. No, nothing is more comfortable than holding Zhu or being with the little ones. Zhu, having not heard his words, had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, she had been contemplating finding something for Fengmian to occupy himself with the night before. When Zhu opened her eyes the next day, she was taken aback. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the vines, illuminating the nest where the two little ones curled up beside her, their tiny paws resting on her arm, sleeping soundly. Zhu was momentarily taken aback. During this time of day, Fengmian would usually have finished preparing breakfast for Zeyu, and after they had eaten, he would return to accompany her and the little ones in their slumber. Zhu rose cautiously and searched both inside and outside their dwelling. The stove offered no warmth from porridge cooking. The stone bench at the cave entrance was completely empty, and even the pile of hay where Fengmian loved to bask in the sun was devoid of his presence. Mian, Mian? Fengmian? She called out a couple of times, her voice echoing through the morning village, yet received no response. The two little ones were roused from their sleep, rubbing their eyes and calling for their mother, their little heads swiveling in confusion. Zhu hurriedly gathered them into her embrace, her heart gradually filling with unease. Where could Mian Mian have gone? He would never leave without a word. Holding the two little ones, she proceeded to the neighboring cave of Li Cheng and Ming Yuan. Father, mother, have you seen Mian Mian? Ming Yuan, who was sitting and tying her hair, shook her head upon hearing the question. I haven't seen him. I didn't hear him playing with the little ones this morning. I thought you all were still asleep. Li Cheng also set down the wooden spatula in his hand. I haven't seen him. Should we ask your Fengshan father if he might be over there? Li Tzu, in Afrantikarash, sought out Xing Lan and the others at Fengshan, only to receive the same response. No one had seen him. The village was so small. Surely Fengmian had not vanished in a thin air. Holding the two little ones, Zhu slowly made her way back to her own cave, sitting despondently by their nest, her nose suddenly feeling a bit sore. This fellow, could he have gone off to play and forgotten to return? Or had something happened? Just as she was anxiously pacing, A soft thud echoed behind her, as if something had landed in their animal skin nest. Li Zhu turned abruptly, only to see Fengmian sprawled out in the nest. His fiery red hair tousled, eyes still shut, and a suspicious drool mark at the corner of his mouth. Fengmian. Li Zhu was both startled and elated, quickly placing the two little ones in the nest and pulling them up, while the little ones rushed forward to cling tightly to Fengmian's legs. "Where have you been?" Fengmian was jolted awake, blinking groggily with a dazed expression. "Azhu, what is the matter?" He yawned, tilting his head. "Wasn't I just sleeping here?" "Still sleeping." Li Zhu was both exasperated and worried, poking his head. "I searched for you for an hour. I looked everywhere, and everyone said they hadn't seen you. Where on earth did you go?" "An hour?" Fengmian was thoroughly bewildered, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. "That's impossible. I just had a dream. I dreamt I was in the Fox tribe's cave as a child, and my father was scolding me with a vine, saying I was too naughty. And then you came and pulled me away." He scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed. "Then I dreamt we were in the cave, and Chun and were asking me for apples. I was about to get them some when you woke me up." He spoke with such sincerity that it seemed implausible he was lying. Li Zhu observed his bewildered expression, and her anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a wave of confusion. "But you really weren't in the cave just now. I called for you many times, and there was no response." She clutched Fengmian's hand tightly, her fingertips growing cold. "You disappeared for a whole hour. I thought something had happened to you." It was only then that Fengmian grasped the gravity of the situation, his confusion morphing into astonishment. "Disappeared? How could I disappear?" He glanced down at his hands, then felt the 9 tails behind him, all intact, and noticed no unusual changes about himself. Could it be? Li Zhu suddenly paused, her eyes brightening. Could it be that when you fell asleep, you inadvertently activated your spatial abilities? Fengmian's spatial abilities had always been uncontrollable. He had previously ended up in strange places without warning. This time, could he have accidentally triggered it while asleep? Spatial abilities? Fengmian blinked, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "That is possible. I think I felt like I stepped into emptiness in my dream, as if I fell into a dark place. And then I was abruptly pushed back out." He scratched his head, looking confused. "But how would I return? Previously, it was always random." Li Zhu's farvet kikanat suddenly. She grasped Fengmian's arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mian, do you think you might be able to control the destination of your teleportation now?" Fengmian was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes widened in realization. "Are you saying I can choose where I teleport to?" They exchanged glances, each seeing uncontainable excitement reflected in the other's eyes. If that were true, it would be an extraordinary boon. But why? Li Zhu could not suppress her curiosity. Mian, think back. Did anything unusual happen yesterday? What did you do yesterday?" Hearing Li Zhu's words, Fengmian began to ponder, yet after a long while. He could recall nothing. "I don't think I did anything unusual. I was just playing with you and the little ones as usual, and then in the evening." Fengmian said, cautiously glancing at Li Zhu, the implication in his eyes unmistakable. "Li Zhu. All right, let's not speak of it anymore. I understand." She comprehended fully. She was still feeling sore from the prior day's exertions. Early in the morning, she had to search everywhere for him. However, if Mian could genuinely control where he teleported, it would be a monumental blessing. He could go wherever he desired or return instantly in case of danger. The benefits were simply immeasurable. "Azhu, should I try it now?" Fengmian declared, preparing to stand and use his spatial abilities. "Wait." Li Zhu hurriedly stopped him. "Not now." She glanced outside at the cooling breeze, her brow furrowing slightly. "The weather is getting colder. What if you still can't control it and end up in some remote mountain or corner? What would you do?" Fengmian then recalled his previous unreliable teleportation experiences and reluctantly withdrew his hand. "Then shall we ask Zeyu when he returns?" Zeyu is always clever. With him around, she felt reassured. "Yes." Li Zhu nodded emphatically, her worries completely replaced by immense anticipation. "When Zeyu returns, we'll ask him, and then we can slowly try it out." She reached out to smooth Fengmian's tousled hair, her fingertips brushing against his warm cheek. And she couldn't help but smile. "I didn't expect you would gain a skill from this nap." Fengmian chuckled. wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin atop her head. It must have been Zhu who pulled me along in the dream, allowing me to return on my own. The two little ones, having watched the exchange, climbed up to embrace Fengmian's hands, their baby voices chiming in. Fengmian, I want an apple. And I want one too. Fengmian laughed, pulling the two little ones into his embrace and kissing each of their faces. All right. Father will go get you some. Chapter 63. Southern continent, the afternoon sun slanted through the opening at the top of the cave, casting a golden hue upon the wooden bowls on the table. As Zeyu entered the cave, he was immediately captivated by the fragrant aroma wafting from the table. The beast meat was stewed to tenderness, the chestnuts steamed to a delightful fluffiness, the pan-fried meat was crisp and oily, and several bright red apples were neatly arranged at the edge of the bowl, clearly prepared with care. He had to admit that Fengmian was becoming increasingly capable and reliable. Zhu and Fengmian sat side by side on the wooden bench, while the two little ones perched on the edge of the table, their bright eyes gleaming with undisguised joy, as if they were privy to some grand celebration. Why is it so lavish today? Zeyu, having washed his hands, approached the table with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Adze, comecit. Zhu quickly made space for him, and Fengmian nimbly served a bowl of hot soup, handing it over. We have good news to share. As Zeyu settled down, Zhu recounted the curious incident of Fengmian's sudden disappearance and reappearance that morning, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she added, Thus, Aze, we speculate that Mian has likely gained the ability to control the teleportation location. Zeyu paused, his hand gripping the wooden bowl, glancing towards Fengmian. Have you tried it? Fengmian shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. Zhu wouldn't allow it, fearing I might get lost. Zeyu pondered for a moment. Indeed, that was a valid concern. After some contemplation, he lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. However, the tribe's food supplies are nearly sufficient, so I will be home for the next few days. He looked at Fengmian, his gaze steady. Let us try it tomorrow. If you still can't control it and get transported too far, just try again until you can return home safely. Fengmian was taken aback. What does that mean? If I get lost, I have to find my way back on my own? Yet, at present, there appeared to be no alternative. Times had changed. Previously, he would have simply attempted it without hesitation, but now he had a family to consider. However, knowing Zeyu was at home brought him comfort. The following morning, the clearing in front of the cave was bustling with people. Li Cheng, Ming Yuan, and Fengshan Qinglan had come after hearing about Fengmian's attempt to explore his powers, their hearts laden with concern. The two little ones were cradled in Ming Yuan's and Qinglan's arms, their wide, round eyes fixed on Fengmian as they cheered him on. Don't be nervous. Take your time. Zhu stood beside Fengmian, gently squeezing his hand. Taking a deep breath, Fengmian closed his eyes, concentrating on the familiar spatial fluctuations. Once he was certain of the destination, he began to activate his powers. Suddenly, a flash of red light illuminated the scene, and Fengmian's figure vanished without a trace. A collective tension gripped the onlookers, particularly Zhu, who could hardly bear the thought of losing Mian. Just as Zhu's heart raced, the next moment, Fengmian emerged from their cave, his face alight with exhilaration. Zhu, it worked. He dashed towards Zhu, grasping her hand tightly, his tail wagging joyously behind him. Zeyu stepped forward, a smile in his eyes. Let us try teleporting to that stone over there. He pointed to a blue stone half a mile away. Fengmian nodded and summoned his powers once more. This time, everyone watched closely as Fengmian transformed into a streak of red light, appearing beside the stone in an instant, even reaching out to touch it, affirming his success. I can truly control it. Zhu leaped with joy, and Fengshan and Qinglan shared in the exhilaration. Who could understand? After years of waiting, their eldest son had finally gained control, and he wouldn't lose himself again. Fengmian returned with enthusiasm, just about to speak when Zhu interrupted him. Mian, quickly try to see if you can take us with you. Can you teleport two people? Fengmian hesitated, as he had never attempted to teleport others before. Let's give it a try. Theoretically, it should be possible. Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Zeyu. Aze, let's go see the southern continent. I've heard it's warm there, definitely not cold. If that's the case, we can spend this winter in the southern continent. Zeyu, seeing her eager gaze, could not refuse. All right, but be careful. If it doesn't work, come back immediately. With both of us here, there shouldn't be any great danger. But we cannot take risks with you, after all. You are irreplaceable. Dear parents, please take care of the little ones for a while. We'll be back soon. Li Zhu turned to bid farewell to everyone, then eagerly urged Fengmian to activate his powers. Without waiting for a response, in the next moment, the three figures vanished from the clearing, leaving Mingyuan and Qinglan with the bewildered little ones, blinking and asking, "Grandma, where are Mom and Dad?" When the trio landed safely, they found themselves atop an unfamiliar mountain. Surrounded by countless towering peaks, this mountain loomed above them all. Surprisingly, instead of the biting cold they had anticipated, a gentle warmth caressed them, carrying the scent of damp vegetation. Li Zhu glanced down at the lush green grass beneath her feet, adorned with scattered blossoms. Heavens! It's indeed much warmer here than in the northern continent. We've truly made it to the southern continent. Li Zhu marveled, her disbelief palpable. This was her first journey far from home. It was not cold at all. Fengmian gazed blankly at the distant mountains. Scarcely able to believe he had truly accomplished this feat, awe and joy enveloped the three, causing them to forget the question of how Fengmian had suddenly gained control. Zeyu surveyed their surroundings, extending his mental energy to explore. There appeared to be no signs of orc activity on this mountain. While he did sense the presence of numerous wild beasts, the highest among them was only at the 8th level, posing no threat. Wild beasts. How polite of them. Let us explore. Li Zhu mused, considering that if there were no signs of orc activity, perhaps this mountain was unclaimed. Could we stake our claim here? She thought to herself, reveling in the possibilities of the beast world, where strength allowed one to seize vast territories. Fengmian, equally curious, surveyed the area. So, Zhu, which direction shall we go? Let us wander about and see if we can find anything we haven't encountered in the northern continent. Li Zhu led the way down the mountain, treading on the soft grass, her spirits exceptionally high. She was even beginning to contemplate finding a perfect spot here to build a home. As the three wandered through the forest, laughing and chatting, occasionally stopping to admire unfamiliar flowers and plants, they remained blissfully unaware that a fierce battle was brewing 100 miles away, beyond Zeyu's mental reach. Chapter 64. Disputed territory at this moment. In the clearing at the foot of the mountain, two massive figures stood at a standoff. One was a divine-patterned white tiger, its snow-white fur glistening with a golden sheen, each hair adorned with delicate purple lightning patterns, while the striking king symbol on its forehead shimmered brilliantly. Its tail swished, generating a sharp wind that sliced through the air. Above it hovered a colorful phoenix-like bird, its wings spread wide like a rainbow canopy, with feathers shimmering in a gradient of colors, each flap releasing sparkling motes of light. Its beak was as white as jade, its claws of pale gold, and a crown of fiery feathers atop its head gleamed in the sunlight. "This mountain peak is mine to claim," Song Yan roared, the sound echoing through the forest, shaking the leaves around them. "The white tiger tribe requires more territory. Seek your space elsewhere." "And why should I?" The voice of Qian rang clear as crystal, its wings creating a tempest that sent leaves swirling into the air. "You think just saying it makes it yours? Defeat me first, and then we'll talk. If you're so capable, why don't you come down?" Song Yin felt his temper flare, his body crackling with purple lightning. "How ridiculous! You speak of a fight, yet you refuse to descend. How am I to engage you? Why should I come down? If you're able, then come up." Qian taunted from its lofty position. "If I could come up, I would have done so already." Song Yin, provoked beyond measure, leapt dozens of meters into the air, unleashing a storm of purple lightning as he lunged toward Qian. Qian, with a powerful flap of its wings, nimbly evaded, its flames colliding with the purple lightning in a crackling display. "Is dodging all you can do?" Song Yin landed with a thud, shaking the ground, and with a swipe of his claws, sent several earth spikes, crackling with lightning, shooting toward the sky. The blazing wings of Qi Ye converged, transforming into a shield reminiscent of a rainbow that deflected the earthen spikes, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of fiery wind blades. The flames surged around Baihu. Yet Song Yan remained unfazed, instead harnessing the heat to lift shards of stone from the ground, which, electrified by purple lightning, rained down upon Qi. Surrender. For on the ground, you cannot best me. A light chuckle escaped Qi as his wings fluttered, summoning a tempest that coalesced the flames into a swirling fire dragon that coiled around Baihu. With an enraged roar, Song Yin plunged into the inferno, his snow-white form weaving through the flames, where purple lightning intertwined with the firelight, casting a flickering illumination across the battleground. The clash at the mountain's base intensified. One wielded thunder to shake the earth, the other harnessed wind and fire to dominate the skies, neither willing to yield an inch. In that moment, purple lightning danced with radiant colors. Thunderstorm clashed with fierce winds, enveloping the entire foothill in a shroud of potent energy, causing even the air to tremble. On the other side, the mountain wind carried the scent of flora, brushing past Li Zhu, who crouched before a cluster of blue-violet blossoms. Her fingertip poised to touch a petal when Zeyu abruptly seized her wrist. "What is it?" she inquired, looking up to see Zeyu's gaze fixed on a mountain's base, his brow slightly furrowed. "There's movement," he replied in a low tone, his mental energy already unfurling like a spider's web. A powerful energy fluctuation, at least of the 9th tier. Fengmian perked up, his fiery tail straightening with anticipation. "It seems there are two." The trio exchanged glances and descended the mountain, following the faint disturbance. As they ventured further down, the air grew increasingly tense, infused with the crackling of thunder and the howling winds stirred by the flapping of wings. Li Zhu gazed intently, her eyes widening, and she quietly tugged at Zeyu's sleeve, lowering her voice to inquire, "Are they fighting for this mountain?" Zeyu nodded. "It appears so. Is this mountain?" Li Zhu's eyes flickered between Baihu and Qi, then quickly darted to the undulating green hills behind them, a light igniting in her gaze. "Are they fighting for the very mountain we just occupied?" Fengmian's excitement was palpable as his tail wagged. "It seems so. Can we join in the fray?" Li Zhu remained silent, sharing a quick, affirmative glance with Fengmian. This mountain, so vast and warm in climate, was an ideal sanctuary for the winter. It possessed both strength and entitlement. Why should they stand idly by as others fought for it? Zeyu understood their intentions, his fingers caressing each other as his gaze swept over the two combatants. Two 9th-tier beings, indeed formidable, yet with one at the 9th tier and another at the 10th. He saw no issue in confronting them. Indeed, in the world of beasts, the law of territory always favored the strong. He spoke slowly, his tone devoid of emotion. Fengmian could hardly contain himself, his fiery tail taut like a drawn bowstring. "Shall we join the fight?" he suggested, his knuckles crackling with energy, his 9 tails poised for action. Li Zhu quickly restrained him. "Hold on. Let us assess the situation first." Just then, Baihu lunged, only to miss, caught by Qi's wind blades that struck his flank, causing crimson blooms to erupt upon his snowy coat. Song Yin roared, his forehead's lightning markings flaring with dazzling light, as purple electricity converged into a massive net aimed at Qi. Qi's wings dipped, propelling him higher, and with a powerful flap, a torrential rain of wind blades descended upon Baihu. "Enough!" A clear voice rang out, slicing through the cacophony of battle. "Li Zhu, Zeyu." And Fengmian turned to see Qi, yet suddenly halt his assault, hovering in mid-air, his glass-like eyes fixing on their concealed position. After watching for so long, why not step forward and speak? Baihu also turned sharply, his light purple irises crackling with electricity, locking onto their location. Zeyu stepped forward, pulling Li Zhu along, with Fengmian following closely, their figures fully revealed in the clearing. Upon seeing Zeyu, Song Yin's pupils constricted. The presence emanating from him was unfathomable, evoking an instinctual wariness within him. Qi descended, gradually transforming into human form. His hair, a spectrum of colors, cascaded over his shoulders, the tips adorned with vibrant feathers that swayed gently. Clad in a feather-embroidered tunic, his fingertips shimmered with iridescence. When his gaze met Li Zhu's, he paused momentarily before elegantly nodding. "Are the three of you also here to contest for this mountain?" Before Li Zhu could respond, Baihu took human form as well. his silver hair streaked with dark purple, the lightning mark on his forehead subtly glowing. He cast a disdainful glance at Li Zhu and her companions. Regardless of who you are, this mountain is claimed by the Baihu tribe. Why is that? Li Zhu couldn't help but interject, pointing at the peak behind them. We were just up there. We arrived before you. How ironic it was that moments ago she admired their beauty, only to now find them so fierce. The astonishment that had once captivated her was now replaced with indignation. Oof. Song Yin paused, then furrowed his brow. Who saw you? We saw ourselves. Li Zhu asut bon li. And this mountain is so vast. If you two are fighting over it, why can't we contend as well? Let us have a contest. The victor decides. Chi's eyes sparkled with interest, his glassy orbs narrowing playfully. Oh, and how shall we compete? Before Li Zhu could formulate an answer, Fengmian stepped forward, his fiery tail unfurling behind him, exuding an undeniable battle spirit. Simple. If you can defeat us, it's yours. Song Yin scoffed, purple lightning crackling around him. Such bravado. Then let us do this together. Zeyu gently patted Li Zhu's shoulder, signaling her to step back, while he advanced a step, the air around him seeming to thicken with tension. No need for all of you. I shall entertain you alone. Chapter 65. Free labor. Li Zhu settled onto a sun-warmed, smooth stone, cradling a bowl of beast meat soup in her hands. It had been quite some time since breakfast, and after traversing most of the mountain path, hunger had set in. As she sipped the warm broth, a comforting warmth spread through her stomach, alleviating much of the tension from watching the earlier battle. Fengmian, summoned back by a glance from Zeyu, begrudgingly joined her, cradling his own bowl of soup, though his fiery tail remained alert, occasionally darting toward Song Yin and Chia opposite them. Song Yin was boasting, declaring he would show Zeyu his might. Yet before he could finish, he suddenly felt his entire body stiffen, as if ensnared by countless invisible threads that spread to his limbs, an overwhelming mental force pinning him down. Song Yin attempted to muster his energy, but found it exceedingly difficult. He lifted his gaze, colliding with Zeyu's fathomless eyes. Within them lay no hint of emotion, yet they seemed to conceal an abyss capable of devouring all, an overwhelming mental force washing over him, suffocating him with its oppressive weight. You! Song Yin's face flushed crimson, veins throbbing at his temples. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, it was an arduous task. After a brief hesitation, he abruptly turned his head away, gruffly exhaling. Who would want this wretched mountain? It's hideous. Whoever desires it can take it. I shan't. As soon as he uttered those words, the constricting sensation vanished. Fengmian, Chia, Li Zhu, you don't want it. Do you simply because you cannot have it? Song Yin's face tinged with embarrassment. Moments ago, he had deemed this mountain a coveted prize, yet now, under pressure, it suddenly seemed less appealing, the stones less even, and the stream perhaps not as sweet as that of his own tribe. Perhaps feeling a twinge of humiliation, Song Yin shot Zeyu a fierce glare before turning to leave, his silver hair laced with dark purple whipping like a whip in the wind, not even leaving behind a parting remark. Fearing he might lose face if he lingered any longer, he hurried away. Meanwhile, Chia reacted even more swiftly. At the moment when Zeyu's mental prowess unfurled, he keenly sensed an anomaly. The force before him exceeded his comprehension, resembling an invisible net that could ensnare him. A mere Luanio, at any moment if the other party so desired. Instinctively, the defiance in his gaze dissipated, replaced by an expression of meekness and innocence, with the radiant aura surrounding him considerably subdued. This individual's strength was indeed commendable. Qian spoke, his glassy eyes curving into crescent moons, his admiration for Zeyu evident. He quickly cast a glance at the bowl of soup in Li Zhu's hands, his nose twitching involuntarily. This mountain naturally belongs to the strong. How could we dare to voice dissent? Clearly one cannot contend. Fengmian interjected from the side, sipping his soup, his tail tip dismissively sweeping the ground. Qian, far from being offended, nodded in agreement. Indeed, one cannot contend. He laughed heartily, his gaze once again fixated on the soup bowls held by Li Zhu and Fengmian, a subtle glimmer of craving in his tone. By the way, This food smells incredibly aromatic. I have been busy searching for a mountain all morning and have yet to eat anything. May I inquire what it is made of? Li Zhu felt a bit bashful under his sparkling gaze. Qian was exceptionally handsome, his rainbow-hued hair shimmering under the sunlight, the colorful feathers at the tips gently swaying, paired with his clear, glassy eyes that sparkled with a rainbow-like glow when he smiled, rendering it nearly impossible to refuse him. She stole a glance at Zeyu, and seeing no objection from him, she smiled and raised a bowl in her hand. It's just ordinary beast meat soup, with some wild fruits gathered from the mountains added in. If you don't mind. Qian was momentarily dazzled by her bright smile, and upon regaining his senses, he hastily responded, I do not mind. Of course I do not mind. Qian's eyes sparkled as he watched Zeyu retrieve a full bowl of beast meat soup from his face. He gingerly accepted it, carefully blowing on it before taking a hearty sip. The warm soup glided down his throat, the rich flavor of the beast meat mingling with the unique fragrance of chestnuts exploded on his tongue, the warmth traveling from his throat to his stomach, replenishing much of the energy expended during the earlier conflict. Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens, this is exquisite. This is undoubtedly the best food I have ever tasted in my life. He finished the bowl in just a few gulps, handing the empty bowl back to Li Zhu, his eyes sparkling brightly as he looked at her, resembling a beggar beast, suddenly exclaiming, Do you need someone to specifically hunt for you? Li Zhu and Fengmian were momentarily taken aback. Qian promptly thumped his chest in self-recommendation, the tips of his colorful feathers shimmering with excitement. I am quite skilled. I can indeed catch birds. There is no bird in the sky that I cannot capture. I can also catch those that run on the ground. Fearing Li Zhu would doubt him, he added, I do not require any compensation. Just food will suffice. Just like that soup earlier, having a bowl every day would be enough. Fengmian immediately expressed his displeasure, his tail standing erect. What do you intend to do? We certainly do not need. Wait. Li Zhu restrained Fengmian, calculating in her mind. They had just arrived in the southern continent and were unfamiliar with everything here, and they truly needed someone to guard the mountain. Qian was a ninth-tier being, not weak in strength, and as a native of the southern continent, he would undoubtedly understand the area better than they did. Moreover, she discreetly glanced at Qian's handsome face, finding it hard to refuse. After all, having an eye-catching free laborer seemed rather advantageous. Can you really catch anything? Li Zhu raised an eyebrow and asked. Naturally, Qian assured, thumping his chest. Li Zhu looked towards Zeyu, silently inquiring for his opinion. Zeyu's gaze swept over Qian. Although this bird appeared somewhat exuberant, its eyes were pure, and it had readily conceded earlier, suggesting it harbored no ill intentions. Having him around would indeed alleviate many concerns. He nodded slightly, yet shifted the conversation. However, at this moment, we are not in dire need of hunting. Qian's previously heightened enthusiasm was suddenly doused with cold water. Then what do you need? We currently require someone to watch over the mountain, Li Zhu replied, handing the empty bowl to Zeyu with a calm demeanor. Watch over the mountain? Qian expressed confusion. It means that at times we may not reside on this mountain, and thus, there may be other beastmen attempting to encroach upon our territory. Therefore, we need someone to guard the mountain and prove it is claimed. Do you understand? I understand. I fully comprehend. I believe I am the most suitable candidate. Qian's face instantly lit up with joy, his glassy eyes sparkling like they were filled with stars. Very well, it's settled then. No problem. Qian agreed without hesitation. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Li Zhu, his smile radiant. By the way, I haven't yet asked your names. I am Qian, a member of the Zeyu Luanio clan. I am Li Zhu. Zeyu. Fengmian. Fengmian still bore a hint of wariness, speaking in a low voice. Qian noted each name with a cheerful wave of his hand. I will now go and catch some wild beasts, ensuring to bring you the finest prey. No sooner had he finished speaking than he transformed into a streak of rainbow light, soaring into the sky, his wings creating a gust of wind before vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Fengmian watched the direction he had disappeared into, huffing in discontent. Azu, you only agreed because of his good looks, didn't you? Li Zhu felt her cheeks warm at being hit with the truth, playfully pinching his hand. What nonsense! We just arrived here. We genuinely need someone familiar with the situation. Besides, didn't he say that as long as he gets food, it's quite a bargain? Or are you suggesting you wish to stay here and guard the mountain? Fengmian remained displeased, his tail drooping dejectedly. I don't want to. Azu, I want to go home with you. It's just that his gaze toward you felt strange, and I don't like it. Fengmian lamented, holding onto Li Zhu's hand with a pitiful expression. All right, you must have misread it. I didn't feel anything. Be good now, Li Zhu gently patted his head, offering some words of comfort. We have been out for quite some time. Once we finalize our location, we will wait for Qian to return to help us guard the mountain, and then we will head back to the tribe to consult everyone's thoughts and discuss thoroughly. Very well. Chapter 66. Building a House of Earth. Qian's efficiency exceeded all expectations. Barely had Li Zhu and the others settled on a flat rock at the foot of the mountain when they heard the sound of wings flapping overhead. Looking up, they saw a streak of rainbow light diving down, landing steadily before them. Beside Qian lay a green beast nearly half a person tall, its body covered in fine azure scales, with distinct claw marks on its neck, clearly a recent catch. He was slightly perspiring at the temples, yet wore a radiant smile. Placing the prey on the ground, as if seeking praise from Li Zhu. Li Zhu, look, an 8th-tier Qinglin beast. Its meat is exceptionally tender. Zeyu stepped forward to inspect, confirming it was indeed a fresh 8th-tier prey, nodding in approval at Qian. Not bad. Receiving affirmation, Qian beamed with delight, his tail nearly soaring to the heavens. Li Zhu rose, pointing to the mountain behind her. Qian, we need to return to our home in the northern continent to discuss moving here with our clan. You will guard this mountain for now, ensuring no other beastmen encroach. Rest assured, Qian thumped his chest in assurance. With me around, no one dares to touch a blade of grass on this mountain. Also, Li Zhu added, please help us look for a location on the mountain that is sheltered from the wind, near a water source, and spacious enough to accommodate many people, as we plan to build our residence there later. No problem. I am very familiar with the area and will ensure to find you the best spot. Zeyu retrieved 2 wooden bowls from his space, one filled with golden brown roasted beast meat and the other with warm meat soup, handing them to Qian. Here, eat this first. We will return tomorrow. Thank you. Qian eagerly received the task, his eyes shining like they contained stars, as he watched the 3 individuals gather together. Fengmian held the hands of Li Zhu and Zeyu, silently reciting a return to the Zhu tribe. In a flash of crimson light, the trio vanished from sight. This display left Qian astonished once more. Indeed, these 3 were formidable. Fortunately, he was astute. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the familiar cave of the Zhu tribe. Just as they steadied themselves, a loud cry resonated through the air. 2 little ones were being cradled in Li Hong's arms. Upon seeing Li Zhu, their tiny mouths quivered, and tears like pearls began to roll down their cheeks. Mama, where have you gone? Yuan struggled to leap from Li Hong's embrace, clinging tightly to Li Zhu's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Anan thought you had abandoned us. Yuchen, with red-rimmed eyes, leaned against Li Zhu's shoulder, his small voice choking back tears. Mama, it's bad. Li Zhu's heart ached painfully as she quickly enveloped both little ones in her arms, showering them with kisses. It's my fault I left in such haste. It was my mistake. How could we ever abandon Qinshin and Anan? You are our dearest little ones. Fengmian approached, clumsily helping to wipe away their tears. Do not cry. It is our fault. Next time, we shall take you along, all right? Zeyu then turned to Li Hong. We traveled to the Nandalu, where the climate is warm and suitable for winter. Li Hong nodded in understanding, just as Li Cheng and Ming Yuan emerged from the cave, having heard the commotion. Upon seeing their return, relief washed over them. You are back. Ming Yuan stepped forward to take you on from Li Zhu's arms, gently ruffling the little one's hair. Dinner is ready. Come in and eat. At the dining table, the 2 little ones remained glued to Li Zhu's side, occasionally nudging her arm with their tiny heads, fearing her sudden disappearance. As Li Zhu fed them apple puree, she recounted the conditions of the Nandalu. The warm climate, abundant game, and spacious hills elicited expressions of longing from everyone. Thus, I propose we move to the Nandalu for the winter, Li Zhu suggested, glancing at Li Cheng. Li Cheng set down his wooden bowl, pondering. The Nandalu is indeed favorable. but our tribe is comprised largely of elders who have never left this place. Moving so far would likely be too much for them. Moreover, relocating the entire tribe is no trivial matter. Merely packing up would be quite troublesome. Ming Yuan nodded in agreement. Your father speaks wisely. The elders are nostalgic, and persuading them to leave the home they have known for a lifetime may not be easy. Li Zhu, having anticipated this, considered for a moment and proposed, how about this? We could take a portion of the tribe to establish residence there first. Those who wish to go can stay for a while those who prefer to remain can guard the tribe. This way, both sides can look after each other. Fengmian's eyes sparkled. What a splendid idea. This way, we do not have to force anyone, and those who wish to see the Nanda Lu can do so. Zeyu also expressed his agreement. I can also utilize my spatial abilities to transport more supplies there. Li Qing contemplated for a moment before decisively stating, very well. Tomorrow, I shall gather the tribe members to ascertain their opinions. You should also prepare. Once a decision is reached, we will set off promptly. The following morning, a considerable number of people gathered in the tribe's open space. Li Qing shared the situation of the Nanda Lu and Li Zhu's proposal, prompting a lively discussion among the crowd. Initially, the elders frowned, expressing their reluctance to move, while the younger beastmen displayed curiosity, feeling that a change of scenery would be beneficial. As Li Zhu listened to the animated discourse, she anticipated a reaction similar to what they had expected. However, unexpectedly, everyone unanimously agreed to relocate the tribe. Li Zhu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden consensus. It was a few young tribesmen who stood up to explain how they had managed to persuade the elders to join the move, appealing to their sentiments about the mild winter in the Nanda Lu and assuring them that their joints would not ache. They argued emotionally and logically, and the elders, being soft-hearted, soon consented. After lunch, Li Zhu, Zeyu, and Fengmian, accompanied by a dozen or so beastmen from the hunting team, prepared to set off. This was the outcome of their discussions, allowing a portion of the tribe to arrange accommodations. Fengmian's spatial abilities appeared to have no apparent limitations thus far. Yet, Li Zhu mused that if he could transport individuals directly from the Beida Lu to the Nanda Lu, there should be no restrictions on the number of people. The two little ones insisted on accompanying them, and Li Zhu had no choice but to hold them close. Fengmian activated his spatial powers once more, and in an instant, the group was transported to the hills of the Nanda Lu. Upon arrival, they were greeted by Qi Ye, who rushed over with excitement. Li Zhu, I have found an excellent location. There is a vast flat area at the mountainside on the other side, with a stream and protection from the wind. It is incredibly spacious. Following him, they discovered that he spoke the truth. A broad expanse lay before them, with a clear stream flowing nearby and sunlight bathing the grass in warmth. A truly splendid place. The hunting team members were awestruck, beginning to survey the area and planning how to clear a space for temporary caves. Li Zhu, holding the little ones, stood in the valley's center, watching everyone bustle about when a sudden thought struck her and she slapped her forehead. Of course, Zeyu and Fengmian turned to her. What is it? That white tiger from yesterday. Does he not possess earth-based abilities? Li Zhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why should we toil to dig caves? We could build earthen houses instead. Earthen houses? The crowd was momentarily stunned, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Li Zhu elaborated. Houses constructed from earth and stone, more spacious and luminous than caves, capable of withstanding wind and rain. We can build them as large as we desire without the hassle of excavation. As she spoke, she drew a simple outline of a house on the ground with a branch. Look, it has walls and a roof. And we can even partition the interior into small rooms. How convenient. The hunting team members' eyes lit up with excitement. Is there such a method? It sounds far superior to a cave. But we do not know how. Someone scratched their head. That white tiger can. Li Zhu looked towards Qi Ye. Does he not have earth-based abilities? He should be able to help. Qi Ye, can you find him? Qi Ye hesitated. I need to locate where he is, and he may be unwilling to come. Give it a try, Li Zhu encouraged. Just apply some pressure and incentives. Qi Ye's eyes brightened. That is indeed a good plan. I shall go and see. He turned to leave, but paused to ask, what if he still refuses to come? What should we do? You could give him a good beating, and he will comply, Fengmian replied without hesitation. Chi's mouth twitched at the suggestion, but ultimately said nothing more and transformed into his beast form, soaring into the sky. In less than half an hour, the group saw Chi returning, carrying a white figure. He landed steadily on the flat ground. Song Yin, upon touching the ground, wore an expression of reluctance, his silver hair radiating an aura of forced compliance. Upon seeing Li Zhu and the others, his brow furrowed even more tightly. What do you want? I do not have time for your nonsense. Song Yin, could you lend us a hand? Li Zhu stepped forward, showing him the rudimentary house design she had drawn. We wish to build these earthen houses. I have heard you possess remarkable earth-based abilities. Could you assist us? Once completed, we will provide you with meals for 3 days, each with meat and soup. Song Yin initially intended to refuse outright, but the mention of daily meat and soup, coupled with the memory of the delicious beast meat soup he had smelled the previous day, made his throat involuntarily swallow. Observing Chi beside him making eye signals and subtly gesturing provocatively, he snorted and begrudgingly replied, "What sort of earthen houses? Let me take a look." Li Zhu hastily detailed the plans to him, explaining everything from the walls to the windows and the roof with clarity. As Song Yin listened, his frown gradually relaxed, and a glimmer of interest appeared in his eyes. Building houses with earth-based abilities? That seems somewhat more engaging than mere fighting. All right, he finally said in a deep, resonant voice, "I will give it a try, but if it doesn't work out, don't blame me." "Of course not," Li Zhu replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you." Song Yin looked at her, unable to suppress a faint blush. The hunting team of beastmen had already begun to excitedly clear the area. Song Yin stood in the center of the flat ground, flexing his wrists as a soft purple lightning began to envelop him, causing the earth beneath his feet to tremble slightly. Chapter 67. The courtyard. Song Yin's movements were astonishingly swift. He raised his hands slightly, and the soil beneath him seemed to be drawn by invisible hands, rising in layers according to the contours envisioned by Li Zhu. In less than half an hour, a sturdy earthen wall stood tall, its surface smooth and seamless. He then created several earth pillars for support at the corners of the wall, and following the same method, walls in the east, west, and north rose consecutively, quickly forming a square courtyard. "Don't forget to leave a door and windows," Li Zhu reminded him, pointing to the spots where she desired them. "The door doesn't need to be too wide, just enough for a person to pass through. The windows should be higher for both light and safety." Song Yin nodded, his fingers deftly moving as the soil in the middle of one wall quietly vanished, creating a doorway 1.5 meters wide. Several square windows then appeared on the other walls, their edges polished to perfection. Once everything was complete, the framework of the courtyard became vividly apparent, with a spacious area at the center and evenly distributed rooms around it, just as Li Zhu envisioned. "Impressive." The beastmen from the hunting team gasped in astonishment. "This is much quicker than digging a cave, and it looks splendid." Beads of sweat trickled down Song Yan's forehead as Zeyu retrieved several lustrous purple crystals from his space and handed them over. "Here, replenish your energy. We still have much work ahead." Song Yin paused for a moment, accepting the crystals into his palm. The warm energy surged through him, instantly dispelling his earlier fatigue. He glanced at Zeyu, who merely nodded slightly and said nothing more. Song Yin tucked the crystals away and quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I will need your help to build a few more." Li Zhu pointed to the adjacent empty space. Song Yin remained silent, taking a brief respite before resuming his work. With the experience from the first courtyard, the construction of the second proceeded even more swiftly, completed in less than half an hour. Under the sunlight, 2 earthen courtyards stood side by side, radiating a comforting warmth that brightened the hearts of all who beheld them. "At this rate, we can build 10 more. In the tribe, the caves were insufficient to accommodate many people, necessitating multiple caves. This courtyard not only provided ample space, but also numerous rooms suitable for an entire family to reside together. The tribe valued a bustling community. Li Zhu contemplata. There are only about 10 households in the clan. Each courtyard can house a large family, which is just right." She pointed to the most open area in the center and addressed everyone. "We will reserve this space as the tribe's center, making it convenient for gatherings and drying items. Later, We can move the giant stone from the northern continent here. The beastmen from the hunting team immediately busied themselves, some cutting trees for doors and windows, while others fetched water and mud from the stream to secure them. Song Yin sat on a stone, resting while rubbing the crystal provided by Zeyu, observing the bustling scene before him, a subtle smile curving his lips. Among the people around him, aside from the three, their abilities seemed rather modest. Yet they appeared distinct in their own ways. The group worked tirelessly until the sun began to set, and 5 courtyards stood firmly on the flat ground. Li Zhu noted the waning daylight and instructed everyone to pause. Let us call it a day and return for dinner. Qi Yin and Song Yin, please wait here. We will be back shortly with food. Everyone halted their tasks and gathered around. Upon returning to the two tribe, Ming Yuan and Qing Lan had just finished preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Song Yin, left behind in the open space, was taken aback. What kind of supernatural ability is this? I've never seen anything like it. Qi Yin approached him, patting his shoulder with pride. How do you like it? Quite an eye-opener. I assent it. He was indeed astonished, not only by the extraordinary abilities of the two, but also by the wisdom and thoughtfulness of the female. Li Zhu had specifically asked Fengmian to serve extra bowls of beast meat soup and some deliciously roasted meat for Zeyu to take back using his spatial ability. As Song Yin rested in the courtyard, he caught the aroma of the meat soup, causing his stomach to grumble uncontrollably. As soon as Li Zhu handed him a steaming bowl, he eagerly accepted it and began to drink. The savory soup slid down his throat, mingling with the rich flavor of the meat, instantly erasing the fatigue of the day. He looked up at Li Zhu, who was smiling as she served food to Qi Yin, the sunlight casting a gentle halo around her face. Song Yin suddenly felt that the exhaustion of building a house all day was worth it for this bowl of hot soup. Watching her in that moment made him feel less weary. No. He had been forced into this. How could he think like that? Tomorrow, I will trouble you to continue building. Li Zhu approached, and, seeing him enjoy his meal, felt a sense of joy. Once these are finished, it will be enough for our clansmen to live in. Song Yin mumbled in response, taking another large bite of meat. Yet in his mind, he began to consider whether, after helping Li Zhu build the houses, he should also construct similar ones for the Baihu clan. However, the immediate priority for the Baihu clan was to find a larger mountain peak. The reason he had clashed with Qi Yin was to secure a bigger mountain for the tribe. Qi Yin, with grease on his face from the food, suddenly had a bright idea as he gazed at the courtyard. He leaned closer to Li Zhu, grinning like a sycophant. Li Zhu, look how spacious this courtyard is. Could you perhaps reserve a room for me? If I live here, I can help guard the mountain every day and assist with hunting, and all I need is food. Not a chance. Fengmian immediately shot back, his tail standing straight. Stay away from Zhu. He knew that this insufferable bird had ulterior motives. Qi Yin was taken aback by the sudden rebuke, feeling confused. He merely wanted a room. Was that too much to ask? Wasn't he just thinking that this way he could stay here without having to return to the incessant chatter of his family? Moreover, wasn't it for the sake of the food? No. He was there to guard the mountain. Observing Fengmian's protective stance, Qi Yin felt a jolt of realization. Did Fengmian think he had some other motives? But of course, why hadn't he thought of it sooner? If he became Li Zhu's beast husband, wouldn't he have everything he desired? Most importantly, he found himself quite fond of Li Zhu. He would never admit that his mind was filled with thoughts of food and that he was utterly astonished by their operations. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and even his eating speed quickened as he resolved to pursue this idea firmly. Chapter 68. Qiyu the following morning. While everyone busied themselves with building houses, Qi Yin was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Qi Yin stood at the entrance of his cave, taking advantage of the quiet before his family stirred, quickly gathering his belongings. He casually wrapped them in a piece of beast skin, ready to leave when someone suddenly called out to him. Big brother, where are you going? Qiyu stood behind him, eyeing his secretive demeanor with curiosity. She shared the same father as Qi Yin and was born in the same litter. Her mother, aside from her father, had 4 other beast husbands. She also had 3 younger brothers, which sometimes resulted in quite a chaotic household, especially when her fathers and brothers vied for affection. Their family resided atop a relatively large mountain, while other disarrayed bird clans inhabited the slopes. Their feathers were a dull gray-black, their beaks elongated, and their calls were exceedingly loud. She could hardly understand why her mother found them appealing. This was also a significant reason for Chiya's initial rivalry with Fengmian for the mountain peak. He had originally intended to seek a new dwelling for himself, as he could no longer endure the incessant cacophony of countless bird calls that plague his ears. Chia turned around and quickly covered Chiyu's mouth. "Do not speak. If they awaken, I will be unable to leave." Chiyu nodded eagerly, indicating she would remain silent, and only then did Chiya release her. The siblings gestured toward the cave entrance and, in unison, ventured outside. Upon learning of Chiya's intentions, Chiyu was immediately incensed. "Brother, how would you do this? You're going to such a wonderful place without taking me. You're going to enjoy such delicious food without leaving any for me." Chiyu expressed her profound anger. Previously, whenever Chiya had ventured out, she had always provided him cover. Chiya felt a pang of guilt and could scarcely meet his sister's gaze. What could he say? Should he admit that the food was so delectable that he had carelessly consumed it all in a moment of excitement? "Oh, you listen to me. I haven't yet established myself there. I was thinking that once I become her beast husband, I would come back to fetch you. You can have as much food as you desire. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" "Oomph. I do not care. This time I'm going to. No matter what. You shall go." Chiyu crossed her arms and glared at Chiya with indignation. "Oh, you," Chiya said, feeling quite troubled. It was uncertain if he would even have a room there, let alone where she would stay. Suddenly, he had an idea. You come on. I have a brilliant plan. The female I like does not have a partner yet, and coincidentally, neither do you. Besides, you're not a child anymore. All these years, you have looked down upon the ugly birds on the mountainside. Now is a splendid opportunity. Li Hong is rather handsome, although he pales in comparison to me. He might just meet your standards. Chiyu, you can omit that last part, and then you will bond with him, and in due time, both of us can reside in their home. Just think, our household is noisy and dull, but theirs is filled with delicious food and excitement. Although he is only at the 7th tier now, with me around, he will surely improve his strength in no time. You agree, right? And you adore charming offspring. Just imagine the adorable little ones you could have together." Chiyu felt a flutter of intrigue when he mentioned the notion of attractiveness and excitement, but she blushed and bristled at the thought of having children. "Brother, you're stretching this too far. We haven't even met yet." Ibazuron. Come. Let me take you there now." Meanwhile, Li Zhu, who had not seen Chiya, was puzzled when a radiant light streaked down from the sky and landed in the courtyard. Chiya appeared, carrying a bulging beast skin pouch, followed by a girl with vibrant, multicolored hair. "Li Zhu, I'm back," Chiya exclaimed with a radiant smile as he set the pouch down on the ground. "I've prepared my belongings. From today onwards, I shall reside here." Chiyu stood behind him, utterly mortified. Was her brother truly reduced to moving in with his belongings? She couldn't help but peek out, her curiosity piqued. Upon seeing Li Zhu, her eyes sparkled. "Brother, is this the place you mentioned, filled with good food and fun? Is this Li Zhu Jia? She is truly beautiful." The girl had lively features, her hair adorned with colorful feathers akin to Chiya's. Li Zhu was taken aback by this unexpected scene. Observing Chiya's packed arrival and the curious gaze of Chiyu, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Have you moved your entire home here?" "Indeed," Chiya replied confidently. "I've thought it through. Living here allows me to guard the mountain while assisting you. How splendid. Most importantly, there's delicious food, no incessant bird calls, and it's convenient for me." Fengmian, overhearing this, scowled and rolled up his sleeves, ready to argue, but was halted by Zeyu's restraint. Zeyu looked at Chiya with a calm expression. "You may stay, but you must contribute." "Absolutely," Chiya immediately assured. "I could do anything." Chiyu chimed in, tugging at Li Zhu's sleeve. "Li Zhu Jia, I can help too. I can gather fruits and weave beast skins. Could you take me in as well?" Seeing the girl's sparkling eyes, Li Zhu found it difficult to refuse and nodded. "Then let us have you both stay. There are extra rooms. I will prepare two for you." Fengmian was fuming, his tail twitching angrily as he glared at Chiya. I believe he intends to stay permanently. He accepted Zeyu as a beast husband solely out of admiration and gratitude, but he would not accept that obnoxious bird. Zeyu cast a mild glance at him. Whether he stays or leaves is up to Li Zhu. If she is happy, we must all accept it. Fengmian was taken aback. He recognized the truth in Zeyu's words, but he felt a surge of indignation. Li Zhu called for Li Hong, hoping he would assist in arranging accommodations for the two. However, upon Li Hong's arrival, his face flushed instantly, and he stammered, "Li Zhu, why did you call me?" Noticing Li Hong's unusual redness and stumbling speech, Li Zhu was puzzled. Following his gaze, she saw that he was fixated on Qiyu, his ears tinged with crimson. Qiyu had also noticed Li Hong, tilting her head to examine him. His silver-gray hair fell softly over his forehead, his features were refined, and his cheeks bore a bashful hue, far surpassing the drab birds on the mountainside. Unable to resist, she winked at him, her lips curling into a playful smile. With that smile, Li Hong's face reddened further, even his neck tinged pink. He hurriedly lowered his head, his fingers twisting the beast's skin skirt, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. Qiyu observed with bright eyes and discreetly nudged Qiyu with his elbow, winking at her. "See, I was not mistaken." Li Zhu then realized, suppressing her laughter as she nudged Li Hong. "Brother, take them to the empty rooms on the left side and prepare two for them." "All right." Li Hong abruptly looked up, meeting Qiyu's gaze, then quickly lowered his head again, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. "Please follow me." Qiyu stifled a laugh, trailing behind him, and as they passed Qiyu, she sneakily kicked him. "You didn't deceive me this time." Qiyu grinned like a cat that had stolen a fish, turning to Li Zhu. "Li Zhu, don't you think they're a perfect match? If you bonds with Li Hong, it means I will have successfully secured my partner with you." Li Zhu gazed at the retreating figures of Li Hong and Qiyu, a smile blossoming in her eyes. She too felt that they were quite compatible. "How wonderful! My brother will have a partner too. Tonight, I shall share this delightful news with our parents." In the beast world, it is often the case that as long as both parties harbor mutual affection, it is quite simple for them to bond together. There is no insistence on grand, passionate love. Rather, they value the steady flow of life and the comfort of stability. They do not harbor excessive thoughts. Merely being able to eat their fill, dress warmly, and care for their companions and offspring is sufficient. Attributes such as strength, appearance, character, and fertility may serve as reasons for affection. Thus, in the beast realm, conflicts and wars between tribes are rare, as they are acutely aware that such occurrences could lead to the loss of their loved ones. On this continent, where females are scarce and beasts are many, no beast desires to lose their kin. Even the mightiest among them will encounter unforeseen vulnerabilities, and they are averse to such unfortunate events. While there may be a few nefarious individuals, they are exceedingly rare and typically mere wandering beasts. The majority of beasts inhabit environments that foster goodwill. Living harmoniously with their families is their utmost priority. This is one of the aspects that brings Li Zhu immense relief after arriving in the beast realm. Here, despite their limited intellect, everyone possesses a pure and kind-hearted nature. She no longer needs to masquerade, nor feel anxious, and is spared from the pain inflicted by malevolence. For what she desires is precisely this tranquil existence, devoid of intrigue and malice, a grand family without treachery or plots for wealth. No one will ever comprehend the profound sorrow and helplessness she felt when witnessing the harm done to those wonderful individuals in her previous life. She cannot fathom how such splendid beings could endure such fates. In that vast expanse, she can no longer sense his presence. Chapter 69. Arranging the room, Li Hang led Qi and Qiyu through the entrance of the courtyard, his steps somewhat unsteady. Currently, all the rooms remained empty. He gestured carelessly towards the room on the left for Qiyi. "You can stay in that room. Tidy it up yourself." Without waiting for Qiyi's response, he proceeded deeper into the house with Qiyu, his ears flushed a deep crimson. "You can occupy this room." He opened the door, revealing an empty space. The so-called door was merely a gap left in the frame, with wooden planks that could slide open and shut. A rudimentary entrance, indeed. "It's a bit bare inside. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will prepare it for you today." Qiyu surveyed the room. The earthen walls were smooth, and the ceiling was secure, far brighter than the cave back home. She turned to look at Li Hang, noticing his evasive gaze, and couldn't help but smile. I seem to need nothing but a sleeping nest. I can have my brother bring the rest from home. Shall I fetch some animal skins for you? And some dry grass for soft bedding? Li Hang rubbed his hands together, his speech hastening. You sit and rest. I will gather materials for your nest. I know where to find soft grass that is particularly comfortable. He chattered on, as if fearing to make her feel neglected, while also trying to mask his own nervousness. Listening to his earnest tone, Chiyu found the beast man before her adorably foolish yet charming. That sounds wonderful, she replied with a smile. Just prepare what you think is best. Thank you. Li Hang finally exhaled, reminding her to call for him if she needed anything, and quickly exited the room, as if chased by a ferocious beast. Upon leaving the courtyard, he paused at the entrance to take a deep breath, his heart pounding as if it might burst. She thanked him. Sunlight fell upon his face, warming him, prompting him to touch his skin. He had never experienced such a feeling. The moment he laid eyes on Chiyu, her vibrant, multicolored hair resembled a rainbow descending upon his heart, making him reluctant to divert his gaze. At this moment, Li Hang felt as though a small voice within him was fervently exclaiming, "She is truly adorable. So beautiful. I like her immensely." Once this thought surfaced, it could no longer be suppressed. Li Hang realized he must take action to convey his feelings to her. But what sort of nest do females prefer? He recalled that the females in his tribe cherished beautiful and warm places. Li Hang turned and dashed across to the opposite side, spotting Li Zhu engaged in conversation with Zeyu, and he rushed over without pausing. Zhu, Zhu. Li Zhu was startled by his sudden approach. What is it? A brother? Have you arranged your rooms? Yes, it's all set. Zhu, I wish to ask you, what kind of nest do females like? Li Hang grasped her arm, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. It must be beautiful and comfortable. Ideally, something she will adore at first glance. Li Zhu paused for a moment. Then her expression brightened uncontrollably. A brother? Have you taken a liking to Chiyu? While she had sensed something earlier, now she was simply eager to tease her brother. Li Hang, caught in his secret, turned a deeper shade of red but nodded vigorously. Yes, she is stunning and kind. I wish to bond with her. How wonderful. Li Zhu clapped her hands joyfully. I told you two were a perfect match. Chiyu is both beautiful and charming, just right for you. She linked arms with Li Hang. Let us go. I'll help you arrange a room for Chiyu. It must be something that leaves her in awe. Zeyu observed the excitement shared by the siblings, a smile forming in his eyes. Allow Fengmian to join you. I trust him to be with you. Fengmian was crouched with two younglings, weaving grass rings. Upon hearing this, he immediately stood, handing the two younglings to Zeyu. I'm coming. I want to help Zhu. The trio conspired together, sneaking into the forest. As they walked, Li Zhu contemplated. They needed to create a better wooden bed, lay down more soft grass, perhaps wild cotton and fluff grass would suffice, and top it with quality animal skins. They should also seek out beautiful flowers. Considering Chiyu's colorful hair, she would likely appreciate vibrant hues, and they must craft a wooden wardrobe for her to store her animal skin skirts, as well as a bedside table. Li Hang nodded eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. I know where to find white fluff grass, and the blue star flowers by the stream are particularly lovely. I will gather some as well. Fengmian chimed in. There are a few excellent animal skins at Zeyu's. The three divided tasks within the forest. Li Hang diligently gathered fluff grass, his speed resembling the wind, soon creating a towering pile. Fengmian darted about, collecting a basket full of blue star flowers and wild blooms. Meanwhile, Li Zhu sought flexible green vines, sitting on a stone to swiftly weave hanging curtains, occasionally interspersing them with the flowers Fengmian had just gathered. A brother, do you think this will suffice? Li Zhu held up the half-finished curtain, the blue star flowers and wild blooms contrasting beautifully against the green vines. Liang gazed Inao. It's splendid, truly splendid. Chiyu will surely adore it. As the sun began to set, the shadows in the forest elongated. The trio returned to the courtyard, their arms laden with their bountiful harvest. Li Hang walked briskly. The fluff grass in his embrace felt soft and comforting, as if cradling his joyous heart. First, he sought Zeyu, requesting his assistance in crafting a sizable wooden bed, which was then transported to Chiyu's room using spatial abilities. Once the bed was positioned, Li Hang quickly set to work laying down the soft grass, starting with a layer of dry grass, followed by thick white fluff grass, and finally covering it with the exquisite animal skins provided by Zeyu, which felt both warm and smooth to the touch. Meanwhile, Chiyu had already been lured outside by the delicious aroma of roasted beast meat and bone broth prepared by Li Zhu. At this moment, Li Zhu stood on a wooden stool, hanging the woven vine flower curtain at the doorframe, the blue star flowers cascading down, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a touch of liveliness. Fengmian placed the remaining flowers into a wooden jar in the corner. It looks beautiful. I must create a lovely room for a Zhu as well. Fengmian clapped his hands, admiring the room. Li Hang crouched beside the bed, meticulously smoothing out the creases in the animal skins, leaving no stray grass unattended. He recalled the sight of Chiyu's smile, causing his lips to curl upward. Yet fearing he had not arranged everything well, he turned to Li Zhu. Zhu, do you think it might be too plain? Will Chiyu find it unattractive? Have no worries, my brother. Li Zhu chuckled as she patted his shoulder. Look at this floral curtain and the soft bed. It is far more beautiful than any female's nest in our clan. Just as she was speaking, faint footsteps echoed from outside the door. Li Hang instanti froh. His ears flushing a deep red, nervously standing still, unsure of where to place his hands. Chiyu pushed the door open and entered, her eyes lighting up at the transformation of the room. The green vine floral curtains swayed gently with a breeze. The soft animal skin bed exuded warmth, and the wildflowers in the corner emanated a subtle fragrance, filling the room with a cozy ambience. Chi, following closely behind her, observed the scene with a twitching mouth. Why is it that while he is merely borrowing a place to stay, his room has only a bare wooden bed, whereas a Yu's room is so warm and lovely? Is there some sort of preferential treatment? He had just been thinking of coming over to help Yu set up her nest, only to discover it was entirely unnecessary. Fengmian, witnessing his expression, understood his thoughts and silently scoffed. A wooden bed is already quite a luxury. After the initial surprise, Chiyu turned to Li Hang, her eyes sparkling with joy. Li Hang, did you prepare all of this for me? It's so beautiful. Thank you. Li Hang gazed at the light in her eyes, his heart racing uncontrollably. He nodded vigorously, his voice slightly trembling. If you like it, that's what matters. I can add more if you wish. Just let me know, and I will change it immediately. Chiyu couldn't help but laugh, stepping forward to gently touch the soft animal skin. No need, this is just perfect. I like it very much. She raised her gaze to Li Hang's flushed cheeks, and the peculiar feelings in her heart began to quietly blossom. Li Zhu observed their interaction, wearing a knowing smile. Today, she also felt like a matchmaker. Chapter 70. The relocation concludes. The night enveloped the northern continent's rabbit tribe like a soft animal skin. The cave was brightly lit, with Li Zhu sitting beside Ming Yuan, while Qing Lan occupied the other side. Li Zhu recounted the events between Li Hang and Chiyu in detail, adding with a grin, "Today, my brother's face was as red as a ripe wild fruit. When he was arranging the room for Chiyu, he meticulously picked every blade of grass off the animal skin." Ming Yuan beamed with joy, nearly dropping the animal skin in her hands. "Zhu, this is truly wonderful news. I was worried that your brother would struggle to find a suitable mate, but now it seems we have a promising lead. Yuan, I have always told you not to worry. Li Hang is such an exceptional young man with a great personality. How could he possibly fail to find a partner?" Qing Lan, holding a piece of animal skin, wore a cheerful expression. The two were busy crafting new animal skin skirts for the little ones, Chun Chun and Nen. Li Cheng and Feng Shan were crouched at the cave entrance washing dishes when they overheard the conversation. Li Cheng set down the wooden bowl he had just cleaned, a look of satisfaction on his face. Just hearing Zhu speak of Chiyu is delightful. She belongs to the Lawnbird clan. Once we settle down in the southern continent, if the two little ones are willing, we should encourage them to bond early. A father and mother. Don't you think this is all happening too quickly? Li Zhu asked with a smile, but inside, she felt the greatest joy. Too fast. Ming Yuan patted her hand. When two hearts resonate, that is the best match. Just like you and Zeyu and Fengmian, isn't it? Mentioning Zeyu and Fengmian, Li Zhu felt warmth spread across her face as she glanced at the two. Just as she was about to say something more, Her eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and she yawned twice. What is wrong? Are you tired? Ming Yuan asked with concern, gently touching her forehead. With all the running back and forth, building houses, and moving things, you haven't had a proper rest. Perhaps, Li Zhu rubbed her eyes. I just feel a bit fatigued and want to sleep early. Zeyu timely approached, helping her rise from her seat. A father and mother, I will take Zhu back to rest. Fengmian also stood up, cradling the two little ones in his arms, following Zeyu as the five of them headed toward their cave. Li Zhu leaned against Zeyu, her voice slightly nasal. I'm so sleepy. Why am I so sleepy? Seeing her droopy demeanor, the others felt concerned. Zeyu assumed she was merely tired, carrying her swiftly into the cave. For the next month and a half, life flowed smoothly like a babbling brook. The hunting party, led by Fengmian and Zeyu, tirelessly transported the tribe's animal skins, food, tools, and more to the new courtyard in the southern continent. Song Yin diligently completed the last few houses, and with the ample supply of 8th-level crystal stones provided by Zeyu, his energy not only remained intact, but also became more robust. He slept in the vacant rooms at night, and occasionally assisted Zeyu and the others in crafting new pots and pans. She was also busy, proudly presenting a colorful pheasant, promising to make chicken soup for Li Zhu to nourish her. The next day, he brought a bundle of glowing phosphorescent grass, suggesting it would look beautiful hanging in the room. He even privately struck a deal with Li Hang. If he helped Li Hang successfully bond with Qi Yu, Li Hang would assist him in becoming Li Zhu's mate. Initially hesitant, thinking of how well Zeyu and Fengmian treated him, Li Hang soon disregarded his doubts at the thought of Qi Yu. He reasoned that for his happiness, surely Zeyu and Fengmian wouldn't hold it against him. However, despite Qi Ye's numerous advances, Li Zhu was either busy counting supplies or helping the clan as elders and younglings settle in, rarely considering anything else, viewing his actions as mere efforts to earn a long-term meal ticket. On the 18th day, the last batch of clansmen arrived, filling the new tribe's open space with familiar faces. The elder rabbits caressed the smooth earthen walls, watching the little ones scamper about, unable to contain their smiles. The young warriors surrounded Song Yin, eagerly asking how he constructed the houses. The tribe's original emblematic stone was also moved by Zeyu and others, now reinstalled at the center of the tribe's open area. Let's have a bonfire party tonight, Li Zhu suggested, observing the joyful faces around her. We should celebrate our relocation and express our gratitude. Tomorrow, Song Yin will return to the Tiger tribe. We must properly thank him for his help during this time. The crowd responded eagerly, and with the experience from the last time, they quickly gathered firewood and set up the bonfire. Zeyu and Fengmian took charge of roasting meat, the fat sizzling on the flames, sending a delicious aroma wafting through the air. Li Hang and Qi Yu sat side by the fire, holding skewers of roasted meat, occasionally exchanging smiles that held a sweetness more profound than the night itself. Li Zhu sat beside Ming Yuan, just receiving the roasted meat she handed over when Qi Yu leaned in, whispering, Li Zhu, I have something to tell you. Song Yin is still searching for a mountain peak. Your mountain is so vast, I was just about to tell you that, Li Zhu interrupted, glancing at Song Yin, who was surrounded by several warriors nearby. I discussed this with Father and the clansmen earlier. Our tribe has only a little over 100 members, so we don't occupy much land. If Song Yin truly cannot find a suitable mountain, let him bring the White Tiger tribe to stay on this mountain. As long as they keep their distance from our tribe. You know that our rabbit clan tends to be quite timid. This thought had been on her mind since she learned 10 days ago that Song Yin was searching for a mountain. Qi Yi's eyes brightened. Really? I will go tell him. Upon hearing the news, Song Yin felt warmth in his heart, stunned for a moment before bowing deeply to Li Zhu. Thank you. He could tell that Li Zhu was genuinely offering help, without a hint of pity. The bonfire crackled, sparks leaping into the night sky, casting a warm glow on everyone's faces. Song Yin accepted the roasted meat handed to him by Zeyu, feeling the warmth of the food in his fingertips. Gazing at the rabbit tribesman sitting nearby, laughing and chatting, his previously tense jawline softening slightly. He had initially prepared himself for a long night of travel. Yet at this moment, he found himself reluctant to part with the warmth of this vibrant life. Li Zhu took a bite of the succulent roasted meat and unexpectedly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. What was happening? Fengmian gently offered her a skewer of perfectly charred beast meat, whispering, Zhu, are you feeling tired? If so, lean on me for a while. We will take care of the rest. Fengmian understood the exhaustion that had weighed on her in recent times. Li Zhu never treated the matters of the tribe lightly. As the offspring of the leader, she always regarded the tribe with utmost importance. Unbeknownst to her, he was contemplating her well-being. She truly cherished this warmth and could not bear the thought of any member of their large family coming to harm. Thus, within her means, she aspired to provide them with a better life. Leaning against his shoulder, she gazed at the flickering flames and the faces adorned with smiles. Her nostrils filled with the aroma of meat and the scent of nature, her heart enveloped in warmth. The bonfire gathering continued its revelry until the late hours of the night. Chapter 71. Is there really no difference? The following morning, Fengmian bid farewell to return to the Baihu tribe, expressing his desire to bring his people over as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Li finally found some free time. As the offspring of the tribe's leaders, both he and Li Zhu had been exceedingly busy during this period. Thus, that afternoon, Li Heng gathered a large bouquet of vividly colored flowers. After the family finished their dinner, he took a deep breath and approached Zeyu, who was busy entertaining Chun Chun and alongside Ming Yuan. Zeyu, he said, his voice slightly tense as he presented the flowers. I wish to court you. Presenting flowers to Zeyu and expressing his intentions was something Li Zhu had taught him. Moreover, he noticed that Zeyu genuinely adored the little ones. If only he and Zeyu looked at his flushed ears and then at the resplendent bouquet. She smiled and accepted the flowers, cradling them in her arms. All right. Those simple 2 words nearly sent Li Heng into a joyous leap. He rubbed his hands together, standing frozen in place, grinning foolishly without uttering a word. Li Zhu, excitedly standing nearby and enjoying the spectacle, immediately rushed to pull Ming Yuan and Qing Lan over. Mother, Qing Lan's mother, Zeyu has agreed. Shouldn't we invite her family over to discuss the courtship formally? Ming Yuan's eyes crinkled with laughter. Of course. We shall go invite them tomorrow. Li Zhu, brimming with excitement, realized it had been ages since she had witnessed such a scene of confession. Just then, Qi unexpectedly squeezed through, holding a beautiful bouquet of flowers as well. He approached Li Zhu with a serious demeanor that suggested he was not joking. Li Zhu, I also like you. Could you allow me to become your beast husband? Li Zhu's eyes widened, as if she were meeting him for the first time. What did you say? Zeyu and Fengmian turned their attention toward them, with Fengmian's tail instantly standing on end, his gaze menacingly fixed on Qi. What nonsense are you spouting? Yet Qi did not retreat, locking eyes with Li Zhu and brazenly declaring, I am not speaking nonsense. I truly like you. I want to court you, just like Zeyu and Fengmian, and take care of you together. It dawned upon Li Zhu that his previous acts of kindness were not merely for long-term support. Her heart became a whirlwind as she glanced at the eager Qi. Biting her lip, I cannot agree to this right now, although she truly felt reluctant to reject such a handsome suitor. And the prospect of having 2 or even 3 beast husbands did not seem overly burdensome to her. She could not bear to hurt a Zay and Mian. Thus, even though she harbored fondness for Qi, she knew she must first consult a Zay and Mian before making a decision. Ultimately, the fear of creating familial discord loomed large in her mind, as she, the mediator, felt the weight of the situation. What if they simply did not get along? Due to Li Zhu's refusal, the atmosphere grew tense. Unbeknownst to anyone, just a few steps away at the entrance, Fengmian's footsteps halted abruptly. He had come that afternoon to inform Li Zhu that his tribe's members were willing to reside on the same mountain and to express their gratitude. However, he never expected to overhear such a conversation. He was even more astonished to learn that Qi wished to be Li Zhu's beast husband, causing him to feel an unexpected wave of anxiety. After spending more than half a month with her, he had developed quite a fondness for Li Zhu. What should he do? What should he do? If he were to declare his desire to court Li Zhu now, perhaps he could secure the position of the 3rd beast husband. He did not want to be overshadowed by that annoying bird. Yet, he was utterly unprepared. Qi had flowers. He arrived empty-handed, leaving him at a loss for words. In an instant, Song Yin found himself trapped, his heart racing with unease. Finally, he steeled himself and stepped into the courtyard. Li Zhu, I also wish to be your beast husband. Song Yan's proclamation immediately captured everyone's attention. His thunderous declaration rendered the courtyard silent enough to hear the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Li Zhu's mouth fell open, her face a mask of astonishment. What? When did these two develop such feelings? How was I completely unaware? She glanced between the resolute Song Yin and the dumbfounded Qi Yi, her mind swirling in confusion. What was happening? Was courtship now a matter of competing for attention? Qi Yi was the first to react, angrily confronting Song Yin. What are you doing here? I brought up first. Does it matter who brought up first? Song Yin retorted, his long hair concealing the faint blush creeping up his neck. Li Zhu has not agreed to you, so why can't I speak? You, qui est ce colorful, tail flared in agitation. Didn't you say you were going home? Why are you back? Song Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. What business is it of yours? Oomph. He would never admit that he had rushed back because Qi Yi had beaten him to it. He turned to Li Zhu, his gaze carrying a hint of unnoticeable pleading. Li Zhu, I am more reliable than him. I can build houses, hunt well, and I can protect you. His words were earnest. Yet they only served to confuse Li Zhu further. She looked to Zeyu for help but found him frowning, absent-mindedly rubbing his fingers, lost in thought. Fengmian had already reached a boiling point, his fiery tail lashing like a whip. You two get out. Li Zhu would never want either of you. Fengmian, Zeyu suddenly spoke, his voice calm and steady. He turned to Li Zhu, his gaze profound. Li Zhu, follow your heart. Both Fengmian and I hope that we can have more people to care for you together. Fengmian stood beside her, feeling aggrieved, wanting to speak yet holding back. He understood that as a beast husband, he had no right to interfere with his partner's choice of other suitors. Yet, he simply did not want to. Li Zhu felt overwhelmed by the unfolding situation and instinctively retreated, seeking refuge in Ming Yuan's presence. Ming Yuan was equally bewildered, whispering to Qinglan. What on earth is happening? Li Chang cleared his throat, attempting to maintain the authority of the chief. Everyone calm down. Courtship is a significant matter. It cannot be rushed. Yet, no one heeded his words. Qi eagerly stepped closer to Li Zhu, presenting the flowers again. Li Zhu, look at me. I will find the finest game, pick the most beautiful flowers, and make you meat soup every day. I will give you my most exquisite feathers. Please accept me, I beg you. Song Yin, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in with a stiff tone. I will build you the largest courtyard with the thickest thatch on the roof, ensuring you are warm in winter. The two of them exchanged words, creating a cacophony that left Li Zhu's head spinning. She glanced at one and then the other, suddenly finding the scene both absurd and somewhat amusing. Wait, am I now the object of desire? Very well. It seems that there is not much difference between the 4 beast husbands and the 3 beast husbands. Stop. Li Zhu couldn't help but shout. Everyone, please refrain from speaking. She took a deep breath, glancing at the 2 orcs before her, their faces filled with anticipation, and then at Zeyu and Fengmian, who wore various expressions nearby. Gritting her teeth, she said, You must all respect Zey as my first beast husband and listen to his words. As for Mian, being my second beast husband, who arrived before you, you must also show him the same respect. If you have no objections. No objections at all, Qi hurriedly expressed. I have no objections either, Song Yin added, refusing to be outdone. Li Zhu blushed at the name Song Yin called her. Is that so? Have you adapted to your status so quickly? Her words sparked a lively atmosphere again. But it did not last long, as Qi Yi and Song Yin soon began to argue over who would become the 3rd beast husband, prompting Li Zhu to send them both out of the house. Come back when you have resolved your debate. Chapter 72. Meeting the parents the next day. Li Zhu woke up early, anticipating the arrival of Qi Yu's parents. As she opened the door, she found Qi Yi standing like a post at the entrance, his multicolored hair shimmering in the morning light, though dark circles under his eyes revealed he had kept vigil all night. Zhu. Qi's eyes lit up as he stepped closer, his voice tinged with urgency. You haven't changed your mind, have you? Li Zhu remarca. I didn't realize you adapted so quickly. However, Fengmian, following closely behind Li Zhu, turned pale upon hearing this address, his tail stiffening in anger. What are you doing here again? Why is there such an annoying fellow? Last night, it was he who kept Li Zhu company while she slept, and seeing this unpleasant bird first thing in the morning had dampened his good mood considerably. Li Zhu rubbed her forehead, ignoring Fengmian's fury, and asked Qi Yi, "Where's Zhang Yan?" He went back to fetch his mother and father. Qi Yi quickly replied, then redirected the conversation, rubbing his hands together. "Li Zhu, I have decided to be the third beast husband. Rest assured, I will certainly listen to Zeyu and Fengmian, and I will not cause you any trouble." Understood. Li Zhu felt somewhat helpless at his persistence and sidestepped him to head towards the kitchen. "Let's eat first. We still need to pick up your parents and you later." Only then did Qi Yi breathe a sigh of relief, eagerly following behind her like a delightful bird. He helped gather firewood and fetched water from the creek, eager to take on all the chores. Lunch was lively, with the two little ones bombarding Qi Yi with questions, their eyes brimming with curiosity. After more than half a month of interaction, the two little ones had completely bonded with Qi Yi, even showing more attachment to her than to Fengmian at times. Li Hang sat nearby, watching Qi Yi with eyes filled with tenderness. After the meal, the group followed Qi Yi to her family's mountain home. Since Fengmian did not know the location, he was unable to use his teleportation ability. Upon reaching the entrance of Qi Yi's cave at the mountain summit, they saw a female clad in a colorful feather skirt standing with her hands on her hips, alongside a male with similarly vibrant hair, Qi Yi and Qi Ye's mother Ling Huan and their biological father Qi Ling. Behind them were Ling Huan's other beast husbands and children. "You two little rascals." Ling Huan's eyes turned red upon spotting Qi Yi and Qi Yu, and she marched forward to twist Qi Ye's ear. "Have you gotten bold? You disappeared for over half a month without a word. Do you know how worried we were? Most importantly, you took your sister with you. I'll teach you a lesson." Qi Ling's face was equally stern. Qi Yi winced, about to explain when Qi Yu, hiding behind him, softly said, "Mother, it was my brother who said he would take me to a great place. That's why I went with him." Mastering the art of deflecting blame, she let her brother bear the brunt of their parents' anger. "You." Qi turned to glare at her, only to have Ling Huan twist his ear again, making him yelp in pain. Li Zhu and the others watched in astonishment, and Ming Yuan quickly stepped forward to mediate. It was then that Ling Huan noticed the group behind them and paused. "Who are you all?" "Mother, this is Sister Li Zhu and her family," Qi Yu quickly introduced. "We're staying with her. Sister Li Zhu is very kind and built a particularly beautiful house." Hearing Li Zhu express her desire to discuss Qi Yu and Qi Ye's potential union, Ling Huan's expression softened. Ling Huan up Gai Li Hang, noting his refined features and composed demeanor, and after hearing Qi Yu's praises, she had a good impression. She grabbed Ming Yuan's hand and smiled. "Since the children are willing, as parents, we are naturally pleased. It would be nice to see your new home." The group used Fengmian's ability to teleport back, and upon arriving at the courtyard, they were met by Zhang Yan, who stood at the entrance with a pair of Tiger Clan parents. The female wore a simple white bee skin skirt, exuding a gentle demeanor, while the male was tall and steady in his gaze. Zhang Yan's mother Wan Gu and father Qi Song. "Li Zhu." Zhang Yan's ears turned slightly red as he hurried towards her. "I brought my parents along." Li Zhu quickly greeted them as they all stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, Wan Gu and Qi Song were astonished by the sight of the courtyard. "Is this house made of mud? How remarkably neat." Ling Huan also marveled, reaching out to touch the smooth earthen walls. "It's much brighter than a cave. It must be very comfortable to live in." Ming Yuan smiled as she ushered them inside. "This is all thanks to a yen. Come, have a seat." The entire afternoon passed with the females chatting and snacking on wild fruits while the males were tasked with cooking. By sunset, a lavish dinner was finally ready. The dining table was a nearly 3-meter-long wooden table set in the courtyard. Li Hang and Li Zhu first taught Ling Huan and Wan Gu how to use chopsticks. After several attempts, they finally mastered the technique. Ling Huan and Wan Gu tasted Li Hang's roasted meat and beast meat soup, their eyes sparkling as they pulled Ming Yuan aside to ask questions. "How did you make this meat so tender? What makes this beast meat soup so fragrant?" Ming Yuan explained everything to them and suggested that Li Cheng teach Qi Song and Qi Ling later. Ling Huan and Wan Gu readily agreed. After dinner, Li Cheng took Qi Ling and Qi Song to the kitchen, teaching them how to season with spices and control the heat. The three males gathered around the stove, learning diligently, occasionally engaging in animated discussions. Li Hang was excited at the thought of spending time with Qiyu that day, his hands trembling with joy. How wonderful! From now on, he would no longer have to play mahjong alone. As night fell and the hour grew late, Ling Huan and the others suggested it was time to head home. Ming Yuan intended to keep them longer, but ultimately could not persuade them, suggesting that Li Cheng, Li Hang, and Fengmian accompany Ling Huan's family and Wan go back. The courtyard finally quieted down. Zeyu looked at Qi Yi and Song Yin, who stood aside, and spoke coolly. Since you haven't reached a conclusion yet, let Qi Yi be the third beast husband, as he proposed first. Song Yin, you shall be the fourth. Though Song Yin felt somewhat dissatisfied, he dared not voice his objections in front of Zeyu, whom he truly admired for his strength. Li Zhu felt a bit embarrassed by the proceedings, and Zeyu gently tousled her hair before saying to Qi Yi, "Tonight, you will sleep with a Zhu." Qi Ye's eyes instantly brightened, sparkling like stars, and after washing up, he carefully followed Li Zhu into the room. Meanwhile, Li Hang, having seen off both families, gently took Qiyu back to his own room. Chapter 73, A Family of Seven. The night enveloped the courtyard like ink, gently muffling the surrounding clamor. In Li Zhu's chamber, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Qi Yi stood by the bedside, nervously twisting his fingers, his vibrant hair cascading down his cheeks, while the flush at his ears resembled the color of fresh blood. He gazed at Li Zhu, who sat on the edge of the bed, her beast-skin skirt outlining gentle curves, and his heart raced as if it would shatter his chest. "Zhu." He opened his mouth, his voice trembling, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Despite rehearsing countless times in his mind, the moment he stood before her, all his courage dissipated like smoke in the wind. Li Zhu lifted her gaze to him, and upon seeing his flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, patting the space beside her. "Come, sit." Only then did Qi slowly shuffle over and take a seat. As soon as he touched the soft bee skin, his back stiffened, and he breathed lightly, fearing he might disturb her. It wasn't until Li Zhu leaned in, her fingertips gently brushing against the back of his hand, that he jolted as if scalded and instinctively grasped her hand, the sweat in his palm moistening their skin. "Do not be nervous." Li Zhu's voice was soft, like a feather brushing against his heart. Qi nodded vigorously, but could not control his trembling body. He lowered his gaze at her, the moonlight reflecting in her eyes like starlight. The emotions he had harbored surged forth at that moment, and he awkwardly leaned in, planting a cautious kiss on her forehead, infused with a hint of reverence. Meanwhile, in Li Heng's room, tranquility reigned as well. Qiyu sat on the edge of the bed, twisting the hem of her garment, a blush adorning her cheeks. Li Heng stood before her, his ears flushed crimson, clutching a small doll he had crafted from his own fur for Qiyu. This was also taught to him by Li Zhu. She had said that many females adored such cute dolls, prompting him to create one. "Qiyu, He swallowed hard, his throat constricting. "I will treat you well, for a lifetime." Qiyu looked up at him, noting his nervousness as he dared not blink, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She reached out to take the doll, its softness inviting, as her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his hand. They both recoiled as if electrocuted. "I know." Qiyu's voice was gentle, laced with mirth. "I believe in you." Only then did Li Heng seem to exhale. Yet his tension only intensified. He clumsily extended his hand, gently grasping her wrist, the warmth of his palm causing Qiyu to flinch, yet she did not pull away. He lowered his head, pressing a light kiss upon her hair, carrying the scent of fresh grass and the joy he had concealed for so long. As night deepened, the ambience in both rooms grew increasingly intimate. The following day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, Li Zhu awoke amidst a haze of soreness. It felt as though her waist had been disassembled and reassembled. She shifted slightly, and beside her, Qi was already awake, propping his head up to gaze at her, his eyes brimming with uncontainable mirth and anxiety. "Zhu, you are awake?" He hurriedly sat up, eager to assist her, yet hesitated, fearing he might cause her pain. His hands hovering in midair. Li Zhu shot him a glare, her voice raspy from sleep. You. Before she could finish her thought, A pang in her lower back halted her, and she involuntarily inhaled sharply. She truly hadn't expected the lively Qi Yi to be so vigorous. Almost simultaneously, in the adjacent room, Qi Yu also stirred awake. Rubbing her waist, she glanced at the grinning Li Heng beside her, her face flushing as she chided him, still laughing. "It's all your fault." Li Heng quickly stifled his laughter, leaning in to massage her back with a gentleness akin to handling fragile porcelain. "Does it hurt? I will be gentler next time." By the time the two ambled out of their rooms, it was nearly noon. In the courtyard, Fengmian and Song Yin were playing with the cubs and hurried over upon seeing them. "Awake? Are you hungry?" Zeyu emerged from the kitchen, his voice laced with concern, reaching out to support Li Zhu, yet hesitant to cause her discomfort. Li Zhu nodded, taking his hand in hers. A little tired. After lunch, Li Zhu could no longer endure the fatigue and returned to her room for an afternoon nap. That evening, when Song Yin entered, Li Zhu beheld the serious yet flushed-faced Baihu Beastman and felt a shiver run down her spine. The outcome was predictable. Both newly awakened beastmen, being novices, rendered Li Zhu utterly overwhelmed, causing her to faint completely and require 2 days of recuperation before regaining her strength. On the third day, under clear skies, Li Zhu sent for Granny Jilan to conduct the bonding ceremony, which was quite simple, akin to the previous occasion. Soon, a rabbit mark appeared on the chests of both Qi Yi and Song Yan, while Li Zhu bore a lawn bird mark on her left shoulder and a Baihu mark on her right. After the ceremony concluded, as Song Yin traced the mark on his wrist, he suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead, "Oh no, I forgot." He had been feeling as though he had overlooked something in the past few days. Cough, cough, it was not intentional. I was simply too excited to remember. The Baihu clan members were still waiting at the original hilltop. He had been so preoccupied that he forgot to return and fetch them. Li Zhu smiled upon hearing this. "Since we are now bonded, we are family. Let them move closer, right next to our tribe, so we can look out for one another." She paused, then added, "If the two tribes are near, perhaps there will be more pairs like Li Heng and Qi Yu in the future." Most importantly, it would ease Song Yan's responsibility for his kin, who does not yearn for a love that is wholly devoted. Yet she had never believed that one should relinquish their own responsibilities for another. Moreover, Song Yan's responsibilities involved his dearest kin. The greatness of love lies in its willingness to transcend personal boundaries, ready to uplift the other's growth and fulfillment. Therefore, she wished for him to harbor no reservations, to pursue whatever he desired, whatever he ought to do. For if it were she too could never forsake her beloved family for the sake of love. These two aspects are inherently symbiotic. Song Yan's eyes brightened as he nodded eagerly. "All right, thank you. Zhu, I will return to fetch them right away." Li Zhu felt a twinge of concern and reminded him a few more times to take Zeyu and Fengmian along to help transport some of the tribe members to establish their homes. Just as she was speaking, Li Cheng approached. "By the way, Zhu, you mentioned yesterday about opening a door between our two families? I will take care of it immediately." Li Zhu nodded. "Yes, father, a door would make things more convenient. It would be lively for one big family to dine together." Song Yin returned to the Baihu tribe with Fengmian and Zeyu, leaving only Qi Yi, Li Zhu, and the two cubs at home. Li Zhu played with the cubs for a while, but soon felt fatigued again and retreated to her room for an afternoon nap. Qi Yi entertained the two cubs in the courtyard. "This is splendid. I must ensure the cubs favor me more than that fellow Song Yin. Chun Chun, and then, tell me, who is better, your Qi father or your Song Yin father?" The cubs exchanged a sly glance, a glimmer of mischief flickering across their faces. "Qi father, I actually think you're quite good, but..." Chun Chun used a small pause to poke at Qi. "But what?" Qi pulled him into his embrace, eager to hear more. "But Song Yin father helps us when you speak about us." In truth, Song Yin had not done so. Yet Chun Chun wished for Qi Yi to assist them the next time their father spoke about them. What does that matter? Next time I will help you. What is there to fear from your father? I am not afraid at all. True to form, Qi Yi promptly declared. "Really? Qi Yi father? You are truly not afraid of father?" And then eagerly leapt into Qi Ye's embrace. "Of course, I am not afraid at all." In truth, he felt a little afraid, especially when Zeyu was stern. Just a glance from him made Qi Yi feel as if Zeyu were about to give him a beating. Listen, cubs. I will tell you, when Zeyu is fierce with your father, we just run away, far away, so he cannot scare us. This is his life motto. If he cannot win, then flee. Chun and Anin obediently nestled in Qiyang's embrace, nodding in a seemingly understanding manner. Chapter 74. Expecting a little one. Meanwhile, Li Heng eagerly guided Qiyu to sit at the wooden table. Today, he would teach Qiyu how to play mahjong. Together they would surely defeat Atang, Aining, and Zeyu. Qiyu's fingers danced nimbly over the wooden tiles, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The mahjong tiles were crafted from polished wood, with smooth, rounded edges. Having learned for less than an hour, she appeared to possess an innate understanding of the game, winning 3 consecutive rounds, prompting Mingyuan and Qinglan to praise her skill. Again, Qiyu toppled the tiles, her face breaking into 2 shallow dimples of joy. This was utterly delightful, far more interesting than listening to the birds chirp at home. Li Heng sat beside her, watching her deftly stack the tiles, a smile never leaving his lips. Occasionally, he would offer her a wild fruit, softly advising her on which tiles to keep and which to discard. Their whispered exchanges brought knowing smiles to Mingyuan and Qinglan, filled with warmth. Yu, when spring arrives, I will take you to experience farming with everyone. It is truly fascinating, Li Heng said during a pause in the game. Last year, we harvested plenty of ginger and sweet potatoes, delicious both boiled and roasted. This year, we should set aside some land to plant. Sound great? Qiyu's eyes sparkled. I've never farmed before. It sounds like fun. Over the past few days, Li Heng had taken her to visit various clan members, all of whom were exceedingly kind, sharing their treasured food with them. She had also made several new friends, while Li Heng regaled her with tales of thrilling hunts and amusing clan anecdotes. Qiyu had never imagined life could be so enjoyable, each day unfolding like a new surprise. On another front, atop the Baihu clan's mountain, Fengmian abruptly halted upon landing. His ears perked and his fiery red fur slightly trembling. "What's wrong?" Zeyu asked, sensing something amiss. "A Zhu Zhu is pregnant." Fengmian quickly transformed into his human form, his voice trembling with excitement as he tightly grasped Zeyu's hand, knuckles turning white. "I can feel it. A Zhu Zhu is carrying my 2 little ones." The Qianling who breed possesses an acute sensitivity to bloodlines, allowing males to detect the presence of offspring within a month of the female's pregnancy. Fengmian's heart swelled with warmth, a mix of sweetness and longing, as he yearned to return to Li Zhu's side immediately. Song Yin was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile broke across his face. "Really? That's wonderful." The 3 of them, noticing that the day was growing late, arranged for the clan members to come bright and early the next morning to help with house repairs before eagerly returning home. The courtyard was tranquil, with Qiyang basking in the sun alongside the 2 little ones. As they returned, Qiyang was about to greet them when Fengmian dashed past like the wind. Racing straight for Li Zhu's room, he gently pushed the door open, treading softly to avoid disturbing the sleeping figure within. Li Zhu was in deep slumber, her brow slightly furrowed as if lost in a dream. He carefully climbed onto the bed, transforming into a small fox, nearly the size of the little ones, curling up in her embrace. His fluffy tail brushed gently against her abdomen, his gaze tender enough to melt hearts. At that moment, he longed only to be close to a Zhu Zhu, oblivious to the necessity of sharing this joyous news with Fengshan and Qinglan. Consequently, the following day, he faced Qinglan's frosty demeanor. In the courtyard, Qiyang looked bewilderedly at the door. What is wrong with him? He wondered, perplexed. "Keep it down. A Zhu Zhu just fell asleep," Zeyu whispered. "A Zhu Zhu is expecting little ones," Fengmian's. Song Yin, standing nearby, quietly responded to his inquiry while reaching out to hold Chun and Anin. Upon hearing the word pregnant, Qiang's eyes widened in astonishment. "A Zhu Zhu is having babies? Is that true? How long has it been?" "It should be a month." The Qianling, whose gestation period is 3 months, and they can sense the presence of the offspring after a month, Zeyu replied calmly. "Why isn't it mine?" Qiang protested, though he lowered his voice. "Does that mean a Zhu Zhu needs to eat more meat? I'll go hunting tomorrow." Yuchan and Yuanan nestled in Song Yan's arms, their eyes sparkling like stars. "Are we getting a little brother?" Qinshan whispered, careful not to wake their mother in the room. Maybe a little sister, and In chimed in, her small face brimming with anticipation. That's wonderful. I want to be a big brother. Song Yin and Qi Yong. I was just about to tell you this news. A Zhu Zhu is expecting little ones, and now we have you two added to the family. Therefore, we must venture out to hunt again and gather more food while the weather remains warm, as wild beasts will be active. Recently, Song Yin has been busy with tribal matters, so the hunting task will be entrusted to me and Fengmian for now. Thus, a Zhu Zhu, Chun Chun, and Enin will require your care. Qi Yong, can you manage it all by yourself, especially now that a Zhu Zhu is pregnant? Qi Yong eagerly thumped his chest in assurance, his eyes filled with determination. Rest assured, leave it to me. I will take good care of a Zhu Zhu and the little ones. All right. Then you two start preparing dinner while I go to inform father and mother about this news. After Zeyu finished speaking, he walked through a door specially opened in the left wall to reach Li Cheng's home. Currently, Li Cheng, Ming Yuan, Feng Shan, Qing Lan, and Li Heng were all comfortably settled in. At that moment, they were gathered around playing mahjong, while Li Heng had been dispatched to prepare dinner. Upon seeing Zeyu, Ming Yuan immediately called out, "Little Zeyu, have you eaten yet?" Zeyu entered the courtyard, his nose catching the scent of fried meat wafting from the kitchen, and he shook his head with a smile. "Not yet. I came to share some good news with father and mother." Ming Yuan, holding a tile of 9 bamboo, looked up at his words. "What good news? Your face looks like it's beaming with joy. A Zhu Zhu is expecting." As soon as Zeyu spoke, Qinglan's tile clattered onto the table, her eyes instantly alight with excitement. She had an intuition that these were Mian's little ones. Fengmian had just sensed it today. 2 little ones. Really? Ming Yuan exclaimed, leaping to her feet, nearly toppling the stool behind her. I knew a Zhu Zhu had been unusually tired these past few days. It turns out she was pregnant. Li Cheng also set down his tiles, a rare smile gracing his face as he lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. Good, good. Our clan will be welcoming more little ones. Qinglan hurried towards the door. I'm going to check on a Zhu Zhu. We need to be extra careful with twins. Just as she reached the courtyard door, she recalled something. That rascal Fengmian didn't he even think to tell us. I'll have to deal with him later. Thank goodness for you, little Zeyu. Fengmian is just too overjoyed. Zeyu explained with a smile. Li Cheng nodded, his gaze resting on Zeyu. With a Zhu Zhu now expecting twins, our household will be even busier. You'll need to put in extra effort with hunting and food storage. Rest assured, father, Zeyu replied. I've already made arrangements with Song Yin and the others, so you needn't worry. After exchanging a few more words, Zeyu returned home to prepare dinner with Qi Yong. Meanwhile, in Li Zhu's room, Fengmian remained curled up in her embrace, his fluffy little head resting against her abdomen, his ears twitching gently. Fengmian's heart was utterly softened. Chapter 75. The Reason. Li Zhu was stirred awake by the fluffy sensation in her arms. As her eyelids fluttered open, she beheld a fiery red ball of fluff nestled against her chest, its fluffy tail gently brushing against her belly. Li Zhu reached out to rub the little fox's head, causing its ears to perk up, and it looked up at her with eyes as bright as obsidian. Awake, are we? Li Zhu shuklat sufli, lifting the little fox into view and planting gentle kisses atop its soft head. How did you become so small? Are you trying to deceive me into giving you cuddles? Fengmian let out a soft sound, nuzzling her chin with his head before suddenly transforming into human form and enveloping her in his embrace. His voice hoarse, yet brimming with excitement. Zhu, you're going to be a mother. 2 little ones, mine. Li Zhu paused, instinctively touching her flat abdomen, feeling as if she could sense a faint warmth. Is it true? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Am I pregnant again? Yes. Fengmian nodded vigorously, his fingertips lightly resting on her hand. I can feel them, 2 little ones. A mix of shock and joy flooded Li Zhu's heart, and suddenly recalling something, she looked up at Fengmian. By the way, isn't today the 30th day you can use your spatial abilities? Fengmian was taken aback, pondering for a moment before clapping his hands in realization. Indeed, I've been so caught up in my happiness that I almost forgot. So, Li Zhu's eyes twinkled as a bold thought emerged. Could it be that your newfound spatial abilities are linked to my pregnancy? Upon uttering these words, both fell silent. As Fengmian followed this line of thought, the more he considered it, the more it seemed plausible. It truly appears to be the case. The first time I used my abilities was exactly 1 month after you conceived. He excitedly lifted Li Zhu and kissed her twice. Zhu. It turns out that my powers were the first to sense the presence of our little ones. Yes, yes, how wondrous. Li Zhu aqua li amaja. Just then, Chia's voice rang out from the doorway. Zhu, Fengmian, it's time to eat. Fengmian's eyes lit up as he swept Li Zhu into his arms. Come on, let us eat. The little ones need to eat well too. Li Zhu lay nestled in his strong embrace, unable to suppress her laughter as she playfully tugged at his tousled crimson hair. Be gentle, don't jostle the little ones. The dining table was already laden with food, as Tsang Yin and Chia had specially prepared nourishing beast bone soup. Seeing Li Zhu being carried by Fengmian, they quickly beckoned her over. Zhu, come sit down. The soup is delicious and just made. You should drink it while it's hot. Zeyu pushed a bowl of soup toward Li Zhu, speaking solemnly. Zhu, now that you are pregnant, you must take extra care to rest. I know, Li Zhu replied, cradling the bowl as she sipped delicately. In the coming days, Fengmian and I will continue hunting to store more food. Tsang Yin will be busy with the relocation of the Baihu tribe, so Chia will stay home to take care of you and the little ones. If it becomes too much, we can send Chun and into your parents for a while to help look after them. Zhu, just focus on nurturing the babies. With us around, you need not worry about anything. Zeyu paused, gazing at her. Li Zhu nodded, sharing a smile with Zeyu. I trust you. With you here, I feel at ease. The little ones can stay home and accompany me while I nurture them. Chun and then immediately chimed in, promising to be well-behaved and support their mother during her pregnancy. Zeyu then reminded the two little ones with a few words. Yes, now that your mother is expecting a brother and sister, you must be considerate. Do not trouble her. Stay at home and keep her company instead of running around. During the time they were building houses, the two little ones would often lead the 3 cubs from the Tang family, jumping around until they sometimes forgot to come home for lunch. After being scolded sternly by Zeyu, they became much more obedient. The next half-month passed in a flurry of activity for the family. Li Zhu became the focal point of care, spending her days either eating or basking in the sun with Chun and in occasionally narrating stories to the two little ones and Chia. To her surprise, Chia exhibited a greater enthusiasm for stories than the cubs themselves, especially with tales of Sun Wukong. There were times when the two little ones would fall asleep while listening, yet Chia remained wide awake, eager for more. The two little cubs, however, proved to be exceptionally considerate, often lying beside her, gently touching her belly, whispering, brother or sister. You must grow up well. Tsang Yin tirelessly led the Baihu tribe's beastmen back and forth between the old and new mountains, overseeing the construction of homes and the relocation of clansmen. Although exhausting, he was filled with determination. The Baihu tribe's members, witnessing the newly built courtyard and tasting the food from the two tribes, felt fortunate to have followed the young master to such a wonderful place. Meanwhile, Fengmian and Zeyu became the busiest individuals. Fengmian utilized his spatial abilities to transport the Baihu tribe's beastmen in the mornings, returning them in the afternoons while also hunting in the forest with Zeyu. His mastery of spatial abilities grew steadily, and Zeyu took note of his progress with joy. Zeyu's own spatial abilities greatly facilitated the relocation of the Baihu tribe. One evening, upon returning from a hunt, Fengmian and Zeyu entered the courtyard to find Li Zhu seated on a wooden stool, teaching Chun and then how to weave grass rings. The golden rays of the sunset enveloped her, creating a scene as soft as a painting. Zhu, we're back, Fengmian exclaimed, rushing over and transforming back into his human form, eager to embrace her. I'm all sweaty. I need to wash up first. Li Zhu lauga, gently pushing him away and pointing to the designated bathing room. Chia has made soup. Go wash up and enjoy it. Chun and Anan, undeterred by his sweat, rushed over to cling to Fengmian's legs. Fengmian, Dad, did you catch anything big today? Of course. Fengmian proudly lifted the two little cubs off the ground, tilting his chin triumphantly. Enough to feed us for several days. Is Fengmian Dad amazing? Amazing. Amazing. Fengmian Dad is the greatest. The two little cubs enthusiastically praised him. Zeyu settled beside Li Zhu, his gaze resting softly on her slightly rounded abdomen. Zhu, are you tired today? Not at all, Li Zhu replied, shaking her head as she leaned against his shoulder. I just find myself craving something sour lately. I'll see if I can find some sour fruits in the forest tomorrow. Zeyu responded, Li Zhu smilat, lifting her eyes to the evening glow and then to the bustling figures in the courtyard, the lively cubs filling her heart with warmth. With a beloved partner, family, the promise of new life, in this tranquil land, such days felt as comforting and solid as the furs drying in the yard. Chapter 76. Hot Pot. After a fortnight of bustling activity, like clouds blown by the wind, everything gradually settled. With the last batch of Baihu tribe members moved in, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, landing on the beastman's fur and instantly melting into drops of water. Fengmian held Li Zhu, standing at the doorway, watching the Baihu tribe's beastmen enter the newly built courtyard. Suddenly, he leaned down, pressing his ear against her belly, his eyes shining brightly. Zhu, there are two little boys. I can feel them. They're kicking me. Li Zhu chuckled as the tickling sensation from his fluffy hair made her giggle, patting his back. I can feel them too. She had been sleeping deeper these days, often waking up to find either Fengmian or Chia curled up beside her. Even Song Yin, after finishing tribal affairs, would frequently pull up a stool to guard her bedside, fearing any mishap. After the Baihu tribe settled in, interactions between the two tribes became increasingly frequent. The two tribes' beastmen would carry baskets to the Baihu tribe, teaching them how to cook, assisting with stone pots, and crafting new furniture. Though they had received reminders from Li Cheng, everyone seemed to enjoy the visits after a couple of times. The Baihu tribe's beastmen would also bring their catches as gifts, sharing their unique hunting methods. The liveliest moments occurred in the evenings, with beastmen from both tribes gathering to play mahjong and chess together. In the beginning, the orcs of the Baihu struggled to learn, often losing and expressing their frustration with loud cries and slaps on their thighs. Gradually, however, they began to grasp the nuances of the game, proving to be fierce competitors against the seasoned members of the Zhu. Ming Yuan and Qinglan frequently accompanied several females from their clan to teach the Baihu females how to adorn themselves. Occasionally, they would gather to forage for wild fruits and vegetables nearby. Li Zhu observed the transformation among her kin, feeling a stirring in her heart that she could not deny. The timid Zhu had not interacted with other clans for decades. Yet now, with the two tribes residing so closely together, their exchanges became far more frequent. It seemed that they slowly discovered that the orcs from other tribes were not so different from themselves. In fact, their provisions and possessions often paled in comparison. Consequently, gratitude towards their leader's family, especially Li Zhu, grew immensely. Upon learning that Li Zhu was expecting another child, the villagers would often send delicious food from their homes to her. Zhu, look, Qi exclaimed, entering with a piece of freshly made sweet potato chips, presenting it to her with pride. And from the Baihu learned to make this, and it's even better than what Li Hong made the first time. Li Zhu took a bite, savoring the sweet yet chewy texture, nodding with a smile. What we have, we should share. Her belly had visibly rounded, resembling a small ball, necessitating assistance when she walked. Zeyu had crafted a wider wooden chair for her, cushioned with thick, soft grass, ensuring she could comfortably bask in the sun. On one occasion, Li Hong arrived with Zheyu, accompanied by a pair of young orcs. One was a tall, slender male from the Zhu, and the other a lovely female from the Baihu. Hand in hand, they wore bashful smiles. Zhu, they wish to become mates, Li Hong said, scratching his head, his voice filled with joy. Li Zhu gazed at their clasped hands, warmth blossoming in her heart. This is wonderful. Our two tribes should indeed grow closer together. In that moment, interactions between the two tribes flourished, and more couples began to form. The two clans seemed to be subtly evolving towards becoming one. Qitsong and Wanga frequently visited Li Cheng's home to play. To accommodate them, Li Cheng prepared a room specifically for the two. The three males gathered around a chessboard while the four females played mahjong, and at last, Li Hong found himself sitting beside Qiyu, dreaming of leading her to victory with his clever strategies. Alas, after Qiyu lost 2 consecutive rounds following his advice, he was banished to the kitchen to cook for the family. Li Hong lamented his fate and secretly resolved to seek guidance from Zeyu the following day, convinced that with his assistance, he would improve rapidly. Winter arrived swiftly, and after a heavy snowfall, the mountains were cloaked in white. Everyone had stocked up on provisions, and the family nestled in their warm courtyard, either chatting around the fire or learning to read and write. The characters were taught by Li Zhu. Simple representations of mountains and beasts, each stroke infused with warmth. Yuchun and Yuan were now over 4 months old, having grown significantly. Even Fengmian found it difficult to carry them at times. Although the 2 infants had their own room, Li Zhu feared they would be cold and arranged for them to sleep with Zeyu. Meanwhile, Li Zhu enjoyed a leisurely pregnancy, which was remarkably different from her first. She exhibited little discomfort aside from increased sleepiness, relishing every meal and visibly gaining weight. This led her to frequently grasp the hands of her mates, inquiring, Zay, if I become fat and unattractive, will you still love me? She even asked her 2 children twice. Yet, she received only affirmations in response. Nonetheless, Li Zhu felt herself succumbing to anxieties regarding her appearance and figure. She was aware that such feelings were unwarranted, yet she found herself unable to control them. In an effort to cheer her up, Zeyu and the others devised various ways to lift her spirits, seemingly willing to fetch her the stars from the sky. To distract her, Fengmian recalled Li Zhu's earlier mention of enjoying hot pot in winter. Upon his suggestion, Li Zhu became ecstatic, having completely forgotten such an important detail. She promptly declared that they would have hot pot for dinner, explaining what it entailed. In simple terms, hot pot involves cooking and eating from a stone pot. Li Zhu then sent Zeyu to call Li Cheng, Fengshan, and the others, creating a lively gathering. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Fengmian was chopping firewood at the stove, the firelight casting sharp shadows on his profile as he neatly stacked the dry logs beside him. Chia was expertly preparing meat from a recently hunted moo beast, deftly removing the bones and slicing the marbled meat into thin pieces, arranging them on a clean wooden platter. Fengshan assisted with other types of meat, while Tsangyin washed various mushrooms and wild vegetables, all stored in Zeyu's space, appearing as fresh as if just picked. Li Zhu, supported by Zeyu, stood at the doorway, watching the diligent figures at work. The aroma of meat and the scent of burning wood filled the air, and her inexplicable anxiety began to dissolve like sugar in warm water. Zhu, do you think this pot is big enough? Li Hong held up a newly crafted stone pot, its bottom round and edges smoothly polished, specifically made for hot pot under Li Zhu's guidance. That is perfect, she replied with a smile. Let us prepare a bone broth to serve as the base. Ming Yuan, Qinglan, and Wanga joined them to help, peeling garlic and washing ginger. The kitchen became a cacophony of voices and steam, effectively drowning out the sounds of the wind and snow outside. As darkness enveloped the sky, the stone pot was finally placed in the main room, bubbling with broth, surrounded by a banquet of various meats, wild mushrooms, and vegetables. On the side, there were bowls of ground chili and minced garlic, a simplified dipping sauce that Li Zhu had taught everyone to prepare. Yuchun and Yuan were cradled in the arms of Ming Yuan and Qinglan, their little heads peeking over the table, wide-eyed and drooling at the sight of the simmering meat. Eat quickly, it's tender. Chia eagerly picked up a piece of deer meat, dipped it in the spicy mixture, and offered it to Li Zhu. Zhu, you must try this. I cut it just as you instructed. Li Zhu opened her mouth to catch it, the savory and spicy flavors exploding on her tongue, warmth spreading through her stomach, making her feel utterly content. Just as she reached for some for Zeyu, she noticed Fengmian had already offered her a piece of mushroom. This is delicious. You should have more. Zeyu added cooked vegetables to her bowl, suggesting they would balance the heat of the meat. Tsangyin silently piled more meat into her bowl. Looking at the mountain of food before her and the concerned faces of her companions, Li Zhu suddenly smiled. Though she had worried about becoming unattractive due to her weight, it appeared that in their eyes, she was cherished regardless of her appearance. You all should eat too, she urged, pushing her bowl towards the center. Don't just focus on me. All right, Chia replied, but still managed to place another piece of meat in her bowl. Across the table, Li Hong wore a distressed expression while trying to feed Chiyu a mushroom, grumbling, "It's all Aze's fault. The strategy he taught me yesterday was completely wrong. causing me to lose all afternoon. Qiyu laughed at his plight, stuffing a peeled mushroom into his mouth. Just focus on eating. It's clearly your own fault for not learning well. Li Hong protested. What do you mean? You make it sound like I'm a fool. Ming Yuan, Qing Lan, and Wanga huddled together, whispering and occasionally glancing towards Li Zhu with expressions of contentment. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, blanketing the rooftops in a thick layer of white, resembling a soft fur cover. The fire in the room blazed brightly, and the soup in the stone pot bubbled and hissed, mingling with the cheerful laughter of the crowd, creating a lively atmosphere that seemed to warm the cold winter to its core. Li Zhu leaned against Zeyu's shoulder, gently caressing her round belly, feeling the movements of the two little ones within, her heart brimming with reassurance. While the changes in her appearance might indeed cause concern, being surrounded by love rendered those worries insignificant. She mused that if one is perpetually troubled by self-doubt, it is likely due to a lack of love received. Sufficient love, including self-love, serves as a vital foundation against the trials of life. Chapter 77. The Spirit Deer Beastman at the break of dawn the next day. Zeyu roused the slumbering Fengmian with a gentle kick. Fengmian, let us hunt some moo beasts. I noticed that Zhu enjoyed them immensely yesterday, but my space is empty now. Let's try our luck by teleporting to various locations. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Fengmian quickly got up. Let us hurry, aiming to bring back a substantial catch. Upon hearing that Zhu liked the taste, Fengmian was eager to return with a bounty. The two teleported to 3 different places. First, they arrived at a snow-covered coniferous forest. Fengmian frowned at the thick blanket of snow. In such frigid weather, it will be challenging to find moo beasts. They then teleported to the Black Forest, a place where they had previously hunted moo beasts, but after searching for a while, they found little more than the occasional glimpse of other wildlife, let alone moo beasts. On their third teleport, they landed in a forest at the base of a cliff on the eastern continent. Snowflakes gently fell upon the barren branches, creating a soft, rustling sound. Standing amidst the dense woods, Zeyu and Fengmian found the snow barely reaching their ankles, and their breath dissipated instantly in the biting cold. Suddenly, they heard a commotion nearby. Zeyu narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Be cautious. Fengmian nodded, his crimson fur standing out starkly against the snow, and he listened intently before lowering his voice. It's a beast man. Following the sound through the thicket, they soon emerged into a clearing. Below a steep cliff, thick snow had formed a depression where 5 burly wolf beastmen were gathered, their fangs bared and eyes filled with menace. Lying in the snow was a bloodied spirit deer beastman, now in its spirit deer form. Its fur was matted with blood and mud, and its chest heaved violently, clearly on the brink of death. One leg was twisted at a grotesque angle, and the snow beneath it was soaked with dark red blood. Brother, we've raised him for decades. Now, seeing him in this state, is it not too wasteful to leave him here? A wolf beastman with a limp leg turned to another. Scarred beastman, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. What? You want to eat him? Do you have the stomach for it? The scarred beastman, known as Fenglang, was the leader of the group. I believe the third brother has a point. In this bitterly cold winter, we are struggling to catch any prey. And with the tribes on high alert, why waste our resources? Another wolf beastman, who had lost one eye, chimed in eagerly. But he is one we raised. Fenglang hesitated. And so what? Brother, do not forget that he is one we captured. You know how much he despises us. Eating him would eliminate future troubles and keep the brothers fed for a while. The youngest among them, looking handsome yet harboring an ominous air, spoke up. Upon hearing this, Fenglang glanced at the others, noting their expressions of agreement, and his resolve solidified. Over the years, this creature had attempted to escape more than once, each time suffering severe punishment, and his hatred for them had long since taken root. Then drag him back. Let us roast him. Excited, the others hurriedly began to haul the broken spirit deer from the ground. The spirit deer let out a muffled groan, struggling to open its eyes, which were filled with agony, yet lacked the strength even to raise a paw. Just as they were about to leave, a furious shout pierced the air. You seek death. With the swiftness of a red flash, Fengmian charged forward, his beastly form erupting like flames upon the snow, radiating a chilling aura as he lunged at the wolf beastmen. He could scarcely believe that such wicked beastmen existed, capable of such brutality. "Who are you, Wild Fox?" Feng Lang was taken aback, but quickly adopted a fierce demeanor. "This is none of your business. Best stay out of it. And if I choose not to?" Zeyu stepped forward, casting a contemptuous glance at them. Furious, the wolf beastmen roared, "Then do not blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, attack." Instantly, the 5 wolf beastmen transformed into their beast forms, grayish-blue giants bearing their fangs as they lunged forth, kicking up a flurry of snow. Fengmian, engulfed in flame, collided with the nearest limping wolf beastman, his claws tearing into flesh with an intensity that filled the air with the stench of charred blood. The wolf beastman howled, stumbling against a withered tree, snow cascading down as Fengmian's claws seared his shoulder, causing him to writhe in agony. "You seek death." Feng Lang's eyes narrowed, his form swelling into a half-man, half-wolf creature, bristling gray-black fur standing on end, sharp fangs glinting menacingly as he charged at Fengmian. The moment their claws clashed, sparks flew. Fengmian seized the moment to flip, his long tail striking Feng Lang's side, causing the burly wolf beastman to stagger. The one-eyed wolf beastman attempted a sneak attack, malice gleaming in his singular eye, as his claws aimed for Fengmian's nape. Yet in the next instant, Fengmian vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind the beastman, flames lashing out at him. In a heartbeat, the wolf beastman was flung several dozen meters away, his rear ablaze, lying motionless on the ground. The youngest wolf beastman, seeing this, stealthily crept behind a massive tree. However, as he prepared to strike, Fengmian sensed the movement and spun around, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a mighty leap, he clamped down on the young wolf beastman's wrist, his sharp teeth crushing the bone. The young beastman let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from his wrist, staining the pristine snow beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Lang lunged from behind, claws aimed at Fengmian's back. In a swift motion, Fengmian whipped his head, smashing the claw into the ground while twisting his body. The fiery aura of his fur exploded outward, sending Feng Lang hurtling away. As Fengmian landed, he stepped forcefully on the chest of the limping wolf beastman, shattering his ribs with a sickening crack, then spun around to slash at another approaching wolf beastman's throat. In the snow, red flames intertwined with gray shadows, the air filled with cries of anguish and the sound of claws tearing through flesh. As Fengmian fought with increasing fury, memories of the spirit deer's wounds and despair ignited a deeper rage within him, transforming his anger into an inferno that enveloped his claws and fangs, each strike resonating with cataclysmic force. Feng Lang, battered and bleeding from deep wounds on his shoulder, side, and thigh, gasped for breath, his gray-black fur drenched in crimson. Astonished and terrified, he had never anticipated that these 2 sudden beastmen would possess such incredible might. "Why do you meddle in our affairs?" "I meddle to confront scoundrels like you," Fengmian bellowed. "Did you ever consider the moral implications of wanting to feast upon him?" The spirit deer beastman lay in the snow, gazing at the 2 unfamiliar beastmen who had appeared out of nowhere, a flicker of light igniting in his murky eyes. He opened his mouth, but could utter nothing before succumbing to unconsciousness. Zeyu knelt down, inspecting the spirit deer beastman closely, his brow furrowed slightly. "There is still a pulse, but he requires urgent medical attention." Fengmian kicked away Feng Lang, who was attempting to rise, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. "What shall we do with these scoundrels?" Observing their current state, one might conclude that their time is limited, left here to perish in their own demise. Zeyu's voice was as frigid as ice as he retrieved several 4th-tier crystal stones from his spatial storage, placing them upon the body of the Linglu beastman. "We must first remove him from this place." Fengmian, upon hearing this, swiftly snapped the hind legs of 5 wolf beastmen, watching them wail in the snow without a shred of compassion in his eyes. These scoundrels deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. He approached Zeyu, hastily activating his teleportation ability. Zeyu lifted the Linglu from the ground and said to Fengmian, "Let us return and have Granny Jilan take a look first." Fengmian nodded, and soon, the figures of the three vanished into the vast snowy expanse. At the cliff's edge, only the agonized howls of the 5 wolf beastmen remained, quickly swallowed by the howling cold wind. Chapter 76. Hot Pot. Half a month of busyness settled like clouds blown by the wind. When the final batch of the Baihu tribe arrived, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky, landing on the beastmen's fur and instantly melting into droplets. Fengmian stood at the courtyard gate, holding Li Zhu, watching the beastmen of the Baihu tribe move into the newly constructed courtyard. Suddenly, he lowered his head, pressing his ear against her belly, his eyes shining with astonishment. "Zhu, we are expecting 2 male cubs. I can feel their strength. They are kicking me." Li Zhu chuckled, scratching his back as his furry head tickled her. "I can feel it too." In recent days, her sleep had grown increasingly deep, often lasting for the better part of a day. Upon waking, she would find either Fengmian lying beside her or Qi curled up nearby. Even Yin, having completed his duties for the tribe, would often bring a stool to guard her bedside, fearing that she might experience any mishap. After the Baihu tribe settled in, interactions between the 2 tribes became more frequent. The rabbit tribe's beastmen would carry baskets to visit the Baihu tribe, teaching them how to cook, helping to craft stone pots, and assisting in making new furniture. Despite receiving reminders from Li Cheng, they seemed to find joy in visiting repeatedly. The beastmen of the Baihu tribe would also bring their catches as gifts, sharing their unique hunting methods. The evenings were particularly lively, with beastmen from both tribes gathering to play mahjong and chess. Initially, the Baihu tribe's beastmen struggled to learn and would pound their thighs in frustration. But gradually they grasped the nuances and could hold their own against the seasoned players of the rabbit tribe. Ming Yuan and Qing Lan often brought female members of their tribes to teach the Baihu females how to adorn themselves, occasionally leading them to gather wild fruits and vegetables nearby. Li Zhu observed the transformation among her kin and could not help but feel a sense of emotional resonance. The timid rabbit tribe, having had little interaction with other beastmen for decades, was now frequently mingling with the Baihu tribe. They seemed to slowly realize that the beastmen from other tribes were not so different from themselves, and even their food and possessions were not inferior to theirs. In an instant, the gratitude felt towards the leader's family intensified, especially towards Li Zhu. Upon learning that Li Zhu was expecting again, families would send their delicacies to her home. "Zhu, look," Qi exclaimed, running in with a piece of freshly made sweet potato jerky, presenting it to her like a treasure. The aunt from the Baihu tribe learned to make this, and it turned out even better than when Li Hang first made it. Li Zhu took a bite, the sweetness accompanied by a slight chewiness, and nodded with a smile. "What we have, we should share together." Her belly had noticeably rounded, resembling a small ball, and she required support while walking. Zeyu had specially crafted a wider wooden chair for her, lined with thick, soft grass, allowing her to bask comfortably in the sun. One day, Li Hang arrived with Qiyu, followed by a pair of young beastmen, a tall, slender male from the rabbit tribe, and a lovely female from the Baihu tribe. Hand in hand, both wearing shy smiles. "Zhu, they wish to become mates." Li Hang scratched his head, his tone filled with joy. Li Zhu looked at their joined hands, her heart warmed. "This is wonderful. Our 2 tribes should be united in this way." As a result, the interactions between the 2 tribes grew even closer, and more couples began to form. The 2 tribes seemed to be subtly evolving towards becoming one. Qi Cong and Wang Ge would also frequently visit Li Cheng's home to play. For this, Li Cheng had prepared a room for them. 3 males gathered around to play chess, while 4 females sat together to play mahjong, and Li Hang finally sat beside Qiyu as he had long desired. He fancied leading Yu to victory with his clever mind. However, after Qiyu lost 2 consecutive games following his advice, he was relegated to the kitchen to cook for the family. Li Hang lamented his misfortune and secretly resolved to seek guidance from Zeyu the next day. With Zeyu's direction, he was sure to make remarkable progress. Winter arrived swiftly and urgently. After a heavy snowfall, the mountains were cloaked in silver. Everyone had stocked up on food early, and the family nestled together in the warm courtyard, either chatting by the stove or learning to write. The characters were simple, taught by Li Zhu, each stroke imbued with a sense of life. Yu Chun and Yu and had already been born for over 4 months. their sizes having increased significantly, making a challenge for Fengmian to hold them. The cubs had their own separate room, but in winter, fearing they might be cold, Li Zhu arranged for them to sleep with Zeyu and the others. Meanwhile, Li Zhu enjoyed a leisurely and relaxed pregnancy, experiencing this time quite differently from the first. She hardly exhibited any significant reactions, aside from increased sleep. She relished every meal, visibly gaining weight at an astonishing rate. This led her to frequently grasp the hands of each beast man, asking as Zay, "If I become fat and unattractive, will you still love me?" Mian mian, ah ye. Again, she even asked the two cubs twice. Yet, she received only affirming responses. Nevertheless, Li Zhu felt herself slipping into concerns about her appearance and body image. She knew this was not healthy, yet she found it difficult to control herself. To comfort her, Zeyu and the others endeavored daily to cheer her up. Their efforts made it seem as if they would pluck the stars from the sky for her if she desired them, in an attempt to shift her focus. Fengmian racked his brain and recalled that Zhu had mentioned eating hot pot in winter. Upon bringing it up, Li Zhu became instantly exhilarated. She had completely forgotten such an important matter. She immediately declared that they would have hot pot for dinner and explained what hot pot entailed. In simple terms, hot pot is when we use a stone pot to cook and eat simultaneously. Li Zhu then asked Zeyu to summon Li Cheng and Fengshan, and soon the entire family gathered, creating a particularly vibrant atmosphere. The kitchen was already bustling with activity. Fengmian squatted by the stove, chopping firewood, the flames casting sharp shadows across his profile, with neatly stacked firewood beside him. Qi was skillfully processing a moo beast that had been hunted long ago, deftly removing the bones and slicing the marbled meat into thin pieces, arranging them on a clean wooden platter. Fengshan assisted him with other beast meats, while Tsang Yin washed various mushrooms and wild vegetables, all stored in Zeyu's space, appearing as fresh as when first picked. Li Zhu, supported by Zeyu at the doorway, observed their busy figures, the aromas of meat and firewood wafting around her, and her inexplicable anxiety began to dissolve like sugar in warm water. Zhu, do you think this pot is large enough? Lian lifta anoli kravta stone pot. Its round base and smooth edges polished to perfection. It was made specifically for hot pot under Li Zhu's guidance. It's perfect. Li Zhu nodded with a smile. Let us make a bone broth and pour it in as the soup base later. Ming Yuan, Qing Lan, and Wangu also brought Qiyu to assist, busily peeling garlic and washing ginger. The kitchen was abuzz with chatter, enveloped in steam, as if the howling wind and snow outside had been barred from entering. By the time darkness fell, the stone pot was finally placed in the main room. The broth bubbled heartily, and an array of beast meats, wild mushrooms, and vegetables filled the table. Beside it lay ground chili powder and minced garlic, a simple dipping sauce that Li Zhu had taught everyone to make. Yu Chun and Yu were cradled in Ming Yuan and Qing Lan's arms, their little heads peering over the table, eyes wide as they watched the meat slices rolling in the pot, drooling in anticipation. Hurry and eat, the meat is tender. Qi was the first to pick up a slice of deer meat, rolling it in the spicy mixture before offering it to Li Zhu. Ah Zhu, try this. I cut it thin, just as you said. Li Zhu opened her mouth to catch it, the aroma of the meat mingling with the spiciness exploding on her taste buds, warmth spreading through her stomach, leaving her utterly content. Just as she intended to pick up a piece for Zeyu, Fengmian had already handed her a piece of mushroom. This one is delicious. You should have more. Zeyu also placed some cooked vegetables into her bowl. The wild vegetables were cooling, perfectly complementing the meat. Tsang Yin remained silent, quietly adding more meat to her bowl. Li Zhu gazed at the mountain of food in her bowl, then looked at the concerned expressions of the beastmen around her, and suddenly smiled. She had always worried about becoming unattractive due to weight gain, but in their eyes, it seemed that no matter how she changed, she was still a cherished treasure. You all should eat too, she urged, nudging her bowl toward the center. Don't just worry about me. Hey, he replied. It still added another piece of meat to her plate. Across the table, Li Heng wore a pained expression as he served Qiyu some mushrooms, mumbling, "It's all Zay's fault. The strategy he taught me yesterday was completely wrong, causing me to lose all afternoon." Yu laughed at his antics, stuffing the peeled mushroom into his mouth. Just eat yours. It must be that you didn't lure it properly. What do you mean? Li Heng retorted, feeling like a fool. Ming Yuan, Qing Lan, and Wan Gu huddled together, whispering, occasionally glancing over at Li Zhu with looks of satisfaction. Outside, the snow fell heavier, blanketing the roof in a thick layer of white, resembling a soft animal hide. The fire inside blazed brightly, the stone pot bubbling with broth, mingling with the laughter and chatter, creating a lively atmosphere that seemed capable of warming the entire winter. Li Zhu leaned against Zeyu's shoulder, gently stroking her round belly. Feeling the movements of the two little beings within, her heart filled with peace. Perhaps gaining weight and losing one's looks could indeed be troubling. But surrounded by so much love, those worries seemed trivial. She thought, if you're constantly troubled by yourself, it must be that you have not received enough love. Sufficient love, including self-love, will always provide us with the essential strength to fend off worries. Chapter 77. The Spirit Deer Beast Man. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, Zeyu kicked Fengmian awake from his deep slumber. Fengmian, let us hunt some moo beasts. I noticed Zhu really enjoyed them yesterday, but I have none left in my space. Let's teleport around and try our luck. Fengmian rubbed his sleepy eyes and promptly got up. Let us hurry, aiming to bring back a good haul. Upon hearing that Zhu liked them, Fengmian was eager to hunt a large number. The two teleported to 3 different locations. First, they arrived at a snow-covered coniferous forest, where Fengmian frowned at the thick layer of snow. In this cold weather, it will be difficult to find moo beasts. They then teleported to the Black Forest, where they had previously hunted moo beasts, but after searching for a while, they found few other wild beasts, let alone moo beasts. On their third teleport, they landed in a forest at the base of a cliff on the eastern continent. Snowflakes fell softly on the withered branches, producing a gentle rustling sound. Zeyu and Fengmian stood amidst the dense woods, the snow barely reaching their ankles. As their breath dissipated into the frigid air, there was movement nearby. Zeyu squinted, scanning the surroundings. Be cautious. Fengmian nodded, his bright red fur standing out starkly against the snow as he listened intently, lowering his voice. It's beastmen. Following the sound, they navigated through the dense forest and found themselves in a clearing. At the base of a steep cliff, a thick layer of snow had been pressed into a depression, where 5 burly wolf beastmen were gathered, their fangs bared and eyes fierce. Lying in the snow was a bloodied spirit deer beastman, now in its spirit deer form. Its fur was matted with blood and mud, its chest heaving violently, clearly at death's door. One leg twisted at an unnatural angle. In the snow beneath, it was stained with a large pool of dark red blood. Big brother, we've raised him for decades. Now that he's in such a state, isn't it too much of a waste to just leave him here? A one-legged wolf beastman looked toward a scarred wolf beastman beside him, a flash of malice in his eyes. What? You want to eat him? Can you even stomach that? The scarred beastman cast him a disdainful glance. His name was Fenglang, the leader of the group. Big brother, I think the third one has a point. In this icy winter, we're already not catching much prey, and with the tribes on high alert against us, why waste our efforts? Another wolf beastman, who was blind in one eye, chimed in eagerly. But he was raised by us. Fenglang hesitated slightly. So what? Big brother, don't forget, he was stolen from us. You know how much he hates us. Eating him would eliminate future problems and keep the brothers fed for a while. The speaker was the youngest among them, looking handsome, yet unable to hide the gloom in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Fenglang glanced at the others, noticing their approving expressions, and made up his mind. Over the years, this wretch had attempted to escape more than once, each time being beaten nearly to death, and had long harbored a deep hatred for them. Eating him would indeed be for the best. Then drag him up, and let us roast him when we get back. At this, excitement lit up the faces of several underlings, who hurriedly began to drag the broken spirit deer from the ground. The spirit deer let out a muffled groan, painfully opening its eyes, filled with anguish, yet lacking the strength to lift a paw. Just as the group was about to leave, a furious shout shattered the air. Fengmian shot out like a red lightning bolt, his beast form erupting in the snow, radiating a chilling, killing intent as he charged at the wolf beastmen. He couldn't believe that such malicious beastmen existed in this world. Even beastmen could stoop so low. What a wild fox. The leader, Fengmian, was taken aback. But soon his expression turned fierce. This is none of your business. You'd best not meddle. And if I do, Zeyu stepped forward, casting a contemptuous glance at them. The wolf beastmen were immediately enraged. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, attack. The 5 wolf beastmen instantly transformed into their beast forms, grayish-blue wolves bearing their fangs as they lunged forward, stirring up a flurry of snow. Fengmian, wrapped in flames, crashed into the nearest limping wolf beastman, his claws like red-hot iron hooks, tearing into the flesh of the opponent's shoulder. The acrid smell of burnt blood quickly filling the air. The wolf beastman let out a pained cry, staggering against a withered tree, snow tumbling down. As the warmth from Fengmian's claws seared his wound, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. You're courting death. Fengmian's gaze sharpened, his form swelling into a half-man, half-wolf shape, his gray-black mane bristling, sharp fangs gleaming coldly as he swung his powerful wolf paw towards Fengmian. In the instant their claws collided, sparks flew, and Fengmian used the momentum to flip over, his long tail striking Fengmian's side, sending the burly wolf beastman staggering. The one-eyed wolf beastman attempted a sneak attack from the side, his single eye filled with malice, as his claws aimed for Fengmian's neck. In the blink of an eye, Fengmian's entire figure vanished from its original position. When he reappeared, it was behind the wolf beastman, flames surging towards its back. The next moment, the wolf beastman was sent flying several dozen meters, its rear ablaze, lying motionless on the ground. The smallest wolf beastman, witnessing this, stealthily crept behind a massive tree. However, just as it was about to strike, Fengmian sensed the movement, abruptly turning his head, his beastly eyes swirling with murderous intent. He leapt forward, sinking his teeth into the small wolf beastman's wrist, his sharp fangs shattering the bones. The small wolf beastman let out a piercing wail, blood gushing from its wrist, staining the white snow beneath. Seizing the opportunity, the Feng wolf lunged from behind, its claws aimed at Fengmian's back. With a swift motion, Fengmian shook his head, violently slamming the wolf's claws into the ground, simultaneously twisting his body, his fiery fur exploding into flames that hurled the Feng wolf away.